Chapter 1 Acquiring System. My name is Wang Yu. A Theojeef 23, I am an office worker, spending middays in Themanot on a sickly oaf commuting between home and work, living in a city that feels like it to a point line. In Marenta department, found Mijlfon Segain dialing my sister's number tovet my frustrations life feels so overwhelmingly exhausting, both mentally and physically. On the other end, Mr. Wang Lanlane offered me words soft comfort, while simultaneously managing her hectic schedule with her agent. Wang Lanlin, at 18, isen lie a few years younger than I. Yet she has transitioned from occult hood star to her leading celebrity, Abrai Tansinger later be many. We'll so have a younger brother, Wang Fei, hois 15 years old. Aside from seeking solace from Idester, found Mijlfederly alone in Mijlfim posed isolation. He had no desire to converse with our father ever since our mother passed away. He had remarried, and we have never quit warming up to her stepmother, Aunt Rome. Her peculiar temperament leaves you suitable to pinpoint exactly what is off about her. Lying gonthi so after ending Michael with Midester, I aimlessly scrolled through my phone, lit a cigarette, and thought had if I could not find a yontovit my frustration sto. In my task while I indulge in smoking gasamine soft self-soothing. Gazing around 58 square meter rented space, I felt hanakuts and zofumptiness nosevings, no boyfriend, and living paycheck to paycheck. Despite a sister's constant financial support, I felt like failure in my career was stagnant, and I was lacking gani semblance of a life plan. Why lemonless lie scrolling through my phone and kicking my legs out off sheerberdom, I accidentally brushed against the cigarette's burning tip with a kerjinkable, and suddenly, darkness enveloped him, leaving my neuter oblivion. A mechanical vusicho ed in my mind, you have perish due to electrocution whiles, moking gondon advertent, lie touching the charger. What hell? Why speaking? I thought of myself, desperately trying to open my eyes, but no matter how I struggled, they remained shut. Was experiencing sleep paralysis? Panic surged within me as isolent licking Ted for Mijlf to awaken, yet no response came. Frustration consumed me ordinarily, my willpower caldrousum, so he wasted failing minnow? What was happening? The mechanical voice returned. Dear lady, you have already succumbed to death. Do I on it comprehend? I am dead? I'd not wanted it. I have yet to experience a love, marriage, or motherhood. I haven't outlived enough. I'd not wanted it. Wah. I said excellently, unable to produce any sound who wanted to scream, but my voice was strapped. The mechanical voice replied promptly, Do you wish to live? Been to yourself, Tome. I am an invincible, supermilly adorable stum. As long as ye obedient like complete the tasks, iguarantee you eternally outhand immortality. All right, I will bind. I responded without a trace of hesitation what ridiculous notion living is for better than the alternative. Tasks? Having read numerous novels featuring omnipotent systems, I thought to Mijlf tat with such a system at my side, completing tasks would sure liber breeze. With that hot, I felt a surge of elation. Thesis stemmervidm, and immediately tupto inspect my body. Tommy horror, I discovered that my entire body had chared to a blackened state. Gazing at me hands sand feet, illito you to horrified scream, estimating that as I def from my eyes, I had become entirely like a lump of coal. What on earth? How cold die facinium lickethis? The system spoke a cali, did he note instruct ye out a chargy our phone? Yet, you chose it osmoky whiley neglecting feature jinkable. But do not fret with my assistance, this minor inconvenience second be gradually rectified. Up in hearing this, I felt a bite of fresherance, but I still lacked the courage to face a mere. Chapter 2 Black and Coal. I feared I might faint from my own fright, as the system explained that his skin had darkened due to electrocution. I stood on the sofa, flexing my lump swell, aside from the color being amiss, I could still mug freely. It was content to be alive on some more. Eagerly, I inquired, So, what tasks must to accomplish? Arethy difficult? What must I do? The mechanical voice reverberate in my mind, tasks are incredibly simple. As the staircase collapse, the earth will be shielded day, the moment when festers disappear. Extreme weather will ensue, and the universal main system as dispatch Edma to assist you in saving the world, helping humanity survive and reducing the mortality during this crisis. Why, though? Because he adjusted. Initially intended to find Theacherman Jungman whole lives next door, butte upon your sedendamize, I figured in my task will save life while rescuing humanity. At the revelation, my lips curled into and I felt profoundly touched, expressing me heartfelt gratitude to the system. I could hardly contain my excitement as I asked, Window as the taskments? When will the weather begin? What do we need todo? The system promptly displayed pale in the air, with a red exclamation mark in the top right corner. It tread extreme weather will arrive at day San 23 Arsiv Turth Universe's protective barrier is completed. Today's temperature is 27. In the center off the screen, a primary task appeared. Please enamel your adorable invincible universe system. What shall I call it? Feel free to scan a thing if think he'll call it shall buy. As a began to input the name, the system interjected, that name is a turly unappealing protest. Oh, how unserious. It can argue back. Isolent Lie scoffed. Then how about shao bao? Shao hey? Shao do? I tentatively suggested. The system resigned, replying fine, as long as you are pleased. You entered shao do in the blank space on the screen and pressed confirm. What a Lovelli name, isn't it? Shao do. Please speak, host. What do disclosure mean? Why will people do? How can I save them? I am at a liver system who must sell items to assist them in surviving. Alright, no problem. What do we need to do next? Open the initial delivery items provided by the system, complete the setup, list the products, and prepare for the impending closure. I pondered, what do disclosure entail? Shao do mysterious lie assured Mathati would understand when the time. And for now, I'd sided to tech thing sonesteep academy, feeling a bit Maurice. It gradually settled down, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, clicking to pin the bouncing gift package in the screen. A cabinet measuring an emitter YD in 2 meter shy appeared, featuring customizable packaging patterns, colors, quantities, and contents wider receipt porridge. Thedi signa and color could be altered at any time, while a tedicious and quantity is required like confirmation. The cabinet's middle section weighs transparent glass, displaying neat lie-arranged bowl soft steaming wider receipt porridge 30 bowls into tail while your retractable packing station was situated below, with white takeaway bags, chopsticks, spoons, straws, and napkins stored inside. After taking Jatalin, I felt an overwhelming gurgitupe in Theglass Dortons peck the porridge, but the cabinet's voice chimed in, no delivery orders available excess prohibited. How ridiculous. I can't avenia tit myself. The system sensed me frustration and gently assured me not to worry as long as I sold. Theporridge, would complete the task on stave off hunger. What if I fail? I weakly inquired. The system replied bluntly, if I fail, you will have an cois, but seek out ha Carmen Joman next door for a bindage instead. What about what will happen to him? I asked, bewildered. Things will remain as they are after all, there's no hope left. System, I can do this. I still have a chance. It will definite, like complete this task. He has to declared my determination. Shout replied, just don't overexert ourself do our best. I want to overexert him quite to undertake these tasks, I said, demonstrating my commitment be wiping the cabinet's surface with a cloth. The system remarked, there is an automatic cleaning function and need to wipe. Feeling embarrassed, I tossed the clo they jidi and continued to observe. Shoutu, doest this gabine thave will sat the bottom? Yes, hostiu kimu vido anaramayo desire. Up in hearing this, I mediatalido okaction. This crucial items who'd be placed in my room, the living room isn't suitable, what if an unexpected guest arrives? Hide in jitin the bedroom seemed more prudent. The cabinet was surprising light, requiring little fortoma vinami bedroom. I positioned it beside the window, a line ninjits with me water dispenser antive cabinet. Satisfied, it clapped me hands the zistrala splendid. Ha ha ha, I felt a wavy of acceleration. I am now a person with a systemi future days, will sure live a filled with handsome and beautiful women, indulge in ginal manner of pleasures. Just the thought of it thrilled me. The system, hearing my missings, rolled its size internally. Host, where Harito safe world, not a lounge around. Of course, it will start working right away to save a thede itis imperative. Irreplied with the kiki grin. The system, not bothering to elaborate further, promptly displayed the next steps for operation. Please enameo your newly established delivery store. Please select packaging patterns and colors. They can be diversified and changed weekly. Seedle store permissions. The universal main system will grant the host unlimited permissions without interference. Complete the task by selling 30 portions of white receipt porridge. Task ID 030. Chapter 3 Store Name. Light. Fortunately, I did not encounter any time constraints regarding task completion, so I promptly set about naming my shop. What should I call it? After a moment of contemplation, I decided on light for the packaging design. I chose a sunflower motif, a flower that turns toward the sun, radiating vitality and promise of good fortune. That I selected a vibrant green ribbon to complement a yellow square box adorned with numerous sunflowers, creating a visually delightful ensemble. As I remained unaware of what the closure event entailed, I opted for a sunny color scheme, and the store itself was decorated with a sunflower-themed background. The only items available for sale: 30 bowls of rice porridge. The purchase limit was set to 1 per person per day. That I added a global purchasing area, including all country names, yet the small island nations remained unlit. The system seemed to roll its eyes at my choices, as if to say, "What do you mean by this? Do you harbor some personal grudge?" Due to the shop setup issues, Xiaodu had no authority over me. The permissions were granted by the main system, and only the host could dictate the settings, which brought me a subtle satisfaction. Purchase guidelines. Dear friends, welcome to our store. Each individual may purchase only once a day, with a limit of 1 item. All rights of explanation belong to this shop. The main page featured a grand gift package, a total of 1 billion items, where every customer placing an order could enter a lottery, with a total of 100 ultimate golden rewards of the same type available, randomly refreshed without repetition. The other gift items would be random, ensuring no empty boxes. As I scrolled down, I marveled. I can even set specific items for winners on the reward list. What a cheat this could be. Haha, I never knew it could be played this way. Since the shop had yet to open and no one had purchased or participated in the lottery, the reward list remained blank, unlit. The system informed me that the store could only be activated once the closure event commenced. For now, I could only set things up without conducting any business. The shop was currently static, with only 1 page displaying the rules and listed items, and the comment section was empty. Having completed these tasks, I inquired of the system, "With the apocalypse approaching, is there anything I should prepare?" The system replied that there was no need. Once the store opened, completing each task would yield rewards, and every successful sale would earn points redeemable for exclusive items in Xiaodu's owner's mall. As the apocalypse drew near, the host would automatically activate a feature rendering them forgotten by those around them, covering the entire neighborhood. Strangers would not remember my existence, excluding friends and family. As I pondered this, I glanced at the time. It was already evening. So much had transpired, and I had to face an uncertain tomorrow that I realized I needed to bring my younger siblings to my place. I thought about what excuse to use. Would the school allow them to leave? Would my sister, so busy, return? Should I also bring my father over? Well, never mind. There wouldn't be enough space in this tiny apartment. Perhaps I should buy a few houses. If I didn't bring them over, what if something dangerous happened? My mind was buzzing, overwhelmed. I decided to prepare dinner, thinking as I cooked. I opened the fridge and surveyed the scant assortment of meats and vegetables. Given the uncertainty, I felt it prudent to prepare some food. Ordering takeout would mean no need to venture outside, but if danger lurked outside, I should stock up. Tomorrow, I would take action. That I took out eggs, tomatoes, and sausages to make a tomato and egg noodle dish, garnished with sliced sausage. My hands, blackened like coal, did nothing to diminish my appetite. That if a voyeur from the opposite neighborhood were to observe, they would see an African woman dining. Having survived a calamity, I simply wished to enjoy my meal. After eating and burping, I sighed. It feels good to be alive. The system warned me that I was covered in electrical residue and advised against water contact. Exhausted from the shock and stimulation, I lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 4 Family Gathering at 6 a.m. Before dawn broke, I found myself unable to sleep any longer. I formulated my plans for the day and commenced action. I prepared breakfast, a serving of steamed dumplings, a cup of milk, and a single egg. After satisfying my hunger, I donned my full gear: sunglasses, hat, gloves, and long clothing. Armed with the card my sister had given me, I made my way to the sales hall outside the community. Buying a whole floor? Certainly, please come in. Upon hearing that someone wanted to purchase an entire floor in one go, the sales lady eagerly led me to a private room. Offering tea and fruit, her face beaming with delight, addressing me as little fairy. Don't you need to view the property? You're taking the 29th floor of this building, she inquired. Yes, all cash, please. I need you to expedite the transfer process. This 100,000 yuan service fee is yours, I said, my expression earnest. The sales lady was overjoyed, unable to contain her excitement. The 800,000 yuan elegantly furnished apartment, consisting of 12 units on that floor, would earn her a considerable commission. And now, with an additional 100,000 yuan tip, she hurried off to process the paperwork. By the end of the morning, the purchase was finalized. I called the landlord in America and asked her to sell me the house. She had intended to sell it all along, but had previously offered it for rent, knowing I was working alone in the city, allowing me to pay her monthly rent. The 58-square-meter apartment was modest, featuring 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, 1 bedroom, 1 study, and 1 living room. It was sufficient for 1 or 2 occupants. After completing the transfer process, I called my younger brother's school, feigning a grave illness, requesting he return to see me one last time. The teacher, being quite understanding, granted him a 7-day leave. That I sent a video invitation to my dearly beloved sister. That moment, my agent, Zhang Shuai, watched my sister filming, holding her phone that vibrated incessantly, yet appearing unfazed. Calmly observing her work, that it was only when the director shouted cut that he approached her, offering a bottle of water while saying, Sister Lan, your elder sister is on video. Upon hearing it was me, my sister, without taking the water, grabbed the phone and returned it to me. That I answered, placing the phone beside me, and said, Sister, brace yourself. I fear I might frighten you. She paused for a moment, then calmly responded, Okay. Then, her face transformed into one of shock as she beheld the screen displaying an African woman claiming to be her sister. Had it not been for my voice, she might have thought it was some scammer playing tricks on her. Worry etched across her face. She noted that her scenes had concluded and immediately turned to her agent, saying, Brother Zhang, please book me a flight back to Chuanzhou. Zhang Shuai's handsome face displayed a moment of distress. Sister Lan, want you participate in the post-production wrap-up? Many reporters are eager to interview you. It's a fantastic opportunity to promote the film and boost box office sales. That MY's sister decisively refused. No need for further discussion. Book the flight. Seeing that persuasion was futile, the agent promptly made arrangements. That afternoon, my brother arrived with a suitcase, and my sister, along with her agent, stormed into my rental apartment. The 3 of them surrounded me, the African elder sister, frequently asking if I felt unwell or if I had undergone a thorough examination. To ease their worries, I assured them I had been checked from head to toe at the hospital and that I was perfectly fine. Flashing a silly grin, my brother wasted no time, insisting I rest while quickly fetching me water and urging me to lie down. My superstar sister, her face filled with concern, remarked, What decent hospital could there possibly be in this small Chuanzhou? We should go to the capital. I'm not comfortable with this situation. Who knows if there are any aftereffects? Let me go out again. You might as well kill me. I have no desire to step outside again looking like this. I shouted. They were unable to persuade me, and despite their efforts, my sister directed her agent. Brother Zhang, go buy some nutritious supplements, dried bird's nest, dried abalone, dried sea cucumber. Get the best quality. Don't skimp on my behalf. Zhang Shuai, obedient to her commands, promptly headed out. That I felt quite guilty. I had only ventured out once in a hat, sunglasses, mask, and gloves to buy the house. And while it was uncomfortable to cover up, the system assured me there was nothing wrong, so I had no intention of creating trouble before the apocalypse arrived. Although I hadn't visited a hospital with the system as presence, I was certain everything was fine. My sister returned in a flurry, having removed her 8-centimeter heels while switching to slippers, grumbling, How many times must I tell you? To spend the money I give you. There is no need to be frugal. This tiny apartment is hardly spacious, and you haven't moved into the villa I bought. That I plan to return to keep you company for a while. Where do you expect me to stay? You can stay upstairs. This community is nice, all well furnished, with 2 bedrooms ready for you to move into. I replied. She paused, bewildered. What? You bought a house? You knew I was coming back? You prepared in advance? The community had always been elegantly decorated. Although the apartment was small, it was fully equipped. Of course, the price included the renovation cost. And my brother chimed in, Sister, what about me? I waved it off. You're included too. I used your second sister's money to buy the entire floor. Choose whichever room you like. My sister raised an eyebrow. So you're planning on being a landlord now? Why not enjoy living in the villa you bought? I stated that the villa could wait. I had something important to discuss with both of them. Both looked at me with serious expressions, fearing my health might have further complications that I began. During the time, I was electrocuted and unconscious. I perceived changes in the world, and there may be unknown dangers ahead. There are 23 hours remaining until the threat arrives. What kind of danger? We must trust in science. My brother interjected. My sister's worry remained palpable. I believe you. But what exactly is the danger? How should we prepare? With a face full of helplessness, I remarked, I am still unclear about the specifics, but I will know when the time comes. The outcome will be revealed on that very day. My younger sister inquired, what should we do now? I suggested we stock up on food, as you have the funds. She rolled her eyes at me, exclaiming, you food lover. Don't we need anything else, since it's the apocalypse? What about clothes and water? I replied, we can stock up, but too much may attract unwanted attention, that we should avoid arousing curiosity among the neighbors. Besides, isn't there a system in place? Fine, I will stay upstairs. Younger brother, come with me to drop off the luggage, then we can discuss our strategy downstairs. Obediently, my brother grabbed his suitcase and mine, and we made our way out. After selecting a room, I sent the door code. And they checked in. The community was quite secure, with 4 exits for each building, 2 in the front and 2 in the back, with 1 exit for every 2 elevators and 1 staircase for every 6 households. Each floor housed 12 units. The complex had 40 stories, and since it had opened recently and was somewhat remote, not many residents had moved in. Even in my building, there were only about 100 households. My younger brother Fei Fei and sister Lan Lan soon finished washing up, and at that moment, Lamlin's manager, Zhang Shuai, arrived with numerous bags of nutritional supplements. With a grand gesture, my sister said, Sister, let me know if you need anything. Write down what we need to buy, and once we leave, don't move from here. Just supervise the purchases. Remember to keep a low profile. As evening fell, unable to venture outside, our meals consisted of takeout from a 5-star hotel. The 3 siblings and a charming young man gathered together, satisfied and well-fed. At the dining table, I leaned into my sister and whispered, Why isn't this guy going home? Or are you not giving him a break? Does he like you? She replied, Well, I've been busy lately and forgot to tell you, we're together now. Since it's the end of the world, I asked him to bring his mother to live with us. He has helped me for many years, and I can't abandon him. That I felt a surge of happiness for her. She had found a handsome and charming boyfriend who seemed completely smitten with her. Then I glanced at myself and thought, sigh, let us not dwell on that. After dinner, a group of staff arrived, carrying cardboard boxes for my sister to sign for. They had brought instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, daily necessities, and bottled water, filling the empty rooms. In our 58-square-meter apartment, not much could fit, especially since it was well-furnished, leaving little space. After directing the placement of the items and seeing the staff leave, she casually asked me, Sister, should we bring Dad over to stay? Our hometown was nearby, just an hour's drive, but the countryside was spacious and self-sufficient, that if he didn't mention it, perhaps we shouldn't intrude. I always thought that if Dad didn't bring it up, maybe he didn't want to live with us young people. My sister readily agreed. All right, I'll listen to you. Chapter 5, Awaiting the Apocalypse After a Day of Running Around. My sister and brother went upstairs to rest. The next morning, Lan Lan was awakened by a knock at the door. Dressed in a pristine white robe, standing at 1.68 meters tall, with cascading brown waves framing her face. She looked both sexy and elegant. Slipping her delicate feet into matching slippers, she opened the door to find her manager, Zhang Shuai. She embraced him, exclaiming, Brother Zhang, you're back. Was the journey smooth? Zhang Shuai blushed but returned the embrace affectionately. Yes, it went well. Why mother has arrived. He stepped aside to reveal his mother standing behind him. Lan Lan shyly pushed Zhang Shuai away, saying, Hello, Annie, please come in and sit down. I'll change into something else. With that, she hurried to her bedroom. Internally, she thought, how embarrassing. How could I forget the elder was still here? As Annie entered with a smile, she marveled at the apartment's elegance, though it was somewhat small. Once they were married, she would need to prepare a larger home for them, especially since being a first-line Star manager meant her financial resources were substantial. Zhang Shuai's father had passed away early, leaving him and his mother to rely on each other. Over the years, he had accompanied Lan Lan through various filming, advertising, and events, spending precious little time with his mother. Now that they could be together, he felt immense joy. Having his two beloved women by his side was a true blessing. Suddenly, the system chimed in my mind. Attention, host, the countdown to the apocalypse is at 59 minutes. Please recover all unclaimed items worldwide after the countdown ends. Still half asleep, I was bewildered. Why is there an unexpected task? What constitutes unclaimed items? How can something be deemed unclaimed? The system appeared tense. I apologize, host. This is my first mission, and I am still figuring things out that I must have overlooked that announcement. I rolled my eyes at this unreliable system. So how do I recover unclaimed items? The system eagerly responded, anything unattended will be classified as unclaimed. Click to recover.it then provided a global map, green indicating unclaimed items and red for items that cannot be recovered. Got it, got it. I exclaimed, excitement surging as I sprang up, staring at the screen with 56 minutes left on the countdown, that I hastily changed my clothes. No time for washing up, as the system prohibited water contact. While I anxiously awaited, my sister and brother descended the stairs, my sister appearing in a chic Chanel outfit, her face adorned with light makeup. Following her were her manager and brother, but I noticed Zhang Shuai's mother was absent. I asked Xiao Shuai, didn't you bring your mother along? Zhang Shuai, showing immediate respect towards his girlfriend's older sister, replied, Sister, my mother is here. She traveled overnight, and I arranged for her to rest in Lanlin's spare room. Oh, good to hear. Have you all had breakfast? I inquired. Xiao Shuai quickly responded, Not yet. What would you and Lanlan like to eat? I'll go arrange it right away. Without outsiders present, he no longer hesitated to call her Lanlan. Go ahead, go ahead. Order according to my sister and brother's tastes. I'm not picky. Just downstairs, come back quickly. No longer than half an hour, and don't wander too far outside the community, I instructed him. After he left, I pulled my siblings close and solemnly said, Only 48 minutes remain until the apocalypse. You two must not go outside, that if anything comes up, find me and let me know. Also, arrange a room for Zhang Shuai and his mother. Although I have one study and one bedroom, the study can be converted later. The upstairs layout consists of 2 bedrooms, one large and one small, along with a kitchen, bathroom, and living room. No study. They can comfortably share one room. My brother went to arrange accommodations for his future brother-in-law. Meanwhile, Lanlan sat on the couch, waiting for the impending apocalypse, reflecting, if it's fake, I'll just treat it as a chance to indulge with my sister. She has survived a crisis. Why should I compete with her over trivial matters? It's not a big deal. She is my sister, and I should pamper her. She sat on the sofa, carefree, playing with her newly done nails. Occasionally engaging in casual conversation with me, that I learned that to come back and see me, she had declined not only the wrap-up event, but also an interview and even a high-profile collaboration as a spokesperson. If I caused her any trouble, the financial loss would amount to several million annually, that M.Y. Hart felt at ease knowing it was genuine. Otherwise, such a significant loss would be unbearable to contemplate. Chapter 6. I knew it before long. The countdown reached 18 minutes that I was fixated on the screen in the air when my sister, unable to see, curiously asked, Sister, what are you daydreaming about? I gazed at the timer and the globe displayed. Replying nothing, just pondering why my skin hasn't improved yet. She took my hand, concern etched on her face, saying, Sister, don't overthink it. The doctor said it can recover, and if it truly can't, I'll search high and low for renowned doctors to treat you. Just focus on getting better, all right? Warmth filled my heart as I affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, you always care so much for me. Even though you're the younger sister, you end up taking care of me. Look at you. You've lost weight. Now that you're back with me, just focus on being beautiful and enjoying life. She replied, Sure. I didn't have time to accompany you before, but now that it's the end of the world, I want to leave. We siblings will always be together. I nodded in agreement, smiling at that moment. Zhang Shuai returned with breakfast, and I thought there was still time for more. My brother had also arranged a room for Zhang Shuai. Entering and thoughtfully placing Annie's luggage inside. She hadn't brought much, some valuable jewelry, bank cards, and a few seasonal outfits. Annie considered it a short vacation, a chance to spend time with her son and meet his future girlfriend. As for the apocalypse, a far-fetched notion, she could hardly believe it. After a long night of travel, she was now sound asleep in her future daughter-in-law's guest room. Who could blame her, as her son insisted on having her pack and travel at such short notice? Being older, she couldn't handle sleepless nights. Meanwhile, Xiao Shuai diligently set the breakfast table, having spent years with Lanlan and knowing her preferences. Everything needed to be exquisite. As she often said, life should be refined. All the hardships should be endured during filming and work. Earning money is meant to be enjoyed. I wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. The table displayed a serving of shumai, glutinous rice chicken, egg tarts, and steamed dumplings, about 6 of each, alongside the white coffee prepared for me, while Lon Lon had a bowl of white fungus soup, and my brother and Xiao Shuai had noodles. The variety was ample, yet not excessive. Delicious without wastage. The countdown reached 59 seconds. We concluded our breakfast. Let them remain seated and refrain from venturing outside. They shall await the outcome right here. That I retreated to the bedroom, observing the countdown. 40 seconds. 39 seconds. 38 seconds. 3, 2, 1, 0. The atmosphere was tranquil, yet I fancied I saw a flock of crows soaring overhead. Xiao Du, come out this instant, you deceitful trickster. My heart brimmed with exasperation, teetering on the brink of madness. The system, however, responded with unwavering seriousness. Please execute the task of reclaiming unclaimed items immediately. Failure will result in termination. Fine. I promptly silenced myself, adopting a stern demeanor as I activated the floating simulation of Earth. Contemplating which nation to select. Perhaps this small island state would suffice. I decided to gather its resources. With that thought, I clicked on it, and the screen opened automatically. Damn it, is this all the unclaimed items there are? The system displayed a staggering 10 million portions of recoverable seafood, with no other materials available for reclamation, that I clicked to recover, grumbling. Is this all there is near the sea? They must be starving themselves. The system replied, this 10 million portions amount to only 5 million pounds, and that is from before the nuclear wastewater was discharged. The seafood currently in the ocean is ineatable. The 5 million pounds will be converted into neatly packaged 250-gram servings upon reclamation. The recovered items will be transformed into reward gift boxes for your store. What? Xiao Du, you're not contributing. Is the wool coming from the sheep? I chuckled, bemused by the frugality. Xiao Du wore a look of grievance. I am but a novice system. The main system has not bestowed many benefits upon me. Please be patient with me. Host, listening to this soft, pitiful voice, I felt my heart soften as I consoled. It's all right. I'll manage, that we shall strive together and improve. The system chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, host, please recover more items. After finishing with the small island state, I turned my attention to other countries, reclaiming seafood, blankets, clothing, and even cattle and sheep. Yes, you heard correctly, entire living animals. All wild creatures would be classified as unclaimed items. With a single click, I completed the task, continuously refreshing the list of unclaimed goods from around the globe. The sheer volume of unclaimed items from major consumer nations was astounding. Port goods, exports, fuel, trade items, luxury clothing brands, daily necessities, skincare products, and cosmetics, all cataloged as unclaimed in deserted port containers, ready for reclamation. In contrast, those in supermarkets, guarded and within residential homes, would remain classified as claimed items and would not be recovered. This is a rescue system, not a robbery system. While I was diligently engrossed in reclamation, the 3 individuals outside the room began conversing. Sister, you see? Only you believe the big sister. This is sheer nonsense. There is not a stir outside. It's utterly calm, that I've taken several days off, and I'm returning to school tomorrow, my younger brother remarked, wearing an expression that suggested he already knew. Xiao Shu dared not speak up, aware that Lan Jie favored this laid-back elder sister. Even if the claims were fictitious, MY's sister chimed in. What is the matter with her in this state? Do you still intend to blame her? This must be about my being electrocuted into a charred coal. While reassuring my younger brother, she continued, all right then, as long as nothing is amiss, that's the best outcome. I'll have Zhanggu arrange a driver to take you back to school this afternoon. Don't dawdle, or I'll hear about it and find you bothersome, she said with an air of disdainful reproach. Xiao Shu felt a chill of apprehension. Thankfully, his cleverness had spared him from speaking out, lest he be the one to incur Lan Er's displeasure. Contemplating this, he said, I'll contact the driver now, and have him pick you up this afternoon. With that, he pulled out his phone. Chapter 7. Icons illuminate. Listening to his second sister's admonishments, my younger brother dared not retort. Pouting in discontent, he thought. She is only 15. The eldest sister is already 23, yet you still coddle her. Who is truly the younger sibling here? Xiao Shu pressed the phone's buttons for an extended period, unable to connect. Is the signal poor on the 28th floor? He pondered, moving to the window to try again. Noticing his struggle, my sister inquired, "What is wrong, Zhanggu? Haven't you called yet?" Xiao Shu replied candidly, "Lawn air might have poor signal. Should I go downstairs to try?" "No way." My sister said to stay in the room and wait for her. If she comes out and can't see you, she'll be upset. Even if my sister was being unreasonable and it wasn't truly the end of the world. She didn't want to provoke her displeasure. Staying put didn't seem too unreasonable. Perhaps she simply wished to see them when she opened the door, my sister mused inwardly. Meanwhile, with nearly 200 nations available for reclamation, the process was swift. To maintain fairness. Even unclaimed items from my own country were included in the recovery. At this moment, upon hearing Zhanggu's signal issue, both my younger brother and sister instinctively retrieved their phones. The signal indicators displayed a cross, indicating calls could not be made, and all applications were rendered useless. Even the WeChat messaging tool was devoid of any network settings. Opening Quiken or Kenin revealed only saved videos. With new content inaccessible, my younger brother lamented, "Oh no, I can't play Honor of Kings anymore." Xiao Shu offered reassurance, "It's probably just a temporary signal issue. It will be fine soon. This has happened before." My sister powered her phone on, having kept it off to focus on spending time with her sister. Fearing interruptions. "There really is no signal," she exclaimed. Just then, having finished the reclamation, I heard a message in my mind. "Congratulations, host, for completing the store preparation gift pack task. Please click on the big gift pack event." Upon accessing the main page of the takeout platform, a sunflower icon appeared, with the top right corner displaying a darkened status indicating extreme weather had been activated. With the current temperature at 26 degrees Celsius. This was a notification regarding extreme weather that everyone could see upon entering the page to purchase items. Clicking on the store setup, the system prompted, "Host, please configure the lottery gift pack." I promptly opened the lottery page, where a large sunflower spun leisurely on a wheel, with prize gift packs in white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Of course, the most coveted was the golden sunflower. Each color tier was further divided into A, B, C, and D grade gift packs. For instance, an A grade purple item was superior to a B grade purple gift box, and so forth. The host was instructed to set the items in quantities. With 100 golden items and all grade items of various colors being provided by the system, seemed they were not being overly stingy. The division of lottery prizes indicated that all grades were provided by the system. Thus, I only needed to set the B grade rewards. For the purple B grade, entire heads of meat, a whole sheep, a whole pig, and a whole cow. Purple C grade vegetables, 50 pounds. Purple D grade mysterious items with slight effects. Specific effects would be contingent on the descriptions of the items themselves. Blue B grade meat, a half head. Blue C grade vegetables, 10 pounds. D grade items, no effects. Green B grade meat, 10 pounds. Green C grade vegetables, 5 pounds. Green D grade clothing items, including blankets and quilts. White B grade meat, half a pound. White C grade vegetables, half a pound. White D grade daily necessities and decorative trinkets. Each a grade reward gift box bore a large question mark, rendering them unviewable. At this moment, all phones devoid of signal exhibited a small sunflower icon in the top right corner. Yet no one paid heed to this inconspicuous golden flower, hardly larger than the signal indicator. Chapter 8. The world transformed. I opened the door, and my sister beamed. "Sister, come sit. Why is it taking you so long to change clothes?" "Oh, I was just indecisive about what to wear," I replied dismissively. A group gathered, unable to play with their phones, resorting to casual conversation, oblivious to the monumental changes occurring outside. The Earth had been sealed. The previously launched satellite signals were no longer detectable, and all networks had collapsed. The system explained that celestial bodies had fallen, and the universe had no recourse but to seal the Earth. Each celestial body dispatched a system to rescue individuals, and whether it would end in success or failure depended on the host's capabilities to shoulder the responsibility. I engaged them in conversation, my mind wandering, puzzled as to why no one had mentioned the anticipated apocalypse. Perhaps they feared it would embarrass me. Choosing to discuss other topics instead, I decided to wait for them to discover the truth themselves. After inquiring with the system whether there would be dangers if they left the room, Xiao Du advised against venturing out, stating the outside was chaotic. I instructed Xiao Shu to rest upstairs. repeatedly cautioning him not to descend to the lower levels or leave the apartment, emphasizing the importance of sleep after a long journey. Outside, as the network collapsed, significant events unfolded. All mobile tools requiring network command were involved in collisions, resulting in numerous casualties. That a plane soaring through the skies remained unaffected by the signal loss, but the ground control center was in disarray. The pilot, an esteemed veteran known for his prowess in landing aircraft, had once saved countless lives aboard this flight. He was meant to descend and inquire about the landing station, yet could not reach anyone. Calm and collected, he circled a few times, confirming he could not contact the control center personnel, and opted for an alternate landing site. Some passengers were still unaware of the gravity of the situation, disembarking cheerfully, oblivious to the brush with death they had just experienced. While waiting for their loved ones at the station, they discovered their phones were inoperative. A particularly irate woman, after inquiring fruitlessly, threw a tantrum, blaming the flight for damaging her phone and demanding compensation. The control center staff, in a state of panic, rushed to inquire which flight they were on. With all networks down, they questioned how the passengers had managed to fly back. The pilot recounted the events. Once it was confirmed that no one could use their phones, the disgruntled woman begrudgingly retreated. Defeated, during the network collapse, the subway ground to a halt, and as morning broke, all commuters began to grumble. What a rare occurrence to encounter a subway malfunction today. My attendance award is at stake. In the midst of the 2-hour wait, devoid of rescue and communication, the captain decisively shattered the glass, leading hundreds to escape from the underground tunnel. Chaos reigned in hospitals, schools, and shopping malls. Even vehicles navigating the highways lost signal, haphazardly exiting at random junctions. All live broadcasts, gaming platforms, and corporate operation centers crumbled under the strain that a group of elementary students, under their teacher's guidance as she pointed to the computer screen, suddenly found the display blacked out. Assuming it was a power outage and a day off, they were surprised to see the classroom lights remain bright as the teacher calmly resumed the lesson. Some, whose hearts raced with anxiety, gradually found solace. Local drivers, perplexed by the increasing number of pedestrians along the roadside, wondered aloud if it was a restricted day or some event causing such a crowd. Unfortunately, their walkie-talkies offered no signal, leaving them deprived of sharing the latest gossip with colleagues. Chapter 9. Sister Cooks in the Capitol's government office. The leader surveyed a group of officials. What is the situation? Such a significant event has transpired in our nation. All regions have lost contact. Do you know the critical areas? A palpable tension filled the room as they hesitated to respond. How could such a calamity be allowed to unfold in the grand metropolis, the foremost city of our nation? Yet, in the face of adversity, the crowd remained composed, diligently executing their tasks and commencing investigations. That as noon approached, operations across multiple sectors faltered, with increasing numbers of people spilling onto the streets. Business owners, resigned, were compelled to announce a holiday, while others vented their frustrations at the telecommunications company, though it seemed futile to blame anyone. The earth was ensconced within a protective layer, a final act of care from the cosmos. Every small celestial body was tightly embraced by a black shroud, amidst the chaos of the vast starry expanse. Without this protection, a collision could result in instantaneous destruction. Suddenly, many looked up to realize that today, there was no sun, no rays of light, as if enveloped by a veil of black sand. Passers-by mused, "This gloomy weather surely can't mean rain. I must hurry home." Supermarket employees heading to work were met with disbelief as they opened the doors, finding Walmart inexplicably emptied overnight. "This is disastrous. I might end up in jail." The night watch supervisor collapsed, dazed, unable to comprehend the chatter around him, and fainted from shock. The manager swiftly took out his phone to document the evidence, only to be met with, "The number you have dialed is not in service." "What? 110 is out of service? What kind of international joke is this?" He quickly attempted to call the boss, only to hear, "The number you have dialed is not in the service area." Panic ensued. "What shall we do?" A group of employees, clad in uniforms, gazed at the manager, whose expression darkened, disregarding even the unconscious figure on the floor as they hurriedly carried the night watchman to the break room. Bored and unable to use her phone, my sister asked, "Sister, what do you want for lunch? I'll cook for you." Her enthusiasm to prepare a meal was infectious, especially with Xiao Shuai's mother, my potential mother-in-law, present. I was more than happy to let her showcase her skills. That I smiled and agreed. I tied her apron, encouraging her to get started. There are still ingredients available. Meanwhile, the takeaway machine offered no indication of incoming orders. I internally grumbled. It seems selling these 30 bowls of porridge is quite the challenge. However, I consoled myself, perhaps with the network down, everyone is in disarray. Too distracted to order takeout, that MY sister rummaged through the fridge. Pulling out potatoes, ribs, half a chicken, shrimp, a piece of cured meat, and a handful of greens, commenting, "Since the phone isn't working and we can't order from the hotel, let us just eat whatever." "It has been a while since I cooked for you," I nodded in agreement, fully aware of her culinary prowess. Soon, the fragrant chicken stew with mushrooms, braised ribs with potatoes, steamed cured meat, boiled shrimp, and stir-fried greens were ready. Ample for 5 without waste, to the dining table. My younger brother regaled us with tales of the school cafeteria's unappetizing meals. Xiao Shuai's mother praised my sister's cooking, thoroughly satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. People often say that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is the most challenging. I believe my sister would handle it splendidly. With her beauty, kindness, sweet words, diligence, and ability to earn and cook, she embodies the ideal of managing both the parlor and the kitchen. Chapter 10. The end of days the meal was filled with joy, yet I couldn't help but wonder about my father. Well, he's in his 40s or 50s. Aunt Rome will take good care of him. Hours passed, and the network remained inoperative. Aunt Lee frequently engaged me in casual conversation, believing that discussing Lanlin's marriage with me was more reliable than addressing it with my stepmother, Aunt Rome. After all, she had heard from her son that Lan was particularly close to her elder sister. After clearing the dishes, Xiao Shuai demonstrated his perceptiveness by washing them, while my younger brother brought out tea and fruit. Seizing the moment, I hinted to my sister to check her phone. Bored, she tapped her device and replied, "Still can't access anything. It seems she hadn't discovered the Sunflower app, yet.in a villa." Gu Jingyan reclined languidly on the sofa. Having received no calls from his agent to arrange filming and unable to reach him, he was abruptly alerted by the housekeeper downstairs, announcing, "Young Master Jingyan, it's time for lunch." "All right, Aunt Zhang," that he descended the stairs, oblivious to having accidentally opened the Sunflower app and subsequently closing it. Not a single bowl of porridge had been sold today, that I remained unperturbed. Assured by my stock of provisions, with the system in place, I felt prepared for anything to be afternoon. The sky darkened ominously, as if a tempest were brewing. Yet, the wind and rain failed to arrive, and the atmosphere grew increasingly somber. In the capital, the leader stood by the window, his meal growing cold as anxiety gnawed at him. Never had such a significant event occurred, one that could paralyze the entire nation. The weight of helplessness aged him visibly as he sank into his chair. As night fell, the sky was utterly shrouded in darkness, resembling ink spilled across the horizon, that if not for the functioning water and electricity, it would have driven anyone to madness. Darkness had descended, and the sun was no more. On the first day of the apocalypse, no one perceived it as such. Families gathered, rare moments of warmth shared among them, free from phone distractions. Each household enjoyed a cozy evening together, conversing and dining, taking a break from their hectic lives. Meanwhile, the police devised a plan, using loudspeakers to advise everyone to return home and remain calm, assuring that the government was working on a solution. They mobilized, patrolling to reassure the populace. During dinner, my younger brother prepared a feast, calling out to us who were playing mahjong. "Aunt Lee, Brother Zhang, sister, come eat." I couldn't help but praise the boys from Chuan province are truly hardworking. My younger brother even opened a durian he had bought yesterday, filling the room with its delightful aroma. With no internet access, I forbade them from going out, and after an afternoon of mahjong, everyone retreated to their rooms early. Standing before the takeaway machine, I noticed steam rising from the porridge inside, marveling at the system's efficiency. Impressive indeed, I mused. Even after all this time, it's still warm. The adorable Xiao Du replied confidently. Of course, the system delivers only the finest, that IT maintains its quality and freshness, regardless of time. However, the packaging is disposable, but it lasts indefinitely. I see. Today, nothing had been sold, and night fell without further incident. On the following day, the government had yet to provide answers to 8 a.m. The sky remained shrouded in darkness, and unease began to spread among the populace. The only sounds on the streets were the police loudspeakers instructing residents to stay indoors and avoid unnecessary outings while awaiting updates. Meanwhile, an unemployed individual inadvertently opened the Sunflower app, mistaking the homepage for a standalone game, not realizing it was part of the takeaway platform. After all, who would buy 30 bowls of plain porridge without any side dishes? He switched off his phone and went back to sleep, concluding that if it was still dark, it might as well be nighttime. That MY's sister took her brother with her, and Xiao Shuai knocked on the door early, exclaiming, "Wow, what my sister said is true." My younger brother struggled to comprehend this surreal reality. That MY's sister shot him a look. "Have you really become foolish from studying? Do you think my sister would joke about something so trivial?" Following closely behind, Xiao Shuai's mother, Aunt Li, wore a frown, realizing the apocalypse was indeed a reality. Initially, she had thought her son simply wanted to visit his potential future wife, but it turned out the end was nigh. After some discussion, the property manager downstairs collaborated with the government, advising everyone to remain calm and patiently await further instructions. Internally, I scoffed, believing the government might struggle to manage this situation. Hours passed, and even if it were a solar eclipse, it should have ended by now, yet the sky still showed no sign of light. Coupled with the network failure and communication breakdown, a sense of unease pervaded the community, prompting some to entertain sinister thoughts. Reports of theft and violence began to surface, leaving the police to quell public anxiety while also addressing criminal activities. Streets descended into chaos, with wise individuals opting to stay indoors, securing their homes tightly. Chapter 11. No More Sun System. What will we do if we can't sell our takeaway? The system calmly advised not to panic, assuring there were no time constraints and urging patience. Yet internally, it was in turmoil, having deviated from the prescribed choice of the neighboring young man. Uncertainty loomed, yet there was no recourse. Having already bound itself, the system could only feign tranquility. The darkness persisted, today devoid of sunlight. The temperature stood at 18 degrees, marking the third day of obscurity, with today's temperature plummeting to 8 degrees. The government commenced action, distributing relief provisions. Each household was entitled to 10 pounds of rice, along with vegetables such as carrots, green peppers, potatoes, and cabbage. Although the sun was absent, a lengthy queue formed under artificial lights, with everyone donned in thick down jackets, as each household sent a representative to collect supplies. To avoid drawing attention due to my darkened skin, I had an aunt collect my share. For households, for portions, which amounted to a considerable amount, especially since we had 5 people to feed at each meal. From the first day of confinement to the present, my initial enthusiasm had waned into despondency, and the delivery service had not once sounded. Fortunately, there was no deadline. Otherwise, I would have faced countless predicaments. Considering the worsening weather ahead, I arranged for Xiao Shuai to fetch his future in-laws. His sister had previously taken him home, so he naturally knew the way to my residence. That IT was merely an hour's journey. Yet due to the absence of vehicles and traffic lights, the path was unimpeded. That in such dreary weather, humanity's fear of the unknown rendered them reluctant to venture outside. Upon hearing that he was bringing him and Aunt Rong to my place, my father wasted no time, quickly packing a few essentials and whisking Aunt Rong into the car. Aunt Rong, throughout the journey, incessantly complained, "Why go to the county when we have food and drink at home? Your eldest daughter's rental can't accommodate so many of us." I, however, was indifferent. The children's father was aging and could not endure such turmoil. Xiao Shuai merely smiled, choosing not to respond, as he was solely executing onerous orders and did not wish to engage further. Realizing her futile complaints were falling on deaf ears, Aunt Rong fell silent. That I arranged for them to stay in the innermost room on the 29th floor, wishing to keep the bothersome Aunt Rong at a distance. Were it not for my father's sake, I would not have tolerated her domineering presence. On the 10th day of sealed darkness, the temperature dipped below -10 degrees. By the 15th day, it plummeted to -20 degrees. Under an inky sky, heavy snow began to fall. The supply vehicles, perhaps presuming they would never return, had distributed provisions to each household consecutively. Then on the 25th day of darkness, the temperature sank to over -30 degrees. The earth, bereft of sunlight, grew increasingly frigid. Supply vehicles ceased their arrivals, the snow blocking all routes. That in a world devoid of the sun, the continuous darkness stripped the grass of its color. Plants, lacking the ability to photosynthesize for survival, turned black, and even my beloved succulents were gradually transforming into unsightly shades. Outside, heavy snow fell relentlessly, and the government's loudspeakers had fallen silent, with no more supply vehicles in sight. Some individuals, having consumed all their provisions, began knocking on doors, offering exorbitant prices for food. Yet at this juncture, who would still be willing to sell? Hearing the commotion from downstairs, my sister felt a pang of guilt. Several rooms on the 29th floor were filled with food. Yet the duration of this calamity remained uncertain. She also hesitated to extend kindness, fearing good intentions might yield no reward, and sought my opinion that I quietly commended her clarity of thought. Chapter 12. A power outage just then. The power went out. The individuals knocking in the hallway screamed in fright, hurriedly producing their now useless phones to serve as flashlights. Although there had been no network for a month, who could tell when it might miraculously return? The phone still had battery life, which proved advantageous. Following the blackout, no one dared to open their doors. Each person hesitated to emerge. Those knocking, realizing the power was out, quickly retraced their steps home using their phone lights. In such cold weather, losing power was perilous that I shivered uncontrollably, as if no amount of blankets could provide warmth. Thankfully, my sister had prepared several hot water bottles for me before resting from the supplies procured above. She had bought several down comforters, ensuring they wouldn't feel the chill. How fortunate it was to have a sister. Relying solely on this system, I would surely starve. The system, hearing my grumbling, remarked, "Host, I can't hear you," and I rolled my eyes, choosing to ignore it. Ding! "You have a new order." A voice echoed in my mind that I gazed in astonishment at the delivery cabinet in the dark, where warm light illuminated the white glass, revealing steaming bowls of rice porridge. Above the glass cabinet, a palm-sized order emerged. The payer's name was Move Phone. Address: 520 Timmy Street, Happiness Road, Dying City. Phone: 188-888. Wow, it turned out to be my sister S. Sr., who had studied under the same master and signed with the same company. I wondered if Mubai was with him, that if my sister knew that her first bowl of rice porridge was sold to Move Phone, she would surely be delighted. With such thoughts swirling in my mind, I dared not slacken my efforts. This was my first business transaction. With the order in hand, I easily opened the glass door, placed the porridge in the sunflower gift box I had prepared, added a spoon, and the box expanded to secure the bowl and spoon in place. Amazing! What high-tech innovation! I felt a surge of joy. This was my inaugural delivery, and the system expressed its excitement. Of course, products from the universe are bound to be exquisite. After preparing the warm rice porridge, the square gift box prompted me, "Please affix the address." I took out a ribbon, and the delivery system fashioned a cake-style bow. With a whoosh, it disappeared. Startled, I exclaimed, "System, could you not give a greeting?" I was completely unprepared. The system replied, "Oh, apologies, I'm a bit nervous on my first task." Good grief, am I not the one undertaking the task? I was left speechless. Well, yes, it is you. 5 minutes later, the customer will receive the delivery. Once everything was set, I awaited confirmation of receipt and the chance to draw a prize. I had yet to see the A-level reward. Meanwhile, Move Phone was also experimenting. During the power outage, he had taken his phone to the restroom and accidentally tapped on a sunflower icon. Initially, he paid it no mind, assuming it was just an advertisement for a minigame. However, considering the long-lasting internet outage, he found it peculiar that this particular app could still be accessed, but he abandoned his restroom visit, staring incredulously at the page that opened, which was rather unremarkable, featuring a sunflower background and a listing of available products. White rice porridge, 30 servings. Could he actually purchase something? Why was there only one option? With a mindset of curiosity, he clicked to buy, and his avatar transformed into a real-life depiction, revealing his details. Name: Move Phone. Age: 19. Height: 1.83 meters. Weight: 128 pounds. Born in Qingzhou. Fond of spicy food. Affectionate towards Wang Lan Lan. Closest person: Mubai. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming disdain for this app. How could it be so detailed? If this information got out, journalists would go into a frenzy. However, with the network down, he felt a bit reassured. Upon automatic confirmation, he opted for 30 servings of white rice porridge, only to see the homepage announcement change to read, "Dear customer, hello, each person can only purchase 1 serving per day. Limited quantity, first come, first served." I was eager to see if he could actually buy it. Once the system automatically adjusted the purchase limit to 1, this time it succeeded. The page displayed, "Please use sunflower points to make your purchase." What were sunflower points? What a bizarre game. After being without mobile internet for so long, He didn't mind whether it was for food or play. After successfully registering his account, he noticed his real avatar now displayed 0 sunflower points. After clicking the plus sign, a prompt appeared. Please use iron, copper, silver, gold, jade, or diamonds to redeem sunflower points. Rules: 10 pounds of iron equals 1 point. 1 gram of copper equals 2 points. 1 gram of silver equals 4 points. 1 gram of gold equals 8 points. 1 gram of jade equals 50 points, and 1 gram of diamond equals 100 points. Please present the items you wish to exchange. MU phone was momentarily taken aback. What an unusual operation. Casually removing a decorative ring from his finger, an 18K gold ring with a diamond, he noticed a countdown on his phone. 3, 2, 1. The item he photographed vanished from the screen, and to his astonishment, his sunflower points were no longer at 0. Now displaying 888 points. As the first user to recharge within the system, an announcement flashed. Customer Move phone becomes the first recharger, achieving the sunflower avatar frame. At that moment, a cute sunflower icon appeared above his avatar. Gazing at the vanished ring and the announcement that popped up on his phone, he clicked to purchase with trembling hands. You have successfully placed an order. Please wait for your item to be shipped. Estimated delivery time: 5 minutes. So quick. Move phone was uncertain. In this freezing weather, which delivery person would dare to venture out, contemplating the endless night and the vanished ring? He chose to wait. His phone chimed. Your item has arrived. Please check at the door. Is this for real? Not quite believing it, he donned a thick coat and began to descend the stairs to investigate. Upon opening the first floor security door, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, finding no delivery person in sight, only the delivery box outside the outer iron gate. Without hesitation, he took the box inside and closed the door. Clutching the delivery box, he ascended the stairs and knocked on Mubai's door. Mubai, open up. What is the matter? Brother, I'm already in bed. Let us talk tomorrow. In this frigid weather. He was reluctant to get up, but he could not resist his brother's enthusiasm. Open the door. I have a major discovery that must be shared now. All right, coming. What is this important news? Upon opening the door, Move phone pulled him over to the desk. Illuminated by the soft glow of his phone, the two of them gazed at the gift box adorned with a sunflower pattern. Is this the takeout you ordered? Has the internet been restored? Mubai, slightly bewildered, responded, No, the internet hasn't come back, but there's a takeaway place that can still deliver. Let's open the box and see. As they untied the green ribbon and lifted the lid, a bowl of warm rice porridge greeted them. Feeling the warmth of the box in his hands, he marveled. It's still hot. Mubai touched it as well, nodding in confirmation. Indeed, it was warm. Mu phone removed the lid from the porridge, and they shared the meal, quickly devouring it before it lost its heat. After finishing a bowl, they felt a comforting warmth settle in their bellies, a feeling of profound satisfaction that moment. Move phone took out his phone to show Mubai. Look at this little icon. You have it. It was a minuscule icon, no larger than half a sesame seed, rather inconspicuous and easily missed upon a cursory glance. Mubai retrieved his phone and fortunately found that it still had battery life left. The icon was nestled in the upper right corner, tiny as ever. After some effort, he finally accessed it. The homepage read, Welcome to our store. Each customer may only purchase once per day. All rights of explanation are reserved by the store. Such a draconian clause did not faze him. It was a precious platform where one could still purchase items. Following the system's prompts, he completed the operation, and the host received a notification. Chapter 13. Rice Porridge Ding. You have a new order. Before the anticipated lottery could arrive, another order indeed came through. Mubai. Details. Name: Mubai. Age: 18, born in Luoyang, Hunan. Favorite person: Wang Lanlan. Closest person: Move phone. Address: 520 Tianmi Street, Qingfu Road, Beijing. Are they together? I mused internally, realizing that their bond was indeed strong. Just as I had suspected. They both cherish my sister. Do they even know that about each other? After the order was packaged and dispatched, the system sold 30 bowls of rice porridge, turning into 230. After recharging, Mubai successfully became the second person to recharge, his profile now adorned with a sunflower icon. While waiting for the porridge, Move phone discovered that they could leave comments in the section, which would appear after purchase. Successful purchase grants 1 lottery chance. He immediately tapped to enter and clicked on the lottery. The wheel spun, ultimately landing on grade A, with the gift package constantly shifting colors: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. so fast it was hard to keep track. Yes, not only did they need to draw a grade, but they also had to select a color. Lottery successful. Rewards will be sent tomorrow. What did he win? He had no idea, but I could see it. A purple grade 8. How fortunate for the first winner to uncover where the takeout had come from. The two crouched by the door frame just as the phone notification chimed. Your item has arrived at the doorstep. Please collect it in a timely manner. The sudden appearance of the takeout was somewhat startling. If it weren't food, one might think it was a prank. Just moments ago, Mubai had been grumbling about his brother ordering only one portion, but now he understood the rules. Each person could only purchase one portion daily, earning 1 point for a bowl of rice porridge and the chance to enter a lottery. Truly a generous deal. Seeing Mu Feng's comment. Although the store only sells rice porridge, the delivery was remarkably prompt. Arriving still warm. 5 stars. I look forward to more products from the store that Mu buy, not to be outdone, commented. The porridge is soft and delicious, providing a touch of warmth on this chilly night. After posting their comments, following his brother's lead, he completed the lottery, the wheel spinning to a golden sunflower grade A, with the package constantly changing colors. Purple. Lottery successful. Rewards will be dispatched tomorrow. Thinking of the rewards for tomorrow. The two happily drifted off to sleep. That I end this apocalypse. They had been confined at home for a month, unable to connect with the outside world, and after years of filming, their food supplies had long been depleted. They planned to seize the opportunity to snatch rice porridge at 8 a.m. when the refresh occurred. Noticing that both had won grade A rewards, I questioned, why is the system doing this? The system patiently explained, the top 10 in the world will receive sunflower icons, which enhance the winning rate. The first by 30, the second by 20, the third by 10, and the remaining 7 by 5. Although the rewards were provided by the system, I could select, allowing for potential manipulation. With a wave of its digital hand, the system presented 3 items belonging to the purple grade A rewards. Please select a grand gift for today's winners. Point 1 was a temperature-regulating outfit, which maintained a constant temperature of 27 degrees Celsius in any environment, being skin-friendly and transparent, not affecting abdominal visibility. Its lifespan was 3 years, and once worn, it could not be removed. Upon the wearer's death, the item would vanish, and others could not obtain it. The second was a faucet, which could work continuously for 8 hours daily. With a lifespan of 3 years, once installed, it could not be removed. Upon the user's death, the item would vanish, and others could not obtain it. The last was a fruit tree, a magical dwarf fruit tree that bore 5 fruits daily. The type of fruit depending on the tree's mood, with a 3-year lifespan. Upon the user's death, the tree would disappear, and others could not obtain it. Wow. I hadn't anticipated the purple grade A rewards to be so excellent. I could only imagine how splendid the golden ones must be. Previously, I thought the system's distribution of 30 bowls of rice porridge was merely comedic, but now I realized its true purpose. It was indeed here to save the world. I silently resolved to diligently complete my task that on this frigid night. Without hesitation, I chose the temperature-regulating outfits for Mu Feng and Mu Bai. The system automatically packaged the rewards, 2 temperature-regulating outfits, complete with user manuals. In square purple gift boxes, identical to those seen on the lottery screen, with the shop signature in the lower right corner. Light. The 2 gift boxes floated away. Why do they take a day to arrive? While the takeout only takes 5 minutes? The system rolled its eyes at me, saying, can you eat something that takes a day to arrive? It's perfectly normal for rewards to take a day to deliver. I can't waste my energy. Today was finally the grand opening, and I replied eagerly, yes, thank you for your hard work, noticing the 2 points I had earned from the shop, having only sold 2 bowls of rice porridge. My sunflower balance now displayed 2. I eagerly opened the store, only to find it shrouded in darkness, with nothing visible. The system said, please continue to strive, host, to earn more points. Now sleep. Chapter 14. Ordering takeout the next day at 8 a.m. The store automatically refreshed for previous customers that a new day meant they could purchase again. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Mu Feng and Mu Bai quickly took out their phones to order. Ding! You have a new order. The sound repeated twice. That's so early? I thought. Yet my actions were swift as I sprang from bed, retrieving bowls of rice porridge, spoons, and gift boxes to start packaging and labeling the address. Seeing yet another order for the 2 of them, I was unsurprised. In times of food scarcity, who wouldn't desire a place to order takeout? After finishing their breakfast, the 2 engaged in another lottery. With each order, They would gain a chance to enter the lottery, ensuring no empty boxes. Point 1 a white grade D item, chocolate. The other one a white grade D 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. These were the first resources the system required to collect, automatically packaged in 10 billion gift boxes, with random items that could not be altered. Yesterday's winning package also appeared in the morning, floating in midair, encased in an airbag, with a large letter A displayed on the box. Comparing the colors and grades of the store's boxes, they realized this was a good item. Upon reading the details about the temperature-maintaining feature, the invisibility to others, and the stringent terms, they were pleasantly surprised. What a delightful find! Without hesitation, they donned the outfits but refrained from revealing anything in the shop's comments, simply expressing their gratitude with numerous thank yous. Once worn, the clothes seamlessly melded with their skin. Even if others perceived them as bare-chested, they remained at a constant 27 degrees Celsius, the long-lost warmth reviving them. They understood that among 10 billion gift packages, winning purple-grade items daily was unrealistic. Recently, it had been too cold without the loudspeaker notifications, but the system mentioned it had sensed that national water resources could not last much longer. To expedite task progress, I continually hinted, and the younger brother noticed the sunflower. He immediately informed Lon Lon, who looked equally incredulous. Nevertheless, she came downstairs with her phone, saying she had discovered an app that allowed for ordering. I suggested she follow the process and try it out. Upon hearing my response, she hesitated no longer. When it came time to recharge, she needed to provide iron, copper, silver, gold, and diamonds. Glancing around my room, she picked up a few vegetable washing basins and handed them over. As the countdown on her phone reached 3, 2, 1, the basins were collected, and an announcement declared, Wang Lon Lon has successfully recharged, becoming the third sunflower customer, and has received a small flower. Seeing her points rise to 1, 10 gene of iron only equating to 1 point. She began placing her order. After her successful transaction, a notification chimed in my mind. Ding! You have a new order. I immediately stood up, saying, I'm going to grab a drink. You all continue waiting. She focused intently on the screen, where her order was marked as successful and in transit, her expression serious. After all, the items could all be received. Such a miraculous app. I returned to my room, adeptly opening the glass cabinet to retrieve a bowl of porridge. Taking out a packaging box and spoon, placing everything neatly, covering it with a lid, and the ribbon automatically tied itself into a bow that I affixed my address label, and the shipping was successful. 5 minutes later, the items refreshed at their doorstep. Your items have arrived at the door. Please collect them promptly. The younger brother, without a second thought, dashed over to open the door. That a modest-sized package sat quietly at the entrance. The sunflower icon radiating brightly, complemented by a delicate green ribbon, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. Why are you just standing there? Bring it inside. My little star sister, accustomed to grand events, remained remarkably calm. The three siblings stared at the gift box. Sister, is this a bomb mailed by some weirdo? The younger brother wore an expression of disbelief. Immediately, he was playfully tapped on the head by his sister, who questioned what he had been thinking all day. Who here knows I'm a big star? Stop babbling nonsense and open it up. As I observed, one was terrified while the other directed the opening without lifting a finger. Without hesitation, I stepped forward to untie the ribbon and open the box. Inside the transparent plastic container was a steaming bowl of rice porridge. Each grain of rice was plump and white. Enough for 3 servings. The brother exclaimed that it was delicious, claiming he could eat 3 bowls. Dream on. Didn't you see it says each person can only buy 1 bowl? He retorted, that applies to you. I still have my share. By the way, I asked Xiao Shuai, Aunt Lee, Dad, and Aunt Rome to buy 2. With that, he dashed upstairs. Chapter 15. The little icon. A group of people rushed back to my room. For to them, I was the epicenter of activity. Let us discuss this together. In recent days, the kitchen had been without power, and the self-heating hot pot had long since burned out. Progress on the task had been slow, and I hadn't received any benefits. I shared whatever they ate. Luckily, my sister had stocked up, or I would have starved. The system, feeling frustrated, dared not confront me. How could it know that these people were so foolish as to ignore their phones? They were on the brink of starvation. Who cared about their phones? The power was out, and it was uncertain if anyone even noticed. Couldn't that little crumbling icon be a bit larger? I felt utterly powerless to criticize it. The system, feeling wronged, lamented that the poor child had been dragged into completing tasks without reaching the upgrade, and expending all my energy just to ensure everyone had a little icon on their phones was a monumental burden. If it weren't for the impending doom of the planet, the universe would never have placed such a significant task on a system still in its infancy. Having said all this, I was merely venting. You are the best system, and I shall expedite the task progress. Hurry, hurry. Click here to register. My younger brother was momentarily directing Dad while constantly tapping on his own phone. As for Xiao Shuai, in order to avoid upsetting Lon Lon, he had already exhausted the batteries of the flashlight while running downstairs. After all, his girlfriend loved visiting her sister, and since the elevator was out of service due to the power outage, they had been trudging up and down, quickly draining the batteries. Aunt Lee pulled along by her son. Hen-T even grabbed her phone, thinking that with the network down, it didn't matter whether she had a phone as long as she was with her son. Now, she regretted not bringing her phone. The elderly couple, having eaten self-heating hot pot for several days, had developed sores on their mouths, feeling powerless as they watched another father-son duo busily at work at Lana. It's all my fault. I didn't conserve power properly. That moment, Xiao Shuai felt a twinge of regret. His sister, ever considerate, replied, "It's all right, Zhonggu. You're doing this for me. Did I just tried a small bowl? It's not much." I shared it with my sister and the others. Soon my brother will buy more and share some with Annie and you. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee smiled, her heart warmed by the kindness of this young one. How fortunate it would be if my son could marry such a good girl. Xiao Shuai, excited, held his sister's hand, sincerely thanking Lana. "Thank you." At this moment, he was still thinking of her and his mother, and it would be disingenuous to say he wasn't touched. As for Aunt Rome, she looked on disdainfully at the two father-son pairs tapping away, not believing for a moment that this ridiculous thing could actually deliver porridge. What a bunch of fools! The younger brother hastily registered. Name: Wang Fei. Age: 15. Home address. What should he recharge? He picked up the silver clip I had carelessly tossed on my desk, with the countdown ending. He gained 3 points. Meanwhile, Dad also completed the registration under his son's guidance. Name: Wang Xing. Age: 45. Desired person: Aunt Rong. Delivery address. Although this information was only visible to the account holder and the store owner, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment, stealing a guilty glance at us. His sister playfully hit him. "Did you ask your older sister first? What if she really likes her clip?" The younger brother wanted to hide but dared not. With bloodlines in play, he couldn't retaliate. Within the family hierarchy, he was but a little finger. "Did I made a mistake? I'll ask my sister next time," he shouted. Dad also exchanged an old and used computer for points, clicked to purchase, and awaited delivery. Chapter 16. Sold out in my mind, the notification rang incessantly. "You have new orders." Could it be that there were more than just them? Meanwhile, Mu Feng and Mu Bai, having tasted the sweetness of success, decided to share this software with their neighbors. For affluent families residing in villas, their supplies were naturally limited. Since they both had temperature-regulating clothing, they weren't afraid to venture out. They went door to door, and those on the brink of starvation, upon hearing their accounts and seeing the empty takeout box, were willing to give it a try. Why just one takeout box? The brothers had learned to be clever. Since each person was only allowed to purchase once, they saved the unopened portion for dinner. The villa area was vast, and they presented themselves persuasively. No one living in such affluent surroundings would suspect them of being frauds. Orders began pouring in. My sister, noticing my distraction, suddenly exclaimed, "Sister, hurry and register to buy. There are only 8 portions left. Grab one." I absent-mindedly replied, "Oh, my phone is in the room. I'll be right there." I stood up and went into the room. I asked the store owner. I was unable to purchase. The porridge was sold out. Good heavens! I've finally completed the task. The system was so excited it could hardly articulate. Host, you must see this. I'm so thrilled. Xiaodu is indeed a little darling." I opened the homepage to find the store as products marked as sold out. With a glaring red exclamation mark, registration and recharging were still possible, but purchasing was no longer an option. A flurry of comments flooded in. "Store owner, please restock. Good heavens, I finally got to drink rice porridge." Mu Feng commented. "Is Wang Lanlan your junior sister?" Mu Bai remarked. "Who is the little fairy?" This was a code only the 3 of them understood. Sure enough, not long after, Wang Lanlan replied, "I am the little fairy." Mu Feng and Mu Bai were both ecstatic. They had finally connected and felt relieved knowing she was well. Since the porridge was sold out, the duo saw no need to promote or assist others any longer. They decided to return, conserve their energy, and await tomorrow's refresh for another attempt. In a villa where they had taken heed of advice, the husband and wife had secured steaming bowls of rice porridge. Long devoted to their careers, they gazed at the steaming bowls, tears brimming in their eyes. Their twin daughters clapped joyfully, chanting porridge, porridge. The elderly nanny, who had cared for them, was also a solitary soul, finding companionship in them. Unfortunately, her phone had long since died while tending to the two 4-year-olds. The lady of the house, ever fair, divided the 2 portions of porridge equally among the 5 of them that are in the large capital city. Within the government building's prepared basement, the power center had already activated the National Reserve grain. Where there was no water or electricity, there certainly wouldn't be a shortage of supplies. Under the fully equipped lights, most subordinates sat waiting for the leader to speak. The chief stared incredulously at the now cold bowl of rice porridge before him. "Are you certain this was purchased from your site?" One subordinate immediately stood. "Yes. It's absolutely true. I wouldn't dare to misrepresent it, and I reported it through the proper channels. It is indeed what I bought." The chief's secretary, perceptive as ever, chimed in. "Do you have proof? How can you demonstrate that it was purchased and not made privately? Can you buy another portion?" The man below appeared troubled. Reporting to the chief, "The product is sold out and cannot be purchased at this time." The secretary pressed. "So you cannot prove that it was a purchase, and this unreliable claim is nothing but a ruse?" "No, I've carefully considered this matter, and I do have evidence." Chapter 17. There are bugs in the water. He placed the black leather case on the table. Opened the combination lock, revealing a charming sunflower-themed gift box, exquisitely crafted. Inside, it was empty, but the indentations indicated that a round item and a spoon had once been placed there. This subordinate was determined. Facing the pressure from the crowd as he returned the porridge box to the chief. The box and spoon fit perfectly, locking together. The secretary remained unconvinced. "You might have repackaged it yourself." "No, the store is still operational. Although sold out, registration and recharging are still available. And the currency isn't paper, but rather iron, copper, silver, gold, and diamonds." With that, he carefully retrieved his phone and clicked through. The sunflower shop was dazzling. With the store owner's note reading, "Light, today's temperature, -34 degrees, product sold out. Please wait for the store owner to restock." To provide proof, he boldly borrowed a phone from a colleague and guided him through the registration process. A group of men watched in shock as the iron kettle vanished in an instant. Now, even the skeptics had to believe. The chief, ever the composed leader, issued orders without a change in demeanor. Pushing the box toward the secretary. "Immediately find someone to test if it is consumable, that if it is safe, inform everyone to register an account." "Understood," the secretary replied, taking the box to carry out the task. Another subordinate reported that due to prolonged exposure to sunlight, tiny bugs had begun to appear in the water, rendering it completely contaminated and ineatable. Faced with a glass containing many tiny wriggling bugs, the chief maintained his composure, but internally felt overwhelmed. Could high temperatures kill them? That's not feasible. Various experiments have shown that this organism can withstand temperatures of up to 200 degrees and remains lively even when boiled. The chief felt a headache coming on. This was a disaster for the planet. The secretary rushed back. "Chief, the results are in. It is non-toxic, harmless, and safe to eat." This was undoubtedly the best news they had received. "Proceed with the execution immediately and notify everyone to register. And we shall see if the store owners will still stock their shelves later." That a chorus of agreement arose from the crowd. After the assembly dispersed, the leader, with a furrowed brow, quietly inquired of his secretary, "How long can the reserve water sustain the capital?" The secretary frowned and replied, "Report to the leader. All the water pipes are infested with pests. The reserve water can last the entire city for at most 1 month. The reserve water consists of bottled mineral water. Proceed with the execution. As of now, the use of water pipes is prohibited, and each person will be provided with bottled water instead." Understood. He is the leader of a nation and must remain resolute. At 62 years of age, he is not one to concede defeat. He picked up his phone and began the registration process. That in the Villa District, Gu Jingyun had not eaten for 5 days. After last night's power outage, he was both cold and hungry. Aunt Zhang had left during the heavy snowfall and had not returned to work for quite some time. He had intended to fetch some water from the kitchen, but after struggling to melt the frozen water pipes, he was horrified to see a swarm of black insects writhing in the water by the dim light of the flame, causing him to drop his cup in terror. It was over. All food and drink were gone. Having not eaten for several days, he crawled slowly up the stairs. Could it be that heaven seeks to dispose of me? His already frail body became even weaker from the prolonged fasting, that he returned to his room and took a small sip of red wine, a gift from an online friend on a rainy day. He wondered how she was faring now. Jiu Jinyan felt a deep sorrow in his heart. When would this apocalypse come to an end? Chapter 18. The flower pot. At this moment, the overly excited Xiao Du finally came to his senses. The host has completed the initial task. Please claim your reward. Your new task has been issued. Successfully bring back 10 million souls teetering on the brink of death. What? 10 million? Is there a time limit? What if people don't check their phones? How could anyone, starving and with blurred vision, even find your little icon? I too am at a loss for words. Deliver 30 portions of kanji to me, and it starts with 10 million. The system, having regained some energy due to my completion of the initial order, reassured me. No worries, I can cheat a little. All right, I'll heed your arrangement. That I clicked on the continuously bouncing gift box, and upon clicking to claim it, the box opened, showering me with an abundance of fireworks and confetti. Truly festive. What lay before me was 3 flower pots and a packet of seeds. To be precise, it was merely 3 seeds. What is this nonsense? I am on the verge of a breakdown. The system boasts of its grand capabilities, yet I have waited a month for this. I feel like cursing. The system, eager to appease. Host. The rewards are provided by the main system. There is nothing I can do. Keep at it, and perhaps things will improve in the future. I trust you about as much as I trust a ghost. Considering you saved my life, I'll accept it. I picked up a flower pot to examine it, and the instructions popped up. This is a magical flower pot. That's it. I looked again at the seeds. 1 eggplant, 1 rice grain, and 1 tomato. Are you kidding me? 3 seeds, and I'm expected to save 10 million people. Are you trying to mock me? Xiao Du cautiously encouraged. Host, why not plant them and see? It felt limited in energy and felt somewhat guilty towards the host, as other systems were said to pamper their hosts with luxury, while it required its host to complete tasks just like an ordinary person. Resigned to my fate, I tossed 1 eggplant seed into the unremarkable flower. To my surprise, the pot erupted with soil, instantly burying the seed, and displayed growing above it, with a countdown of 3 hours and 59 minutes until harvest. Oh, that is quite fast, 4 hours, which means around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. This timing is favorable. Although outside there is no longer day or night, as the store owner, I still have that. I hastily tossed the tomato seed in as well. But the pot disdainfully ejected the tomato seed, letting it fall to the ground. What does this mean? Not allowed to plant. Xiao Du gently reminded the host, 1 seed per pot. No more than that. Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to offend. I threw the tomato seed into another flower pot, which similarly displayed a 4-hour harvest time. Xiao Du informed me that it would sprout in 1 hour, grow in another, bloom in the next, and bear fruit in the last. So that is how it works. I planted the rice grain, but it displayed an 8-hour harvest time. What does this mean, system? I asked in confusion. Host, staple food requires a longer harvest and cannot be sped up further. After finishing the planting, since all items were linked to me with a forgettable condition, I was not afraid of being easily discovered. I placed the 3 flower pots on the windowsill, tightly covered by the window and curtains, as there was no sunlight outside. Besides, it didn't need it. In this frigid, wintry night, a warm room was the best choice. Having completed the planting, I opened the store, where numerous messages awaited. 1. Store owner, please restock soon. I want my family to buy some. 2. Store owner, is the apocalypse real? Do you know something? 3. Store owner, the kanji is delicious, but I'm stuck on the mountain. How did you deliver it? The snow has blocked the roads, and our group of tourists is trapped here. Who will come to save us? 4. Hello, I'm in Korea. Why does my phone display Chinese characters? And why did you send me kanji? How did you manage that? Upon seeing this, I understood. I had illuminated the nation, and everyone now had this software. Due to the system's energy issues, it was unable to switch the software's page to their country's language, and could only recognize the Chinese characters for purchasing. The list of the top 10 sunflower avatar frames emerged. Mu Feng, Mu Bai, Wang Lan Lan, Wang Fei, Wang Xing outside. My younger brother boasted to them. Did you see?
Did you see? This is the delivery of light. It's delicious. He was also handing a bowl of congee to our father. Xiao Shuai and Aunt Li received small bowls too. Though modest, they were enough to fill a stomach. Aunt Rong, while sipping congee, pondered secretly, if this is true, I'll sneak back to my room later to buy some for myself. Having completed the order, I received 30 points. The mall was now vibrant. An overwhelming array of goods that I was dazzled. A golden temperature-regulating garment for 99,999,999 points. A golden faucet for 99,999,999 points. A golden fruit tree for 999,999 points. Beauty pills for 999,999 points. Activating the store software costs 10 million points, and the chat software enables selling sunflower video call tools that I rolled my eyes. It would be better if I didn't look. Who could afford such things? What can I do with these 30 points? Utterly disheartening. The system encouraged me. Host, keep up the good work. You'll definitely be able to afford it. I truly admire this system. Since the congee offered by the system was at a default price that I could not change, I could alter the prices of items I listed myself. After finishing her congee, Aunt Rong insisted on going back due to energy conservation. Everyone had to head upstairs together. I reminded them to keep an eye out for store activities. My brother confidently declared, "Don't worry, sister. I'm here." I reminded them about the lottery. Some people, after purchasing, only remembered to comment when they saw items had been taken down, oblivious to the small gift box beside it, which would be cleared alongside the purchase count the next day. As the store owner, I immediately took action. Store announcement board. Thank you all for your support, but please do not forget to participate in the lottery after successfully placing your orders. There are 1 billion gift items and 100 golden items. Once the golden items are drawn, new ones will be released but will not reset. All items, except for the golden ones, will be replenished after the draw is complete, as long as one places an order. They can participate in the lottery. Items will not be empty boxes. Purple A level. Purple B level whole meat. Purple C level 50 pounds of vegetables. Purple D level mysterious items with slight effects. Blue A level. Blue B level half a head of meat. Blue C level 10 pounds of vegetables. Blue D level furniture with no extra effects. Green A level. Green B level 10 pounds of meat. Green C level 5 pounds of vegetables. Green D level clothing. White A level. White B level half a pound of meat. White C level half a pound of vegetables. White D level daily necessities. Since I can cheat to exchange for A level rewards, they cannot see it. Only 3 question marks for the A level. Additionally, new products will begin to be listed in 2 hours. As this news broke, the capital was thrown into a frenzy. Never empty. So many supplies. Could she be the thief of the apocalypse? Many exported goods and numerous unmanned warehouses mysteriously vanished in an instant. They guessed correctly. It was me. The recharge page exchange table was also visible. Iron 10 pounds for 1 point, copper 1 pound for 2 points, silver 10 grams for 4 points, gold 1 gram for 8 points. Jade 1 gram for 50 points, diamond 1 gram for 100 points. I asked the system what it intended to do with these. Where are they going? It shyly replied, because I need to maintain my energy. I have to eat too. So you consume these? I need these to maintain my energy. The main system stipulates that the delivery system must sell items to count for me, and reclaimed items must help them survive rather than hoard for myself. Sigh. Dash. I wish to lay back and give up. It seems unlikely to find handsome men now. Host. What use is a handsome man? Little one, don't ask. The system retorted indignantly. This baby will grow up. Chapter 19. The golden gift box. After my sister went upstairs, she returned to her room. My younger brother was still caught up in excitement, engrossed in his phone, flipping through the store. And at this moment, he noticed the lottery reminder, happily running to find his second sister. Due to the store owner's connection, direct relatives received an extra 10 bonus, though they were unaware. Watching her sister spin the lottery wheel, pointing at the sunflower, he exclaimed in awe, "It is undoubtedly an A-grade prize." After the gift box underwent a shift in colors, it landed on gold. "Oh my sister, you have drawn the golden reward." The screen displays lottery successful. Item is being shipped. This time, the delivery is scheduled for the next day. My younger brother, unable to contain his excitement, also clicks to participate in the lottery and wins a golden reward as well. He is eager to share this news with our father. After returning home, Aunt Rome pretends to have a stomach ache, secretly hiding under the covers, preparing to register and place an order. after completing a series of operations to make a purchase. She is infuriated to see that the item is sold out. It is all the fault of those slowpokes who took too long, causing her to miss the opportunity. Father, upon being approached by my younger brother, also completes the lottery and wins a golden reward that my younger brother is taken aback. Are golden rewards that common? Out of 1 billion gift packs, our household has received 3. This is simply outrageous. As the time for the launch draws nearer in the government basement, thousands await with their phones ready to snatch up the goods. The old leader sits above, also watching his phone with keen anticipation. Oh, all the golden rewards seem to be for our family, as I gaze at the list of winners requiring my selection. All are familiar faces. The screen reveals the golden rewards. Temperature-controlled clothing, perpetually maintaining comfort. Warm in winter and cool in summer, adapting to temperature changes, invisible and non-removable. Once worn, the item disappears upon the owner's demise. Unavailable to others. Duration. Permanent. A faucet that works endlessly, unaffected by time. Never breaks down, requires no maintenance. Once installed, it cannot be altered, and upon the owner's death, the item disappears. Unavailable to others. Duration. Permanent. And a fruit tree, a miraculous dwarf fruit tree, 30 centimeters tall, producing 5 fruits daily. The type of fruit depending on the tree's mood, lifespan, eternal. Once obtained, the tree disappears with the owner, unavailable to others. All A-grade winnings are bound. I selected the temperature-controlled clothing for the 3 of them. In this weather, warmth is of utmost importance. After finalizing my choice of prizes, I clicked to pack them. The system automatically completed the process and shipped the items. Customer Wang Fei left a message. Ahaha. I won a golden reward. It will arrive tomorrow. My classmates will surely be envious. Below a reply reads, Is this for real? Are you bragging? Little brother, do you know how minuscule a 1 in a billion chance is? My younger brother, feeling indignant, intended to respond, not just 1, but 3 golden rewards in our household. But he was restrained by my second sister, who chided him, Silly kid, can't you be a bit more discreet? Aren't you afraid of being sliced up by scientists for study? You should worry that no one pays attention to you. It is likely no one would want to miss out on discovering what golden items are. My younger brother obediently fell silent, no longer engaging in conversation. As I awaited the maturity of the seeds in my room, I glanced at my personal page, where the bottom left corner displayed the current global population of 2 billion, with 20 million facing starvation. What? How shall the system handle this? No need to fret. Let's launch the goods quickly, that I will take care of it. Would you like to prepay for an automatic packing robot with points? Very well. Witnessing the imminent starvation of people, I could not afford to be concerned about anything else. A delightful strawberry robot appeared in my room, standing half the height of a takeaway cabinet. Hello, master. I am your intelligent packing robot, capable of packing in items for shipment in 1 second. Please give your command. 100,000 points is quite a bargain. This robot is incredible. Relying on my own efforts would take ages. As the countdown commenced, the 20-centimeter eggplant tree was brimming with eggplants that I counted, and there were 8. Goodness, when will I ever sell 10 million portions? I plucked 1 and received a high-grade eggplant, quantity multiplied by 10. 000. This is delightful. Ah. Xiaodu, too, was all smiles, explaining that the main system would not let me fail to complete my tasks, as it would not benefit it either. That I nodded in agreement, my hands busy picking more. Then I harvested tomatoes, receiving high-grade tomato seeds, quantity 10,000. With 20 tomatoes, that amounts to 200,000. Gazing at the rice that would mature in 4 hours, I inquired of Xiaodu what my next step should be. Xiaodu opened the instructions. To cater to the store owner's needs, all products and flavors listed for sale will be determined by the store owner, who will successfully launch and receive 1 for free. Wow! After consuming homegrown food for so long, they finally thought to offer me a small benefit. I was also filled with joy as I tossed an eggplant into the takeaway machine. The screen displayed the following instructions. Quantity: can prepare 10,000 portions at a time. Available recipes: eggplant box, braised eggplant, cold mixed eggplant, steamed eggplant, eggplant puree, stewed eggplant, eggplant soup. Recipes like minced meat eggplant were marked in black and could not be selected. The system informed me it was because I had not included meat. Seasonings are free, but meat is not. It can only be based on the ingredients provided. Now I see. I no longer dwelled on it and decided to have lunch with them today. Ding! The preparations were completed. The glass cabinet displayed 9,999 available products, and my portion floated in the air, preserved. This is the store owner's privilege, allowing me to keep one portion of any dish for myself that IT cannot be repeated. On the store page, since my younger siblings had already made purchases, it indicated 0 available purchase attempts for today that I couldn't see it. 9.99 portions are hardly excessive. I set the price at 4 points each. In a heartbeat, they were all snatched up. After issuing commands to the packing robot, it began tirelessly packing and labeling addresses at such speed that I could hardly keep up, watching the glass display show remaining quantities. 8. 888, 6, 666, 5, 555, and finally 0. Indeed, it was far more efficient than I could manage. Spending money makes all the difference. Some who failed to grab any voiced their complaints, but soon there were constant notifications. The store has launched new products. Hurry to purchase. The alerts kept coming. Braised eggplant, cold mixed eggplant, eggplant puree. Having 8 eggplants, I clicked on everything, and I received 8 eggplant dishes. After submitting the eggplants, I added tomatoes, resulting in tomato soup, stir-fried tomatoes, tomato donuts, tomato juice. That as for scrambled eggs with tomatoes, apologies, you did not provide any eggs. Thus that recipe is blocked. Knowing my sister enjoys tomato soup, I tossed in all 20, and the production quantity instantly became 200. 000. After confirming, they were snatched up again. I had initially thought I could have 20 portions of tomato soup, but due to the single batch submission, the system only granted me 1. No repeat gains. Each recipe can only yield 1 portion. How stingy. This time, everything sold out quickly, and I wrote on the announcement board, "Thank you for supporting our store. The next launch time will be at 8:20 p.m. At that time, the rice will be ready for harvest. That I observed the sunflower points accumulating to 280,000, allowing the store owner to obtain 1 item for 1 point. The selling and redeeming points come from transactions between Xiaodu and the buyers. While my points are earned from each successful order, that I asked the system why the sales were so swift this time, that as so many people suddenly learned about the sunflowers. The system replied, being on the brink of starvation too long will affect your ability to complete tasks. I risked my life to enhance the icon again, successfully attracting others' attention. Even if they couldn't grab any, they could still see hope, which boosts their desire to survive. Shadow sounded somewhat weak, and I felt a pang of sympathy. But it smiled, waiting for more people to recharge, so it could recover. Did I in the government building's basement? The old leader, under pressure from his subordinates, sampled a portion of braised eggplant. The eggplant was cooked to perfection. Tender yet intact, delicious enough to rival braised pork. This is undoubtedly a 5-star culinary achievement. Paired with their homemade rice, the old leader felt a rare sense of peace amidst the apocalypse. After toiling day and night, he momentarily shed his fatigue, relishing the meal. The plate of braised eggplant was cleaned thoroughly. The comfort derived not from the meal itself, but from the realization that the nation was finally on the path to salvation. Initially, to verify, he dispatched 2,000 soldiers, prepared to capture the individual who had mysteriously stolen supplies overnight. However, witnessing the miraculous takeaway boxes suddenly appearing in the square, he completely abandoned that notion that if such a capable person cannot be captured, it would be wise to befriend them. He promptly changed his mind, instructing everyone to grab their takeaways and prepare to eat. The astonishing aspect is that the boxes maintain warmth without being opened. But once opened, they lose that effect. Nothing else can be placed inside. This is a one-time use product, merely an ordinary packing gift box. An astute secretary also reminded the old leader to participate in the lottery after he finished eating. Having consumed the food, the old leader was now thoroughly convinced of the mysterious store's capabilities and began to select his lottery prize. The wheel spun, landing squarely on the sunflower. Upon understanding the rules, the old leader was filled with excitement. He was eager to discover what this A-grade item might be. The box changed colors continuously, finally settling on gold. The secretary exclaimed in excitement, "Old leader, you have a 1 in a billion chance. And you won gold." A crowd gathered to witness as the screen displayed lottery completed, awaiting shipment. With delivery set for the following day, everyone speculated on what it could be. Meanwhile, I observed that the list of potential recipients included the most influential figures in the nation. And I chose a golden faucet for him. Compared to my own comfort, he would likely wish for others to be warm as well. I inquired of the system why he won gold without any bonuses. And the system explained, the takeaway system is designed to save the world. Individuals wholeheartedly devoted to their country inherently possess default bonuses. Chapter 20. The Fortunate Taste Tester. That I understand the significance of esteemed individuals. I hope you will appreciate this faucet. Hundreds of thousands left messages. What have I discovered? Takeout. Finally, I've had a proper meal. Message 2. After enduring darkness for so long, I no longer wish to live. I stumbled upon this treasure. Message 999. What a pity my cold mixed eggplant lacks rice. Otherwise, I could have devoured 3 large bowls. Message N. The tomato soup is delightful. This is the most delicious tomato soup I have ever tasted. Thank you, dear shopkeeper. Some have been inspired to register after tasting the sweetness of success. It's noon, and my sister is adorning herself in her adorable bunny slippers, wrapped snugly in a woolen coat. Followed closely by my younger brother clutching a self-heating hot pot, along with Xiao Shuai, Dad, Aunt Rong, and Aunt Lee, who are all about to come in. Ah, how delightful! Aunt Lee, with her cheerful disposition, feels no discontent about the impending doom. As long as she can be with her son, that I, in contrast, Aunt Rong, upon hearing the greeting, snorted disdainfully and entered the house behind my sister rolled her eyes without turning back, dismissing such triviality. But let it be known, if you dare to bully my sister, you shall regret it. Do not let me catch you off guard that I paid no mind to the situation and informed them that today I have been selected by the shopkeeper as a fortunate tasting participant, which means I can come daily for meals without needing to bring down the self-heating hot pot. Initially, I had intended to leave the food downstairs, but my sister worried it would hinder my movement in our modest 58 square meters. Upon hearing this, my younger brother was elated, excitedly sharing that they had won a golden reward, while Aunt Rong listened intently. Her thoughts unknown, I retrieved a takeout box from my room, having earned a complimentary dish from the system. Gazing upon the array of dishes, my sister joyfully exclaimed, "Sister, you are so lucky. A tasting participant can indulge in so many dishes." We had only managed to snag a bowl of rice porridge that morning. I scooped a bowl of tomato soup for her, saying, "This is your favorite. Make sure to drink plenty," my sister sweetly replied. "Thank you, sister." Meanwhile, Aunt Rong, with her eyes darting around as she ate, contemplated how she could persuade old Wang to give her the golden reward since they had been together for a year. She felt she had him under her thumb. The fact that she had not secured any dishes at noon made her quite irate. At the table, although there were 8 dishes and 1 soup without rice, and water was not permissible, the delectable food was so enticing that everyone ate in harmonious silence. After the meal, my younger brother inquired if all 3 of us had received golden rewards. Asking, "Sister, can tasting participants enter the lottery?" To which I replied, I have nothing. Upon hearing this, my sister reassured me, "No worries, when the prizes arrive, I'll give you mine, sister." Understanding that it was bound to her, I could only agree. In my heart, I questioned the system. "Xiaodu, why am I excluded? I am working for you. This shouldn't be the case." Xiaodu responded, "The main system settings are unalterable, but you may make purchases, host," I sighed. Addressing the system, I thought, "Baby, please refrain from using foul language." After satisfying our hunger, I informed them that tasting participants could receive all the dishes available for sale that day, allowing us to enjoy our meal together without needing to scramble for takeout, thus leaving opportunities for those in need. My sister readily agreed, and seeing my second sister nod, my brother quickly followed suit. Aunt Rong, however, plotted to snatch food next time, feeling that even though she had missed out today, there would be another chance for the golden gift later. This vexed me. With a group of people wielding their phone flashlights, they departed. Eventually, the power will dwindle. And then how will they purchase food? Alas, looking at the chat software requiring 10 million points, I felt utterly speechless that I cannot afford anything, absolutely nothing. After lunch, regaining a semblance of energy, the lottery began. Some eyed the prizes, which included meat, vegetables, and clothing. Certainly not empty boxes. Gifts from heaven. They all eagerly commenced the draw, but to their disappointment, while no golden items emerged, several A-grade white items appeared. A-grade golden faucet, providing unlimited edible water. A-grade purple faucet, supplying edible water for 8 hours. A-grade blue faucet, supplying edible water for 6 hours. A-grade green faucet, supplying edible water for 4 hours. A-grade white faucet, supplying edible water for 2 hours. A-grade golden thermal clothing, permanently insulated. A-grade purple thermal clothing, insulated for 3 years. A-grade blue thermal clothing, insulated for 1 year. A-grade green thermal clothing, insulated for 3 months. A-grade white thermal clothing, insulated for 1 month. A-grade golden fruit tree with a permanent lifespan. A-grade purple fruit tree, lifespan of 3 years. A-grade blue fruit tree, lifespan of 1 year. A-grade green fruit tree, lifespan of 3 months. A-grade white fruit tree, lifespan of 1 month. At this moment, a soldier fixated on his phone, with the white A-grade items lacking any reference, began to contemplate the recently enjoyed food and developed an expectation for these prizes. This was a group of 20,000 valiant warriors guarding the frontier. Under strenuous conditions devoid of communication, they had persevered until now, their reserve food dwindling each day, having subsisted on a single bowl of rice porridge. The grain transport had ceased long ago after communication was severed. And he could not reach his superiors, yet dared not falter. With only a week until the rotation officer was due, silence lingered. He feared any changes within the country, casting his gaze upon the only shop that could relay messages. He cautiously left a covert signal. A young soldier approached, reporting, "Sir, our supplies can no longer endure the wait for the rendezvous. Should we evacuate? Evacuate. If we have no rendezvous, does the country no longer care? Do we abandon our territory? I will die here if needed." Whoever dares utter such words will find themselves shot. The officer's words were not only intended for the young soldier, but for all present. The young soldier, terrified, hurriedly saluted and replied, understood that in the distance, several aides wore troubled expressions. Defending was paramount. Yet with so many to provide for, sustenance was a pressing concern. Transport trucks were nowhere to be seen. These individuals were engulfed in anxiety. All hopes rested upon the takeout, wishing that higher authorities would take notice and issue directives. Yet, with hundreds of thousands of comments, whether they would be seen remained uncertain. Chapter 21. On the shelves that evening, the eggplants and tomatoes began their second round of ripening. System, you didn't mention we could harvest? Oh, the welfare seeds provided by the main system were still unfamiliar to me. Once all energy icons were activated, the system once again lost its efficacy. Listening to its feeble, childish voice, I refrained from further complaints and commenced the harvest. I tossed the eggplants into the mix, preparing braised eggplant, while those who had missed out at noon began another frenzy of purchasing. 79,999 eggplants vanished in an instant. Since those who had purchased earlier could not buy again, many new customers emerged. While previous customers were met with the notification, "You have already purchased today," unable to buy, they stood outside, thwarted. The packing robots fired up for the new orders, swiftly delivering gift boxes like lightning. The order outlet continuously spewing forth orders. Once again, I secured 20 tomatoes, having learned my lesson, throwing one and displayed a recipe for making 10,000 servings of tomato soup. This one definitely needed to be reserved. Ding! The shopkeeper has launched a new product. Click to purchase immediately. I'll take one of these tomatoes with sugar. Ding! The shopkeeper has launched a new product. Click to purchase immediately. 0.1 serving of tomato sauce. Please. 0.1 serving of tomato ketchup. Please. 0.1 serving of tomato juice. Please. 0.1 serving of tomato pie. Please. 0.1 serving of tomato donuts. Please. As I continuously listed items, they were snatched up in an instant. 0.200 servings of tomato dishes were put on the shelves. At that moment, a woman from a distant state, overwhelmed by immense surprise, stood in a daze for several minutes. She had managed to secure takeout from her homeland, the delivery time indicating only 1 minute remaining. She felt anticipation, curiosity, and a hint of luck. What if it truly arrived? Her husband looked at her as if she were foolish, scoffing. "Have you lost your mind? Do you know how far it is to our homeland? 5 minutes? 500 minutes, and it still wouldn't arrive. Upon hearing, your package has arrived at your doorstep. Please collect it promptly." She could no longer heed her husband's nagging. She excitedly opened the door to retrieve the takeout. Her husband, who had been incessantly chattering, fell silent. Their 3 children curiously gathered around, asking, "Mommy, what is this?" The middle-aged woman, coming back to her senses from her shock, smiled and replied to her children, "This is the cuisine of Mommy's homeland." Opening the box, she found a serving of tomato donuts nestled inside, accompanied by a thoughtful plastic fork. The donuts were limited in number, 8 per serving, glistening red and dusted with white sugar, emanating an enticing aroma. Just as the woman was about to feed one of the donuts to her youngest child, her American husband abruptly snatched the child away, eyeing her suspiciously and saying, "You eat one first." The middle-aged woman, Taken aback, thought, is he afraid it's poisoned? Noticing she exhibited no signs of discomfort in allowing the child to eat, she felt no anger. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to it. In her society, the status of women was low. Children were viewed as the hope of the nation. It was not just her husband. This was a prevailing custom in their country. Looking at the rice, she noted that it had only yielded 3 years. Was this all the product of 8 hours? I internally scoffed. Hastily harvesting, I received a notification. You have obtained a high-grade item. Rice ears. Quantity, 10,000 gene. So much, 3 ears yielded 30,000 gene that I couldn't help but hum a tune, feeling quite pleased. This was indeed wonderful. The next harvest would be after 7:59 since the main ingredient was so considerate. Could it be harvested a second time? Following the influx of new customers, Xiaodu regained its vigor and energy. Host high-grade seeds. Each type can yield 3 rounds in 4 hours, 2 rounds in 8 hours, and 1 round in 16 hours. Understood. After saying this, I tossed a grain ear into the takeout cabinet, displaying a quantity of 100,000 servings and prompting the shopkeeper to select the dish: steamed rice. Rice porridge, rice rolls, rice cakes, rice noodles, rice vermicelli, steamed rice pudding, fried rice crisps. For these 100,000 servings, I chose rice porridge. Apart from the one I obtained, 999 servings were available for sale. For the second grain ear, I selected steamed rice. The items for sale are priced at $99.99. For the third grain ear, I opted for rice noodles. A bowl of clear vegetarian rice noodles appeared before me. The shop was once again sold out. An announcement provided the next selling time: 12:20 a.m. Chapter 22, Discovery of the Icon. After finishing the stocking, I took out tonight's dishes to share with my family. This time, we not only had steamed rice, but also rice porridge and vegetarian soup noodles. The variety of dishes was delightful. Although there were no meat options, the delicious flavors lifted our spirits. My younger brother was especially exuberant. Steamed rice is the best, sister. You are an extraordinary lucky taste tester. Ha! I humbly replied. Our whole family is quite fortunate, don't you think? Indeed, that's true. But you and Fei must not boast. Keep your fortune discreet, understand. Observing my father lecturing my younger brother and me, we fell silent. The weather was frigid, and after they left, I began selecting items for the A-class white prize winners. Under the system's prompt, I grasped the officer's dire situation. The snow could no longer be boiled for drinking water. As the melted snow water was teeming with insects that in this dark world, not only had the sun forgotten us, but the moon had also vanished. Plants were turning black and withering. Animals were beginning to disappear altogether. The natural food chain had collapsed completely. Upon understanding the officer's plight, I chose a faucet from the white A-class rewards, with a daily output of water for 2 hours, and packaged it for delivery. Watching the diminishing supply packages and the comments surge into the hundreds of thousands, I saw new messages in the comments section. I finally snagged a portion of steamed rice. Who knows how long it's been since I last enjoyed steaming hot rice. 5:55. New message. I managed to grab nearly 20 dishes in a row. Finally got rice porridge. I'm amazing. New message. Someone help me. I will give away all my possessions. I cannot stay in this desolate place without water or electricity. New message. I'm quick. I just got tomato cheese for the first time, and it tastes fantastic. 5 stars. New message. I won a prize. It will arrive tomorrow. I'm so happy. New message. What did you win? I got 10 pounds of vegetables, and my friend 1/2 a pound of meat the day before yesterday. Even if I can't snag any more dishes tomorrow, I won't go hungry. New message. Why did I get a white package? I'm so frustrated. I wanted a gold one. The comments were overwhelming, and I decided to stop paying attention. With nearly 1,000,000 points, my determination surged, bringing me closer to completing my task. The next announcement was at 12:20 a.m. In such cold weather, I needed to rise to gather and stock the items. The system understood my emotions. Host, there are still people who may starve. Please make an effort. Contemplating the lack of electricity and water. Aside from daily meals, I felt utterly deprived. Yet, in the face of others' lives at stake, I could only comply. Groggily, I heard a chime. You have items ready for harvest. I had to rise, bundled tightly like a dumpling in the frigid night. A new round of stocking began. I would keep a portion for myself. What should I choose? The menu included fried eggplant boxes, roasted eggplant, vinegar stir-fried eggplant tassels, eggplant casserole, eggplant sauce, sweet and sour eggplant strips, and spicy eggplant packages. Tomatoes were also prepared in various steaming, boiling, and frying methods. The rice ears would be ripe around 4 in the morning that I end the new round of prizes. I won many white A-class items. Not only because the quantity of A-class items other than gold was plentiful, increasing the chance of winning, but also due to the white faucet's daily 2-hour operation lasting only 1 month. White faucet, 2 hours daily for 1 month. Green faucet, 4 hours daily for 3 months. Blue faucet, 6 hours daily for 1 year. Purple faucet, 8 hours daily for 3 years. Gold faucet, no time constraints, lasting permanently. The probability of winning white prizes was high, with hundreds of thousands of attempts yielding thousands of white A-class wins. Considering the recent inability to consume tap water, I arranged for faucets for all the newly added white prize winners. Water is the source of life for humanity. Thinking of my sister and the others already asleep, it was unlikely they would wake to eat anything that I packed all the received dishes into containers, waiting to enjoy them in the morning. Due to the addition of thousands of prizes, I completed the faucet delivery with a single click. The shop's name was inscribed. Light. The shopkeeper left a note. Sharing with others will enhance your chances of winning. Those who obtain A-class rewards and engage in wrongdoing will be blacklisted from the shop, permanently losing their purchasing privileges. This was also a hope to assist more people, encouraging winners to uplift those around them to significantly improve survival rates that a family hiding in their cellar gazed at the fried eggplant box takeaway. Somewhat incredulous. Son, is this really the takeaway you ordered? The outside hasn't recovered. Has anyone started working and doing business? The father, with a serious expression, queried his 20-year-old S.O.N.M. Oiching replied, Yes, father, this is my order. I was thinking of contacting Aunt Huiru to ask how they are doing. Out of curiosity, he opened the app. Mo's father nodded. You and Wang Lanlan have been betrothed since childhood. You should have interacted more. It's a pity that now, in this apocalypse, we don't even know how Aunt Huiru's family is faring. Mo's mother interjected, Son, don't think too much. That girl has always shared a bond with you. We had agreed long ago with Aunt Huiru that if it was a girl, you two would be betrothed. Who would have thought it turned out to be a girl? You two will surely meet again. Breathing in the fragrant aroma of the takeaway, Mo's mother found it difficult to resist that Mo's father decisively stated. Let's eat first. If one day the sun rises again, I will let you go find her. Mo Iching joyfully replied to his father. You mustn't go back on your word. Mo's father chuckled. Haha, all right, that a gentleman's word is his bond. Chapter 23. Gu Jingyun. After the system's second modification, the sunflower icon had significantly enlarged. Anyone glancing at their phone would notice it.as for whether to curiously click it or register. I believe those who leave comments won't miss it. In despair, people always grasp for the last straw of hope. Gu Jingyun felt he was on the brink of starvation, that he had promised himself that once he finished his work, he would seek out Wang Yu. But until the onset of the apocalypse, he had not done so, and now he feared he would break his word. Weakly, he picked up his phone, intending to write a farewell note, hoping that after his death, someone might someday see it. That he opened his phone, and amidst the inability to access anything, his trembling hand inadvertently tapped on the sunflower. This time, since it was not black, the page led to the purchasing homepage, where the golden-yellow sunflower background was strikingly vibrant. Before his eyes were various dishes, but alas, the remaining quantities were all zero. That he bitterly mocked himself. Have I stumbled upon a takeaway platform right before the end? Busy with filming, he had been unaware that this sunflower takeaway platform did not exist before. He gazed at the array of dishes displayed enticingly, causing his parched lips to involuntarily salivate. As he scrolled, he saw comments below. Today, I snagged a portion. Why won't you let me buy more? I have plenty of iron. I can get as much as I need. Please, shopkeeper, don't restrict the purchase limit. Out of over 20 railway workers, I'm the only one who managed to get a portion. How do I share? Comment. The apocalypse is terrifying. It's been dark for 30 days that I drank tap water and got sick. It's awful. Shopkeeper, help. Gu Jingyun read on. Wait, this is today. These comments are recent. His starved mind suddenly cleared slightly, and he began to scrutinize the shop. At the top of the homepage, it stated that each person could only purchase once per day. There was also a lottery. Looking at the reference list, he couldn't help but think. If he won half a portion of meat, he could stretch it over half a month, right? 10 pounds of vegetables could last through the frigid weather. Seeing the excitement on his face, he followed the prompts to complete the registration. Upon successfully registering, he became a sunflower customer and saw the shopkeeper's announcement. A new round of sales would commence the next morning at 8 a.m. Yesterday's purchasers and lottery chances would refresh, while those who had not participated would reset to zero. That he was ecstatic, set an alarm, and turned off his phone to conserve battery, awaiting the morning's exploration. The truth of the matter would soon be revealed. In the dim light of 8 a.m., a border region officer received a notification. Your prize has arrived. Please check. He quickly dashed out of the ice cellar to find a white gift box floating in the air. Emblazoned with a large A, the outer box was wrapped in a transparent protective bubble. That a young soldier stepped forward to assist, but discovered that the prize did not belong to him and could not be obtained. Defying all gravity and destruction, he was nearly suspended in the air, while the gift box remained unmoved. The officer, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished, and just as he prepared to exert all his strength, he gently tapped the box, causing the protective bubble to burst, effortlessly retrieving the gift box. Commander and a group of soldiers were fortunate that it was a dark night, as the dim light obscured their expressions. The commander cautiously picked up the gift box and carried it back to the ice cellar. That a throng of aides and soldiers squeezed into the cramped space. Had the ice cellar not been so small, there surely would have been more, all eager to catch a glimpse of this mysterious takeaway prize. Upon opening the box, their eyes were met with a silver-white faucet. It felt remarkably substantial in hand. Beside it lay a manual. This is a faucet. Once installed, upon death, items will vanish and cannot be obtained by others. Lifespan, 1 month. Daily water output, measured in time 2 hours. Refresh time each morning at 8 a.m. Sharing with others will enhance personal winning chances. The notion that items would vanish upon death, while others could not obtain them but could share, and that wrongdoing would lead to being blacklisted, made the commander realize the shopkeeper's intent to prevent others from committing murder for goods and to thwart any nefarious plots related to this prize. Where to install it, then? Perhaps in the kitchen barracks. A chorus of voices exclaimed how astonishing it was as they orderly followed the commander, eager to uncover the truth. The commander approached the reserve water tank, climbed a 3-meter-high ladder, and after confirming the installation above the tank, the faucet displayed a floating number, 2 o'clock, 00, that the soldiers gazed up eagerly. To AT that moment, the water tank, comparable in size to a medium swimming pool, had long been empty due to lack of replenishment, and the surrounding small faucets, and used for ages, were covered in dust. The commander, brimming with excitement, turned on the faucet, releasing a stream of water that flowed steadily yet gently, filling the transparent tank from the bottom. The timer began to tick down. 1:59, 59:1, 59, 37. To hearing the long-awaited sound of water, a jubilant cheer erupted from below. We are saved. They have saved us. The commander promptly issued orders. Water is scarce. It must not be wasted as before. The crowd immediately saluted in response. Yes, though they could not hide the joy on their faces. Life in Jiangzhou had always been arduous. The phrase as before referred to the practice of using a basin of water for brushing teeth, washing faces, bathing, laundry, and watering the vegetable garden. At that moment, a young soldier entered. Report, Commander. Yesterday, a total of 98 individuals received takeaway, and 98 completed the lottery. Here is the list of all prize materials. Please review and await instructions. The list included meat, vegetables, with the white rewards being the most numerous, mineral water, bread, compressed biscuits, down jackets, and blankets. The commander was overjoyed. These soldiers had gone years without even touching a mobile phone. Following the announcement, he had ordered everyone, except for those on guard duty, to rush to the shop for takeout. All purchased items belonged to them, but the prize materials needed to be turned in for unified distribution. This gamble had paid off. Finally, there were resources to sustain life. Chapter 24. Self-reliance and strength in the capital. After much research, no one could ascertain where the shop was registered or where it originated from. Some speculated that aliens were aiding them from outer space, while others believed it was divine intervention saving them. However, with a large number of people, collecting tens of thousands of comments was a manageable task. Through coded messages, it was discovered that the prizes came from various regions of the country. The deciphered code revealed resource shortage, need for support. Zhang Jingyang was identified as an 8th-level officer, the highest commander. Unable to contact superior personnel, guidance was requested. Chen Wei, from the border guards near main country, reported the same. The government quickly replied in the comments, stating they could barely ensure their own survival and encouraged self-reliance, offering a sunflower blossom as a hint. Should I seek help from takeout or rely on myself to order? Each commander could only ponder the implications of the capital's response. Meanwhile, a new round of purchasing began. With rice ready by noon, eggplants and tomatoes became the new targets for procurement, as many had refreshed to buy items they had missed the previous day. Faced with the message indicating everything was sold out, they were advised to wait for the shopkeeper to restock. Thankfully, I had managed to secure some yesterday and received a gift pack, Chewie remarked as he prepared to open the blue B-class package containing his prize. Upon seeing the comparison image of the winnings, his subordinates eagerly asked, "Boss, hurry and see what you've won." Without further ado, Chewie opened it. The contents of the box sprang forth. Half a pig. Ignoring the astonished exclamations about how such a sizable piece could fit within the small box, tears of joy streamed down the faces of the onlookers as they realized it was pork. Chewie raised an eyebrow, and the cheers immediately ceased as he waved his hand. "We'll cook it today and share it with everyone." His subordinates transitioned from anxiety to exuberant cheers. Where could his beloved Lon Lon be? Was she safe? He missed his goddess dearly. In this apocalyptic environment, would she, a celebrity, be in danger? Was she with her family? He longed to find her and protect her. Despite being a ruthless gang leader, he was indeed a fan of Wang Ellen. That moment, a system notification chimed. 3 rounds of harvesting are complete. Please proceed to the marketplace to purchase seeds. What? You say what? I work for you, and I must also use points to buy seeds. My head was spinning. I couldn't help but pout, wondering why it was so stingy, looking at the 2 empty pots. Devoid of soil and harvest time displays, the other one still had 4 hours left until the rice was ready to be harvested. Don't ask me why I didn't wake up at 4 a.m. to restock the eggplants and tomatoes. The takeaway shop closed. Okay, it only operated until 1 a.m. Did I skillfully open the marketplace, filled with many items yet nothing affordable? Well, very well, it remained as expensive as ever. The system prompted me to check the seed categories, revealing advanced cosmic vegetable seeds, with quantities listed in the tens of thousands. The price was 10,000 points. That's so expensive. I can't afford it. Host, do you still want to eat? Even though I was just a baby, I knew how many points you earn. Eat, of course. I want to see what to buy. Potatoes, perhaps, to stave off hunger. You have purchased a high-level cosmic seed potato. 10,000 points deducted. I scrolled through all the available options, thinking, little do I haven't had meat in ages. Why can't I buy meat? Host, keep completing tasks and you'll eventually have it. I rolled my eyes, seriously doubting little do was just painting a rosy picture. You have purchased a high-level seed pumpkin. 10,000 points deducted. I tossed the seeds into the pot, which erupted with soil to conceal them, displaying a maturation time of 3 hours and 59 minutes. Having grasped the pattern, I no longer fretted about it and prepared to have breakfast with my family. Across the way, someone was kindling a fire. The flickering light in the night did not suggest a fire hazard. As shadows danced, my brother, puffing out his cheeks, remarked, "Are they warming themselves by the fire?" Over the past few days, I've been notifying households about the takeaway. They not believe me at that moment. Within the opposite building, a joyous scene unfolded as half a kilogram of chicken was roasted. A 3-year-old child, swallowing hard, gazed at the man roasting the meat. "Daddy, is it ready? Jun wants to eat." "Be good, Jun. Once Daddy finishes roasting it, he'll feed you, all right?" The mother cooed softly while cradling the child. The little one answered in a sweet, childish tone, "Okay." They had not intended to be too conspicuous. Had it not been for the thick smoke from the fire, she would not have even wanted to open the window. They had learned about the takeaway from her brother, who had encountered her while taking out the trash. Initially, their family had been skeptical, but upon seeing a multitude of takeaway boxes discarded, they approached with a mindset of trying it out, feeling immensely grateful to her brother. Chapter 25. Winners bound at this moment. Due to all the addresses being registered at my residence, the 3 winners' gift boxes also floated to my home. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by 3 shimmering golden gift boxes. Aunt Rome, with her hefty figure, shoved past Aunt Lee, who had stood to gawk, nearly toppling her over. Out of respect for her future in-laws, Aunt Lee silently stepped aside, internally scornful, thinking, what a rude person. Indeed, it seemed destined for her to be a stepmother who would not earn respect. Aunt Rome squeezed to the doorway, reaching out to grab the boxes, having arranged with old Wang the night before that his golden rewards would belong to her. After much effort, using all her strength, the box, towering above her chest, did not budge an inch. Seeing this, I couldn't help but facepalm. Aunt Rome, perhaps we should let my dad give it a try. Aunt Rome awkwardly withdrew her hand. Smiling, I just wanted to help your dad, who knew my strength would be insufficient. Old man, you come here, my dad. Hearing this, rolled up his sleeves, ready to give it his all. Watching his determination, I feared he might pull a muscle and promptly warned Dad. Your own prize should be easy to handle, right? Dad paused, retracting his strength. Indeed, upon touching the airbag, the gift box was caught securely. Everyone understood then. Each person should claim their OW and AT that moment. The 3 golden A-grade prizes were unveiled. Along with usage instructions that my younger brother exclaimed in awe. This is incredible. I'm going to change into it right away. That my's sister, frowning in dismay, lamented why it was bound, wishing to dress my older sister instead. Under my urging, she reluctantly donned it. That my dad, too, changed into it with a grin. Aunt Rome's face turned ashen. She had exerted herself last night, using both skill and persuasion for several hours to convince him that the golden reward belonged to her. Only to see it all come to naught. The odds of winning were 1 in a million, and yet 3 winners emerged from the same family. This stroke of fortune, however, does not include her. Despite her relentless attempts to seize it daily, success eludes her. The jealousy in her eyes nearly incinerates her reason. Yet she has not succumbed to complete madness, refraining from any irrational actions. Thousands of A-grade white gift packages have also been unlocked by others. The notion that sharing with others could enhance the chances of winning, coupled with the threat of permanent blacklisting for misconduct, has inspired everyone to cooperate with the shopkeeper. Within a particular community, an elderly woman has affixed a silvery faucet to a stone sculpture in the square. Armed with a loudspeaker, she implores each household to send someone with a basin to collect water. Shrouded in darkness, where would the water come from? The pipes had long ceased to function after being deemed undrinkable and due to power outages. Even if the water were drinkable, it would have frozen long ago. Although the crowd is perplexed, they cling to the hope that the government might come to their rescue, sending a representative to comply with the directives, anxious not to miss out on a fortune. Such is the human psyche. Ultimately, everyone joins in. Hundreds of individuals form a long queue to collect water. The elderly woman, under the guidance of her family, clicks to install, leaving those at the front curious. What is this all about? After all, it is merely a faucet. Without pipes or a water truck in sight, from where does the water flow? The crowd begins to murmur, initially believing it to be a supply vehicle dispatched by the state, only to be met with this. The instruction manual is ludicrous. Did people perish and goods vanish? Who would covet this unpalatable iron lump? A young man cannot suppress his disdain. Another office worker shares the same sentiment. His body a testament to neglect, hair greasy. Elderly lady, on such a frigid day, you deceive us in queuing merely to gaze upon this iron lump. Yet the elderly woman does not engage in banter. After demonstrating with a few buckets of water from her own supply, she calls for the next person. Were it not for the shopkeeper insisting on sharing with others, she would not undertake this thankless task. As the bucket leaves, the faucet automatically ceases flow, the timer halting at 1:59:55. However, the start time each day is at the discretion of the winner. It is their possession, activated at their pleasure. That faucet neither freezes nor ceases to flow, gushing forth. The slap in the face comes swiftly. Those who had just mocked are now stunned at the sound of water, mouths agape. This defies logic. The office worker quickly recovers. Hurry, it's your turn. The young man, without a second thought, grabs a basin, gazing at the clear water, devoid of insects, even exuding wisps of warmth amidst the icy cold. He fills his basin and takes a sip. Ignoring the chill, he exclaims, "How sweet! The water isn't even cold on my teeth." He cradles the basin and hurries home, eager to fetch another basin for another round. Leaving with a satisfied demeanor, the following individuals, witnessing the genuine water supply, are overwhelmed with excitement. The government has finally provided water. Point 1 can only wonder if food will be next. Chapter 26. Mo Yixing. Not only does the faucet automatically disconnect from the basin, but it also dispenses water without splashing, embodying the essence of conservation. Hundreds pass by without a single drop wasted on the ground. Everyone handles their basins with utmost care. This moment, A young thug in the queue grows impatient, exclaiming, "Hey, Lou Grandma, this is taking too long. It's freezing out here with so many people. Why don't you let us go first?" Lou Grandma, the owner of the faucet, responds through her loudspeaker. "Even if you know me, you must wait your turn. No cutting in line. Everyone is waiting." The crowd echoes her sentiments. Why should they go first? Don't you have bottled water at home? You could go first if you're in such a hurry. You needn't even come down if you don't want to. The concept of queuing seems lost on them. The thug, rebuffed by the crowd, feels his temper flare, but seeing the gathering, he can only endure. However, another hot-headed companion, undeterred, throws down his basin, shouting, "What is the matter? Can't you understand our words? I said I want to go first. If you're unwilling, hand over that faucet." With that, he brandishes a knife from beneath his jacket, its blade glinting ominously under the flashlight. The queue falls silent. The thug advances menacingly toward Lou Grandma. Her daughter and son shield her, shouting, "Don't you dare act recklessly. The prize is for delivery. If anything happens to my mother, the items will disappear, and no one will get any water." The two, feeling vulnerable, attempt to intimidate each other into retreat. The thought of the knife in the thug's hand sends ripples of fear through the crowd, all wary for their lives. Suddenly, a tall man, standing at 1.81 meters with a commanding presence, springs forth, executing a swift kick. The thug, who had just wielded his knife with bravado, is sent sprawling 2 meters away. The knife clatters to the ground. The man pursues, delivering blows that send the thug scurrying. In the dim light, the man appears particularly heroic, his slightly long hair and unshaven face adding to his charm. When he steps on the thug's face, Lou Grandma's daughter sees a glimmer of hope, her eyes sparkling. The thug pleads, "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean to kill her. I was just trying to scare her." The other coward, witnessing this, takes to his heels. The man retracts his foot, uttering a single word, "Scram." The thug, now lying on the ground, abandons his basin and flees in disgrace. Lou Grandma's family and the others express their gratitude. Ignoring the self-serving queue behind them, Lou Grandma's daughter shyly approaches the man. "Thank you for saving us. May I ask your name?" He does not spare her a glance, stating simply, "Mo Yixing." "Big brother Mo, I'm Chen Ling. You can call me Lingling to express my gratitude. Please come to my home for a meal." She eagerly presses on, yet to her surprise, Mo Yixing does not even acknowledge her. Turning back to the queue, under the persistent influence of his mother, no one but his childhood betrothed can capture his interest. Feeling foolish, Chen Ling awkwardly returns to Lou Grandma's side. Who would have thought that Mo Yixing, a prominent CEO, would be here collecting water in this community, his hometown of Huzhou, because he had come to visit his parents, becoming ensnared in this predicament. Chapter 27. The human heart in the apocalypse. A single man has installed a faucet in his home, indifferent to sharing with others as the world outside is engulfed in ice and snow. After connecting every conceivable item to the water supply, he attempts to let the water flow onto the ground. But the faucet, disobeying his command, shuts off automatically. He stares at the timer, frozen at 1:59:40 in frustration. He considers dumping the water he collected and refilling. The faucet's mechanical voice sounds. User detected wasting water resources. Warning issued. After 3 warnings, the faucet will be confiscated. What if he can't use it all? It will refresh automatically tomorrow. What a loss, his girlfriend, upon glimpsing the large A on the gift box, clutches it tightly in her hands. Yet before she can utter a word, her boyfriend seizes her by the throat. Struggling for breath, she cannot comprehend how the man who professed eternal love just yesterday would now seek to kill her for a green reward. She barely has time to open the box to see its contents before she widens her eyes in despair, succumbing to death. As her lifeless body slips away, the man's disdainful voice rings out. "Stupid bitch. I've tolerated you long enough. Your princess complex has worn thin. Since you won an A-grade prize, hand it over to me." He believes wholeheartedly that the A-grade is undoubtedly a treasure based on the shop's reward chart and comments. Just as he prepares to revel in his fortune, the gift box transforms, disappearing with a loud bang. A note floats into the air. "This is a faucet. Daily water output for 4 hours. Lifespan of 3 months. Once installed, it cannot be altered. Upon death, items vanish, and others cannot obtain them." The shopkeeper's note reads, "Sharing with others can enhance your chances of winning. No. How could this happen? He collapses in despair, crawling to shake his girlfriend's body. Ying, wake up! I didn't mean it. Please get up. But Ying can no longer hear him. The system recounts tales of murder, robbery, and individuals resorting to selling their children for food, all in desperate need of resources. Alas, I can save the hungry, but I cannot mend the hearts of humanity in this apocalypse. With the influx of recharge participants reaching 200 million, although the purchasing populace remains meager, the continuous recharging endows Shao Du with some energy. The majority are from within the country, while the foreign numbers dwindle. Many elderly individuals do not read Chinese, lack the capability to use touchscreen devices, and are without power. Suddenly, a notification from the shop echoes. Current population, 10 billion, rapidly declining. Current population, decreased by 10 million. Total population, 9.99 billion. Current population, decreased by 20 million. Total population, 9.97 billion. Current population, decreased by 30 million. Total population, 9.94 billion. As the system shop alerts continue, I am taken aback. Shao Du, what should we do? People will starve to death without food and drink in just a few days, especially since nightfall has lingered for over a month. Shao Du grits his teeth. Host, we must act quickly to save a wave. This mortality rate is too high. We need an immediate intervention. Shao Du does not hesitate. Ding dong. Release an urgent temporary task, the target of salvation. Humanity worldwide, without options. Automatically detect all individuals on the brink of starvation. Please proceed to pack the provisions. Shao Du informs me that these items must be sourced from my recycled materials. Furthermore, since they are not cultivated or harvested by me, I shall not accrue any points. No need for listing either. Apart from the energy provided by the main system's delivery machine and the already purchased packing robot, all other resources will be depleted to sustain this global rescue mission. Chapter 28. The Grand Rescue Package, no options available. Is this also a rescue for the island nation? I mutter in exasperation. Yet upon hearing the continuously declining population data, I promptly take action. The packing boxes are categorized into 3 colors: white, green, and blue. White packing box contains 1,000 milliliters of mineral water, 1 soft bread roll, and a box of compressed biscuits, totaling 1 billion units. Green packing box contains 5 liters of mineral water, 50 soft bread rolls, and 10 boxes of compressed biscuits, totaling 80 million units. Blue packing box contains 20 liters of mineral water, 100 soft bread rolls, 50 boxes of compressed biscuits, and a can of luncheon meat, totaling 10 million units. Once I finalize the selection of supplies, I attach a letter stating, "You are participating in a global rescue initiative. These provisions are generously provided by the light shop owner. We welcome everyone to join as a member. This opportunity is unique. For future purchases, please utilize your mobile devices to register and place orders." Shao Du reminds me, "Dear host, I require energy to be depleted. I do not know when I will awaken. You must diligently manage the shop and encourage patrons to recharge, so I may awaken sooner. Rest assured, I shall manage it well." After he depletes energy and communication is lost, I activate the cash-on-delivery mode for the packing robot. It is absurd to expect free handouts in this world. Since aid is extended to the island nation, no one should anticipate complimentary meals. In the nation, a mother and daughter hide in a basement. After consuming all their provisions, the mother prepares to sacrifice her own blood to nourish her child. Her husband had hidden them in the basement, but has been missing for nearly 3 days while searching for supplies. She is deeply concerned for her husband, yet for the sake of her infant, she must remain resolute. At that moment, a white package flies towards her face, startling her to the brink of fainting. As she falls to the ground, her gaze fixes on the package, noting that the basement entrance remains closed, with no one having entered. How did it come to be here? In a state of tense standoff, the child's cries awaken her. She glances back at the unmoving package, weak from hunger and startled. She shakily rises, dragging herself step by step toward her child, her eyes warily fixed on the package. Once assured it remains still, she hurriedly scoops up the child, keeping her gaze locked on the package. She observes a square white gift box covered by a transparent balloon-like object. The child opens her mouth, searching for a nipple, and after receiving no response for a while, she begins to wail. The mother, having long been deprived of nutrients, can no longer produce milk. She glances at the small knife on the table and then back at the package, just as one might think she would choose to draw blood. She instead opts to cut open the package. The balloon remains undisturbed, prompting a notification for cash on delivery. She looks around, realizing no one is present to collect payment. Summoning her courage, she offers the now worthless coins. The package shows no reaction. Undeterred, she circles the package and discovers a note on the side. Payment method: iron 10 gene 1 point, copper 1 gene 2 points, silver 10 grams 4 points, gold 1 gram 8 points, jade 1 gram 50 points, diamond 1 gram 100 points. Do I need these? With one arm cradling her baby, she tears off the gold necklace from her neck and presents it to the package. The necklace vanishes from her grasp. Ding ding. Payment successful. The balloon dissipates, and the package drops to the ground. A faint sound reassures her that this is all real. She eagerly crouches down. The box opens to reveal mineral water, bread, and a box of compressed biscuits. She excitedly takes a few bites of bread and drinks some water. Feeling her strength gradually return, she feels as though she has been revived. Chapter 29. The golden faucet. At this moment, such occurrences are happening relentlessly to Jiyu Jingyun, having opened his phone this morning only to find no available orders. Feels despaired. He cannot comprehend why fate is so unkind to him. Just as he nears the brink of death, a glimmer of light reveals a white package. He smiles bitterly, realizing his obsession has led to hallucinations. He recalls not having secured any food items. What package could possibly be white? As he looks again, the package remains, and again, it is still there. He contemplates that if it is merely an obsession, he should fulfill his last wish. As he steadies himself against the wall, the package is within reach. He extends his hand to touch the illusory object, but at that moment, the package announces, cash on delivery. Click to confirm and complete the transaction. Having registered, he also possesses points. He clicks to confirm, and the package drops down. He eagerly opens the box. Although it is not food, it is sustenance that can save his life. He grabs the bread, his eyes glinting with hunger, and he loses all semblance of his former star-like demeanor, shoving the bread and its packaging into his mouth haphazardly. The printed production date on the bread wrapper is from before the apocalypse. Yet the taste remains unchanged, sweet and soft, leaving him unable to think of anything else. He gulps down several mouthfuls of water. He pauses his eating, cautious not to overindulge, stashing the remaining bread, water, and biscuits into his pockets. Feeling revitalized, he notices a message from the shop owner. Gratitude fills his heart, and he wishes to leave a comment, only to be met with the notification. No purchase record found. Unable to comment. He resigns himself to silence. In the basement, the leader and his followers gaze at a golden box. Upon opening it, they find a golden faucet inside. The leader picks up the instruction manual. This is a faucet. Once confirmed for installation, it cannot be altered, disregarding time constraints and binding to the winner, that if the winner dies, the item disappears, and others cannot obtain it, due to the irreversible nature of the installation. The leader hesitates to proceed and immediately instructs his secretary to arrange transportation to the production line. Currently, due to the inability to irrigate, the crops in the greenhouse have already withered and perished. Under the anxious support of the crowd, the leader cautiously installs the faucet in the processing plant. The faucet connects to a large reserve water tank, automatically sensing and commencing operation, tirelessly dispensing water. Witnessing this moment, the leader smiles, and the group shifts from tension to relief. This unprecedented and unknown ability astonishes everyone, showcasing the immense power of the light shop owner. He issues orders. Immediately arrange for personnel to work overtime. Packing bottled drinking water. First, ensure the public's access to water. With water, vegetables and grains can also be cultivated. The team nods in agreement to 18 noon, as the flower pot indicates a maturation time of 0. I eagerly pull out the potatoes from the soil, effortlessly uncovering a cluster of them. Upon counting, I find 9 potatoes beneath a single plant. Without Xiaodu's reminders, I can only monitor the maturation time myself. I also harvest pumpkins, as a pumpkin vine wraps around the small windowsill, its sprawling leaves concealing 3 large pumpkins that cannot be hidden. After the harvest, the vines disappear, and the flower pot returns to a soil state. The time display resets to indicate the next maturation in 3 hours and 59 minutes. Meanwhile, the rice ears have matured. After harvesting, I notice that the flower pot has returned to its initial state. But the soil remains intact. Those that had previously yielded no further harvest are now empty. That if Xiaodu were present, she would undoubtedly roll her eyes, realizing it only now. Chapter 30. The combination recipe, what shall I have for today's meal? I toss one potato into the machine, revealing the possible dishes. Mashed potatoes, spicy shredded potatoes, potato slices. Then I opt for the spicy shredded potatoes and the mashed potatoes. They seem delightful. After adding the pumpkin. The potential recipes include pumpkin pancakes, pumpkin balls, pumpkin cakes, pumpkin soup. Pumpkin pancakes sound great, then I'll take the pumpkin soup as well. Having made my selections, each item is listed at 4 points. Gazing at the remaining ingredients, I ponder whether to introduce them one by one or try a combination. With Xiaodu absent, no one is here to provide answers, so I decide to proceed. I place one potato, along with the pumpkin and rice ears, into the machine. The delivery machine's menu updates to combination recipes: potato pumpkin porridge, potato pumpkin rice bowl, potato pumpkin popcorn, potato pumpkin rice noodles, potato pumpkin rice cakes. That I select one rice bowl, one porridge, and one popcorn. Main system. The shop owner has unlocked the hidden task of new functionality. Combination recipes. Please expedite the listing. The potato pumpkin rice bowl will cost 4 points, the potato pumpkin porridge 2 points, and the potato pumpkin popcorn 1 point. Setting successful. Automatic listing completed. Ding ding, rewards have been issued. Please check. Eagerly, I click open the package. And as always, fireworks and confetti burst forth that I receive a store refresh and an S-tier golden prize. A ring from the universe. Space ring, disregards time constraints, preserves freshness indefinitely. The golden butterfly design is stunningly exquisite. The shop owner receives a white A-tier fruit tree trial version for 1 week. What? Is that all? You refresh a golden prize, yet I cannot purchase or draw it. What does this have to do with me? Gazing at the concealed task, I received a fruit tree, which I could only accept in silence. The main system's rewards had long been predetermined, and with Xiaodu absent, there was no one to vent my frustrations to, no system to hear me. The slender trunk, no taller than 30 centimeters, bore 2 or 3 leaves, as if they would fall at the slightest breeze. The small bedroom was rapidly becoming cramped, that I decided to carry it to the study. After my father recharged the computer last time, the desk was empty, making it the perfect spot for the tree. Tomorrow, I would see what fruit it would bear that my younger sister entered, adorned in a pink long dress. Her fair and graceful neck adorned with a pink pearl. Her delicate and radiant face was lightly made up. The pink high heels accentuated her height of 1.68 meters, creating an ethereal presence. Beside her, Xiao Shu's eyes were glued to his girlfriend, contemplating that he would willingly risk his life for her love. Today, my brother donned a relaxed outfit, a hoodie and blue jeans, simple yet refreshing. Even my father, who usually wore a military coat, was dressed lightly today, in dress pants and a long shirt. Aunt Rome rolled her eyes at this sight, internally lamenting, why wasn't the golden reward of a temperature-regulating outfit hers? It would spare her from the cumbersome clothing and allow for a more stylish appearance. Aunt Lee, on the other hand, looked at my sister with joy, thinking how fortunate she was to have such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Surely their future grandchildren would be stunning. The family gathered joyfully around the table, and I presented the dishes I had won. And my brother exclaimed, "Sister, there's covered rice today. I'll have this," as he placed a portion in front of himself. My father chuckled, scolding, "You child, with so many elders present, why be so picky?" Aunt Lee, smiling, interjected, "It's perfectly fine. Fei is at the age where she needs to eat well and grow tall." Hearing Aunt Rong's discontented huff, I thought to myself, I should eat more too. All 3 children were left by the previous wife. They were not my own. The chopsticks were moving swiftly as everyone enjoyed the meal. After dinner, my sister informed me that the bottled water at home was running low, with only slowly consumed daily necessities remaining. That my earlier remark to stock less to avoid drawing attention had led to the current shortage. I sighed, initially believing that with the system in place, I would have no worries. That I never imagined I would end up in this predicament. That I hurriedly inquired if anyone nearby had extra drinking water. Xiao Shu replied no, having asked everywhere he could for a water exchange. Yesterday, Lanner, wearing the temperature-regulating outfit, stated she would go downstairs to exchange some self-heating hot pot for water to bathe. She hadn't washed in over a month. And as a girl who cherished her appearance, she had never felt so embarrassed. Although she would typically clean her hands and face, the prolonged stickiness was incredibly uncomfortable. Now that she had warmed up, she longed for a bath, but was reluctant to use her family's bottled water, so she sought to trade surplus food for some. Xiao Shu, unwilling to let her go downstairs, managed to persuade the breakfast shop owner downstairs to exchange a bucket of water. Considering the water issue, it appeared no one around us had access to a tap. Although we had various vegetable juices and bottled water available daily, washing up remained a challenge. Eventually, the bottled water would run out. The shop owner had no right to use the recycled supplies. This water resource issue needed a solution that my face fell in worry. I needed to devise a plan. Life must go on. That I retrieved another box containing pumpkin seeds, pumpkin juice, and pumpkin cake for afternoon tea. After sniffing myself, I thought, well, it's fortunate the weather is cold. I don't smell too bad. Chapter 31. The lucky one. Once everyone had departed, I cradled the unfinished pumpkin juice and headed to the study, eager to inspect the fruit tree. The 3 tiny leaves perked up immediately, and filled with curiosity, I approached. As I neared, the small branch entwined around my wrist. Was it being affectionate, seeing that I had not yet moved? It pointed toward the cup, then reverted to its previous pose around my wrist. Was it asking for pumpkin juice or water? With Xiaodu absent, there was no one to answer my queries. When I poured a little pumpkin juice into the pot, it absorbed it instantly, dancing joyfully before pointing at the cup again. Did it still want more? Why had no one informed me that it required watering? The seeds in the flower pot did not need such care. Had Xiaodu been here, he would surely have rolled his eyes and chastised. Did you not read the instructions? What fruit will it bear? It depends on its mood. If you don't even water it, how can it be in a good mood? Realizing that even the fruit tree needed water, I pondered deeply. Since the recycled supplies were unusable, I might as well encourage my sister to try her luck with a lottery. Perhaps with her luck akin to that of a carp, she might win something good. During dinner, I shared this idea with her, suggesting she keep an eye on tonight's food offerings as our father and brother's phones were out of battery. She agreed readily. Ding dong. The system detected that the store owner had set a designated list for purchasing. Wang Lan Lan. Please confirm. After I completed the operation on the takeaway machine, I awaited my sister's order for the lottery. The shop automatically announced, "Congratulations, Wang Lan Lan. You have received a golden S-level reward." The crowd, ever vigilant of the shop's movements, erupted in excitement, and comments flooded in below. Since there's still a golden S-level, I want one too. Dream on. With such odds, only the chosen ones stand a chance. The odds of winning are quite high. Many water taps have appeared in Yuzhou. They're the kind without bugs. We've seen them in Luqing too. Volunteers are escorting us to the nearest water source. I'm even luckier. I can reach the water source in just 5 kilometers. Gotta pack up and head out. I have a green tap with a 3-month usage period. Anyone nearby is welcome to come use it. It's located near Qingzhou University. I was taken aback. They were all revealing their secrets. This was to enhance winning chances. Everyone was eager to rally support. Those with taps had become the leaders, possessing the water source, thus holding power over others. They were the ones everyone sought to curry favor with. Some even seized the opportunity to consolidate small factions. The emergence of water taps had sparked a wave of enthusiasm. The government supported the gathering, encouraging volunteers to maintain order and assist with relocations. Upon witnessing this, I understood everything. This vast nation of Huazhou, with a population of 3.2 billion, it held the highest population in the world. Among its cities and towns, there were over 288 ethnic groups. The display of national characters was not solely due to symbolic representation, but the population was a significant element that enhanced the purchasing power and winning rates. Thousands of water taps were naturally distributed across various cities and towns within the country. Observing my sister's lottery win, I couldn't help but exclaim, "What? Winning a golden S-level right off the bat?" I initially thought a tap would suffice. Even a low-grade one would do. To score an S-level right away is simply a stroke of luck. After the takeaway machine dispatched the designated S-level reward and fixed BCD rewards, it was my turn to sort through today's A-level rewards, totaling over 2,000 orders. Considering my predicament, those who had hoarded supplies were now short on water, while those who had not hoarded were likely in an even worse situation. Thus, I arranged for every winner to receive a water tap. 1 blue, 20 green, and 2,869 white taps. All were sent out. Chapter 32. When CI Ding Dong. The store owner completed the hidden rescue mission, distributing 5,000 white water taps. That I received a 1-week trial version of the white water tap. The main system's reward was akin to a timely boon. Seeing the floating water taps, my heart swelled with joy. Finally, we would have water. A knock sounded at the door. Who is it? It's me, CI. It was the young man from next door that I recalled our previous interactions, merely exchanging greetings during our commutes. We had no deeper connection. Hesitant to open the door, I asked, "Is there something you need?" In the darkness, he awkwardly spoke. "I hear your home is always bustling with activity. I wanted to ask if you have any extra food. I won't take it for free. I have some angelica, ginseng, and other supplements, as well as a bottle of fine wine. Perhaps we could trade." He didn't ask for much, just a little would suffice. Seeing him so humble and polite, I felt a pang of guilt. My system should have belonged to him. "All right, please wait a moment," that I rummaged through the self-heating hot pots my sister and the others had brought down. Since I became the taste tester, we hadn't had these in a long time. I pulled out a box of self-heating hot pots and offered him a 5-liter bucket of water. "Isn't this too much?" "What will you do with it?" he exclaimed, glancing at the items in my hands. The retired soldier was even better than I had imagined. No wonder the system had sought to bind him initially, that I insisted, "Take it. Eat this and then talk to me, if you truly feel uncomfortable. I need your help tomorrow morning at 9. That his eyes sparkled with gratitude as he accepted the heavy load, that of course. Although his phone was dead, and he missed the notifications about the food delivery event. He still had a watch, so time was not an issue for him. The next day, after finishing the restocking, I opened the door to find my sister in a white sporty outfit, her charming curls tied up high, exuding vitality and playfulness. "Good morning, sister," she beamed, leaning in to whisper, "I got something incredible." She raised her hand to show off a ring on her finger. Aunt Rome was all over me this morning, asking what reward I received. She casually deflected, "Just a broken ring, a mere accessory." "Good morning, Father, Aunt Lee, Aunt Rome. Please come in. My younger brother is also eagerly anticipating, sister. Hurry and bring out the delicious food, this child. How could any meal be complete without you?" Though he remains calm, the smile in his eyes is unyielding. For our father, having several children around is more precious than anything else that I presented today's breakfast. Pumpkin porridge. Potato porridge, mashed potatoes, potato and pumpkin porridge, plain rice porridge, potato crisps, pumpkin chips, and pumpkin pie at a large gathering. Indeed, ample for all. Although we did not indulge in the dishes prepared late last night, there remains a considerable amount saved. But several elders do not have the habit of midnight snacks. Influenced by the system's emphasis on conservation, I too strive to learn from it. Food is precious and should not be wasted. I informed my sister about today's arrangements and shared the news of our experience with the trial version, and they had no doubts about the benefits for taste testers, readily agreeing. Being on the 28th floor. If water is needed downstairs, it is not just us who are weary. The residents up to the 40th floor must also feel the strain, especially the elderly who might struggle without an elevator. Opting instead for the 20th floor. Everyone must walk a bit. As for those in other buildings, I apologize, but my resources are my own. Anyone seeking water must come to my building due to my skin condition. I fear causing unnecessary discomfort. After all, no one wishes to encounter merely a pair of eyes wandering in the dark. This time, the responsibility of managing the shared water resources must fall to my sister. Although it was still dark when we ventured out, I nonetheless insisted she wear a mask. If she is too attractive, I fear thieves might take notice. If she appears too unattractive, I worry she might frighten others. My life is indeed challenging. Chapter 33. Shared water faucet. Everyone quickly offered to assist in gathering water for our household. My sister merely requested they bring extra empty mineral water bottles. Given her fondness for bathing, no one probed further. Xiao Shuai confidently affirmed, "No problem," as everyone departed when CI greeted them. Hearing the commotion, he had been waiting, looking toward me and Xiao Yu, asking what he could do. I succinctly explained today's arrangements, instructing my sister to notify everyone to fetch water. With the darkness posing potential disturbances, I requested he accompany Xiao Shuai to maintain order. Would that be acceptable? "No problem. Everyone, let's head downstairs for water. Come to the 20th floor of building Adet. If you miss it, you must wait until tomorrow. There are only 2 hours of water availability each day. First come, first served, for a week," Xiao Shuai shouted with a megaphone, his voice echoing in the dark sky. Many curious heads peeked out to see what was happening. "Why is it in Building A? The government is so biased." "Why not in our building?" someone complained from a certain room. A woman exclaimed, 20th floor? "There's water. Just when our reserve tank is about to run out. Come on, dear, let us grab our gear and head upstairs." A figure at a window watched the dim lights below, seeing only the flicker of flashlights. Surely, no fool would be so bored as to seek revenge on society, would they? Hey. Why are there still so many people going? I must go take a look too. Stop. When CI stood at the exit of Building A, sternly addressing a hurried woman with 2 buckets, startled, she halted. What's wrong? Wasn't it announced that we could fetch water? She had run too fast, her breath leaving a white mist in the cold air. After entering the stairwell here, queue up for water and come down another staircase on the opposite side. Understood? When CI explained. Got it. No pushing, just lining up, she replied, rushing upstairs. Observing her brisk retreat, he couldn't help but think, no wonder the fastest runners for eggs are always the older women. Father stood at the entrance across, directing anyone who approached toward when CI, preventing them from entering via the exit stairs. While the crowd was sparse, my sister filled their empty buckets with water and stashed them away, leaving only a few for show. Aunt Rome pretended to lift a bucket, exclaiming she could not bear it, her back, legs, and arms aching. Just then, Aunt Lee, having delivered a bucket upstairs, came back down. Hearing her complaints, she rolled her eyes. Rural women often appear strong. Yet she was still inferior. After enjoying the hospitality here for so long, it was finally time for some labor, and she hoisted another bucket upstairs. More and more people began to congregate around Building A, not only from within the community, but also outsiders drawn by the commotion. Due to my explicit announcement of the limited 2-hour water availability, my brother and Xiao Shuai ceased their notifications. Sister, is this faucet the one that's been trending on delivery apps recently? An observant uncle noted, realizing this remarkable item was just as described in the comments, unexpectedly appearing in our community, since it is a trial version. No binding is required and my sister can operate it. Yes, but I only have it for 7 days, she patiently explained, also informing them to come back at the same time tomorrow and encouraging them to spread the word to those who missed out today. Everyone readily agreed. In the queue, some were pushing and stepping on others' feet. Hey, watch it. What are you pushing for? Shouted an older woman wearing a headlamp. The young man, caught in the spotlight with shifty eyes, was startled and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't TC. The older woman decided not to hold a grudge and resumed her place in line. That MY's sister glanced up and noticed that the man, aware of her gaze, quickly lowered his head, hiding behind the crowd. Chapter 34. The fruit trees bear fruit. The water flowed swiftly from the faucet, and with the clear function of the entrance and exit. Everyone quickly filled their containers and departed. Those wishing to return for more were informed they could do so for a week. After considering, they decided to come back tomorrow, too exhausted to continue. Once the place was empty, my sister turned off the flashlight and began another round of water gathering. Then MY brother and Xiao Shuai joined her upstairs, assisting with the water transport. Out of caution, I did not disclose the matter of the ring to my family. Today's water-fetching activity went smoothly. Since we were dining in my room, my sister directed everyone to bring a significant amount of water inside, as washing dishes and utensils also required water. As my brother entered, he exclaimed, "Sister, I'm boiling hot. If you hadn't told me to wear a jacket just for appearances, I wouldn't have bothered. Quickly, give me a cup of pumpkin juice." He promptly removed his jacket. I handed him a portion of pumpkin juice and turned to NCI. "You worked hard today. Please have lunch here with my dark complexion." No one could discern my flushed face, so I decided to be bold. Indeed, when CI, "Please stay for lunch," Father chimed in with a smile, clearly impressed with this diligent young MY brother, sipping his pumpkin juice. Mysteriously grinned. When CI, "You will surely love our family's cooking." When CI, initially planning to decline, given how precious food is now, could not resist the warmth of their enthusiasm, saying, "All right, then I shall impose that I in no time." Everyone was at ease with him. Xiao Shuai threw his arm around Wen Xi's shoulder. "You've done the most work today. I can't compare." Accustomed to an irregular lifestyle, always rushing about with lawn. He realized he could not match the physique of someone like Wen Xi. Reflecting on his slender arms and legs, he resolved to exercise more diligently. As everyone chatted merrily, I emerged with takeout boxes, laying out the delicious food. The aroma wafting through the air made Wen Xi swallow hard. That MY brother, however, lamented, "If only there were some meat, it would be perfect." Wen Xi thought to himself, "Surely this feast was prepared specifically for me." A generous outlay. Tomorrow, he must assist with even greater seriousness. After the meal, Wen Xi did not linger. Bidding farewell, and departing to express my gratitude for everyone's hard work, I decided to check on the fruit trees. Durian, my absolute favorite. The small branches were encircled by 5 durians, the entire pot devoid of any gaps. After plucking one, I noticed the little fruit tree nestled within. Upon seeing me, it joyfully lifted its leaves. As if seeking recognition, I harvested all 5, pouring water into their container, which they eagerly consumed. Cradling the box, I went to the bedroom, announcing to everyone that we would have fruit to enjoy for the week. To their delightful surprise, these were cosmic products. The fruits were also for sale, of course. This was limited to me, who had an external delivery system that I placed one inside, detecting the entire fruit type. Whole listing. Create dishes, durian chips, durian slices, bulk durian. That I chose to sell the whole fruit. You have obtained 1 durian. Available for sale quantity. 99999. That I was astonished to find that a single fruit unit amounted to 100. 000, which was undoubtedly excellent news. Ding dong. Hidden task completed. Unlocking fruit listing. Reward received. 3 flower pots. 1 packet of seeds. Another packet? I had anticipated this. Where did this packet come from? Upon opening, indeed, there were 3 seeds. 1 wheat seed, 1 chili seed, and 1 radish seed. That I wore an expression of knowing it all along. The remaining 4 durians were not yet utilized. A few days' wait would not matter. Chapter 35. Being watched, news spread that the vendor had listed new products, prompting a rush to purchase. Just as the meals were listed, and at this hour, it was not even mealtime. Did the vendor see that I had missed out and added something else? Some wondered internally. Yet their hands were swift. Minutes later, new comments flooded in. The store owner has begun selling fruits as well. Thankfully, I managed to snag one, a large durian from room 8, rich flesh and thin skin. Absolutely top quality. Today, I managed to acquire some ingredients, but alas, the durians eluded me, and my craving for them is profound. I used to own a fruit shop, and my stock was plentiful. However, without sunlight, all the fruits have begun to rot at an alarming rate. How does the shopkeeper manage to preserve his fruits in such pristine condition? They appear as if freshly picked from the tree. It has been ages since I savored any fruit. Alas, this durian has left me yearning for more. Yet, I am quite hungry, and the rice cakes are surprisingly delightful. Today marks the first collective effort from everyone, and the enthusiasm remains palpable, with spirited discussions abounding. That I deftly took the fruits outside. I opened the durian. Its fragrance wafted through the my father eagerly urged our family friend to partake, and Antley responded with a smile. My younger brother offered me a piece, then one to his elder sister. Our family revels in this joyous moment together. I truly cannot fathom why some of you relish this fruit. Aunt Rome's face was a canvas of barely concealed disdain after making her remark. She stood up and headed towards my study, intending to find a different space, only to discover the fruit tree on my desk. Its bare branches bore a few leaves, sensing the absence of my presence. The little sapling remained unresponsive. Yet, it lacks the sophistication to comprehend. As I rushed into the room to beckon Aunt Rome out, it stirred, the sapling swaying to greet me. That I face-bombed, thinking, silly little thing, can't you see there are guests? Aunt Rome, ever observant, inquired about Xiaoyu, commenting on how the outdoor plants had wilted. Yet this sapling seems to be thriving. You must have put in quite the effort to keep it alive, right? I wondered why it was still moving. Did you perhaps draw some fortunate item that you haven't shared with us? At a loss for words, I hesitated, prompting her to continue. Auntie isn't trying to accuse you. We're all family. And family shouldn't keep secrets from one another. Realizing I could no longer conceal the truth, I confessed that the durian we were enjoying was indeed from its fruits. Aunt Rome and the family outside overheard. And their curiosity piqued, they crowded in to take a look in the frigid, wintry landscape. A group of 10 or so shadowy figures loitered outside the community wall. Heisey, are you sure this is the place? Indeed, Tiger. It is absolutely certain. The faucet can dispense water on its own. Quite miraculous. Heisey said, fawning over the man named Tiger, that if he had a faucet, he wouldn't need to go through the trouble of fetching water. It would be much better to seize it for himself. Tiger, contemplating, thought to himself that if he discovered Heisey had been deceiving him, he would surely skin him alive. With that, he beckoned his shivering gang of followers to enter the community. Heisey insisted, I wouldn't dare. It's absolutely true. He had heard the announcement about collecting water yesterday and had witnessed it firsthand, brimming with confidence. These thugs lurking outside the community had relied on breaking in, thievery, and plundering supplies to survive since the apocalypse, and were entirely oblivious to the faucet incident. A group of them huffed and puffed their way up to the 20th floor, wondering where the faucet could be. Tiger was already there. Heisey led the way, only to find a white faucet displaying a countdown of 0000. His sister had already stored away the surplus in her space. Chapter 36. Injury. Heisey, eager to take credit, produced a basin he had prepared, but the faucet remained unresponsive. His face fell in disbelief and fury as he began to hit the faucet, yet it remained unscathed. Tiger, breathless from climbing, approached and kicked Heisey over. "Are you playing me for a fool?" He rained down several kicks upon him. Heisey pleaded for mercy. "Tiger, please spare me. I know which buildings they reside in. They must have plenty of supplies." "Lead the way." The group marveled at the fruit tree. A voice boomed from inside. "Get the hell out." The urgent and intense tone made everyone's expression shift. Xiao Shuai peered outside, noting the darkness obscured the number of intruders. If they had come knocking, they certainly knew someone was home. Unable to hide any longer, he shouted outside, "What do you want? Do you realize this is illegal?" The voices outside heard the commotion. "As long as you hand over the food, we can all live in peace. Otherwise, I'll take your door down. Illegal." In the freezing cold and pitch darkness, who had the time to care? Xiao Shuai clenched his fists tightly, realizing he had no idea how many were out there. If it came to blows, it would only result in harm to his own side. Just as he pondered how to respond, I was in a state of panic, realizing that after Xiaodu's energy had vanished, the shopkeeper's trait of being overlooked by strangers had also dissipated. Unbeknownst to me, I had inadvertently invited trouble while trying to share our water source. That it's not the thieves I fear, but rather the ones who covet. It's impossible to guard against them. They even figured out where I lived, and my father reassured him, noting that they were merely after food. That I in a state of utter disarray. I rushed inside to ask the naive strawberry robot, "Can you protect us?" "Master, I sincerely apologize. This robot can only pack takeout, not engage in combat." To prepare for the worst, everyone grabbed makeshift weapons, mops, brooms, and ladles. Xiao Shuai also wielded a fruit knife. As the door opened, I brought out a dozen buckets of water and a self-heating hot pot. "Look at all this food we have," I exclaimed. "Seems like you're living quite comfortably." A flashlight shone in my face, causing the intruder to fall back in shock, but taking advantage of everyone's focus on the food, he quickly scrambled up, internally lamenting the presence of a dark-skinned girl in the room, which was quite unappetizing. The group remained cautious, eyeing the band of ruffians. Heisey, eager to redeem himself, remarked, "You must be after more than just this, right?" With that, he attempted to step inside for a closer look. Xiao Shuai, now overly anxious, brandished his fruit knife, shouting, "You said you only wanted food. What is the meaning of barging in?" With that, his knife glinted as the intruders all shone their lights on us. The atmosphere grew incredibly tense. Tiger merely sought to make off with some supplies. For those who complied, as long as they received their goods, they would leave. These resources would suffice for his brothers for several days. He intended to leave some for others. Just as he was about to intervene with Heisey, a voice rang out, "Tiger, Tiger, it's a big star." Upon seeing my sister, the eyes of this little brother widened. Realizing the gravity of the situation, my father felt a wave of dread. My sister, standing behind him, had been spotted. Everyone instinctively shielded her. Only Aunt Rome slowly stepped back. "Oh, where is she?" A crowd surged forward. The room, already cramped, became chaotic as so many rushed in, knocking my father and Aunt Lee to the ground. The space descended into chaos. That I caught sight of someone and exclaimed, "I isn't that the illustrious Sister Lawn." "Sister Lawn, I'm your fan," I asked sweetly. "Would you like to join Tiger and me? I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." With that, I reached out to grab her. My sister was cornered. "No, it's unnecessary." Xiao Shuai, now desperate, swung the fruit knife fiercely. "I'll fight you," but he was tripped by Aunt Rome, causing him to stumble, and in the chaos, Tiger inadvertently stabbed Xiao Shuai in the stomach. My sister gasped, "Zhanga." Without a second thought, she lunged toward him. Tiger stood frozen. He intended to kill anyone while robbing, having been waiting outside for the right moment, when CI ceased hesitating and launched an attack on the 10 or so intruders. In the darkness, they were no match for the retired soldiers, quickly overwhelmed and fleeing in terror, leaving their stolen goods behind. Chapter 37. Death apologies for my tardiness. When C.I. exclaimed, filled with remorse, "You can't blame yourself for this. We owe you our gratitude. Without your help, who knows what would have happened if they forcibly took my sister." I too felt a wave of guilt. Without Xiaodu, I was utterly powerless, unable to do anything. My sister and Aunt Li, sprawled on the floor, began to weep uncontrollably. The fruit knife had penetrated halfway, and they were too afraid to remove it. Xiao Shuai's face turned pale, yet he attempted to comfort. It's fine, Lana. Don't cry, Mom. I'm okay. Just a minor injury." Tio demonstrated was merely a small wound. He even attempted to stand. When C.I. immediately halted his actions. "Don't move. Uncle Wang, please come help. We need to get him on the sofa." At this moment, his blood had soaked through his thick outer garment. My sister, eyes filled with anxiety, clutched Zhangguo's hand tightly. "You must be okay. I won't allow anything to happen to you." I rushed to fetch the first aid kit. When C.I., quick on his feet, cut open his clothing, revealing the severity of the injury, things did not look good. Seeing the deep wound, when C.I.'s heart sank, the resilience of a soldier shone through. Though moved, he remained composed. "He needs immediate surgery. We must go to the hospital. His organs are ruptured." But now, in this apocalyptic world, there are no hospitals nearby. The closest one is in Qingzhou, and time is of the essence. Even if we attempted to perform the surgery ourselves, we lack the necessary conditions and would only hasten his demise. Aunt Li cried out, "My son, what shall we do?" Aunt Rong, however, displayed indifference, claiming he fell on his own, and in the chaos, no one would know she had tripped him. My sister wept inconsolably. "You haven't even married me yet. We promised to wait a few more years. Then we'd travel the world together after I left the entertainment industry. You can't go back on your word." He forced a smile. "My dear Lana is so wonderful, but I can no longer care for you. I hope someone will take good care of you in my absence." Motherly was also in tears, exclaiming, "My son, Mommy is here. After so many years of my infrequent visits home, do you harbor any resentment towards me?" As she shook her head while listening to her son speak, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. "Never, my dear, I have never resented you. You are my pride for a lifetime." He glanced at my father, Uncle Wang, and continued, "When Lana reaches the age for marriage and encounters the right person, let her wed." "All right," my father agreed, not wishing to refuse his dying wish. Blood pooled in his abdominal cavity as he began to cough violently. "Lana must be strong. Knowing you has been my greatest joy in this life." With that, he closed his eyes for the last time. My sister collapsed on a Xiao Shuai, sobbing uncontrollably. Motherly gazed at her deceased son, bewildered as to why everything had turned so tragic so suddenly. Her son was her entire world, and she could not fathom such a devastating blow. Darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Aunt Li, in a flurry of panic, hurriedly carried her upstairs. I too was profoundly shaken by the events of the day, momentarily at a loss for how to cope. This morning, sharing water had gone smoothly, but now a member was gone, and with him, a brother and Dashlot. That moment, I felt utterly helpless. The chaos had arisen because I insisted on hosting the water sharing, and I was engulfed in deep guilt, thinking that if I had not pursued this, we would not have drawn the thieves' attention, bringing about this calamity. When C.I., noticing my disorientation, gently reassured me that in the face of impending doom, death was inevitable, and he would handle the subsequent matters. That I could only nod in agreement. Chapter 38. Revenge in the abandoned repair shop. Brother who fumed, "We cannot let this go. That family has so many resources, and they've barred us from entry. The room must be filled with more of our enemies." His face was etched with bitterness. Brother who was equally enraged. Not only had he gained nothing, but he had also lost face in front of his subordinates and the woman he admired. He vowed to take care of that man properly. This time he intended to make them pay, and he would return with Sister Lawn, making her his woman. With this thought, he instructed his brothers to deal with that man first. The rest were of little concern. Just as everyone nodded in agreement, when C.I. emerged from the shadows. "What? Are you looking for me?" Startled, Brother who glanced around and sneered, "Huh. If you dare come here, brothers, take him down. He is all alone. What is there to fear?" Suddenly, when C.I. calmly pulled a gun from his pocket, after a series of gunshots, bodies fell to the ground. Brother, whose eyes widened in shock. He could not comprehend why he had a gun. When CI coolly blew on the barrel and vanished into the darkness, he was indeed a soldier, but an elite international special forces operative. Granted lifetime permission to carry and use firearms. Meanwhile, Antley had awakened but had become sullen and withdrawn. She refused to come downstairs to eat or drink, leaving it to my younger brother to bring her meals. My sister also locked herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. That's so particular about her appearance. She lay in her nest, crying inconsolably. My heart ached for her, and I rushed over to embrace her. Once she realized my presence, she wept loudly on my shoulder. Her eyes swollen, she lamented, "Sister, Jean-Gu is gone. For so many years, we were inseparable. All I ever wanted was to grow up and marry him. But now we are forever apart." Zhang Shuai was several years her senior, and had always been attentive and caring towards her that we had witnessed their relationship and had supported their union. Considering them family long ago, that I suddenly felt utterly useless. After such a significant tragedy, our home was devoid of laughter, and why did I in the days that followed? I allowed my father and younger brother, along with one CI, to handle the water-sharing tasks. Aunt Rome claimed she couldn't attend due to back pain, likely shaken by Xiao Shuai's death. I hadn't meant for any of this to happen. I just hoped she wouldn't return as a ghost to haunt me. I threw myself into completing tasks, diligently filling 6 flower pots each day. Host, I'm back, my little companion, noticing my low spirits, immediately inquired about my situation, that I recounted the events to it, and it too felt guilty, explaining that the major rescue energy had been depleted and the properties of being forgotten in the presence of strangers had been activated due to the urgency of the situation. It expressed its apologies and assured me that the properties could be restored. Sighing with relief, it was fortunate that I was unharmed. Otherwise, it might not have returned. Ding. The rescue of 10 million lives at the brink of death has been successfully completed. Exceeding expectations, rewards have been dispatched that a new task has been issued. Rescue 1 billion people. All A-level rewards for shared personnel will count towards this mission. This task is increasingly arduous. Host, remain strong. You are the best. Unbeknownst to me, my sunflower points had exceeded 30 million. Current global population. 8.9 billion. Registered store members. 1.3 billion. I hadn't anticipated such a slow increase in registrations. Only adding 300 million. I promptly spent 10 million on a communication system. Another 10 million for an automatic translation feature for delivery icons, and yet another 10 million for a positioning system. The global text function has been activated, communication tools have been unlocked. The positioning system is now operational. Please set up for sale. Chapter 39. New communication with the settings activated, options included. Earrings, watches, brooches, hats, bracelets, necklaces, and belts. Considering the unisex appeal, I chose the brooch. I designed it to match the Sunflower Flower Box series. Ding dong. The shop has launched a new product. Hurry and grab it. To express gratitude for my previous peril, Xiaodu generously offered me a promotional benefit of 10,000 free brooches following my product launch. I was thrilled to claim them all for free. I wouldn't sell these. This was not food, after all. New product. Communication tool. Item name, Sunflower. Main signal origin, Dahua State. Signal cannot be guaranteed beyond national borders. Quality, resistant to all damage. Usage, must manually confirm binding after purchase. Detailed description. Once confirmed, the binding cannot be altered. Automatically records real information. Friends can communicate via calls, chats, and video within a 500-mile radius. Beyond this distance, both parties must agree to activate their positioning systems. Important note, binding opportunity is singular. Rebinding is prohibited. The brooch will automatically reflect the owner's mood. For instance, a happy mood will render the flower in a smiling expression. An unhappy mood will show a sad expression. In a dark, dangerous mood will turn the flower black. Please bind with caution. Important matters are reiterated thrice. If the brooch turns red, it enters an observation period, with a chance to revert to golden yellow. Once it turns black, it will no longer change. The shop owner will confiscate all personal recharge points and blacklist the individual, permanently revoking purchasing rights and brooch usage. Price, 100 points each. Purchase limit, none. Quantity available, $9.99. Shop owner recommendation. No need for charging. Manual illumination. IT is built-in lighting for a 2-meter range. Time updates and weather temperature forecasts, an essential tool for home and travel. Welcome to purchase, I confirmed. This shop owner must be an alien, as no such product has been developed globally. At that moment, a company employee was telling his wife, "We need to get this amazing product for you right away." All registered members promptly began placing orders. The old leader, seeing no purchase restrictions, immediately instructed his secretary to arrange one for all those unable to buy. The main signal is in Dahua State. While unaware of the shop owner's location, it was clear they were in our country. We must build a good relationship to demonstrate goodwill and support for the shop owner, the old leader, under everyone's gaze. Set an example by choosing to bind and wear the brooch. Once the information was automatically recorded, the sunflower beamed a broad smile that a controllable touchscreen interface appeared in the air. Time, 9:58, 47 a.m. Weather detected, no sunlight. Indoor temperature, 10. Personal profile and chat pages were all visible. Activating the light, the area within 2 meters around the old leader lit up that he was thoroughly satisfied with this miraculous item. A crowd began to don the brooches. "Hey, old Lou, why aren't you wearing one?" Old Lou looked conflicted and hurriedly replied, "I'll wear it soon," amidst all this chaos, just as he attempted to sneak out. The perceptive secretary bellowed, "Lou, stop! Where are you going?" The noisy conference room fell silent instantly. "Where are you headed? Why aren't you wearing the brooch?" "I'm just going to the restroom. I'll wear it when I return." Cornered, Lou had to turn around and answer awkwardly. "Old Lou, everyone is wearing it. If you don't, it'll look bad." "Wear it first," the old leader commanded. That moment, old Lou realized he could no longer evade it and resigned himself to wearing it. After automatic information recording, his sunflower immediately turned black. He was taken aback, hastily explaining, "No, it's displaying incorrectly. It has a quality issue. This is a black market." The sudden appearance of the black brooch shocked everyone. The leader, without hesitation, commanded, "Seize him and conduct a thorough investigation." 2 armed officers burst through the door and took him away. Shortly after, the secretary submitted the findings. This individual, Liu Fuguei, had exploited his official position during the apocalypse to profit from water, amassing a fortune in gold, jade, and diamonds from the populace. Bottled mineral water had skyrocketed to exorbitant prices. Taking advantage of his power and the current scarcity of resources, he surrounded himself with a bevy of beauties for his own amusement. His wife and daughter, opposed to this indulgence, sought to report him but were met with his brutal wrath and subsequently murdered. The former leader, his face ablaze with fury, proclaimed that as the nation's guide, he could overlook the transgressions committed before the apocalypse. Yet any attempts to engage in petty schemes, illicit gains, or abuse of authority in times of national crisis would be met with immediate execution. Devoid of any trial that a crowd watched in hushed awe, as after the end of days, true natures were revealed. Many glanced at their golden brooches, finding solace in their presence, and breathed a sigh of relief. The brooches emanated a gentle glow, adorned with sweet smiles, particularly striking against the backdrop of night. Chapter 40. Joining and shelving goods, I claimed the rewards for my previous excessive task completion. Receiving a mid-tier cosmic item, a chicken coop. Additionally, I acquired another mid-tier cosmic item, a duck coop. Purchase permissions for chicks and ducklings were unlocked. Shall do such a small coop? How am I supposed to fit chickens in there? It seems even one would be a challenge. I pondered, gazing at the diminutive coops, each with a diameter of merely 35 centimeters and a height less than my knee. I couldn't help but doubt their capacity for raising poultry. However, as the saying goes, cosmic products must be of high quality. Indeed, I found chicks and ducklings in the marketplace, and upon purchasing 3 of each, a notification appeared. Current coop cannot accommodate anymore. I regarded the hamster-sized chicks and ducklings, lost in thought. Xiao Du kindly provided 2 bags of feed. After distributing the feed and adding water, the coop displayed a maturation time of 16 hours. It appeared to be a one-time harvest. The host could indulge in meat as a singular event, while abstaining from meat would yield eggs every 16 hours. The chicks began to move about in their coop, which featured not only a water trough and feeding station, but also a neatly arranged laying area. With no room left in the bedroom, I relocated the 2 coops to the study. Today, my little fruit tree bore 5 rosy apples, which I promptly shelved that I could place 9,999 portions on the shelf. Shall do. Why is today not a specific number? Host, the machine intelligently converts based on weight and volume into portions or individual items. Moreover, I received an additional portion of apples, a portion of apple crisps, and a portion of apple donuts that I retained 2 items, along with durians, to be hidden away by my sister. One portion of apples was quite substantial, containing 6 fist-sized fruits. Given the unpredictable nature of these random fruits, I hesitated to put them all on the shelf at once, fearing a long wait for a repeat. Storing some provided me with peace of mind. After completing the shelving, I organized today's A-grade rewards. 10 purple items, 2 blue items, and 906 white items that I assigned the purple and blue items to faucets, as they had a higher output and longer lifespan than the white ones, which had already been used extensively. As the white faucets were nearing their usage limit, I replaced them with white fruit trees that I adorned myself with a brooch, planning to distribute one to each of them during dinner, while also ensuring my sister could gather the extras. Those with brooches began to stir with activity, as the software featured domestic and global channels. Goodness, one can even choose to speak globally. What immense power that entails. The Chinese truly excel. The Southern Province official. Why is the signal so poor here? It took me nearly half an hour to send this. The Australian Province official. Are you foolish? The primary signal is in the Huazhou region. Unless we relocate or are recognized by another nation, we won't have access. The American Province official. I never expected Huawei to develop such advanced products in under 2 months in this desolate area. We attempted to launch satellites but failed. Huazhou is indeed admirable. The Huazhou official. Haha, you flatter us. After resolving the water source issue, we have begun investing in food production that if any nation struggles with signal. You are welcome to join us, the Myanmar province official. Do you think we would allow such trivial communication devices into our country? Your nation speaks boldly, but we can innovate as well. Just wait and see. The Bazhou province official. We humble folk will not strive for independence. We are preparing to join Huagua. Tomorrow, we will send personnel to sign the agreement. Chapter 41. Relatives arrive. Halt. Where do you come from? You cannot enter. Soldiers barred the way for a group suspected to be beggars, as all entrances to the city in Qingzhou were guarded. Commander, we seek our relatives. They reside in this area. We are upstanding citizens, explained a middle-aged man. Upstanding? None of you possess a sunflower. Do you have any exchangeable items? As long as you have them, you may receive entry for free. Refer to the details. The current policy mandated that only those with sunflowers could enter the city. Those without could exchange goods for entry. Bind the items and you may enter immediately. Otherwise, I regret to inform you that resources are scarce. And we do not harbor wrongdoers that AS for criminals. I'm afraid we deal with them on the spot. No criminals are permitted. Prison? Why would I want to be fed in prison? How Navi, after all? Killing members who turned into black sunflowers did not affect the color of one's brooch. Wang Jun did not anticipate that after journeying over mountains and rivers to find his brother's family, he would be denied entry, that it was all his wife's fault. She insisted on coming despite saying she wouldn't. She was adamant that his brother had abandoned their old house to enjoy a life of luxury with a celebrity daughter and insisted on finding them. With no one left at their old home, they were unable to locate their niece, the star, but they were aware of where their elder niece resided. Upon realizing that the exchange for sunflowers required 100 points each, they questioned the purpose of collecting iron, copper, silver, gold, jade, diamonds. Hence, they received any messages? Perhaps this group was seeking to collect protection fees. Wang Jun's wife, Yang, had 2 children. The eldest, 27, worked at a renovation company and was already married. With a daughter-in-law, Lu Xiu, who had borne 2 sons that Yang's youngest was a daughter, the same age as Wang Lanlan, who had dropped out of school at 15 to work as a child laborer in a pharmacy before the end times. Upon seeing the requested items, Yang wasted no time, urging her daughter-in-law, "Quick, bring out your diamond ring and necklace. We're many here. Mom, I bought this when I got married. It holds sentimental value. Why don't you take off your jade bracelet?" Wang Gang, lacking family status, remained silent that he feared his wife, but he feared his mother even more. Wang Jun observed the bickering between his daughter-in-law and wife. "Everyone hand over everything. If you keep arguing, we'll all be scavenging for trash. Do you not find that embarrassing enough?" After exchanging for sunflowers, the family marched into the city. This brooch was exceptional, far more useful than a flashlight. The family walked on, exploring its features as a swarm of enormous fireflies illuminated their path in the dark. In the days following the shared water source incident, when CI had become quite favored by her father, who insisted on inviting her over for meals, the group was out of breath, Gongzi, is this it? Yes, Dad, this is where I met Grandpa at Wang US last year. They approached the door and knocked. Just as the family settled down, the knock echoed. With the system in place, I felt emboldened. The door opened to reveal a head. Who is it? Inside when CI, fearing for my safety, had also squeezed into the doorway. Looking at the visitor, her height of 1.83 meters blocked the view inside. Sorry, wrong door. Wang Gang looked up, confirming it was indeed number 2808, that one had a black woman and a man moved in. He recognized his cousin. I am Wang Yu. What brings you here? Upon hearing that they were relatives. When CI no longer intervened, opting to return to her seat and wait for dinner. Aunt Rome pouted. Here come the opportunists again. They really know how to pick their moments, arriving just in time for dinner. In the old days, whenever they visited, they always brought something, taking home plenty of food and supplies, chickens, geese, even a handful of scallions. Although my sister had long been away, she had heard tales of their visits from me. Out of politeness, she still acknowledged them. Chapter 42. Request for housing. The table was crowded. After my sister called the others, the youngest daughter of my Uncle S family quietly beckoned everyone to my aunt glanced at my sister, who was poised and graceful, then at her own daughter, who was timid and awkward, her disdain evident. She had hoped for a son in her old age but ended up with a daughter. Nothing about her seemed satisfactory. Look at how capable my brother's child is. She has become a star. She can both study and act, unlike my Li Hua, who struggles with her studies and cries at the slightest workplace grievance. Wang Gang pointed to his sister. You, take your two nephews, move a small table over there, and it's all right to squeeze a bit. We can all fit. Don't mind her, you may. She is still just a child. Child? Isn't she the same age as my sister? This narrow passage connected the bathroom and kitchen, making it incredibly cramped. Wang Li looked at the passage and obediently took her stool over. I followed suit, setting up a small table for her. If both parties sat across from each other, it would fit just right. However, if someone needed to use the restroom, the stools would have to be moved aside. I apologize for the inconvenience, cousin. The house is simply too small. It's all right, Yujie. Lily's weak voice emerged, revealing she was no stranger to being a scapegoat at home. I returned from the room with takeout boxes, serving various rice dishes, fried cakes, and snacks, which left my uncle and others wide-eyed. I also placed potato stir-fry rice, pumpkin cakes, apple donuts, and fried rice cakes on my cousin's small table. The two children, upon seeing the food, dove in eagerly. Wipe your hands before eating. Lily, as she spoke, was about to take out her travel cup to pour water for the two children and wipe their hands at such an impressionable age. With their mouths full of food, they did not forget to retort. Mind your own business. Hurry up and get married. Don't snatch my food. The main table seemed accustomed to such exchanges that I furrowed my brow at the words I heard. Where did they learn such things? At such a tender age, they were already discussing marriage. The two rascally children dared not pay me any mind, fearing that I, a formidable presence, might devour them in a fit of anger. My dear brother. It seems you are faring quite well. I remarked that I was worried about your well-being and came to see you, yet you have hardly kept in touch since our father passed away. My uncle patted his noticeably full belly, surprised by the delicious takeout. Aunt Rome scoffed, saying, it's easy to say nice things, but remember, every time we visit the countryside, it's always about taking and not giving. I haven't seen you bring back any gifts. You always come back empty-handed. It's not that great. It's just takeout, which is hard to come by now. This is all that our Uwazi has saved up bit by bit, that we wouldn't dare bring it out if you hadn't come today. My father remained calm. Looking at the empty plates, my cousin reluctantly set down her chopsticks. What has happened to Yumizi? She might find it difficult to marry off like this. Is it as if she has been struck by lightning? Lucio couldn't hide a smirk in her eyes. Marriage. Is that what you keep telling the children about? I shot her a disapproving glance. I'm fine, still dutiful, and certainly not struck by lightning. When I couldn't bear to see me ridiculed. This elder sister, you should take care of yourself first. Whether others marry or not is not your concern, is it? Gazing at Wenxi's beautiful face, she feigned a casual gesture. What do you mean, elder sister? I'm not that much older than you. She didn't get to finish her sentence. My aunt was about to retort, but my uncle interrupted her. All right, let us get to the point. My dear brother, we were just discussing that after Father's passing, we two brothers should unite, help each other, and grow closer. Would it be possible for us to stay with you? Initially, he had wanted his two nieces to live in the big villa, but after tasting the delicious food, He quickly changed his mind. Chapter 43. Gift of a house after hearing that my uncle's family had gone back to their hometown to find him. My father, who was usually soft-hearted, was swayed. This is my eldest daughter's house. I cannot make the decision that if you want to stay, I'll just give you the old house. That my father looked troubled as the old house was also a two-story building, built with the funds of my youngest daughter, and he was somewhat reluctant to part with it. The mischievous child clung to his mother, insisting, I want to stay here. There's good food. I shot him a glance, and he immediately buried himself into his mother's embrace. That it was clear what my uncle's family intended. They found the old house too shabby. They used to live in the city and thought they deserved at least a house nearby, probably to make it easier for them to come over and take advantage of us. Mom, come quick. There are chicks here and little ducks. Another child had sneakily slipped into the study without anyone noticing. Everyone was taken aback. That is not true. You must have seen it wrong. That my's sister grabbed him by the collar and pulled him out, conveniently shutting the door behind her. She returned to the sofa as if nothing had happened. Since Zhang Shuai left, my sister had not smiled once. Her unadorned face looked noble yet cold. How could such a big child be mistaken? You're hiding chickens. Why not bring them out to entertain us? My cousin tightened her tattered cotton coat and headed towards the study. My aunt followed closely behind, both of them unusually in sync. My cousin flung the door open, revealing merely a bookshelf and an empty desk. My cousin abruptly halted, colliding with my aunt behind her. This child must have been too hungry on the way, she remarked. All the animals have long since disappeared. How could I have such fine things? I too let out a sigh of relief. That my's sister, unruffled, rested her chin on her hand, revealing a beautiful butterfly ring on her finger. There are indeed some. Those taken out are just not willing to admit it. Little brat, if you keep shouting, I'll smack you. My brother was itching to give him a good thrashing. The child, frightened, shrank back into his mother's arms. Mom, Uncle is going to hit me. Brother, I haven't even hit you yet. Eldest grandson, come here to Grandma. Your uncle is just playing with you. He wouldn't hit you. They still wanted to stay here. They couldn't afford to offend us. That I don't want to. You are an old witch, a gambler. You sold the house. The cousin, the best at acting wronged, quickly covered his mouth. The child is just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. That my's eyes widened, her expression akin to having swallowed a fly. Even she, who could usually put on a front, could no longer maintain her composure. She shot a fierce glare at my cousin, unable to utter a word. I raised an eyebrow. Since there's no house left, let us stay in our old home. This is also in consideration of you all taking care of grandfather. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll meticulously calculate all the years my father has subsidized your family. My uncle's family instantly shrank back. The lost house and the bride price for their son's marriage were enough to make them lose count. Aunt Rome was somewhat displeased. I am married now, but this house should rightfully belong to half of me. You can't just give it away without consulting me. I didn't even lift my eyelids. Aunt Rome, if you disagree with our decision, you are welcome to return with them. Aunt Rome panicked. Why should I leave? I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here. There's food and shelter here. I am not foolish. She merely couldn't stand relatives who always took advantage of others, relying on the fact that they had a big star in the family. They hadn't contributed a penny even for grandfather's funeral, and it left her feeling uncomfortable. My cousin sat in the corner, silent. After sending them off, my father even took several boxes of instant noodles and self-heating hot pots, leaving Aunt Rome rolling her eyes. My sister secretly stuffed some chocolates and candies that she had hoarded into Lily's bag, reminding her to eat them discreetly and not take them out. Tears welled in Lily's eyes as she nodded gently. Whether she could protect herself depended on her own abilities. One cannot remain timid forever. Otherwise, one would be the one to suffer. Chapter 44. No purchase permission, the highest leader in America asked. So, what is the outcome? Have we made any progress? The lead researcher shook his head that no, we are unable to crack it. The signal is not even in our vicinity. Sending satellites has been a constant failure. As if something in the sky is blocking it. What are you all doing? It's been so long, and there is still no clue. The leader furrowed his brow, keeping a close watch on the research institute these days, only to find that our scientists were falling behind those in Huazhou, leaving him feeling humiliated. Meanwhile, Huazhou had resolved their water supply issue and commenced food production. That if we didn't expedite our communication technology, we might soon find ourselves left in the dust. International Official Channel. Bazhou, Everyone, our country has become a subsidiary of Huazhou, renamed Beijing. From now on, please call me a Huazhou citizen. Indeed, after joining, the signal was remarkably strong. Meizhou, congratulations, Mianzhou. Oh, you've given up your capital for a mere signal. How pathetic. Huazhou, welcome to all the countries joining. In just a week, a new batch of vegetables will be ripe. Oh dear, there's no way around it. The signal is good, the harvest is swift, and the benefits are plentiful. This infuriated many nations. Had it not been for the water supply, they would have starved and thirsted to death. And their populations were dwindling. At this moment, communication messages came through. You have new friend requests. The old leader saw a group of nations with small populations sending official friend requests, and he smiled as he accepted them one by one. Some were captivated by the miraculous water supply. Some were unable to withstand the turmoil due to their already sparse populations, and others, unable to uncover the secret behind the water supply, had no choice but to compromise. While some were astonished by the miraculous fruit trees, everyone tacitly agreed that these were products of Huazhou. After signing the agreement, each leader would still govern their respective nations, but Huazhou would hold the dominant position. Once the contract was signed, geographical barriers seemed to open the gates of communication, and the signal was full strength. The old leader felt fortunate. The shop owner is a citizen of our Huazhou. Even if he is an alien, he is still our Huazhou's alien. More importantly, this was an opportunity to expand our territory and enhance our national prestige. The unfortunate island state, after the last great rescue and a wave of goods on a cash-on-delivery basis, had completed registration but found themselves unable to make purchases, receiving the message, "You currently do not have purchasing permissions." When opening a shop, they had not activated their country. With a total population barely exceeding 100 million, the small island nation had no choice but to send all its attractive women to America in exchange for supplies, hoping to sustain the meager population. However, America was ungrateful. Although their own country frequently experienced unstable signals, they could occasionally make some purchases, and everyone had a sunflower. Until they developed better equipment, this was a compromise they had to make. They had never heard of a situation where there were no purchasing permissions. No wonder the international channel lacked any statements from the island state. The astute American speculated that perhaps the island state had offended Huazhou, and he dared not accept them, fearing his own country would also lose purchasing rights. A group of hundreds of thousands of women was tossed around like a football, making their way to America, only to be rejected and forced to trek long distances without any nation daring to provide refuge. The small island state had no choice but to send their women to Huazhou, hoping our old leader could exchange something for them. The kind-hearted old leader at the depths of his heart requested that they kneel and apologize to the people of Huazhou in exchange for supplies. This was to be broadcast on both domestic and international channels of Sunflower. Furthermore, he notified compatriots age 40 who were still without partners to hastily sign up, with a chance to be selected to travel to the capital to be assigned a companion to bring home. With so many men and so few women, the 300,000 women from the island state were swiftly allocated. After much ado, the island beauties who finally settled down were all overwhelmed with gratitude. Those who exchanged supplies departed with joy. The person in charge expressed the intention to return and informed their prime minister to select women every few months to send to Huazhou in exchange for supplies. To keep pace with the population exchange, they began neglecting work, preoccupied with procreation. Chapter 45. The launch of meat products. Once everyone had left, I pulled my sister aside. "Did you just put everything away?" "Uh-huh," she replied, her face lighting up with a hint of pride for being able to assist me. Gently caressing her slender face, I said, "Look how thin you've become. One must learn to look forward. You still have your sister, father, and brother. Do we all love you dearly? Now let's get my chicken coop and duck pen out and decide what to eat tonight." With that, I led her to the study. There were 6 flower pots filled with various vegetables, a chicken coop, and a duck pen. It was then that my sister realized I was not merely a taste tester. I was the shopkeeper. "Sister, let's have tomato and egg." "All right, I'll get the chicken ready." My sister watched as I tossed a mini chicken into the delivery machine. The display showed a production capacity of 100,000. The potential dishes included chicken soup, shredded chicken, cold chicken, poached chicken, and beggar's chicken. I directly selected chicken soup. Next, I placed a mini duck into the machine and chose a dry pot duck. For meat dishes, I set the points at 8. Double that of vegetables. Today, as item launch completed, I examined the chicken soup and dry pot duck. Each was a whole serving, and indeed, the delivery system would not skimp on quality. Acquired items: chicken soup, dry pot duck, purple sweet potato balls, spicy chicken offal pot, diced lotus root, seasonal vegetable salad, stir-fried potatoes with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold rice rolls, white rice, shredded chicken noodles. The robot thoughtfully packed everything into gift boxes. Lately, when she didn't come down for meals, my room was filled with packed gift boxes, all containing the dishes, fruits, and corsages obtained after the launch that I instructed my sister to put them away. And with a gentle lift of her hand, the items vanished, leaving the room feeling a bit emptier. Wow. Remote item retrieval. I didn't expect this ring to be so amazing. I thought I needed to touch it. I marveled at her ring, while she admired my delivery machine. That it was rare to see her so interested, and I was more than happy to answer her myriad questions. Domestic channel. Today, I snagged a whole chicken soup. After months, I finally get to eat meat. I missed out that I lost a fortune. Sob sob. The dry pot duck is also delicious. I pieced together the leftover bones, and it was indeed a whole one. The shopkeeper is genuine. After the items transformed into goods needed for the light shop, the recharge surged dramatically. Not only could it be used to purchase items, but the recharge amount could also facilitate personal payments. With each registered user assigned their unique number, the number served as the account. Currency was entirely obsolete. Some who won faucets began conducting business, charging 1 point for each water retrieval. Others who won fruit trees sold excess fruits for 10 points each. This was far more convenient than before. Points were shared, payments made through points, and with voice control, Sunflower automatically scanned the other S code to deduct points, completing transactions. Days passed by, with the continuous influx of nations joining. The notification sounded. Ding, registered users have reached 5 billion. Hidden task reward acquired. Refreshing store rewards. Hidden SS golden item. Simulated energy source SUN that IT covers half the Earth. Conditions to activate the energy source: 1 energy main carrier and 100 million energy subcarriers. Seeing this simulated sun reward, I was left speechless with excitement that I designated the specific individual, Wong Lon Lon, and instructed my sister to make the purchase. There was no need for further explanation. This item was a must-have. As the sister with the highest attribute bonus, she had a 40% chance of winning, compared to others 1 in a billion that the first recharge provided a 10% bonus, family bonus of 10, and luck-related female bonus of 20, unmatched by others. Here, the chances of winning were not in the BCD range, but rather A-class prizes and above, including A-class that I ordered a specified dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Under my eager anticipation, she clicked on the lottery page, her long, slender fingers trembling slightly with nervousness. The wheel stopped, as expected, on gold. The level jumped to A-class. She glanced at me, lips pressed together, her eyes filled with an innocent pleading. It's all right. The shop belongs to sister. Let's try again. Once more, I designated Wong Lon Lon for the purchase. Gold A-class, designated. Gold A-class, designated. Gold A-class. Chapter 46. The Lottery Incident Shop System Notification. Congratulations to Wong Lon Lon for winning a golden SS item. We both finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, we'll wait for the delivery tomorrow. Relaxed, my sister snuggled into my quilt, playing with my sleep companion doll, occasionally glancing up at my actions. As I began packaging her golden A-class items, she already had a constant temperature clothing, but with so many golden A-class items, which should I choose? Just then, I heard, host, upon first acquisition, items bind to you. Repeated acquisitions do not bind. Others have a low probability, making it impossible to win a second golden item after winning one. So it was assumed they were all bound. That my heart leaped with joy at this news. That was fantastic. Xiaodu, it's wonderful to have you here. Without you, I'd be useless. How could I survive without you? No, host, without me, you've been dead for a long time. Xiaodu, can't you tell I'm complimenting you? That is a good thing. Host, I'm just speaking the truth that I was too lazy to engage further. Then let us have 92 pieces of constant temperature clothing, 89 fruit trees, and 76 faucets. Setting successful. Items are being shipped. The strawberry packer quickly packaged and dispatched. Ding. The shopkeeper has completed the hidden task. Sent. 100 golden faucets. The shopkeeper receives a permanent edition. Sent. 100 golden fruit trees. The shopkeeper receives a permanent edition. Sent. 100 golden constant temperature clothing. The shopkeeper receives a permanent edition. New A-class golden items have refreshed that aesthetic. Why does it feel like the gift package only yielded the SS after the golden A-class was exhausted? Xiao Du replied, no need to feel that way. Once you packaged and sent out, the rewards popped up clearly indicating that they were emptied. It seemed that this 40% was indeed a bit of a trap. In the capital, an emergency meeting was convened in the government conference room, on the screen. According to continuous investigations and broadcasts regarding the light shop, it was discovered that 10 minutes ago, an individual named Wang Lanlan drew another SS item, less than a month after her previous S win. After excluding 30,000 individuals with the same name, we have identified this person, name, Wang Lanlan. Age, 18. A signed artist of the Youth Era Company. Stage name, Sister Lan, a current student at a prestigious university. Her grandfather passed away a year ago, and her family consists of her father, Wang Xing, stepmother Rong Guifang, an older sister Wang Yu, and a younger brother Wang Fei. This person resides on the 29th floor of Sunshine Community in Yuzhen, Mingshi, Chuan Province. Following the investigation after her last S win, it was found that they had only organized 1 week-long water collection activity, with resident feedback indicating that during that time, they saw white faucets. According to the shopkeeper's reward note, the white faucets should have a usage period of 1 month and cannot be reinstalled. Where have the extra days gone? This person does not go out, making it impossible to ascertain what kind of reward this person has drawn. The old leader gazed at the crowd. What do you think? Could she be the shopkeeper? Should we capture her for investigation? She seems likely. With so many people purchasing once a day and only a few tens of thousands of items available for each meal. How could she have 1 items among 5 billion people, and then drawn an SS from a probability of 1 in a billion? With a clear target for action, we can directly capture Wang Lanlan. Capture? What reason do you have? Has she committed a crime? Didn't a group of home intruders disappear? Investigations have shown that it was the special police captain when CI who did it. And you know it was a home invasion, right? It would be justified as self-defense if they died. Do not act rashly. If we thoroughly offend the extraterrestrials, taking back all the discovered faucets, fruit trees, and constant temperature clothing and fleeing, we would be utterly doomed. The crowd wore solemn expressions. Indeed, everything was developing positively. Unlimited water resources, randomly produced fruit trees, and invisible constant temperature clothing. Since joining us in Huazhou, we could obtain signals indicating this person harbors goodwill towards us Huazhou people. Moreover, the powerful signals had stunned various countries that if they were taken away, everything would be lost. The old leader observed the back-and-forth discussions among the group, and, touching the sunflower on his chest, declared, we cannot offend her. We must instead foster goodwill. Faced with unknown and uncontrollable factors, we could not remain idle. The old leader issued a direct order. Secretary, arrange a schedule immediately. We are heading to Chuan Province. I will personally meet this Wang Lanlan. Chapter 47. The meeting 10 aircraft descended upon the outskirts of Chuanzhou, where a battalion of fully armed soldiers stood in meticulous formation, awaiting the arrival of their esteemed guest. Following the disembarkation of the elder leader, he settled into an all-terrain vehicle, flanked by a procession of 30 snow-ready sedans and over 100 military snowmobiles, which set forth towards Yuzhen without hindrance, as all checkpoints were open to facilitate their passage. Within the vehicle, a cautious Chuanzhou official accompanied the elder leader, inquiring whether there were any significant directives. Attempting to glean insight into the leader's intentions, the elder, perceiving the underlying motives of the inquiry, remained unfazed, casting a meaningful glance before remarking that Chuanzhou was indeed a place of exceptional talent and natural beauty. The official, perplexed, could only offer his agreement. Upon their arrival in Yuzhen, a local minor official, upon witnessing the elder leader, felt a tremor of trepidation. What momentous event warranted the presence of such a distinguished figure alongside a cadre of leaders? Observing the grand spectacle, the official dared not speculate recklessly, while when CI, standing nearby, appeared notably composed that he had already received word to accompany the elder leader to the Wang family estate. The elder leader's secretary had indicated that, given his prior associations with the family, his presence would be beneficial. Should negotiations falter, his long-standing rapport with Wen CI would temper any potential fallout. Wen CI, aware of his duty as the highest-ranking officer of the National Guard, felt compelled to ensure the elder leader's safety that a formidable mass of individuals approached the entrance of the complex. The elder leader raised his hand, halting all accompanying personnel. The rest of you will wait here for my word. Li Zhang. 1. You shall accompany me inside. A throng of officials, eager to witness the meeting, yet concerned for the elder leader's safety upon learning they could not enter, promptly organized to cordon off the area. When CI elucidated the elder leader's purpose for visiting, to which Wang Lanlan simply inquired, "May I place a call to my sister?" Understanding the necessity of the visit, I resigned myself to the inevitable. Assistance was indeed required to my sister opened the door, and upon facing the individual seated within, I felt a wave of nerves. Here I stood, an ordinary worker, confronted by one of the most authoritative figures in Huazhou. The commanding presence of the individual seated before me, coupled with his official bearing, was enough to instill a sense of apprehension, regardless of his age or warm smile. Observing my discomfort, when CI offered me an encouraging glance. We assessed each other, with the ever-diplomatic chief secretary struggling to maintain her composure. The elder leader, noticing my unease at the threshold, beckoned, "Miss Wang, please take a seat." Unperturbed by the matter of skin color, the elder leader dismissed it entirely. Since investigations had confirmed her Huazhou origins, that was the end of it. That I inhaled deeply. It was time to confront the situation. That I approached and took my seat. Expressing my gratitude, "I am curious as to why you seek my sister's assistance." The chief secretary's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered a young lady so brazen as to claim kinship right off the bat. The elder leader smiled. "I merely wish to pose a few inquiries." "How fortuitous," I replied, "for I too have a request." "What is it?" "Grandfather, I wish to speak solely in your presence. However, for the sake of ensuring my safety, I would appreciate it if when CI could remain at this." Both Zhang and Li interjected simultaneously. "That is unacceptable." The elder leader hesitated for 3 seconds before conceding. "You two, stand guard outside. That I in the room now with the elder leader. My sister, myself, and when CI, who stood beside the elder leader." Chapter 48. The need for young men. The elder leader wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand. "Let us converse earnestly. Since Miss Wang insists on having her sister present, the initiative should rightfully belong to her, and she is more than willing to cooperate. That I wish to ascertain whether Miss Wang Yu is aware that her sister is the proprietor of a delivery service." This inquiry, originating from someone of high standing, was expertly probing. It implied that if I were unaware of my sister's business, I would surely be perturbed, while the government was already privy to this information and possessed evidence. Leaving no room for denial. "No, she is not." I responded candidly. "Such extraordinary and fantastical matters are beyond her reach. I believe you are familiar with the concepts of culture and science, which have yet to be fully understood by our world." The elder leader regarded me, seemingly convinced of my honesty, and steadied himself. "Then how do you account for her winning 2 major prizes? The odds of that happening are 1 in a billion, especially within such a short time frame." "Grandfather, the explanation is simple. Her first victory was indeed a stroke of luck, an S-tier reward, attributed to her being the daughter of fortune. Her heightened chances of winning led her to triumph once more. If you wish, I can have my sister demonstrate. The second prize, too, was the reason for my visit. She drew an SS item, a simulated sun. Oh, please elaborate. Is it feasible to present it?" The mention of the sun piqued the elder leader's interest. When CI, equally astonished, listened intently. A simulated sun. After enduring such prolonged darkness, I had almost forgotten the essence of sunlight. Though we have regained communication, we lack sufficient resources to generate large-scale electricity, merely sustaining our drinking water and food production. Without widespread electrical operations, we could not indulge in the luxury of normal power consumption. Yet a sun could transform that. Sunlight could be converted into electricity. This was something we had long since invented. I observed the elder leader and when C's eager expressions directed at my sister and me. "Regrettably, grandfather, she cannot produce my sister, as the primary vessel, requires the presence of 100 million others to activate it. Once activated, the simulated sun would emerge, casting its light over half the globe." The elder leader frowned. "This sounds too fantastical. How can I trust you? 100 million. While Chuanzhou is vast, the population of those permitted to leave their homes before the end of days barely exceeds 10 million. Grandfather, this necessitates your mobilization of individuals from other regions to reside here. This is precisely what my sister seeks your assistance with. We still need 90 million, and they must be young men, aged 18 to 35. Those beyond that age cannot bear the burden of being vessels. The elder leader sipped his juice, jesting, "Oh, 90 million is no small figure, and they must be vigorous young men. Where do you expect me to find such a multitude? Do you wish to crown yourselves as sovereigns?" I swiftly clarified, "We are patriots, devoted to our nation. We harbor no ulterior motives. That it is not soldiers we require. Ordinary citizens will suffice. For instance, if one individual from a family fulfills the criteria to serve as a vessel, the entire family may relocate here. However, each family counts as merely one vessel." That my sister persisted. "Although I cannot immediately demonstrate. To affirm my sincerity, I am willing to offer my prize fruit trees and faucets to the state at no cost." Chapter 49. Offering to the nation, the elder leader's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once more. "To my knowledge, A-tier items are currently bound and cannot be gifted, including the golden faucet I won." Recalling his own history of winnings, the elder leader's expression softened. This was perhaps the sole positive occurrence since the onset of the apocalypse. I interjected quickly, "No, repeated rewards are not bound. That if you can mobilize people to meet the conditions for the simulated sun, it would be advantageous for us in Huajo. After such an extended period of darkness. Do you not yearn to see the light again?" My sister chimed in. "If grandfather is willing to assist, I offer 80 golden fruit trees, 70 faucets, and 10 temperature-regulating garments, all to be donated to the nation." Upon hearing the figures, the elder leader's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Little girl, how much did you say?" "You heard correctly, grandfather, for I am indeed the daughter of fortune. That in the future, I shall continue to win prizes, which I can provide to the state at no cost, provided you first grant us the people." That I echoed her sentiment. "Yes, grant us the men." When C.I. cast a puzzled glance my way, as if to question my reasoning. Did I speak incorrectly? Given the exchange of such substantial rewards for 90 million individuals, if true, it would herald a renaissance for Huajo. Even if it was a gamble, the elder leader would accept it. It sounded absurd, yet every occurrence and item that materialized thus far defied logic. Could it be that the proprietor was indeed an extraterrestrial being here to assist our nation, contemplating my sister's fortuitous abilities? The elder leader issued an invitation. "Lon, would you be willing to accompany me to the capital? I can arrange for the finest accommodations for your family, provided your golden rewards are surrendered to the state." Since the moment the simulated sun was drawn, it had become bound to Chuanzhou and to me. I may never be able to venture elsewhere. That my sister's expression turned somber. Little did she anticipate such stringent conditions on the reward. Since travel was no longer an option, she could propose alternative requests. That I eagerly suggested, "Grandfather, how about arranging for us a more spacious residence?" Minor detail. Minor detail. The elder leader beamed as he observed my sister emerging from the room with her rewards. Exchanging so many golden A-tier items for a home filled him with a sense of having struck a multi-billion-dollar fortune, and he could hardly contain his elation, due to the necessity of binding the faucet and the fruit trees. The old leader cast a glance at the thermostatic garment and decided to give it a try. Once donned, it was as if he could no longer feel it, yet the persistent perspiration told him that everything was indeed real. He realized he no longer needed to wear such a heavy coat. I too felt elated. Henceforth, my flower pots and nesting bowls would have a designated place. The house was simply too small now. When guests arrived, there was hardly enough room. The old leader chuckled as he stepped outside, instructing his secretary, "Immediately include Chuanzhou as the second largest city in Huajo and commence the implementation of the construction plan. Ensure that accommodations are arranged for Wang Lanlin's family. This house is indeed too cramped. It must be large, truly expansive. Bring in that renowned designer who won the grand prize at the last competition. The construction must be distributed throughout Chuanzhou, accommodating 90 million people. Chief, why did you acquiesce to their unreasonable request? 90 million residents. Where will they all come from?" The secretary was utterly perplexed. Deputy Zhang interjected. "The designer in question is none other than the illustrious grandson of the chief family. Chi and I've heard he has a rather peculiar temperament and is difficult to please." Secretary Li feared the chief might not know who he was. "He is the third grandson of Qi Zhen." The old leader remained unfazed. "Then let Qi Zhen summon him. He won't disregard his grandfather's words." Qi Zhen, a former governor, though retired, still wielded considerable influence, with his disciples occupying various positions across Huajo. His eldest grandson was a commander in charge of a region, while his second grandson was the head of a corporate group. Only this third grandson had no desire for governmental office or business, preferring instead the realm of design, that he had recently snatched the long uncontested top position in an international competition. Unfortunately, the competition had not yet arrived, and then the apocalypse struck. Otherwise, it would have been fascinating to see if Chi and could retain his first place standing. Chapter 50. Recruitment. The crowd gazed at the smiling leader descending from the upper floor. Though they were unsure of the reasons behind his demeanor, it was evident from his expression that it could not be anything unfavorable. They began to offer their condolences to the old leader, who addressed the local officials. From now on, you shall have plenty to occupy yourselves with. He did not forget to instruct his secretary. Dispatched individuals shall be tasked with ensuring the safety of this family. Understood. The crowd watched as the old leader's silhouette disappeared into the vehicle. Was he leaving just like that, without even sharing a meal? The family's background was inconsequential. What mattered was that they must not offend them, as even the old leader had personally greeted them. Finally, he was gone, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Collapsing onto the sofa, then MY's sister handed me some juice. Don't worry, sis, I'll take care of things in the future. Indeed, you are the least apprehensive in social situations like this that I was so frightened that I struggled to articulate a response. Sis, why didn't you mention anything about the shopkeeper? Are you afraid of being taken for dissection and research? This matter must not involve a third party. Do you understand? My sister cautiously nodded. Rest assured, sis. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. The sound of the sunflower alarm rang out, and a national news video popped up. Would you like to view it? Yes or no? The sunflower projected the video content, featuring an attractive female host. We are currently presenting 2 recruitment announcements released by the state. The first announcement is for the construction sector. Positions available: architects, construction managers, directors, supervisors, estimators, safety officers, carpenters, and construction workers. Requirements: no gender restrictions. Males aged 18-60, females aged 18-50 that must be hardworking and resilient. Preference will be given to those with work experience or local residence. Benefits: meals and accommodation provided. Family members may accompany. Wages are paid daily. For more details, please call. Reception personnel. Local officials. Responsible party: Chuanzhou officials. Work location: Chuanzhou. Chief designer: Chi and chief architect. Chi and registration opens immediately. The second recruitment is for the energy program. Positions available: must be aged 18-35, that male candidates only, with a presentable appearance and good health. Family members may accompany, with arrangements for single dormitories, family suites, comprehensive annexes, and detached villas made according to ability. Preference will be given to those with management experience. Compensation includes personal meals. After 1 year of employment, workers will receive land use rights. Those who work for 5 years and choose to settle in Chuanzhou will enjoy lifelong housing rights. Local residents preferred. Work location: Chuanzhou. For appointment registration, please enter the code. The review period is 1 month. Those who pass the review will be escorted by government trains. Responsible party: local officials in Chuanzhou. Overall execution: Wang Longlon. Chairperson: Wang Yu. The citizens who viewed the video were equally thrilled. Meals and accommodation provided. Family members can accompany, and there's a salary too. It's fantastic. A young couple exclaimed, "Honey, you're 25 and meet the criteria. Hurry and enter the code to apply." This second option is clearly much better. It offers a suite that as they filled out their information. A middle-aged man exclaimed, "I'm a construction worker. I can apply." The family joyfully began packing their belongings. Preparing to rush to Chuanzhou, local residents remarked, "Fortunately, I'm nearby. I'm off to pack and register." A massive influx of people surged towards Chuanzhou, the entrances of various cities. The crowds were being sorted into designated areas. A man carrying his son approached the entrance, where a machine was automatically scanning. "You qualify for the construction recruitment. Please select from the available positions." After making a selection, the machine directed him to Area A. He boarded a free shuttle bus to Area A, where they would proceed to the construction site. Buses continually shuttled back and forth in the snowy regions. 3 days later, as scanning continued, the option of construction worker was available. Wang Gang shouted, "What's going on? I came to apply for the renovation supervisor position. I refuse to be a mere construction worker. How do you conduct your business?" "I'm sorry, sir. The machine currently indicates that this is the only available option. All other positions are filled. Would you like to come back another time or accept this position?" The assistant explained patiently that I'm a local. Next time? When is that? What kind of service attitude is this? I want to file a complaint. The guard, though disapproving of his behavior, had no choice. Orders from above mandated that all recruitment personnel be treated kindly. Otherwise, he would have been thrown out long ago. Chapter 51. Qian, after waiting several minutes without any movement inside the vehicle. Uncle Wu, please step out and see what's going on. Yes, young master. The driver, Uncle Wu, immediately opened the car door and exited. The guard saluted as the driver presented his credentials, allowing the vehicle to pass. Honey, look at those wealthy individuals. They can enter without even scanning their codes. Lu Xiu fumed, feeling indignant that her family had merely arrived a little late, only to be left with such a meager task. Her husband was supposed to be the supervisor. What do you mean? Those with money can enter without even scanning their codes? Why can't we? Are they bullying us country folk? Are they looking down on us locals? Didn't they say locals would be prioritized? Although he couldn't confront those in the car, he felt he could challenge the guard. He had heard that the big boss was indeed a local, and this construction project was meant for the big boss's residence. To his surprise, the vehicle that had previously entered reversed, and the window rolled down to reveal Qian. Wearing glasses, addressing the commotion caused by Wang Gang. I am the chief architect for this project. If I don't exit to scan my code, is there an issue? If you wish to work, do so. If you continue to cause a disturbance, I will have you detained for disrupting others' applications. With that, the vehicle sped away. Wang Gang and Lu Xiu were left speechless, ultimately resigning themselves to the position of construction worker. With nowhere to vent his frustration, Wang Gang turned and slapped Wang Li. It's all your fault for dawdling, making us late. Wang Li's eyes brimmed with tears as she bore the burden of the heaviest luggage. Her hands filled with various bags. Her brother and sister-in-law were empty-handed, each holding a child. How could they move quickly? Yang, overhearing her son's complaints, glared at Wang Li. After all, her son now had a job, and she deemed Wang Li a useless burden. The guard urged, "What are you doing? Hurry up and get inside." "All right, we're coming. Wang Gang, who had just been furious, quickly turned accommodating as the family made their grand entrance into the city. After settling in, Qian did not rush into work, as he could finalize the design and construction plans within 3 days. Seizing the opportunity while the recruitment was not yet complete, he decided to slip out for a moment. He was eager to discover who warranted such special treatment from his grandfather, compelling him to create a residence tailored to her preferences. With such a comprehensive construction plan for Chuanzhou, it was curious that only this villa required personal specifications, especially since he had had Uncle Wu investigate, revealing that this individual lacked even a college degree. He found it baffling that someone so uneducated was appointed as chairperson. Rumors suggested that this woman had a unique relationship with the old leader and could not be crossed, as she was also the chair of the energy program. This piqued his curiosity immensely. Today, he was determined to meet this chairperson. Prepare. He took the time to groom himself, refusing to appear disheveled or disrespectful to others. He adorned himself with the most exquisite jewelry. It was their first meeting, and he could not afford to be remiss in etiquette. His father observed the arrival of his uncle's family and felt momentarily at a loss. "Brother, I've already given you a house. Why must you insist on this one? Haven't you heard that a large influx of outsiders is coming? Now, if a house isn't purchased outright, the government seizes it. Where are we supposed to find houses for sale?" His sister chimed in. "The current housing prices have skyrocketed to exorbitant levels. 5,000 points for a single unit. That I used to be a celebrity and had some income. But now the circulating currency is no longer money. How can our family afford to buy you a house? Haven't we supported you enough over the years?" Uncle's wife, realizing the futility of the situation, spoke up. "Little brother, why don't you give us one of the apartments you currently reside in? You see, we have just arrived in the city, and those outsiders are sleeping in makeshift shelters. Your elder brother is aging and cannot withstand such hardships. Yes, uncle, please consider this for the sake of grandfather. Our family as Zhangzi has found a job, but it takes him over 4 hours to walk from home. He will be late for work." My cousin's face bore a hint of pride. My father, wearing a troubled expression, glanced at me and then at my sister. He knew that the upper floors belonged to us. Yet one side was the elder brother, and the other was the house purchased by the eldest daughter, leaving him without authority to decide. Faced with this inescapable burden, my patience had worn thin. If they wanted it, then let them have it. After all, We would be moving to a villa in a month. With this thought, I finally spoke, since you are unwilling to stay in makeshift housing. How about you settle here? You and Lily can have one apartment, and my cousin can have another with his 2 children. I'll provide you 2 apartments. However, I have one condition upon hearing this. My uncle's face broke into an unmistakable smile. My dear niece, go ahead and state your condition. I would agree to 10 if you asked. Just as I was about to elaborate, a knock at the door interrupted us. Chapter 52. Severing ties. My sister, sitting by the door, opened it to reveal an unfamiliar handsome man. Who are you looking for? Prepared for this encounter, Chian recognized my sister immediately. I'm here to see your sister. Is she at home? Noticing his distinguished demeanor, my sister, with a hint of formality, informed me, Sister, a gentleman is here to see you. With that, she stepped aside to let him in. I stood there, bewildered that you're looking for me? For what purpose? I don't know you to deal you a business with me. At that moment, Chi-An's emotions were in turmoil, his expression shifting between light and dark, that he recognized Wang Lan, the big star, and thought to himself how my sister, being so stunning, must mean my elder sister was not far behind in beauty. Little did he know, the gap was vast, aside from her large eyes, which indicated she was indeed a woman. She resembled a dark gorilla. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he resigned himself to saying, I am Chief Architect Chian, here to introduce myself and discuss future construction and renovation matters. I wish to inquire about your preferences and opinions. Unable to retain his dignity, he placed the ready jewelry on the table, revealing a set of matching pieces. Earrings, a necklace, and a hairpin. While the ambience was dreary, it was a well-known fact that women are inherently fond of jewelry. Even if one wasn't particularly interested, selling such items would yield a handsome profit, and he was eager to witness the expression of this rustic chairman. Mr. Chi, please have a seat. Would it be possible for you to respond to me later? I must handle some family matters first. I thought to myself, this was a difficult situation to navigate. The family had already recognized the man at the door. Frightened into silence, their eyes fixed on the jewelry, they were secretly astonished. Indeed, he was wealthy and generous. Such a grand gesture would be perfect for my sister Lily. Of course, please take your time. As Chian settled down, my sister emerged from the bedroom carrying a takeout gift box, a cup of juice, a plate of pumpkin puffs, a small cake, and a sliced apple platter. That he was secretly amazed. Realizing this family possessed some means, the shop owner offered tens of thousands of dishes, yet they had to compete with billions for a mere meal. It was astonishing that they would serve such hard-to-obtain takeout to guests. The colorful array of dishes was a true culinary delight. Even the servants at his home coveted such meals, presenting them to their masters in hopes of receiving some basic necessities in return. Nobility often flaunted their ability to procure takeout as a status symbol. Not to mention, winning a grand prize could mean a lifetime free of worries about food and drink, a boast to last a lifetime. The 2 mischievous children, seeing the delicious food, could not resist, despite already being full. They reached out for the fruit platter, only to be swiftly restrained by Wang Gang and Lu Xiu, who covered their mouths and pulled them back. What a troublesome situation this was. Observing my father's furrowed brow, I steeled myself. Uncle, I can give you these 2 apartments, but this is the last time. Please do not come to our home again. Do not keep invoking grandfather. He has been supported by my father for decades at home. Your family has not contributed a single penny. Had it not been for my mother's passing and Aunt Rong's unwillingness to care for him, you would not have been in a position to look after him this past year. But if you want the apartments, write a guarantee letter stating that from now on, our families will lead separate lives. With no further interference, upon hearing this, my uncle's wife interjected. No way. Absolutely not. My dear niece, we have so many mouths to feed. We cannot go without food. Even if you disregard us, you must care for Lily. For you have always been fond of her. Haven't you? Just last time, that stubborn girl tried to hide and secretly eat chocolate, only to be called out by her 2 grandsons. If it were not for the formidable outsider present, she would have made a scene. You may. How can this be? My father and your father are brothers. Blood is thicker than water. How can we just cut ties? Wang Gang also opposed this notion. Yes, severing ties would mean we could no longer benefit from each other. I cannot agree to that. MY's sister finally spoke up. What? Has my family not been drained by yours over the years? You've made countless excuses for my father to lend you money, only for your family to take it away. If it weren't for my father, would I have turned a blind eye? Do you even know how much money your family has spent from ours? Do you want me to tally it up? Or do you wish to repay us? Her words were harsh, leading to a chorus of refusals that no, let us leave it at that. No more ties. Wang Gang quickly waved his hands. My uncle seemed poised to speak again, but his wife shot him a look. There were outsiders present. We can discuss future matters later, she thought. She did not believe her younger brother would neglect the well-being of his elder brother. My father, shocked by my sisters and my words, reflected on the years of sacrifice he had made. Indeed, as a brother, he had helped his elder brother's family countless times. He owed them nothing. Instead, he felt remorse towards his two daughters. Falling into silence, after drafting the guarantee letter, they gathered their belongings from the doorway and ascended the stairs to the two apartments at the far end. As Lily left, she glanced back several times. Unsure if she should apologize for the candy incident or seek more from my sister, that MY's sister, however, did not even spare her a glance. Lily opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, following her upstairs. Chapter 53. Summoning courage. Watching the group finally depart, I let out a sigh of relief and instructed my sister to put away the signed guarantee letter. Only then did I have the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. With fair skin, well-defined features, and deep-set eyes behind stylish glasses, he appeared both gentlemanly and handsome. Even seated, his long legs, likely measuring around 183 centimeters, were hard to overlook, compared to CIS' spirited charm. He was strikingly handsome, yet exuded a hint of roguish charm, that I smiled and said, I apologize for making you wait. Mr. Chi, I hope you found it entertaining. It must not have been boring for you? Chien, taken aback, noted my disinterest in the jewelry and found my humor refreshing. Not at all. Every family has its share of eccentric relatives. It's quite normal that I came to introduce myself and, in passing, see the fabled chairman of the energy sector. Shortly, I'll send a subordinate to record your construction requirements and renovation preferences. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Mr. Chi. After concluding our conversation, Chien exited, exhaling a deep breath. What a ridiculous situation. My grandfather claims she is a person of great significance to the old leader, urging me to pursue her. What a terrifying experience. I'm just glad to escape. Mr. Chi, please wait, I called out, opening the door once more. This woman wouldn't be interested in me, would she? Oh dear. What do I do? Someone save me. Chien turned back, revealing a polite, professional smile. What is it? Miss Wang? This valuable item should be returned to you. Logically, since you were designing our house, it is we who should express our gratitude to you, not the other way around, that I held out the jewelry. Cradled in my hands shouldn't you invite me to stay for a meal, or at least take my contact number for convenience? No, that's unnecessary. The gifts I, Chien, give are never to be retracted. This set of jewelry suits you perfectly. Please accept it. With that, he elegantly departed. That I stood frozen, questioning if it truly suited me. That as Chien climbed into his car, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. How outrageous. This rustic, dark-skinned individual dares to refuse my gift. Countless noble ladies would beg for such an opportunity. How ungrateful. Uncle Wu observed the discontent on his grandson's face. Young master, what troubles you? Nothing. Hurry and drive. Let us never return here again. That he lamented the blow to his pride, skeptically touching his face. Could I have lost my charm? As Uncle S' family moved in, they discovered a room filled with supplies. 40 neatly stacked cases of bottled water, a dozen boxes of instant noodles, and several boxes of self-heating hot pots. That Yang's face lit up. That I told you, dear. You're his biological brother. He wouldn't neglect us. Lily felt a pang of guilt deep within. She had previously taken items given by her second cousin without permission. Next time, I will protect what I have. Wang Gang noticed Lily standing idly at the doorway. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pack your things. Are you looking for trouble? But Uncle S' wife approached, taking her hand gently. Oh dear, you look so thin. Be sure to eat well when we have our meal. Lily is perplexed by her mother's sudden transformation into someone so gentle, especially after enduring daily scoldings. Just as she contemplates succumbing to this newfound warmth, she overhears her aunt advising, you need to be obedient and spend more time with your two cousins. But we cannot go. But your cousins will surely not send you away. Lucio chimes in, yes, Lily, you are so beautiful. Even that dark coal has caught someone's eye. That if you frequently socialize, perhaps Mr. Chi might take notice of you. I'll fetch some water for you to wash up and make yourself presentable. She continues. Upon grasping their true intentions, Lily feels utterly disheartened. That I want to go. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I refuse to snatch you just boyfriend. Don't even think about me fetching food for you. You're dreaming. For the first time, she gathers her courage and yells out, expending all her strength, which brings her a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by a twinge of guilt. Though a beating is, of course, inevitable. You worthless brat, you're utterly useless. You want to be having dinner tonight. Yangshe reprimands Lily yet again. She bites her lip, remaining silent. After enduring such beatings repeatedly, she has grown numb to the pain. Chapter 54. Accelerated Construction Host. I have recently consumed a plethora of materials. It is time to contribute. What is it? Can it be put on the market? As you reach a certain developmental stage, rewards predetermined by the universe, along with some construction equipment to encourage the establishment of a home, require you to click and install at the construction site. This product cannot be put on sale. That I glanced at the first item it produced that could be placed. The time-space lamp, which automatically illuminates in the dark and shuts off in sunlight, casting light up to 100 meters. No electricity needed. It also has the ability to keep warm in winter and cool in summer. The time-space beverage vending machine restores stamina and alleviates fatigue. The time-space fan, once activated, can dry an entire building. Be cautious of standing in front of it, or you might end up like dried meat. The time-space spray eliminates odors and various harmful substances. The time-space mixer quickly produces cement without waiting. Xiaodu, after consuming so many materials, you finally look like you're trying to save the earth. Seeing all these marvelous items makes me impatient. Let us set off today. I called when CI to inform him that I might need to go out these next few days. Upon receiving the message, he immediately came to knock at the door. There was no choice. The old leader had instructed him to ensure my safety. Today, my sister donned a stunning Chanel gray-blue ensemble, a long coat on top and a fitted skirt below. Her long legs subtly revealed in nude stockings, when CI paused, quickly turning to glance at me. Seeing no unusual reaction from me, he sighed in relief and resumed his vigilant stance behind me, daring not to look away. With the energy plan commencing in a month, many areas remain unfinished. Despite the 3 shifts working around the clock, the construction of high-rise buildings progresses the slowest, with only a few composite courtyards and standalone villas taking shape. Each person carries a light that only illuminates 2 meters ahead. This severely hampers efficiency. The vehicle halted, and I, along with my sister, designer Qian, and when CI, exited to head towards the first construction site in Area A. A group of project managers and supervisors trailed behind, mistakenly believing the chairman and CEO were inspecting work progress. Qian, who had been lazily resting, wasted no time upon hearing we were heading to the construction site and followed us without question. Eager to see what this dark girl was up to, dressed in full gear, I appeared strikingly different from my sister, making it hard for onlookers to distinguish between genders that TO the construction workers. I seemed like a big boss accompanied by a glamorous starlet, with the chief designer in tow and a handsome bodyguard beside us. At the construction site, my sister prepared to install the golden faucet she hadn't fully utilized, intending to set them up across areas A to E for building and residential water supply. After a brief inquiry, I wasted no more words and began installing the time-space lamp, which instantly illuminated the surroundings. The lamp activated its heating mode in response to the cold weather, warming everyone nearby, including the industrious workers and the supervisors who looked on in astonishment that I also set up a vending machine by the roadside. The array of beverages on display dazzled me. I opted for grape juice. To demonstrate. I clicked to confirm the purchase, and the machine automatically deducted points using the sunflower code on my chest. As the store owner, I didn't spend any money. It was merely a demonstration. I bought a bottle for each of the small leaders in Area A, who instantly felt revitalized and fatigue-free. Their eyes sparkling with newfound energy, that I positioned the mixer as instructed. This remarkable device, which requires no electricity and produces cement quickly, is best utilized as soon as possible. The time-space fan, which could potentially be dangerous, was not something I dared to place carelessly. After explaining its usage and precautions, I left it to the responsible party to operate. After demonstrating the time-space spray, everyone received a bottle, each one enamored with it. I instructed that some of this spray would be left with Mr. Chi, and once it was used, they could simply come to collect more. The crowd erupted in delight, responding eagerly. Qian watched my actions in disbelief, wondering where this dark girl had acquired such items, which had not been put on sale to AT that moment, he could not help but concede that the old leader had indeed made the right choice. Though she might be a bit darker and not quite his type, she possessed undeniable capability. When CI, already accustomed to our family's antics, had dined with us daily and likely guessed what was happening. Yet he never pried further. While working, Wang happened to spot his cousin Wang Lanlan from afar. Thinking he recognized her, he moved closer to confirm, but a group of bodyguards blocked his path, fearing he might be caught slacking off. Reluctantly, he refrained from approaching, deciding he would inform his parents after work and continued with his tasks. All construction areas thrummed with activity, and with the warmth emanating from the time-space lamp and various facilities. One could only marvel at how much effort this would save. The big boss surely had the skills. No wonder they made such a formidable chairman. Chapter 55. Gu Jingyan a month later. Through my relentless efforts, the rescue of 1 billion people was completed. That in truth, I hadn't exerted myself much. It was my sister's donation of faucets to the state that saved many lives. Naturally, this counted towards my task quota and rewards. Please check that I opened the pop-up. Goose nests, pigsties, sheep pens, and cow sheds. Buy some livestock. We shall raise them all and no need to worry about meat in the future. Since the last time the system rewarded me with 3 golden items, I made use of them. A temperature-regulating outfit, fruit trees in the bedroom. I hadn't taken out the faucets yet. With my sister around, I could now wash up properly. Though I remained a dark girl, at least I was no longer a foul-smelling one. The establishment of our home was complete, and the energy plan had commenced. Endlessly, new personnel were being processed, assigned accommodations and positions. Departments were bustling with activity. All individuals successfully on board were brought over by train. After the train came to a stop, Gu Jingyun picked up his luggage. Preparing to disembark, a pair of sisters who had boarded earlier continuously flirted with him, and now seeing this as their last chance to engage, they approached him, wanting to add his sunflower code for contact purposes. Even though one wore a mask, it was evident he was quite handsome, that if they didn't make a move now, they might miss their opportunity. Gu Jingyun averted his gaze slightly, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes as he replied in a low voice. I am not interested in adding anyone. Please respect yourselves. Standing on the platform, he had not had the chance to seek out Wang Yu in the past few months. This work opportunity was his chance to find her. In this apocalyptic world, he no longer needed to be a star. He could return to being an ordinary person. By her side, the Jiyu Jingyun had never met his online friend, Wang Yu, of the Rainy Days handle. And she was unaware that he was a celebrity. Whenever he felt exhausted from filming, he would chat with her, sharing his experiences. They had only spoken over the phone and never seen each other's faces. Fortunately, Wang Yu had sent him a box of red wine, claiming it was purchased with 3 months' worth of her salary and forbidding him from sharing it with anyone else. That he had reciprocated with a thoughtful gift of beautiful pearl earrings. The pendant shaped like a heart in platinum, engraved with the character Yun, that he had promised to visit her once he was done with work, unsure if her address was still valid. Filled with anticipation, he felt a mix of nervousness and unease as he slowly made his way to the address she had provided. Beside him, his suitcase stood as he stood at the entrance of the Sunshine community, repeatedly inquiring, "Excuse me, do you know where Wang Yu lives?" The passers-by merely shook their heads as he tightened his down jacket. The cold weather had left droplets hanging from his eyelashes. The community was a realm of closed doors, each family living their own lives. Who would know anyone else here? After standing for a while, his legs began to ache, and he felt the chill seep into his bones, his eyes filled with despondency and fatigue. Just then, he spotted a young girl limping towards him. Initially, he held little hope, but stubbornly refused to miss the chance, asking, "Excuse me, do you know where Wang Yu lives?" Today, Lily had been dragged by her brother to the construction site to pull nails, hoping to snag a free lunch. Unfortunately, she stepped on a nail and had to return. "Who are you looking for?" "Is it my sister?" Gu Jingyun's heart raced. "Do you know where Wang Yu is? Can you take me to her?" Naturally, Lily was willing to assist her cousin. Dressed in her sister-in-law's old, tattered cotton coat and ill-fitting pants, her small face radiated sincerity. "That of course, I'll take you." After Gu Jingyun described Wang Yu's height, characteristics, and age, he grabbed his luggage and closely followed Lily. Noticing her difficulty in walking, he offered her support, asking, "You're hurt like this. Are you alone? Where's your family?" Lily's expression darkened. "Family? I'm not sure if they count as family anymore. My family has passed away. I'm all alone." Wang Yu is my cousin, and her family consists of exceptionally kind-hearted individuals. I never expected that you would be the only one in your household. It must be quite a struggle for you." At that moment, a snow vehicle came to a halt, and when CI and I alighted from it. Recently, Master Chi has been spending every day with me, allowing me to choose everything from architectural outlines to decorative styles that I am perplexed as to why he has suddenly become so attentive. "All right, Master Chi. Thank you for bringing us back." I expressed my gratitude. A gentle smile adorned his face, his eyes narrowing slightly with a glimmer of mischief as he glanced provocatively at Wen Ci, however, ignored such childish antics. Feigning ignorance that a short distance away, Li Li and Gu Jingyun, who had not walked more than 10 paces, heard my voice. Though my words were not entirely clear, the familiar sound of a known voice was unmistakable. With only a 2-meter radius of light surrounding me, Lily called out to my retreating figure, "Sister Yu, is that you?" At the moment Gu Jingyun recognized my voice, he was momentarily stunned, realizing he was encountering her in such an unexpected manner. He gently released his hold on Li Li's arm, his hand gripping the suitcase, betraying the tension or excitement that caused the veins to bulge. I responded, "It's me. Weren't you supposed to be at the construction site with them? What brings you here?" "Sister Yu, I stepped on a nail and came back. It hurts so much." Her voice trembled with an undertone of tears, revealing her pain that I in the presence of my cousin. She could no longer maintain her facade of strength. Yearning for her cousin's affection, she wished to display her vulnerability, and upon seeing her cousin, her joy was akin to reuniting with the closest of kin. Chapter 56. Reunion. Looking for me? I scrutinized the man before me, who stood at around 6 feet tall, his slender frame evident even beneath a heavy down jacket. Clad in a hat and mask, he tightly gripped a suitcase, his large eyes fixed on me, brimming with excitement and grievance. Upon hearing that someone was looking for me, Wen Ci also examined the newcomer. Whether out of fear of potential danger or to assert his claim, he instinctively moved closer to me. Qian, upon hearing that someone sought me, perhaps out of curiosity or some other motive, opened the car door, stepping out to join me. Observing the 2 figures flanking me, I found myself in a state of bemusement. The 2 prominent figures seeking me were not looking for them. What was there to be so excited about? To ascertain the identity of the newcomer, I quickly approached Wang Liji. Eugenian glanced at the 2 men in down jackets beside me, then at my own slender frame, promptly setting down his luggage. Without hesitation, he removed his outer coat and handed it to me, saying, "Sister Yu, put this on quickly. It's freezing outside." Upon hearing his voice, disbelief and uncontainable joy filled my eyes. "It's you, Yundi. What brings you here?" My hands busily helped him don the coat. "I have thermal clothing. I'm not cold." "You put it on quickly. Did you come specifically to find me?" He glanced at the 2 men behind me, his expression slightly deflated, as if he had lost confidence, and quietly affirmed with a soft Then he looked at me, his eyes filled with curiosity. "Sister Yu, who are they?" Seeing me personally help Gu Jingyun into the coat, despite his shorter stature, struggling yet determined, Wen Ci's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Qian, unable to contain himself, raised an eyebrow. "Hello. I'm her boyfriend. Qian, and you are?" Just a friend. Don't listen to his nonsense." I introduced them. "This is Qian, the chief designer of the Chuanzhou construction project. And this is Wen Ci, the captain of the armed police detachment responsible for my safety." His demeanor shifted from relief to disappointment. "My sudden visit, is it too presumptuous?" "What are you talking about? We've known each other for years. Come on, let us head home." I felt no need for formality. Although the 2 had yet to meet, it seemed they were already quite familiar with each other. Behind us, Wen Ci and Qian exchanged glances before quickly catching up. "Wait for us. I want to join too." Wen Ci teased, "Brother, and this is the 28th floor. You're putting in quite the effort just to sit for a bit." Qian himself was unaware of why he was so intrigued by this dark coal miner. But upon reflection, he felt it necessary to prove that his charm was still intact, despite the apparent lack of interest in him from this woman. Wang Li was assisted upstairs by everyone. And while assisted sounds generous, it was merely a matter of lifting her like a little chick, with Wen Ci and Qian each taking an arm. Sitting on the sofa, Wang Li had tears welling in her eyes. Her knee-high boots caked in mud, and her right foot bore a hole, but thankfully the cold weather had already caused the blood to coagulate. That sister and younger brother had prepared the family medicine kit early. Awaiting her arrival, seeing her, who was of a similar age to me, Undertake such laborious work made me worry for her frail frame that I hastily set to cleaning and disinfecting her wound. Wang Li bit her lip and finally spoke. Sister Lon Lon, I'm sorry for not taking care of my snacks last time. Please don't be mad at me. My sister, pausing in her bandaging, looked at her with gentle eyes, her voice as warm as ever. Of course not. Neither I nor the eldest sister are angry with you. You can handle your things as you wish. Keep this alcohol and powder close. Change the dressing yourself in 3 days. Wang Li instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her, a smile breaking through her malnourished, yellowed complexion. Qian, munching on an apple, reminded her, you'd better get that wound treated or it might get infected. When CI felt there was no need for alarm, stating that all materials for the construction were the latest and should be rust-free, so there shouldn't be major issues. Besides, the hospital had yet to commence operations, so where would one even go for treatment? Currently, the construction of the houses had reached its final stages, with hospitals, schools, parks, swimming pools, and water recreation centers already built, yet none were operational yet. Chapter 57. Gift of thermal clothing. Gu Jingyun discreetly surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on me, noticing the stark contrast in skin tones between me and my siblings that hadn't even told that the three of us were biological siblings. Was it possible that I was not truly related to them? Why had I never mentioned this to him? His heart ached for Wang Yu even more. Watching me diligently tend to the bandaging, the color of my skin became irrelevant. It was the inner beauty that formed my standards for companionship. And skin tone had not hindered our friendship over the years, but he had never been one to judge based on appearances. He had not anticipated that Wang Yu lived in such modest conditions. Yet she so generously offered him her red wine. Without it, he might have starved at home. Upon seeing the fruit on the table, his eyes widened, the apples exuding a tantalizingly sweet aroma. He swallowed hard, having forgotten the last time he had eaten fruit was days before the apocalypse. Observing Qian's casual demeanor, though he felt it was an assertion of dominance, he dared not move, remaining seated obediently until Sister Yu had finished her tasks. After my sister completed the bandaging, she reminded me, this netizen of yours is a celebrity named Gu Jingyun. I encountered him at an event previously. I looked at Gu Jingyun's disheveled hair and unkempt face, failing to recognize that he had once been a star. No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar. Seeing him in such a state tugged at my heartstrings. Having been in the shadows for so long, he must have had a difficult time. Sister, please give me a thermal outfit. My sister hurried to the bedroom and soon returned with a golden box that shimmered brightly. I took the box and said, Yindi, put this on quickly. This thermal clothing is for you. Jiu Jingyun, still reeling from the fruit incident, faced yet another shock. Although he had never seen it, as it rendered the wearer invisible once donned. He had heard much about it from various platforms. This garment, warm in winter and cool in summer, was a rare treasure indeed, and he was receiving one so effortlessly. His trembling fingers brushed the luxurious gift box. Disbelief filled his eyes. Sister, such a precious gift. Are you truly giving it to me? Of course, little brother. You take him upstairs to choose a room, that we'll have dinner shortly, I instructed. Last time, in pursuit of 9 million people. There were barely any faucets left and only a few fruit trees remained. However, this thermal clothing was mostly reserved for my sister, as it served only one's own needs and did not affect others. Thus, it was a privilege bestowed upon those close to me. My brother, leading the taller Gu Jingyun, remarked as they walked, all right, big sister. Come on, brother Yun. Once we're upstairs, you can change into it. It'll be so warm. Look at me. I'm fine in just this little bit. Still in shock and unable to process the situation, Gu Jingyun was swiftly pulled away by my brother. The sight of me handing out such valuable items without hesitation left Qian so astonished that he dropped the half-eaten apple onto the floor. He quickly retrieved it and placed it back on the table, hesitating for a moment before adjusting his glasses, licking his lips, and in a somewhat coy tone exclaimed, Sister, I also want a thermal outfit. Nearby, when Ci, who had been sipping juice, suddenly spat it out onto the table, Li and my sister averted their gazes, their shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. I was equally taken aback. What was happening here? Remembering that Qian had given me a set of jewelry previously, I realized I had yet to reciprocate. When Ci, who had been following me around in the cold, surely deserved a piece as well. Sister, go back to the room and bring out 3 more. My sister's cheeks flushed red from stifled laughter as she quickly gathered her composure and returned with 3 boxes that I handed one to Qian, saying, I truly love the jewelry you gifted me last time. Consider this my token of gratitude. Qian never anticipated that his initial mindset of merely testing the waters, wondering if he was truly willing to give and questioning his own significance, would lead to such unexpected outcomes. He also pondered whether there were any additional thermal garments available. To his surprise, he genuinely expressed gratitude. "Thank you, sister. You are truly kind." When Ci playfully slapped his shoulder, teasingly chiding, "Xiao Anzi, can you not speak properly?" With a beaming smile, Qian brushed off the remark and prepared to show off, saying, "Look, I have another one for you and Ci. You accompany me outside daily. It's cold out there, so please wear this." He initially intended to decline, not due to the value of the gift, but rather because he felt embarrassed for not having given her anything in return. However, considering that Gu Jingyun and Qian had both received gifts, he realized she treated everyone equally. Did this not imply that his place in her heart was equally significant? Holding the box, he felt as if he were grasping a token of love, solemnly declaring, "From now on, when Ci, shall safeguard Miss Yu's well-being with my life." Faced with this sudden commitment, I was taken aback. Ahem, no need for such seriousness. It's just a piece of clothing. There's no need to be so formal. I'm merely borrowing flowers to offer to the Buddha. I presented the third box to Wang Li, whose large eyes sparkled with emotion. "Sister Yu. Is this for me?" she exclaimed. "Sister Yu and Sister Lan Lan are so good to me. Sometimes, I truly wish you were my family," she said, tears streaming down her face. "Silly girl, we are indeed your family. Come visit us whenever you can," I gently reassured her. "Sister Yu, I can't accept this clothing that if they find out, they will surely skin me alive. If they see me dressed lightly, being bound to this, they want to know how to increase their punishment." Seeing her refusal, I had no choice but to relent. Perhaps once my cousin matures a bit more, finding a boyfriend to protect her might alter her current predicament. She dared not stay for dinner and quietly ascended the stairs. Chapter 58. A family dinner. I glanced at the time, preparing to present the dishes that I informed my sister that I would change my clothes and be right out. And she nodded in understanding. When Ci and Qian began engaging in lively conversation about the thermal garments. Last time, to persuade his grandfather to send him to Chuanzhou, the old leader gifted him a thermal garment. At that moment, Qian was exceedingly envious, as there were only 100 pieces of this golden rarity in the world. Permanent items, unlike the others that had time limits. Even the most inferior white quality had a 1-month expiration date. Yet it could not suppress people's yearning. All major platforms reported on it, and watching those who could venture out wearing just 1 or 2 thin layers was undeniably enviable. Upon entering the room, I tossed a lamb into the vending machine. Potential dishes, 100,000 servings, available dishes, whole roasted lamb legs, lamb chops, lamb hot pot, lamb soup, and lamb offal stew. That I selected the whole roasted lamb that I tossed in a cow as well. Dishes available, pan-seared steak, braised beef, and a full cow feast that I added a goose to. Dishes, braised goose, roasted goose, goose vermicelli, and foie gras. Each meal would be displayed as soon as it was ready. The variety of dishes increased significantly. Yet the influx of members continued to rise. Each time, the dishes vanished in an instant. When I emerged, Gu Jingyun, my younger brother, my father, Aunt Rong, Qian, when Ci, my sister, and Aunt Li were all present, and my father was chatting with when Ci. Believing that a soldier would make the best son-in-law, handsome and capable of defending his daughter. However, he looked down upon Qian's family, deeming them too grand for his modest household. Marrying into such a family would only bring hardship to his daughter. Gu Jingyun felt somewhat anxious facing my entire family for the first time, but thankfully, my brother was there by his side, conversing to ease the tension. Since Xiao Shuai left, Aunt Li occasionally came down to eat, or my brother would bring her meals. She would sit all day in her room, becoming increasingly reticent. Aunt Rong had also calmed down considerably since the last traumatic incident, that MY's sister, noticing Aunt Li's arrival, affectionately linked arms with her, engaging in a conversation I could not overhear. Observing the lively gathering, I remarked that everyone had been waiting for a while. Upon seeing me, Gu Jingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. As if he had found his anchor, I retrieved a roasted goose from the box, already carved into pieces, its skin crispy and fragrant, accompanied by a small dish of golden plum sauce that looked particularly appetizing. I also placed a serving of tomato beef stew, stir-fried beef, hand-grabbed lamb chops, fish-flavored shredded pork, sauteed greens, and spicy tofu skin, along with several bowls of rice that my brother swallowed hard and nudged Gu Jingyan. What do you think? I'm not lying, am I? My sister is the taste tester. Every day, it's this delicious. Gu Jingyan was in awe, having not seen such a normal spread of food in ages. When my father saw that I had finished preparing the boxes, he began to encourage everyone to dig in, even offering a piece of roasted goose to Wensi. You lad, eat more. You've been trailing after my family's black coal all day. It must be exhausting. My sister immediately frowned, her attractive mouth pouting slightly. Dad, my sister is not black coal. Why do you keep calling her that? Her playful, adorable face was filled with discontent. No one could speak ill of her sister. Otherwise, they would face her ire. The others quickly chimed in. Not black, not black, not at all. Chapter 59. Mu Feng and Mu Bai. After the old leader returned from Chuanzhou, he acted decisively, gifting a golden faucet to every nation that joined Huazhou to help them resolve their water supply issues. Additionally, each major city received a permanent faucet.as for the temporary faucets, valid for 3 years, 1 year, or 1 month. Individuals could sell or trade the water they obtained, provided the prices were reasonable, allowing for legal commerce. Countries still struggling abroad were utterly disheartened. Some had received white faucets, which could not be sliced for study. They defied gravity and damage, and to this day, no one could comprehend the principles behind their water flow. It was rumored that every city joining Huazhou received golden faucets that could provide water indefinitely. They too were now eager to compromise. The island state, known for its relentless population growth, expressed their desire to join upon hearing the news. However, the leaders unanimously opposed it, and the old leader could only refuse. Joining is out of the question. Trading for supplies is acceptable. The islanders cursed their ancestors, bewildered as to why those fools would offend the Huazhou people. Meanwhile, the successful recruits received notifications and promptly arrived in Chuanzhou. The city of Dazhou rose rapidly, thanks to the tireless efforts of the newcomers. Mu Feng and Mu Bai stood outside the city walls. Brother, is our junior sister truly here? They had not heard from their junior sister in quite some time. Unsure if it was her, they decided to take a chance. The recruitment announcement included her name and that of her sister, which matched that it could merely be coincidence, but he did not wish to overlook any possibility. Mu Feng and Mu Bai, having been taken in together from the orphanage, were discovered by talent scouts, not biological brothers, yet closer than actual siblings. They and their junior sister not only grew up as child star partners, but also attended the same university and shared the same teacher and signing agency. They had long regarded their junior sister as the most important person in their lives. After much inquiry, no one knew where the chairman lived, as all were from distant lands coming to work. They had no choice but to first report to the office, preparing to settle in and inquire with the security team. Meanwhile, their sister, wearing a mask, was directing people in the warehouse to pack and dispatch items throughout the state. Since her sister forbade her from revealing the existence of the ring, she had to retrieve items from her room, but the space-time light was too large and heavy to manage alone in the warehouse. Not wanting to call for workers, her petite arms were insufficient for the task. The old leader was elated to receive the news and arrange for these practical items to be distributed across various states and cities. The major cities began to warm up once more. To express gratitude, the old leader promised to visit on the day of their relocation ceremony in a private capacity, busy with her tasks. My sister dashed to warehouse A to store supplies, instructing them to move to warehouse B, then to warehouse C, and directing them to move to warehouse D. As she busily shuffled supplies, Mu Feng and Mu Bai, on their way to the reporting office, spotted her. Brother, it's our junior sister. Though she wore a hat and mask, their recognition as fellow stars allowed them to see through her disguise. The image of their junior sister, engraved in their hearts since childhood, made it impossible for them to mistake her identity. Mu Feng was equally thrilled. Although he struggled to run with his luggage, his pace quickened. The warehouse was bustling with activity. Large trucks lined up densely, each labeled for its destination. At the warehouse entrance stood Wang Lan, clad in a black professional outfit, wearing a mask and hat. The diamond bracelet on her wrist was a gift from her senior brother Mu Bai, while the diamond necklace around her neck was from Mu Feng. Sister said that life must go on, and one must look forward. She needed to be strong and live well. This set of jewelry was a gift from her senior brothers for her 16th birthday, marking the first time they had the authority to spend their own money on her. Since Zhang Shuai's passing, she had filled her schedule to the brim, all the while worrying about how her two senior brothers were faring. When she missed them, she wore the jewelry they had gifted her. Chapter 60. Let it go. As my sister watched Mu Feng and Mu Bai approach, she exclaimed, Junior sister, it's us." She gradually emerged from her state of shock, while Mu Feng, equally exhilarated, tossed his luggage aside and twirled her around in a joyful embrace. That Mu Bai, with a doting demeanor, also stepped forward to hug her. With reddened eyes, she exclaimed, Senior brother Feng, Senior brother Bai, I am so glad to finally see you." To her, these two were akin to family, and the overwhelming joy of reuniting with them brought her to tears. "What are you doing, junior sister? Can we assist you?" "Oh, there's no help needed. This task is mine alone. Are you two here to start your jobs?" "Not yet. We haven't reported in." "Then please wait a moment while I make a video call." She wished to live with her seniors. In this apocalyptic era, celebrities were a thing of the past, as were the loathsome paparazzi. However, the house belonged to her sister, and she needed her sister's permission first. "I fed every animal and replenished their water. That today's fruit offering includes bananas, an astonishing 20 or so in a single bunch. I placed my share in the living room and gathered today's vegetables." A video call from Wang Lanlan came through, explaining her intentions. "There are still 5 apartments available upstairs. Let them occupy one. A couple can sleep in the master bedroom, and another in the guest room." "All right, sister, thank you. This house was purchased with your money. There's no need to thank me. The money is yours now. Currently, acquiring a house is no simple task. It requires points. Fortunately, you had the foresight to pay in full." Amidst the mass relocations that left many without homes, those who didn't pay in full have had their properties reclaimed by the state. It's commonplace for 10 people to squeeze into a single apartment. For employee dormitories, those like Senior Brother, who are single, are likely to be assigned to an 8-person shared dormitory. That I certainly wouldn't want them to suffer that fate. Once she finished her tasks, she hurriedly pulled Mu Feng and Mu Bai into a vehicle to rush to the community. She was eager for her sister and family to meet the two seniors she often spoke of. The dining table today was again filled with a large gathering. After receiving his temperature-regulating outfit, Qian had been coming over frequently for meals at the table. The younger sister introduced her two seniors to everyone, and her father, upon seeing the smile on his youngest daughter's face, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Growing increasingly fond of the two young men, observing the newcomers, dressed in light attire, amidst a large gathering while she herself wore a heavy winter coat, Aunt Rome felt quite annoyed. Why did they not think to honor her, their mother, with any fine things? Instead, they lavished attention on outsiders. In her irritation, she directed her comments at the guests. "You two young men, aren't you cold dressed so lightly? Surely, you must be wearing temperature-regulating outfits too." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Then she continued, "Yuan Wazi, having received some food, at least knows to share it with us all. But Lan Wazi, you merely keep your arms crossed and fail to show any gratitude to your elder." Surely, those temperature-regulating outfits came from Lan Wazi, didn't they? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the others, Mu Feng and Mu Bai appeared utterly bewildered. Mu Feng finally spoke up. "Aunt, you've misunderstood. We are indeed wearing temperature-regulating outfits. But they were won by us through a lottery. Purple A grade, valid for 3 years." That Mu Bai hastily nodded, not wishing to leave a negative impression on his junior sister's family. Their father, suddenly enraged, exclaimed, "Barong, what is the matter with you? Speak with some discretion. There are so many guests watching. Even if those outfits were given by Lan Lan, she can choose to give them to whomever she pleases. You have not made an effort to integrate with them over the years. Perhaps you should reflect on your own behavior. Look at how closely Jia upstairs is with them." Seeing their father's fury, Aunt Rong felt embarrassed, realizing the outfits were not a gift from the younger sister. In a huff, she stormed upstairs. I suggested, "Dad, Aunt Rong has been with you for over a year, yet her temper remains so peculiar. Perhaps it's time to part ways." My annoyance flared as I spoke of my sister. My sister furrowed her brows, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "My seniors have finally found me. I only wish for our family to enjoy a happy meal together. What is she causing a fuss for?" Mu Feng and Mu Bai quietly comforted their junior sister. "It's all right. Don't let it bother you." Their father felt embarrassed, having wished for companionship, only to find himself in turmoil. This was not ideal, especially since he was already married. I scoffed. You haven't even obtained a marriage certificate. What is the use of merely hosting a banquet? Besides, in this apocalyptic world, those customs of hosting a banquet as a means of marriage have lost their significance. Their father remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Qian and Wen Ci, who had received outfits, dared not speak up further. Chapter 61. Moving day. The day of moving into the villa had finally arrived. This European-style villa featured a back door opening to an artificial canal, equipped with golden faucets. The faucets, with no time restrictions, supplied water for the entire villa and extended throughout the entire Chuan province. The high exterior walls of the villa exuded an air of grandeur and nobility. The villa itself was so exquisitely crafted that it resembled a work of art, with every detail showcasing unparalleled design. Affirming Qian's championship title was well-earned, and not a mere stroke of luck. As the iron gate swung open, one was greeted by a circulating water pool, although devoid of aquatic plants and live fish. The bottom of the pool was adorned with crystals, shimmering under the illumination of the time-space lights in a riot of colors, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Upon entering through the majestic doors, one would immediately behold an extraordinarily luxurious hall. A long dining table could accommodate dozens of guests, currently adorned with exquisite decorations and plastic flower arrangements. Beneath the matching series of chairs lay a plush carpet. To the left, a lavish sitting area showcased opulence and sophistication, while the grand staircase spiraled upward, adorned with a 15-meter-long crystal chandelier. Adjacent to the staircase exit was an elevator. The villa boasted 5 floors, with countless rooms each featuring en-suite bathrooms, walk-in closets, and expansive balconies. It included a gym, a media room, and a bar, among other amenities. The backyard featured a vast swimming pool, lounge chairs, a garden area, and swings. The onlookers could hardly contain their awe, while they may have resided in villas before. None had experienced one this exquisitely crafted that I turned to my father. Dad, which room will you and Aunt Rong occupy? Upon hearing this, Aunt Rong perked up, eager to claim the largest room on the 5th floor. Before I could finish my sentence, however, my father pressed down the finger she had pointed at that we're getting older. We prefer to choose a room on the 1st floor instead. With that, he turned away from Aunt Rong, grabbed his luggage, and left, leaving her fuming, yet resigned to follow. The Jiu Jingyun, pulling a suitcase behind him, trailed closely. Sister, which room will you choose? Yun Di, pick whichever you like. Did I want to live with Rain's sister? Sister, I want to live next door to you. And Ci, with an earnest expression, interjected, Ahem, I must protect you, so I'll live next door as well. Qian, on the verge of frustration, exclaimed, in a villa, where could there be danger? What are you even protecting? I want to live next door too, I questioned in confusion. Young Master Qi, please don't tell me you have nowhere else to stay. Qian, with unwavering composure, replied, when I designed the villa, I reserved a room for myself, that if they can stay, why can't I? I've already spoken to your father. He welcomes my stay. My younger brother muttered. Clearly, it's because my father doesn't dare offend you that he had to agree. My sister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qian had decorated the largest room on the 2nd floor in a dreamy pink princess style to suit her taste. Upon opening the bedroom door, one would find a set of pink leather sofas paired with an oval pink coffee table. Between the living room and bedroom hung alternating curtains of pink and white crystals that a grand princess bed was adorned with pure white satin bedding. To the left, a large floor-to-ceiling window offered a view of the entire backyard, while to the right, adjacent to a hidden bathroom, lay an enormous walk-in closet featuring a large mirror framed with pearls connected to a display cabinet, complete with display shelves and a jewelry box area. Behind a similarly colored vanity chair was a row of empty racks for long garments. The top glass display cabinet was filled with numerous stuffed toys, which delighted my sister to no end. On either side of the master bedroom lie 2 relatively smaller, yet impeccably designed suites that Mu Feng and Mu Bai have chosen to reside in the suite to the right of the junior apprentice. I opted for the largest room on the 5th floor, which Qian informed me was specially tailored to my preferences. Upon entering, one is greeted by a long row of wine cabinets in the foyer. I wonder where Qian managed to acquire such an abundance of red wine, filling the entire display rack. The living room features a pale blue sofa, complemented by a fully transparent glass door to the right, leading out to an open-air garden that, devoid of flowers, appears somewhat barren. However, the swing set, Hanging chairs and neatly arranged flower beds showcase the designer's meticulous attention to detail. To the right of the living room is the bedroom, where a grand bed, part of the same pale blue series as the sofa, is draped in sheer curtains that a floor-to-ceiling window on the left offers an unobstructed view of the backyard that on the right side. There is a bathroom and an expansive walk-in closet. What sets this apart is that the closet is already filled with garments in my size, and the vanity is adorned with an array of high-end skincare products and cosmetics. Display cases brimming with various jewelry dazzle the eyes that I can't help but marvel inwardly at the considerable investment made for my stay here. Eugenian opted for the suite on the right, while when Ci and Qian occupied the left. Qian had initially wished to be next to me, but alas, he could not compete with when Ci and was left feeling somewhat aggrieved. Chapter 62. The feast. My younger sister ascended the stairs to assist me in extracting the vending machine, my flower pots, strawberry robot, fruit tree, and animal nest from the ring. Aunt did not accompany us. She mentioned that the community held the essence and memories of her life with Xiao Shuai, and she preferred to enjoy her retirement there. Despite our attempts to persuade her, we ultimately had to concede. My sister left Aunt Li with a temperature-regulating garment and a fruit tree, and even requested Wang Li to help care for them, promising to send her points each month. Wang Li happily obliged, noting that this was far less laborious than working on a construction site. After tidying up, Wang Lanlan was in high spirits. To celebrate finally moving into the large house, she generously moved several fruit trees from her bedroom. She had already acquired them for her own room and mine, distributing one to each of her two senior brothers, younger brother, father, Wen Ci, Qian, and Gu Jingyun. Upon seeing the fabled golden fruit tree, everyone was filled with excitement. The tree was entirely golden. Even its 3 leaves shimmered in gold, resembling a work of art. They carefully transported it back to their respective rooms to bind it, ensuring they would no longer worry about having fresh fruit. Aunt Rong expressed her dissatisfaction, questioning why she and father received only 1 tree instead of 2, that my sister, without glancing back, simply replied none. This left Aunt Rong fuming with irritation. She hurriedly chased after the old man into the house, only to find the sapling clinging to him and refusing to let go, resulting in a binding. Aunt Rong's expression could no longer be maintained, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. After the cleanup, we were met by the curious onlookers from the nearby community. Although the villa was somewhat distant from the residential area, it could not deter the residents' curiosity. Everyone wanted a glimpse of the luxurious mansion, my sister, and I even distributed an array of melon seeds and candies. With the time-space lights illuminating the surroundings, it was warm and bright, conducive to gossip. Look at that girl. She is quite charming. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. My son is still single, a nearby aunt remarked, eyeing Wang Lanlan up and down. She resembles some famous star. I just can't recall who. Another added that it was true. There was a slight resemblance. Meanwhile, an unconcerned aunt, munching on seeds, pointed at me. Who is that dark-skinned one? A servant. Can we trust a black person to be a servant? Had I known, I would have applied for the position myself. I'm sure I could do better than that dark boy. After saying this, she couldn't help but sneer. This family has many fine-looking young men. I still have 2 daughters who are unmarried. The bride price isn't much. Just 100,000 points will do if it works out. My daughter could move in here. Another matchmaker, upon hearing this, saw the logic in it. If we can arrange a marriage for this family, just think of the matchmaking fees. Don't worry. Once the banquet starts, I'll find a chance to inquire at a group of handsome young men. Listening to the conversations sported expressions that darkened, their sharp gazes becoming cold and piercing, exuding an aura that suggested they were not to be trifled with. Present at the relocation banquet in a private capacity were the old leader, Secretary Li, Deputy Zhang, and others, all enjoying tea in the living room. The items previously donated to the nation had aided the recovery of the entire continent of Banhua. Now, there exists only one Great Banhua, while the others are merely cities that as for the small island states that were refused entry. They chose a population plan under harsh conditions, ultimately leading to their own demise. No more small island states exist on Earth. The time-space lights and vending machines sent across the continent brought joy and warmth, illuminating the previously dark skies. The old leader held high hopes for the 2 sisters, eagerly awaiting the final energy plan, which was his greatest wish. That as he pressed down on his tea, my father approached to announce that the meal was ready. The old leader led the other dignitaries to a table, including Qi An's grandfather, Qi Zhen, who was honored to accompany them, indicating the retired elder's considerable status. The old man smiled as he observed his grandson circling around the little black girl, silently praising him for his promising future. Thick-skinned and undeterred by his complexion, marrying a virtuous wife was of utmost importance. Even the old leader recognized that a person of good character was unlikely to be lacking, encouraged by his grandfather's gaze. Qian brimmed with confidence, working diligently as he navigated the banquet, serving dishes. Chapter 63. The uncle's family in preparation for today's feast. I had been making arrangements for several days. The beverages consisted of fruit juices from the vending machine, housed in transparent bottles adorned with a sunflower logo from the takeout shop. Each table was prepared with 4 types of drinks: grape juice, watermelon juice, apple juice, and pomegranate juice. Additionally, when CI had somehow procured several boxes of white wine. The dishes featured traditional Chinese cuisine, marinated delicacies, roasted duck, chicken soup, braised pig estrotters, and handheld lamb chops. The plates bore a uniform sunflower insignia, stylishly coordinated, serving as a symbol of status. Not only did the local residents drool at the sight of the food, but even the high-ranking officials were left speechless, marveling at the display of wealth. This was a rare takeout feast, and they quickly began snapping photos with their brooches, eager to flaunt their experience. Many were fervently capturing images of the dishes. Some had already pulled out plastic bags from their pockets, preparing to pack food as soon as the banquet commenced. Were it not for the rows of suited individuals standing nearby, they would have opted to eat with their hands. As the time-space lights shone brightly and warmly, the dishes were soon served, and the banquet commenced. Old Chief, if it weren't for your promotion to manager, none of us would have this fortune to enjoy such a lavish meal. This toast is for you. A dozen attendees raised their glasses to toast Chu, yet he waved his hand, signaling everyone to keep it low-key. Given the attire of those around them, it was evident that there were some important figures present. Though they bore no firearms, they resembled trained bodyguards, and Chu Yi, with his keen eye, had already discerned their military training. Yang Shi stuffed her mouth with pig estrotters, declaring, "I am the wife of the eldest uncle. The chairman's father is my husband's younger brother. They are wealthy and ignore their poor relatives, residing in a grand villa while disregarding our existence. Even when the old man passes away, that we cared for the old man while he was alive, that I asked the crowd listened to her ramble." They busily stuffed their mouths with food. Lucio glanced around, preparing to take the entire platter of marinated delicacies, only to be interrupted by a suited individual reminding her, "Put that back. You can eat as much as you want, but no packing it away." She couldn't help but scoff. "What kind of person are you? So petty, not allowing takeout. Wealthy people are so stingy." The small supervisor seated at the same table sighed in frustration. The 2 unruly children were grabbing food with their hands, making them hesitant to partake. The adults were also eager to pack food, but the eldest sister lamented, "We haven't eaten well, and you're packing food for yourself. What will we eat?" Thankfully, the suited personnel intervened. Otherwise, they would have had to leave the table early. Realizing that packing food was not an option, she cleverly hid the unfinished drinks in her clothing, her face beaming with satisfaction when no one stopped her, that if there's no food, let the host bring more. After all, we are their relatives, she thought, to which everyone around wore skeptical expressions after the meal. Fruit was served, and upon seeing more food, everyone chose to linger. This was a rare treat they hadn't had in months. As Wang Lan was bringing a plate of watermelon. An aunt seized her arm. "Little girl, how old are you? You look so lovely." "I have a son." Just then Mu Bai, who was delivering fruit to another table, narrowed his phoenix eyes and approached with a serious demeanor, forcibly pulling the aunt's hand away. "I am sorry, but this is my girlfriend," he declared, taking Wang Lan by the hand and departing. This left a table of people sighing in regret, lamenting that she was already taken, leaving no opportunity for their sons. Wang Lan thought to herself that her senior brother was surely helping her, and did not take it to heart, unaware that Mu Bai's ears had turned red from embarrassment. Chapter 64. The onlookers having feasted to their heart's content. Yang Shi gathered Wang Jun, along with her son, daughter-in-law, and 2 grandsons, as they marched towards the entrance. She was not there to express gratitude for the hospitality. Rather, she intended to move into the grand villa. "My brother's house is my house," she thought, standing tall with pride at the prospect of moving into the lavish abode. The soldier in a suit at the entrance stopped her. "What is your purpose?" Residents may dine in the front yard. The villa is not open for visits. Recalling her purpose, she no longer felt intimidated. I am the wife of the chairman's uncle. I am related to her. That black girl is my niece. Behind her, a family echoed in agreement. The man in the suit steadfastly held his ground. I've never heard of such a thing. No outsiders are permitted to enter. Upon seeing Chi and assisting with the fruit platter, Yang hastily pulled him aside, exclaiming, "Hey you, go tell him that I am the aunt of Hei Meitan." Chi rolled his eyes in response. Haven't you severed ties long ago? Don't you realize that? With that, he turned his back and busied himself, muttering under his breath. You think you're Hei Meitan? Your entire family is Hei Meitan. Wang Gang stepped forward, pointing at the gatekeeper with an imposing demeanor. Step aside from me. I am the cousin of Hei Meitan, and once I enter, you will regret it. To his surprise, the soldier remained unfazed. Wang Jun, realizing this tactic was futile, exchanged glances with Yang. Yang understood the signal and dramatically collapsed. Shouting, "Come quickly! Let us settle this. My niece has become wealthy and forgotten her roots, looking down on us poor relatives, refusing to acknowledge me as her aunt." Her outcry momentarily stunned the gate soldiers. They had witnessed many storms but were unprepared for such a scene. Onlookers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, pointing and murmuring in disbelief, realizing that her claims were indeed true, that she was related to the chairman. Initially, they thought she was boasting, that is it not the nature of the wealthy to disregard their impoverished relatives, elevating themselves while trampling others. Who would have expected the chairman to be such a person? Looking down on us rural folk. Hearing the crowd's chatter, the uncle and his companions felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking, let's see how you react now. Wang Li intertwined her fingers nervously, her head bowed. Listening to others discuss her cousin, her face flushed with indignation. Her cousin was so kind, and their entire family was wonderful. Why did her parents have to cause trouble for them? Summoning her courage, she approached Yang, wishing to help her up, feeling that the situation was too humiliating. Gongzi, witnessing this, kicked Wang Li aside, scolding, "You useless waste, stay out of this." Wang Li, having fallen to the ground, dared not speak, silently rising without making another move. The uproar outside disrupted the conversations within, prompting many to emerge, curious about who had caused such a disturbance. Yang, ever vigilant, noticed a group of people exiting. Although she didn't recognize them, their demeanor suggested they were not ordinary individuals. Prompting her to intensify her performance, this wretched niece, turning her back on her own family. I attended to the old man until the end, while her brothers enjoyed their lives, neglecting their responsibilities. They are ungrateful. Abandoning their elder brother and sister-in-law. Her father's face darkened at her words, and her uncle shot her a fierce glare. The onlookers, captivated as if they had witnessed a grand spectacle, continued to discuss the unfolding drama. Qian longed to intervene, but felt restrained by the presence of their grandfather and the leaders, standing behind me, when Ci and Gu Jingyun were about to step in, but I stopped them, asserting, "This is a family matter. We will handle it ourselves." My expression, devoid of emotion, now seethed with fury. Chapter 65. Seeking residence in a grand villa, the uncle's family was intent on severing ties. Very well then, let it be a complete rupture that I raise my voice. Since you believe our family has wronged you, let us enumerate how we have failed you. With a gesture, my sister produced a list, declaring, in front of our esteemed leaders and fellow villagers, let us settle this matter and see if we truly have wronged the uncle. My second sister, Wang Lanlan, a child star for many years, had often been pressured by the uncle's family, who insisted on financial support, claiming our easier lives warranted their assistance. Thousands of yuan were treated as trifles, and we had given generously. The uncle protested fiercely. You re-speaking nonsense. Do you have any proof? Proof, you ask, my sister replied, exasperated. Here it is. Uncle, you borrowed 5 million from my father under the pretext of your son's wedding and new home, claiming that brotherly bonds required no written agreements. And yet, you later acknowledged it. Everyone, take a look. She handed out the IOU, and a crowd quickly gathered to scrutinize it. For my cousin's wedding, there was a 680,000 yuan bridal price, along with expenses for a banquet and gold gifts, resulting in another loan of 1 million. Here's the document for that, too. Uncles and aunts, take a look. For my eldest grandson's nutritional needs, you borrowed 100,000 yuan, and for the full moon celebration, Another 200,000. It's as if we are raising your grandchildren. And you dare claim to have cared for grandfather. Since he was 88, he has lived with us, cared for by my father. Even when Aunt Rong married over. Grandfather was still looked after by my eldest sister. That it was your family that insisted on taking him in, demanding 100,000 yuan for living expenses. Yet you didn't even last a year before he passed away, contributing nothing to the funeral, while you persist in claiming you cared for him. As the crowd examined the IOUs, their expressions shifted, realizing this was merely an attempt to curry favor. Relatives are relatives. But money brings them together. Without wealth, there are no relatives. They're clearly eyeing that grand villa. Seeing the tide turn against her, the aunt wailed, "How heartless! You are forcing us to sever ties, to abandon each other. They say blood is thicker than water, yet you disregard our very existence." Gongzi retorted, "That is all in the past. Our second cousin is a star. She should help us. We are poor, and you ought to assist us. You shouldn't pressure us to cut off relations." The aunt, having squandered her purchased house on gambling, had come seeking help during hard times. That my father, without hesitation, had given her our family's two-story house, which was not a pre-apocalyptic gesture. Do you know how much that house is worth now? In Chuan province, finding a house is nearly impossible. When my father gave her that house valued at 300,000 points, everyone gasped. Now properties cost between 50,000 to 60,000 points. Recently, you complained that your son took 4 hours to walk to work, and you insisted on this house that we feared you would gamble again. So we forced you to sign a guarantee, agreeing to cease contact, and even gifted you 2 apartments in Sunshine Community. At this point, many spectators envied those on the ground. "Sister, please get up. What more could you want? This is worth hundreds of thousands in points." "Exactly. Why don't I have such generous relatives?" Clearly, we had not treated them poorly. The aunt's true colors emerged as she declared, "I will not rise. I cared for grandfather until his last breath, while your family didn't even see him before he died. You are ungrateful. You cannot abandon us. Let us move into the villa, or I will not budge." Chapter 66. Truly like this? No, it's not like that. Wang Li shouted, "My brother hit me." Grandfather intervened, and he and his wife scolded grandfather, saying he was old and useless. If it weren't for the money you provided for living expenses, he would have struck grandfather down. Grandfather was so angered he fainted. My brother, terrified, called our parents, but they dismissed it, saying they were too busy playing mahjong. He might wake up soon. Don't bother them with trivial matters. Ultimately, grandfather passed away. They feared your accusations of neglect would prevent them from receiving future support. Upon hearing this, my father rushed forward, grasping Wang Li's hands. "What are you saying? How did grandfather truly pass away?" His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had thought it normal for an elderly man to die at that age, but to learn he had been so angered was unbearable. My father spun around, pointing at the uncle. "You, Wang Jun, I always regarded you as an elder brother, yet you took father in for less than a year before abandoning him. Your whole family are murderers." Wang Li continued. "They never intended to repay the loans, but in a rush to get money, they wrote those notes. They said your family had plenty of money, and whether or not they received the notes was irrelevant." Wang Gang, realizing the truth was exposed, began to lash out, kicking and cursing. "What nonsense are you spouting? I'll beat you, you wretched thing." Yang, frightened, ceased her wailing, her mind unraveling, declaring that grandfather had simply passed due to old age. The uncle glared at Wang Li, filled with resentment, repeatedly muttering curses. Wang Lanlan rushed to help Wang Li, but the uncle was quicker, grabbing Wang Li and pulling Wang Lanlan down as well. Wang Li, seeing her cousin fall, leaped to cushion her fall, but the impact caused her head to strike the floor, immediately bleeding. The crowd, witnessing the bloodshed, recoiled in horror. What had begun as a family dispute had escalated into a violent affair, prompting the old leader to assert, "Arrest them." The old leader, on a private visit with few soldiers for his protection, sent 4 soldiers to apprehend them. Wang Gang, now blinded by rage, could not distinguish friend from foe. Aiming a kick at Wang Lanlan's face, with Wang Lanlan still on the ground, the kick would surely mar her features. She closed her eyes in fear, anticipating pain. Yet it never came. Instead, she opened her eyes to see a strikingly handsome man had knocked her cousin to the ground. His group of subordinates assisted the police in detaining several members of his family. clad in a suit, with his tie casually draping down and the top button of his shirt undone. He exuded an air of nonchalance. His features were strikingly defined, and his gaze held a hint of elusive cunning. The corners of his lips curled slightly, conveying a smile that was both enigmatic and charming, reminiscent of a charismatic dandy. If it weren't for the person beneath his feet, Wang Lanlan might have genuinely perceived him as a gentleman. With his penetrating eyes fixed upon her, Chu Yi inquired, "Miss Wang Er, how do you fare?" This marked the first occasion that he had such close proximity to the goddess of his heart, despite the rather unfortunate circumstances of their meeting, which nearly led to her injury. He could hardly contain the excitement bubbling within him. Wang Lanlan snapped back to reality and quickly rose, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "That I am fine. Thank you." Dim Yufeng and Mu Bai rushed over, concerned for her well-being. Wang Lanlan pressed one hand against Wang Li's head injury, while using the other to support her as they made their way inside. Had it not been for Wang Li revealing the true reason behind their grandfather's passing, they would have remained blissfully ignorant. Chapter 67. Death sentence. Upon grasping the situation, the onlookers erupted in furious condemnation of the uncle's family, decrying their heartlessness and utter lack of humanity. They contributed not a single penny, yet caused the old man to succumb to his anger, and still had the audacity to demand a luxurious residence after providing only a few houses. Truly, their greed knew no bounds. The two unruly children, witnessing the adults being apprehended, exhibited no fear. They kicked and punched at the soldiers, shouting, "Let go of my mom, you villains! I'll have my dad deal with you." Such a foul-mouthed child. Where on earth did he learn such language? The answer was obvious. His father was right there, setting a poor example. The crowd pointed and laughed at the rascals, yet the soldiers were not inclined to engage with children. Chu Yi's subordinates had had enough. As the unruly child kicked and bit while hurling insults, one soldier seized the boy by the face and lifted him up. "Little one, remember to brush your teeth well. Otherwise, your mouth will stink." The child's distorted face quickly turned purple, and he wailed, "Let me go! Let me go!" The onlookers, amused, quipped that the child was simply asking for a lesson. Had he fallen into the hands of others, he would have received no leniency. One elderly woman chimed in, "Had my grandson acted like that, he'd have been beaten long ago." The other unruly child overheard and retorted, "Mind your own business, you little harlot. I'll have my dad deal with you. You short-lived brat, I'm no longer young. How dare you insult me?" If not for the old man holding her back, she would have lunged at him to silence his insolence. Dressed in suits, the soldiers and Chu Yi's subordinates took the uncle's family away. The old leader, observing Chu Yi in the courtyard, remarked, "Young man, you possess remarkable skills. Do you know this young lady?" The old leader, having encountered countless individuals, could easily discern the depth of Chu Yi's affection for the girl. "That I do. She is a top-tier celebrity," Wang Lanlan, he replied, though he would never voice such sentiments aloud in public. In response to the old leader, Chu Yi answered truthfully. Secretary Li leaned in to whisper, "Leader, look at the badge on his chest. He is a newly assigned energy manager named Chu Yi. Chu Yi. From now on, you shall accompany the young lady and ensure her safety." Considering that the eldest daughter had Wen Ci leading a team for protection, it was only fair that the second daughter receive the same treatment. So he instructed that some of his brothers join them. Following the apocalypse, manpower was scarce, and many volunteers lacked practical training. Thus, a seasoned group of 10 would be far more beneficial. "Thank you, old sir." Since the old leader preferred to keep his identity undisclosed, Chu Yi refrained from revealing at that moment. He felt an exhilarating thrill as he drew closer to his goddess. Wang Lanlan led Wang Li to her room, with Mu Feng and Mu Bai assisting her. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury that required cleaning and bandaging. After the spectators had their fill of the spectacle and were about to leave, they were intercepted. The foremost lady, startled, immediately protested, "What is the meaning of this? Why can't I leave? I am a law-abiding citizen." The soldier, not skilled in articulating his thoughts, replied, "Madam, this is a gift bag provided by the owner of the villa. You may take one with you." The woman, overjoyed by the unexpected surprise, beamed, "How generous! I can eat and take home something too." While she spoke, her hands eagerly accepted the package. The others, no longer in a hurry to depart, lined up to receive their own gifts. The first lady opened her bag to find an assortment: a pack of sunflower seeds, a bag of peanuts, a selection of candies, and a pastry. With such a bounty, She joyfully concealed the items in her embrace as she headed home. An eager uncle attempted to squeeze in for a second bag, but was promptly restrained by a soldier, who insisted. One per person, no more. The uncle sheepishly retracted his hand, muttering that he was merely looking. When CI noted that the charges against his cousins for premeditated murder warranted a death sentence, while his sister-in-law requested custody of the children, citing their minority as grounds for leniency, which was denied. After the apocalypse, there were no such considerations. The uncle and aunt, having shown indifference in their hour of need, were given a warning, while their grandchildren would be placed in their care. The sunflower symbol on their chests turned red, signifying that all would keep their distance until it reverted to gold. Chapter 68. Energy activation with Wang Li injured. Wang Lanlan refrained from sending her back, given the significant secret Wang Li had revealed today, which led to the execution of her elder brother and sister-in-law. Returning home would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. They all agreed that Wang Li should stay for a few days. As the old leader and his entourage departed, I prepared a gift box for each of them, filled with takeout dishes. Although not as plentiful as a banquet, it contained a bottle of juice, 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian options, and a soup. They gratefully accepted it. After the guests had dispersed, I led Wen Ci, Qian, and Gu Jingyun in cleaning up the refuse from the underground. Wen Ci cautioned me. If we don't eliminate the roots of this problem, we might still face trouble from the uncle in the future. Should we consider taking them out? I paused in my sweeping to regard him. No, that isn't necessary. He is still my uncle, after all, and family. With my cousin gone, he poses no threat. Ultimately, taking a life is a weighty matter, especially for someone like me who has faced death. I understand the value of life better than anyone. Seeing that I was not swayed, when CI chose to remain silent, secretly resolved to protect me. 3 days later, all positions commenced operations, with multiple checkpoints in place. Personnel scanned their sunflower badges to enter the mysterious building. Due to the significance of the simulated sun, the old leader and his key personnel were present at my father, Rongyi, Qian, and the ever-loyal Gu Jingyun, and Wen Ci followed closely behind me. Their faces a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Uncertain of the outcome, we had not prepared a formal opening ceremony, and the nature of our work remained classified. Outside the building, a crowd of reporters and onlookers had gathered. Their faces flushed from the packed throng. One journalist couldn't help but comment, if this weren't a state recruitment announcement, one might think it a front for a pyramid scheme. So shrouded in secrecy, they were denied entry and interviews at the top of the building. Wang Lanlan stood beside a crystal pillar in a flowing white dress, her brown curls gently swaying in the breeze. Her delicate features appeared serious due to her nerves. This crystal pillar facilitated energy transmission to each level. The thousands of workers needed only to complete a 10-minute energy extraction to finish their tasks for the day, followed by a rotation of personnel. Little do, is this reliable? What if it fails? I am quite anxious, I confided. Host, trust in the universe's capabilities to ensure absolute certainty. You may choose to share the burden with Wang Lanlan, though the side effects remain unknown. The response came. Hearing that success was possible eased my anxiety considerably. As an elder sister, it was only natural to share the responsibility, upon learning that adult male energy extraction was to commence. The old leader furrowed his brow, that I quickly explained. As long as the extracted individuals don't exceed 5 years, they will quickly return to normal. This is also why we promised housing after 5 years of service. The old leader, contemplating the magnitude of the endeavor, ultimately consented to sacrifice a small measure of spiritual energy for the sake of greater illumination. Each man donned a protective suit. Only his hand remained visible. They placed their palms on the energy extraction platform, watching as beams of light emanated from their hands and were drawn into the machine. The energy levels illuminated each floor. The previously jostling crowd of onlookers and reporters began snapping photographs, the building aglow from the lowest to the highest level. When the crystal pillar beside my sister began to shine, the message appeared before her. Conditions for activating the energy simulation sun have been met. Would you like to proceed? Fearing that my sister might not withstand the pressure, I stepped forward and placed my hand on the crystal pillar alongside hers. Qian, Wen Ci, and Gu Jingyun, seeing my resolve, placed their hands on the pillar without hesitation. Mu Feng, Mu Bai, and Chu Yi likewise joined in. The old leader wished to assist, but having surpassed the age limit, He could not endure the extraction and was restrained by Secretary Lee. Chapter 69. Transformation of image surrounding the crystal platform. Wang Lanlan cast a nervous glance in my direction, and I smiled encouragingly at her. After confirming the activation, the crystal platform emitted a surge of energy that shot toward the heavens. Soon, a melodious cry echoed through the sky as a resplendent golden phoenix rapidly descended from above, illuminating the darkened sky and captivating the crowd in a WIT soared downward at an astonishing speed, causing the soldiers and the old leader to tense with anticipation. Just as everyone believed it would crash down upon us, it expelled a fireball from its mouth and swiftly vanished from sight. The fireball, engulfed in flames, appeared to be no larger than an egg. Wang Lanlan cradled it in her hands, and in an instant, the blaze consumed us all, just as the elder leader was about to dispatch someone to investigate. The flames receded, and the glowing sphere floated back into the sky to end this engulfing moment. My sister's hair transformed into a golden hue, and under the immense force, it seemed as if her insides were shaken. Yet, she stood resolute, oblivious to the blood trickling from her lips. Meanwhile, we were all rendered white-haired in an instant, aging considerably that we collapsed onto the ground in a state of utter weakness. Had it not been for the collective effort, Wang Lanlan would likely have suffered far worse. The sphere ascended higher and brighter, rapidly gaining altitude while expanding and heating. Initially resembling a brilliant light bulb, its brightness intensified as it soared further away, illuminating the entire village, town, and city, gradually spreading until it encompassed half the globe. The sudden radiance left the crowd in a state of dreamy astonishment. Reporters and onlookers beneath the towering structure were rendered speechless in shock. Look, dawn has arrived, the sky is brightening. The apocalypse is over. The sun has finally emerged. The earth has returned to normal at last. The sphere climbed ever higher, emanating warmth and light. Faced with the unexpected sunlight, residents emerged from greenhouses, cellars, and buildings, stretching their arms to feel the long-missed warmth, some weeping, others rejoicing and shouting. The elder leader was overwhelmed with excitement, never anticipating such success from the Energy Initiative. This simulated sun was indistinguishable from the real one. And the soldiers wore expressions of delight. That moment, a group of terrorists, emerging from unknown quarters, clashed with the floor guards. Gunfire erupted around us. The enemy had already stormed the top floor. The soldiers quickly shielded the leader, escorting him through a concealed exit that my sister, immobilized, could not move. That I could not abandon her to flee alone. The elder leader was compelled to leave a group of soldiers behind, ordering them to protect Wang Yu and Wang Lanlan at all costs. The top floor was cramped, with an intense gunfight unfolding in the narrow space. Every corner of the room echoed with the sounds of gunfire and shell casings hitting the ground, the air thick with the stench of smoke and gunpowder. Both sides fired rapidly, their hands gripping their firearms tightly, each pull of the trigger a matter of life and death. When CI struggled to sit up, one hand clutching a pistol while the other gripped mine tightly, as we huddled beside a crystal platform. Qian and Gu Jingyun were equally weakened, taking cover beside me at the sound of gunfire. The noise reverberated in my ears, and instinctively, I pulled my sister down. Wang Lanlan, unable to move after activating the energy, stood steadfast, continuing the energy ritual that Mu Feng, Mu Bai, and Chu Yi gritted their teeth, trembling as they stood, brandishing their guns surrounding Wang Lanlan. Chu Yi's subordinates and the soldiers engaged the terrorists fiercely. Both parties moved swiftly, using walls and various crystal pillars for cover. They crouched and leaped, evading each other's bullets with all their might. Every movement conveyed tension and resolve as they showcased their skills on this battlefield of life and death. The sounds of gunfire and explosions intertwined, and I grew anxious seeing my sister unable to crouch. The smoke-filled air blurred my vision. Yet both sides understood that on this battlefield, only victory or death awaited. Chapter 70. Aunt Rong's exit amidst the fierce fighting. Only a few terrorists remained, and suddenly the scene shifted. One of them captured Aunt Rong, who often cowered in corners. Terrified, she cried out, "Don't kill me, please! Who will save me?" The assailant pointed a gun at her head, commanding, "Step back. Don't come any closer. Lower your weapons, or I'll shoot her." Tears streamed down Aunt Rong's face as she pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I have credits, lots of things to give you." The elder leader had already been evacuated by the soldiers. leaving only my sister and me in the fray. That I glanced at when CI, who helped me up, my legs trembling in fear, that I feigned calmness, asking, "What do you want?" This group of terrorists had clearly appeared with a purpose. "Recognize your situation and hand over your energy source," they demanded. That as soon as those words left his lips, the soldiers aimed their weapons back at the assailants. This is more precious than our lives. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good is not out of the question. That a standoff ensued between the soldiers and the terrorists. Aunt Rome, in a panic, shouted, "Old Wong, hurry, let Lon Lon give it to him." My father glanced nervously between my sister and me, unsure how to voice his thoughts, yet he understood the impossibility of the situation. Seeing the lack of willingness from the crowd to comply, Aunt Rome threw caution to the wind. "Don't kill me. We have not only energy but also golden fruit trees and golden faucets. Even their clothes are golden thermal garments. We feast on fish and meat every day. We have plenty of supplies. Just let me go, and I'll give you everything." She pointed accusingly at CI and the others, claiming they were the reason for her misfortune. To my father, who had just been anguished over how to save her, was now incredulous. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her ugly facade could no longer be concealed. "Wang Xing, you son of a turtle! If it weren't for your wealthy daughter, I wouldn't be with you if you don't save me. Then none of you will have peace. You'll all go to hell with Zhang Shuai. Do you know how he died? It was because I pushed him. You'll all go to hell. Every last one of you." At that moment, Aunt Rome's brooch turned red. Despite being unable to move, my sister was already in tears upon hearing the truth. That I gritted my teeth, wishing to exact 1,000 cuts upon this matter. A sniper, seizing the terrorist's moment of distraction, shot the captor dead. That I in an instant, the soldiers sprang into action, eliminating the remaining assailants. Aunt Rome, who had been sitting on the ground, realized she had been saved and rushed to grasp my father's hand, saying, "Old man, I was just talking nonsense. Don't be angry. I was just venting." My father ignored her, disdainfully pushing her away. Previously, he had thought of her as a pitiable figure, hoping she would treat my 3 siblings well if she married into the family. But now it seemed entirely unnecessary. That I glared at Aunt Rome, shaking her arms. That I asked, "What you said true? You pushed Xiao Shuai. Why would you do such a thing?" Aunt Rome, realizing she could not change the outcome, shouted at me. "It wasn't intentional. I instinctively pushed him out to shield myself. What wrong did I commit? You all didn't want to save me earlier. I didn't want to die. What fault is mine?" I understood her reasoning. "So, to avoid death yourself, you would push someone else to their demise." Our silence was because when CI had already assured me not to worry, there was a sniper, and no one would leave her to die. Aunt Rome was now in a state of collapse. "You all wish for my death. I, your stepmother, have never had a good day. It's all because of you. Ungrateful wolves." Qian rolled his eyes shrew. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who supports whom? What have you done all day? Everything is provided by Miss Wang. You're the one who is useless." Aunt Rome, filled with rage, retorted, You all deserve to die." No one noticed as her red brooch turned black. Suddenly, in a fit of madness, she lunged at me, pushing me towards the railing. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that Qian and Gu Jingyun were caught off guard. "Sister, Miss Wang," they both exclaimed in shock. Bang, blood splattered across my face, and I stood frozen in fear. When CI, having put away his weapon, approached to check on me, asking, "Xiao Yu, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" I numbly shook my head. Although our interaction had been brief, witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before me left me deeply shaken. Seeing my distress, when CI pulled me into an embrace. Chapter 71. Aging after dealing with the corpses. Everything returned to calm. The simulated sun shone in the sky for 2 hours before darkness resumed. That I in just those 2 hours of illumination, the temperature gradually began to rise again. A promising start. The elder leader was furious. What has everyone been doing? Why did these criminals appear here? How did they penetrate this heavily secured building? Why did the brooch not change color? The security team remained silent, unable to provide answers after such a significant incident. The captain, mustering courage, replied, "Elder leader, we have investigated thoroughly. These troublemakers are all hired personnel. Strangely, they have no prior offenses, as if their actions were premeditated. The brooch did not change color because they lacked any criminal record or blood on their hands, which likely allowed them to exploit this loophole." The elder leader calmed down, relieved that Wang Lanlan was unharmed. The simulated sun was now the hope of our great Huazhou and must not be compromised. Since this was a long-planned scheme, there may be accomplices still at large. Immediate precautions were necessary to safeguard the building and to protect Wang Lanlin's family. Upon receiving the instructions, the gathered individuals promptly responded and hastily set off to fulfill their tasks. After the successful launch of the simulated sun, Wang Lanlan collapsed in an instant, and Chu Yi, with quick reflexes, caught her as his sister fainted. The crowd erupted into chaos. The elder leader, upon hearing the news, arranged for a personal physician to examine Wang Lanlan. Amidst the tension and anxiety, the doctor calmly declared that there was nothing serious, just a mere need for a good rest. Exhaustion had led to extreme weakness, and a surge of emotions combined with sorrow had caused her fainting spell that a few days of proper recuperation would suffice. Upon hearing this, the group felt a slight sense of relief that my father, with a pained expression, had initially intended to find a stepmother to care for us. Yet instead, he was left with the burden of losing my sister's boyfriend. With a face full of guilt, he sat by her bedside, holding her hand, lamenting, "Little girl, please awaken. It is your father who has wronged you. I misjudged people, and my daughter suffers for it. Father, there is no need for concern. My sister will awaken soon. You need not feel guilty. This is not your fault, but rather Aunt Rome's." I reassured him that. He looked at me, his brow furrowed. "Everything has changed so drastically for you all. Should we have Li examine you as well?" Qian casually tossed his hair and replied, "It's nothing serious. Uncle Wang, that I'm merely a bit more mature now. Grandfather arranged for the doctor to check me earlier, and it turns out I've aged 20 years. But there are no major issues." Upon hearing this, my father gazed at me with the concern of a protective mother. "What? 20 years, my daughter? That means you're practically over 40 now. What shall we do? You used to just be a bit tanned, and now you've even gone gray. How will things be for you in the future?" I understood my father's worries about my prospects for marriage and was about to comfort him when Gu Jingyun stepped forward. Taking my hand earnestly, "Uncle Wang, I can take care of my sister. Look, we both have gray hair. We make a perfect match." With a smile on his face and determination in his eyes, he gazed at me. When Ci and Qi An's expressions darkened considerably, when Ci pressing his lips tightly together, his gaze devoid of warmth. Qian appeared equally menacing. "What makes you think this black girl deserves to care for her? If anyone should, it should be me." I bashfully swatted his hand away. "Stop it, I'm not thinking about such things." Seeing me reject him in front of everyone, Gu Jingyun's beautiful lips slightly pouted, his expression one of injured innocence. As if he might cry if he spoke further, that my father, observing my refusal, looked around at the others, puzzled by their seemingly discontented expressions at such a splendid opportunity. His age made him wary of meddling in romantic affairs, and fearing to provoke my dislike, he retreated to his room. Chapter 72. Visitors arrive observing Mu Feng, Mu Bai, and Chu Yi encircling Wang Lanlan, all three of them sporting white hair and displaying evident fatigue and weariness. I turned to Qi and he feigned nonchalance, offering a smile. "I truly don't care about appearances." The Jiu Jingyan internally scoffed. "What a lie! You flaunt your charm in front of my sister dozens of times a day. How could you possibly not care?" When my gaze shifted to Gu Jingyun, he said, "Sister, I am untroubled as long as my remaining time is spent with you. I do not mind how long it is." His sudden hint and confession left me flustered, unsure how to respond, and I quickly glanced at Ci, who gently spoke about not worrying over looks or youth. Right now, that was not the priority. There might still be accomplices, and everyone needed to remain vigilant. That I nodded in agreement. With the system's automatic forgetfulness attribute, the villa was currently safe. Of course, I kept this to myself. Shall do now that everyone has aged. What shall we do? Host, you can exchange for beauty pills in the shop. It seemed that was the only solution. Meanwhile, Chewy gazed at his hands, his slender fingers now slightly wrinkled, as if he had indeed reached the age of discernment. Looking at Wang Lanlan, whose appearance remained unchanged, with her golden, softly curled hair and increasingly translucent, fair skin, her closed eyes framed by long, curled lashes, and her lips, now pale due to her unconsciousness, he felt an overwhelming sense of pain and inferiority. He couldn't help but wonder if he was still worthy of her. That Mu Feng and Mu Bai, disregarding everything else, treated their junior sister as an irreplaceable family member, unwilling to let anything go amiss, vigilantly guarding her, wishing for her to awaken soon. That moment, A soldier reported, "Captain, there are guests at the door requesting an audience. Should we receive them?" When CI, not daring to treat this lightly, inquired, "What kind of guests?" "What did they say?" "Captain, she claims to be Hui Ru's close friend, who has a betrothal agreement with the Wang family as Wang Lanlan." When C's gaze sought mine, and I nodded for them to enter. Although I was unaware of my sister's betrothal, I had to receive guests who mentioned my mother's name. Hearing that it was Wang Lanlan's betrothal, Mu Feng, Mu Bai, and Chu Yi were equally astonished. Why had they never heard the junior sister mention this before? Perhaps she herself was unaware of it. She sighed with relief, as long as they are not seeking the black girl. "That's fine." Gu Jingyan took my hand. "Sister, let us go. I'll accompany you." When CI went to call my father, such a significant matter required his presence that my father, who had been quietly distressed over Aunt Rong's situation, perked up at the news that it was a close friend of my deceased mother, who had a betrothal agreement with his youngest daughter, and he had to take it seriously, preparing himself to meet the guests. In the living room, Mo Fu and Mo Mu sat somewhat uneasily on the sofa, that if this were the pre-apocalyptic era, their son, a CEO with a fortune exceeding hundreds of millions, would have held his head high when discussing marriage. But now, in the apocalypse, it felt as though they were reduced to a state of decline, with a hint of suspicion that they were seeking connections, leaving them somewhat uncomfortable. Were it not for their promise to their son, they would have preferred not to come forward at this moment, that Mo Fu and Mo Mu had also prepared for the worst, thinking that if this did not work out, they would simply let it go. Mo Yixing faced the mansion with neither humility nor trepidation. In a short time, he had risen from an ordinary employee to a junior supervisor that a person with management experience cannot help but shine. Even in the apocalypse, he was confident he could carve out his own niche, treating it as a fresh start. Chapter 73. Betrothal Agreement. Upon seeing Mo Fu, my father hurried over to greet him. I busied myself presenting various fruits at the table, while Gu Jingyan followed with Mo Mu regarded me with a mix of recognition and uncertainty, prompting me to say, "Aunt Dong, please have some fruit." Although my appearance had aged somewhat, my spirit remained that of a youthful girl. Mo Mu, witnessing our warm hospitality, relaxed her tense demeanor. "I asked this you girl. It's been so long I hardly recognized you." "Don't fuss about. Come sit and let Aunt Dong take a look at you." With warmth, she pulled me down beside her and produced a carefully prepared item. "What are you doing now? Why have you let yourself become this way?" "I brought you your favorite fried dumplings from when you were little." Wrapped in layers of oiled paper were a modest number of dumplings. Although they had cooled, their color betrayed their superb craftsmanship. In this apocalypse, for her to recreate a dish I adored as a child demonstrated her thoughtfulness. In these dire times, food was precious, perhaps the finest offering Aunt Dong could provide. That I cradled the paper package in both hands. "Thank you, Aunt Dong, that I haven't had these since Mom passed. I miss them dearly." Seeing the villa and the fruits, Aunt Dong felt reassured upon hearing my heartfelt words. "Good child, if you ever crave them again, Aunt Dong will make them for you." "Yes, thank you, Aunt Dong." Upon learning that their family had lost contact after moving abroad, and with my mother gone, she expressed her regret, her eyes brimming with tears, prompting me to console her to tea that moment. I realized that my mother had indeed mentioned this before. That my father, looking at his flourishing star daughter, had made a verbal promise, but after losing contact, no further plans were made. Now, unexpectedly, the Mo family had come to the door. That my father felt conflicted. My sister remained in a coma, and he had just learned the true reason behind Zhang Shuai's death. Suddenly introducing a betrothal might be too much for her to handle. His daughters had grown up and had their own thoughts. This was no longer an era where matchmaking was dictated by parents. With Hui Ru gone, how should this engagement proceed? My father, unable to make a decision, looked to me for guidance. That I must say, since our mother's passing, my younger siblings had begun to rely on me as the eldest, and my father naturally started to respect my opinions. "Uncle Mo, Aunt Dong, my sister is still unconscious and has yet to awaken." That I had not finished speaking when Mo Yixing abruptly stood. "Sister Yu, what has happened to Lanlan? Is she well? May I see her?" "She is fine. The doctor said she just needs to rest." Considering that Mu Feng, Mu Bai, and Chu Yi were all keeping vigil, it would be better to wait until she woke up before visiting her, as going now might disturb her rest. "Uncle Mo, Aunt Dong, regarding the betrothal, my sister is still unaware of it. I am concerned that if the elders pressure them into a relationship, it may backfire and cause her to resent it." It would be better to wait until she awakens so she can make her own decision. Or perhaps we could avoid mentioning the betrothal and allow Yixing to gradually get to know my sister first. After all, they are still young, that if they both have feelings for each other, then we can consider the next steps. Originally, Mo Fu and Mo Mu thought they would be met with outright rejection. But to their surprise, the Wang family was quite agreeable, without a hint of discontent or disdain for the Mo family. They felt immense gratitude that Mo Mu repeatedly agreed. Then it shall be as you say. At the dining table, Mo's father, in high spirits, clinked glasses with his old friend, saying, "Old Wang, your child is quite capable." Even in the face of an apocalypse, he thrives remarkably. That Mo's mother chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. One might not even realize it's the end of the world. Just look at today's spread. It truly is extravagant." Although Mo Yixing, the energy supervisor, had received a house allocation, it paled in comparison to a grand villa. He silently vowed to ensure that Lon Lon would never endure hardship alongside him in the future. Observing the lively conversation, I proposed promoting Mo Yixing to a managerial position, similar to Chui, which would grant him access to a comprehensive villa. To my surprise, Mo Yixing declined, expressing his desire to ascend through his own efforts. Despite being hired late and only securing an ordinary position, he believed that true talent would shine through, and for a former CEO facing the apocalypse, this was hardly a challenge. Listening to his refusal, my father regarded the young man with admiration. That Mo's parents, witnessing this, felt a sense of satisfaction and confidence regarding their future in-laws, which was indeed the most reassuring sentiment. After the meal, I took some takeaway dishes and treats to Aunt Dong. Aware that future interactions were inevitable, Aunt Dong graciously accepted them. Chapter 74. Triggering the attribute of oblivion. After bidding farewell to Mo Yixing's family, we convened for a brief meeting. Everyone expressed their thoughts on Aunt Rong's dismissal of Zhang Shuai's situation, insisting that it should not be mentioned to Aunt Li. Since Aunt Rong had already faced her due punishment, it was best to let the matter fade into the past. Upon learning that Wang Lanlan's engagement was genuine, and that Qian claimed to be equally matched in looks, Mu Feng and the others felt dismayed, pondering how the absence of Zhang Shuai had led to a new engagement, leaving them perplexed about what to do next. 2 days later, 300 meters away, a towering figure inquired of Yang, "Are you sure this place has good resources?" Wang Jun pulled Yang aside, saying, "Brother, this place is teeming with supplies. Recently, they even organized a banquet. It has common knowledge, we wouldn't deceive you. However, let us establish terms. You take 70, we take 30, and you must allocate 30% of the intel fee to us." Wang Jun finally found an opportunity for revenge, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes as he observed the group armed with watermelon knives. This time, he intended to leave no survivors in the Wang family, avenging his son's death. The small-time thugs trailing behind scoffed internally, thinking, "What audacity! Once we acquire the supplies, we'll eliminate you all." The giant patted Wang Jun on the back, affirming, "Of course, I am a man of my word. Ull distract them into opening the door, and we'll charge in." Wang Jun thumped his chest, confidently assuring, "No problem. I'm her uncle. She wouldn't dare refuse me entry." The giant, fearing they might fail to gain entry, brought along Wang Jun's 2 grandsons for Yang to lead. That a group of 20 or so boldly made their way toward the villa. That a contingent of observers, positioned 100 meters away, scrutinized the villa's movements through binoculars. The various firearms they wielded indicated they were a band of desperate criminals. "Zhengu, this villa seems rather ominous," one of his men reported, panting as he returned after being near the premises. "I completely forgot our purpose and had to retrace our steps. We've gone back and forth at least 10 times. Unfazed, Zhengu put away the binoculars, declaring, "I'll see for myself." The last incident at the energy building had claimed many lives without yielding any spoils. This time, he was determined to seize the energy simulation sun. Even if he couldn't control it, he intended to keep the controllers under his thumb. Inside the villa, a soldier reported, "Captain, that group has returned." When CI, observing through the surveillance, replied, "Ignore them. As long as they don't approach the villa, pretend you haven't seen them." The soldiers, bewildered but obedient, acknowledged with a yes. Within the villa, a group of soldiers watched as the suspicious individuals approached, only to suddenly dash back. Their antics repeated 10 times, leaving the soldiers perplexed that if you want to fight, then fight. What else with this back and forth? Do they think they've been discovered? Are they going to start over? Fortunately, the villa was equipped with time-space lamps, maintaining a comfortable temperature and visibility, providing some amusement for the soldiers as they observed the supposed stealthy intruders, when CI refrained from openly firing his weapon. Mindful that Wang Lan, who was resting, and the girl he had brought home, Wang Yu, would be terrified. Being young girls, they had never witnessed the brutality of violence, that he envisioned the fear etched on the face of the one he cherished. Drenched in blood, his heart tightened as long as they didn't approach the villa. He would refrain from violence, that he had no desire to spill blood in what he considered his home. Chapter 75. Racing toward death, Wang Xing led the giant and his group into an encounter with the desperate criminals hastily retreating. The thugs brandished their firearms at them. The giant and his crew were momentarily flustered, wondering who had alerted the enemy, finding themselves cornered. Seeing the true guns in hand, several of them dropped their watermelon knives in fear. With Wang Jun so frightened that he wet himself, gazing at the armed thugs, Zhengge demanded, "What is your business?" The giant, mistaking them for villa inhabitants, stammered, "We're just taking a stroll." Zhengge's men were losing patience. "If you don't start being honest, I'll put you down with a bullet." The giant, trembling, confessed, "We just wanted to acquire some supplies from the villa. We mean no harm. Please spare us, we won't dare again." Upon hearing this, Zhengge gestured for the thug with the gun to lower his weapon. "That's so, you're all here to rob supplies." The giant quickly deflected blame. Yes, it was all this Wang Jun's idea. He insisted he was a relative who could gain entry, trying to trick us, that we're innocent. Several frightened thugs echoed this, and Yang was also pushed forward. She's Wang Jun's wife. They're all part of his group. Yang, clutching her two grandsons, stumbled forward, visibly intimidated. Zhengge waved his hand, ordering, "Leave no survivors except Wang Jun's family." Before the giant could comprehend the unfolding events, he was shot in the head, his eyes widening in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing a life extinguished, the thugs scattered like birds, fleeing in panic. However, the trained criminals showed no mercy, gunning them down mercilessly, executing those still writhing in agony. Wang Jun and Yang were paralyzed by terror, watching in disbelief as the silenced guns discharged without a sound, indicating their formidable adversaries. Zhengge, surveying the completed carnage, smiled at Wang Jun. "I hear you can persuade them to open the villa door?" Wang Jun gulped. Yes, I can." Terrified at the prospect of being next, he nudged the still-dazed Yang. "My wife, and I will bring the children. They will surely let us in." Zhengge remained skeptical. "Do you have a grudge against them?" Wang Jun's eyes blazed with vengeance as he replied, "They killed my son and daughter-in-law. I demand justice." Zhengge turned, leading the way. With Wang Jun as their guide, they swiftly approached the villa's vicinity. The attribute of oblivion applied, excluding relatives. The soldiers inside, previously observing, were now on high alert, weapons drawn, ready for action. Confused by the change in behavior, they wondered why the intruders had not retreated. Had the exercise gone on long enough? And now it was time for true action? "Open the door. Open up, you, it's me, your uncle." Wang Jun and Yang, with their two children, stood outside the iron gate. Zhengge and his thugs lay in ambush, prepared to storm in for a bloody massacre. The villa's soundproofed rooms rendered their voices inaudible. However, the guards heard the call, and, following Wen Ci's orders, split into two teams. One group stayed at the entrance while Wen Ci took another out through the back door. Moving toward the wall, the soldiers inside, leisurely inquiring, "Are you relatives? Good, please wait. I'll inform someone. You come here. Go tell the captain that someone claiming to be an uncle has arrived. Wait for instructions." "Understood." A soldier dashed off. Wang Jun's anxiety peaked as the thugs outside fixated on the door, poised to rush in once it opened. Chapter 76. All gunned down emerging from the back door. When Ci and Chu quickly split into two groups, flanking the entrance on either side. The thugs at the front remained crouched in ambush, firearms ready for a charge into the villa. The last thug was swiftly silenced by Wen Ci, who covered his mouth and slit his throat. The villa's high walls, designed by Qi and for the apocalypse, made entry impossible except through the gate. Yet the tall walls posed both advantages and disadvantages. The time-space lamps inside couldn't reach the perimeter, creating a blind spot. Inside, the soldiers continued to stall. "Last time you caused a ruckus with that family. Why are you back today? What do you want?" Wang Jun felt a mix of nervousness and fear. But more so, he relished the imminent satisfaction of revenge, declaring, "I'm her uncle. I can come and go as I please." Why the delay in notification? The soldiers signaled again. "You go check if Xiao Chan is slacking off again. Go inform him." Yes. Watching the soldier wander off again, Wang Jun continued to chat casually. "The kids are here too. On such a cold day, staying home is much cozier. Why subject yourselves to this?" he yearned to say. "Why come out to court death, especially with children in tow?" A flicker of resentment crossed Wang Jun's eyes. "I brought the children to demand compensation. This time, I demand compensation with your lives." Gazing at the villa, which remained obstinately closed, Zhengge felt a twinge of impatience that a man who had taken countless lives suddenly caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent, as if the very essence of blood was encircling him. He swiftly turned around, startling a few subordinates who were nearby. "Zhengge, what is it?" Despite the dimness of his surroundings, Zhengge's heightened alertness allowed him to sense that something was amiss. "Are we all accounted for?" he inquired uneasily. One subordinate glanced back and noted that several were crouching low. "Zhengge, it's half and half. Isn't that what you said? After the last incident, we lost a significant portion of our men. This time, we have mobilized the entire force." Although the voice was lowered, when CI still caught the latter part of the conversation, that he was preparing to eliminate the few of them without alerting the ambush waiting across the way. "Hey, you there, Mouse. Quickly count how many we have left." When CI pondered his strategies, he felt a nudge on his arm from the assailants that he dared not respond, merely turning back to count symbolically. Mouse had grown unnaturally quiet, and sensing something was off, Zhengge fired a shot at the spot where CI had just crouched at AT that moment, when CI rolled away just in time to evade the bullet. He realized that his silence was also a form of exposure. Although both sides wielded silenced weapons, firing without a suppressor still produced a sound. Upon hearing the gunfire, the assailants opposite joined in, and Chu Yi, lying in ambush behind them, immediately commanded his men to open fire. Wang Jun, startled by the gunfire, tugged at the iron gate alongside Yang Shi, shouting, "Open the door! Let us in!" The two children were also terrified, crying out in panic. However, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, their cries were swallowed whole to AT that moment. No one dared to activate their chest lights, for that would render them as living targets. The gunfire shattered the night's tranquility, igniting a fierce firefight in an instant. Both sides, armed to the teeth, pursued one another through the darkness, the sound of gunfire echoing relentlessly in the air. Inside the villa, everyone began to worry for CI and Chui. Even Mu Feng and the others wanted to rush out to assist, but were halted by the soldiers at the entrance. "Our duty is to ensure your safety. Please do not make it difficult for us." "Dad, enough." In this pitch blackness, blades and bullets are indiscriminate. This is no child's play. The group had no choice but to relent, anxiously awaiting the outcome. Meanwhile, the younger sister awoke amidst the uproar. Upon realizing that Chui, who had rescued her at the banquet, was also outside, she recalled how he had steadfastly protected her on the rooftop of the building, causing her heart to race with apprehension. Fortunately, both CI and Chui possessed tactical and combat experience. And this deadly confrontation did not last long before returning to a tense calm. Chapter 77. A choice to make. Once the last of Zhengge fell, CI turned to the soldiers to tally their numbers and assess casualties. Chui had gathered his subordinates at the entrance. Kangzi leaned closer to Chui, saying, "Boss, we suffered no casualties. Everyone is fine." This encirclement was executed flawlessly, since joining the boss at the villa for security work. Having been idle for so long, he felt an indescribable pride at finally being able to put his skills to use. That on C's side, a soldier reported, "Captain, there were no fatalities on our side. Only 2 injuries." CI observed that one had been shot in the arm and another in the leg, and immediately issued orders for medical personnel to extract the bullets and bandage the wounds while the remaining troops recovered and cleaned the villa. Understood. The villa soldiers surged out, quickly clearing the bodies. As we listened to the sounds of soldiers handling the remains, we followed them out, only to find that Uncle's family had also perished in the crossfire. Wang Li, who emerged with us, did not react as we had imagined. She merely glanced at the bodies on the ground with a calmness akin to that of a stranger that My father sighed, stating at this point, "It is futile to place blame. Uncle's family is left with only Wang Li. Let her stay with us." That he shot me a knowing glance before grimacing toward Uncle's corpse that I immediately understood. Looking at Wang Li, Now that you are the only one left, would you care to live with us?" Though her face betrayed no sorrow, a flicker of emotion crossed her features, yet she shook her head. "Sister, living with you would be wonderful. I dream of having an older sister like you. However, Aunt Lee needs me that I have never felt so needed before. She treats me like her own daughter. For the first time, I realize that I can also be cherished as a girl by my elders. Just like you and Longia, I simply cannot part with this rare bond of family." She thought of how Aunt Lee, with her golden fruit trees, sold their fruits for points to exchange for supplies, and they relied on each other, though we felt it best not to press further. After hearing Wang Li's words, my father abandoned the thought of caring for his niece, that he had long provided support to Uncle's family. For reasons unknown, that kindness had not been reciprocated and had even bred resentment. Wang Lamlin's memories of the fierce battle in the building resurfaced, where Chui had stood fearlessly in front of her, but as she heard the gunfire, she rushed out of the crowd, disregarding her modesty, to check if Chui was unharmed, only to collide with him as he was about to enter the door. Seeing the look of worry etched across Wang Lamlin's face, Chuyi's heart softened instantly. "I'm fine. Did I hurt you?" he said, reaching out to gently pat her adorable head. With her long golden hair, fair skin, and clad in a pink cloak, Wang Lanlan looked like a porcelain doll under the ambient light. The subordinates trailing behind were left agape, astonished at their boss's sudden display of tenderness. When had he ever shown such gentleness? Wang Lanlan, awakened by the gunfire, had rushed down without changing her clothes. Donning her cloak in haste, whether it was from the collision or embarrassment, her cheeks flushed crimson. Thankfully, being an actress, she quickly composed herself that it's all right. "I'm going back to my room now," Chui, still lingering in the soft touch of her hair. Watched as Wang Lanlan darted back inside. The others quickly gathered around to inquire about Chui and Wen Ci. Wen Ci looked at me and nodded. His reticence likely meant he wanted to reassure me. Mu Bai nudged Mu Feng's arm, whispering, "Brother, isn't one childhood engagement enough? Now there's a new rival." That Mu Feng consoled him. "Today it is not Chui that if the little sister were to be harmed, would you choose the rival over her safety?" Mu Bai's face reflected reluctance that, of course, I would choose the little sister's safety. But no buts. Remember your choice. With that, Mu Feng quickly approached, saying, "Wen Ci, Chui, are you both all right?" Wen Ci replied, "All good. The old leader provided us with the best soldiers and equipment. We have bulletproof vests. Only two of us were hit," that Mu Bai muttered under his breath, "but I just want to live with my brother and the little sister, not have anyone else join us." His voice was drowned out by the fervent concern and inquiries of the others, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 78. Sprouting with her mission complete, Wang Lanlan no longer needed to return to the building. Amid the continuous extraction of personnel's spirits, the simulated sun would automatically begin to emit light and warmth for 2 hours every midday. Though brief, this was undoubtedly the best hope for those who had long endured darkness. The daily exposure gradually warmed the earth, allowing humanity to abandon their underground shelters and cellars, beginning to return to normal life. Good news also arrived from the old leader's side. Today's report indicates that the unidentified anomalous worm species, which had long survived underwater, has halted its reproduction under sunlight, that we believe that soon, these anomalous creatures will be completely eradicated. With sunlight, the vast nation began to thrive rapidly, that a new wave of inventors emerged. And all electrical appliances gained solar capabilities, that as the simulated sun lit up, households pulled out a plethora of solar energy batteries for charging. 1 battery, when placed in the slot, could power all household appliances for several days. Besides the batteries requiring points for purchase, water and electricity were no longer charged, leading everyone to stockpile batteries. As Uwunti want to save some energy for emergencies, the new batteries were visually appealing. Resembling sealed cylindrical shapes, glowing a golden hue when fully charged, that in every yard, the sight of golden batteries gleamed beautifully. Wang Lanlan woke up early today and took the elevator to my door. "Sister, are you awake? I have made a significant discovery. Suddenly aged and still struggling to adapt to this body, I often overslept," groggily opening the door. "What discovery? Why are you up so early?" "Sister, look, it's grass, it's grass." She tightly clutched a sprouting green blade from the soil, presenting it to me like a treasure. Instantly, my drowsiness vanished in excitement. "The IT really is grass. Where did you find it?" My sister, bubbling with joy like a child, exclaimed, "In our backyard flower bed. I was doing yoga and spotted that green sprout. There is so much. I hurriedly changed my clothes and rushed downstairs, and I saw my father and Chien wielding hoes, while my younger brother, still half asleep, clutched a collection of flower seeds he had gathered from who knows where. Following closely behind, that Mu Feng, Mu Bai, and Chui had also come to lend their keen eyes. They intended to plant fresh flowers in the villa's flower bed. A soldier standing guard stepped forward to assist, but was promptly rebuffed by Chi, and he did not want to miss the chance to impress his future father-in-law. When Ci, who had been training in the backyard, also paused his exercises, that today's objective is to run 20 laps around the perimeter of the villa. Having sent the soldiers away, he fetched a hoe to follow his father. The Ji Yu Jingyun descended the stairs, glancing at his breakfast on the table, wondering why the atmosphere was so unusually tranquil today. Typically, there would be one or two others dining. Could it be that the alarm clock malfunctioned, given the large number of diners, each with their own unpredictable waking time? I had also adopted a system of labeled takeout boxes, ensuring they remained warm and no one was overlooked. One could rise and dine at their leisure. Inside the box bearing his name was a breakfast identical to everyone else's: a serving of soup dumplings, an egg, a bowl of corn porridge, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Jiu Jingyun hastily finished his breakfast and stepped outside to find Uncle Wang directing everyone in a lively manner. Even Chien, who had never been favored by Uncle Wang, was among them at this moment. Chien had shed his airs of superiority, rolled up his sleeves, swung the hoe, and addressed Wang with a respectful uncle, which filled Wang Xing with a sense of fulfillment, as if he had reclaimed his rightful place in the fields. When Ci remained silent, yet judging by the speed at which he wielded the hoe, it was likely the section he was responsible for would be the first to be completed. Without further ado, Gu Jingyun quickly joined in. He could not allow his sister's father to perceive him as ineffectual. Chapter 79. Father's worries moved Feng, Mu Bai, and Chu Yi surrounded Wang Lan, asking, "Junior sister, can this rose be planted here? Lan, where should these baby's breath go?" The joy brought by planting made the younger sister beam. Sure, that works. I like them all. Let us plant them all." After Aunt Rong received her due retribution, Wang Lan felt a sense of relief, realizing that not all blame rested on her shoulders for Zhang Shuai's demise. She agreed with our decision to withhold from Aunt Li the details of Aunt Rong's actions toward Zhang Shuai, allowing Aunt Li to believe that Zhang Shuai died for her, at least this way. Aunt Li could accept the kindness she had been offered with a clearer conscience. Wang Lan paid no heed to anything else, her hands caked in dirt, her small face radiating joy. Perhaps at this moment, her heart was finally at peace, no longer needing to labor incessantly to forget her pain. That Smo Yixing entered. He spotted Wang Lan squatting by the flower bed, her golden hair tied high, dressed in light sportswear, exuding a radiant presence amid the crowd. Her delicate hands were busy digging in the soil, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she chatted with Mu Bai. "Uncle Wang, Sister Yu, I'm here." Not recognizing anyone else, he called out to us. The soldiers, recognizing this as the family who had previously discussed arranged marriage, let him pass without a word. That my prompt, "Sister, look who has arrived." Wang Lan turned to see a tall figure, standing at 1.85 meters, clad in a light blue suit, holding the latest popular power bank and a seemingly luxurious jewelry box. Although it was their first meeting, I had already briefed her about the situation. My sister was not one to covet wealth and would not let her family bear the stigma of dishonor in these dire times. After I had mentioned that compatibility was key, she felt no pressure. Wang Lan wiped the dirt from her face, and before she could speak, our industrious father turned around. "Yixing's here? Come inside and sit." Mo Yixing handed the gift box to a soldier, swiftly shedding his suit and rolling up his sleeves, ready to join in. "Uncle Wang, don't treat me like a guest. What are we planting?" "I want to help too." Our father's eyes sparkled with joy. Good. We're planting flowers. Look, even the grass has sprouted. We're preparing to plant some flowers in the front yard. Once Chien brings the vegetable seeds, we'll plant some in the backyard as well. Observing the diligent children at work, our father felt both joy and concern. He understood all too well the motives behind their earnest efforts to please him. But with only 2 daughters, he was troubled by the potential for offending one by favoring the other. Unaware of our father's inner thoughts, I too was swept up in the joyous atmosphere. Tonight, we would host a whole roasted lamb gathering. Little brother, call Wang Li and Aunt Li to join us. Mo Yixing. Inform Uncle Mo and Aunt Dawn to come for the roasted lamb. All right, elder sister. Okay, sister Yu. Chu Yi subordinates and the soldiers cheered. Although they spent every day at the villa, they could not indulge in the host's food outside of the banquet day. The government provided their meals. And considering the deliciousness of takeout, their faces were filled with anticipation that I end this apocalyptic world. Ordinary families typically managed only one meal a day, while those with better conditions could exchange points for enough food for 2 meals. Soldiers also had 2 meals, and it was almost unheard of to have 3. The food supply had not yet caught up with the population's demands, and frugality was a necessity. Chapter 80. Beauty and Grace having worked through the flower beds in the front yard. It was already noon, and the sun shone brightly. Households were counting the time, bringing out their blankets and clothes to dry. Under the sunlight, many noticed the emerging sprouts of grass, and everyone smiled with joy. Seeing this as a new hope, that I returned to my room, opened the glass door to the right garden, and scattered seeds for the small, wrinkled chrysanthemums in the flower beds that I had harvested a new batch of vegetables. And all the little animal nests were replenished with water and feed. The shelves of vegetables were once again cleared out in an instant. I opened the marketplace to find beauty-enhancing pills priced at $999,999 each, which promised to delay the aging process, eliminate various toxins, and restore the body to its optimal state. That I emptied all my points to purchase the beauty pills. Xiaodu, are there any side effects? Well, taking this delay tonight's gathering. Rest assured, host, you will see results in about 10 minutes. Without hesitation, I swallowed it down. But wait, I haven't finished speaking. Xiaodu, when did you start panting while talking? But it may cause a bit of stomach discomfort, leading to a need for the restroom. That I dashed to the bathroom, shocked. How embarrassing would it be if I had taken this in public? I made 3 trips back and forth. And indeed, after 10 minutes, the stomach pain subsided. That I rushed to the mirror, looking at the reflection of my 1.65-meter frame. My skin now fairer and more radiant than before, my features exquisitely chiseled. My peach blossom eyes had a small mole beside them. My petite nose slightly upturned, and my sensual, rosy lips were exceptionally alluring. That my body was brimming with vitality, devoid of any signs of aging. Fine lines vanished, and my skin appeared flawless, as if it could be easily punctured. My hair had returned to its natural black, presenting a beautifully enhanced version of myself that I opened the wardrobe she and had prepared for me. Since my revival, I had yet to properly adorn myself. I selected a hairpin to style my hair up, donned a pair of earrings, and chose a matching heart-shaped pendant necklace, complemented by a light makeup look. That I slipped into a light purple dress and put on a pair of white high heels. Twirling around in satisfaction before stepping out, the Jiyu Jingyun was just about to enter the elevator, where everyone was waiting for Sister Yu to start the meal. He intended to call her up. As the elevator doors opened, Gu Jingyun, not noticing someone was inside, said, "Excuse me, who are you?" I remained silent as he nearly bumped into me, apologizing while scrutinizing my appearance. His eyes were filled with confusion, wondering how I resembled Sister Yu so closely. That as he drew closer, the fragrance of small joju flowers wafted over. "You are Sister Yu. How have you changed so much? I almost didn't recognize you." Gu Jingyun was taken aback, gazing at the petite figure before him. Standing in front of someone over 1.8 meters tall, I indeed appeared small. That I looked up at him, my finger tracing his chest. My eyes playful. "Is this not pretty enough?" Gu Jingyun, unable to maintain eye contact, stammered, "Why yes, it's beautiful. Let me call you for dinner." After saying that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Following behind, I couldn't help but laugh at his bashful demeanor. The others at the dining table turned their gazes toward me upon hearing my voice. When Ci had seen me in my previous form, yet I appeared even more captivating now. Had it not been for his slightly flushed cheeks betraying him, he would have seemed completely composed. Qian stared at me, momentarily forgetting what he had just said. His mind was filled with astonishment. Had it not been for my voice, he would not have recognized me at all. It turned out that this formerly dark-skinned girl was also incredibly beautiful. Our father, chuckling, remarked, "It's good to see you back to your old self. That my children are all so lovely. I'm not worried about you finding a suitable match in the future." "What are you saying, Dad? There are so many people here." I playfully scolded my father for such blatant praise of his daughter. Wang Lanlan hugged me, exclaiming, "Sister, you've finally regained your beauty. I'm so happy for you." Tears welled up in her eyes, fearing that her sister might never return to her former self. Did I ts all right, little sister? Look, I'm back to normal now. Quickly wipe your tears. It's time to eat. Wang Lanla nodded and took a seat beside me. My little brother nudged the still-dazed Qian and whispered gossip to him. Are you stunned? Look at my second sister and me. How could my eldest sister be any less? My mother was renowned as the village beauty. Qian remained lost in thought. Although I had been a bit darker before, my features were nonetheless exquisite, and my kind heart and abilities gave him the confidence to pursue me. But now, with my radiant return, Wu Ti, I attract a throng of admirers. His sense of security, which had just been established, shattered in an instant, and he felt a surge of panic. What should he do? Chapter 81. Gift of Beauty Pills. Qian had yet to collect himself as I arranged the dishes for the meal. Shaoan, it's time to eat. What are you thinking about? Hearing our father call him, he quickly responded, although a sense of urgency loomed over him, making him distracted during the meal. Shortly after lunch, the sun vanished once more, and when Ci asked me, "Did you notice? It seems that the simulated sun has extended its duration by another 10 minutes today, now persisting for 2 hours and 50 minutes." I nodded in acknowledgement. This growth-oriented sun, through continuous mental extraction, will eventually revert to its normal operational time. I called out to my younger brother, summoning everyone to convene a meeting. Yixing also arrived, and I handed each person a vial. I trust everyone is aware of my role as a taste tester. The establishment has recently acquired a new batch of benefits known as beauty pills. As you can observe, my transformation in appearance is a testament to the efficacy of these pills, which purify the body of all toxins and also delay the aging process. Upon hearing this, Qian eagerly opened the bottle, the pills emitting a delightful fragrance. Noticing his eagerness, I restrained his impulsive hand, advising him to consume it in his own room, preferably near the restroom. Everyone took heed and followed suit. Even Mo Yixing, who received one for himself. Initially intending to save it for his mother, he reconsidered, fearing that if she benefited from the pills while his father did not, the disparity in their appearances would be too pronounced, leading to unforeseen consequences. He decided it would be best to consume it himself and return to his guest room to prepare for ingestion. My younger brother, seeing that everyone in the family had won, anxiously clutched my arm. Sister, have you forgotten about me? What about mine? I withdrew my hand, sitting down to sip some cherry juice. You are merely 15, turning 16 next year. If you take a pill to delay aging, how long do you wish to remain under 18? Besides, as minors, what toxins could you possibly expel? Do you wish to look like a child even a decade from now? I can grant you that right now. After hearing this, my younger brother dashed away, exclaiming, "No, no," without looking back. As I was about to offer a pill to my sister, Xiao Du intervened, stating, "Host, during the last carrying ceremony, Wang Lanlan has already undergone her transformation. Her youth is now eternal, rendering the beauty pills ineffective for her." I explained to my sister why I could not give her one, and she appeared surprised. Sister, no wonder I have felt so much lighter and better lately. Even those lingering pains have faded into oblivion. It seems that the effects of her transformation surpass those of the beauty pills, and she need not make frequent trips to the restroom. Everyone who received the beauty pills had not emerged for quite some time, likely engaged in thorough grooming. My sister and I, along with the soldiers and Chu Yi's entourage, busied ourselves arranging the tables and chairs for the evening's gathering. A main table accompanied by 4 guest tables. A wine rack was placed beside the tables, stocked with an array of fruit juices. As everyone contributed uneaten fruits from their daily meals to share in the kitchen, these were also distributed onto the tables. The soldiers and Chu Yi's subordinates appeared elated, their smiles nearly reaching their ears. Some hoped to wait until the feast to take an apple home for their mothers, while others wished to sample a cup of juice for their wives. With such an abundance of delicacies before them, everyone worked even harder. Qian descended the stairs, clad in a light purple suit, exuding an air of confidence akin to a model strutting down a runway, radiating a charm that was difficult to avert one's gaze from. He approached me, playfully asking, "So, how do you feel? Is your heart racing?" To be honest, I was indeed taken aback by his transformation. His darkened hair and rejuvenated visage, enhanced features, and the allure of his bespectacled eyes left me unable to discern the authenticity of his affections. "Why does your outfit resemble mine so closely?" He smirked slightly, "Because I have prepared all the same outfits for you. This is what we call couple attire." Before I could respond, Gu Jingyan called out to me, "Sister, what are you doing?" That conspicuous bag while I was away was too close to Sister You. How outrageous. He was dressed in a pristine white suit, complemented by a light purple tie, and his restored face bore handsome features and clear eyes, exuding a sunny aura. Yet, I couldn't help but notice a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Before I could ponder further, when C.I. also made his entrance, donning a black suit paired with a light purple shirt. The suit was impeccably tailored, its flowing lines showcasing his mature and elegant charm. What to do? It was all too overwhelming. Chapter 82. Roast whole lamb. Father, having consumed the beauty pills, shed his former aura of despondency. Appearing invigorated and youthful, as if rejuvenated by a decade, that he approached with a cheerful demeanor, eager to assist, that Mu Feng and Mu Bai descended the stairs together, that Tio matched my sister's athletic attire. They too had donned sportswear. With temperature-regulating clothing at their disposal, any attire worn would self-adjust to the most comfortable temperature. The moment Chu-Yi emerged in his light clothing, I inferred that my sister must have provided him with temperature-regulating garments as well. Clad in jeans and a sporty t-shirt, his casual appearance belied the powerful aura emanating from him. It bore a resemblance to when Xi's military demeanor, Mo Yixing felt a newfound lightness, experiencing an unprecedented sense of comfort. Believing that even outside the villa, he would no longer fear the cold, Wang Lanlan discussed the evening's performances with them. That evening, the roast whole lamb event commenced. I retrieved 3 whole roasted lambs from the takeout boxes. Aside from 1 whole lamb on the main table, the others were halved for the guest tables. An assortment of delectable dishes adorned the tables. The beverages included apple juice, cherry juice, peach juice, and watermelon juice. Surrounding the half lambs were various delicacies: assorted marinated duck, chicken legs, pig ears, pigtails, and braised beef. Desserts were not overlooked: apple donuts, crispy little balls, and banana crackers. Everyone raised their glasses in celebration of a brighter future. Kong Zi remarked at the table, "Following the boss, enjoying fine food and drink. This is far better than scraping by in the past," that a soldier, stuffing his mouth with delicious food, replied, "Indeed. Ever since we were reassigned to guard the villa. How many have envied us? The temperature is just right. We have top-notch weaponry, and occasionally we even get to sample the legendary takeout." Another soldier took a huge bite of chicken leg, exclaiming, "Ah, this is incredible. This flavor is unmatched. I doubt my wife could ever replicate this skill, even if she cooked for a lifetime." Each person ate with gusto, their mouths glistening with grease, and they wholeheartedly agreed. Father, observing the rejuvenated appearances of Wen Si and the others, felt a weight lift from his heart. He would no longer feel guilty about their aging due to his daughter. Aunt Dong and Uncle Mo, invited to dine, were equally delighted, for the Wang family showed them respect and did not exhibit any overt reluctance towards the marriage proposal. Even if, in the end, their son and the Wang family girl were not destined to be in-laws, they could still remain friends and maintain connections. Seeing his child suddenly appear more handsome, he pondered asking him about it once they returned home. Aunt Lee observed the remarkable transformations of each child, wisely refraining from excessive inquiries. The opulent villa, the top-tier soldiers, and the exquisite dishes were all astonishing, yet had become commonplace to her. Laughter and joy filled the air, with Wang Lanlan performing an exquisite dance alongside her 2 senior brothers, a routine they had previously performed together with ease. Chui picked up a harmonica, while Mo Yixing took up a flute, harmonizing beautifully, that a soldier whispered to Kong Zi, "I never expected your boss had a musical talent." "Impressive. I thought he only knew how to kill." Kong Zi leaned in mysteriously. "The second young lady of the Wang family is the goddess in our boss's heart. He is her ultimate fan." Familiar with all her songs, the soldier was astonished. The formidable Chu Laoda, feared by society, possessed such a tender side. No wonder he protected the second young lady at all costs. As the dance concluded, everyone erupted into applause, creating a lively atmosphere. After satisfying their appetites, as everyone prepared to leave, I provided gift bags and takeout boxes. The soldiers, who were on duty and prohibited from consuming alcohol, received a bottle of wine in their gift bags, allowing them to enjoy it leisurely at home. The takeout boxes contained a bottle of juice, a portion of snacks, 2 apples, and a whole roast chicken. Despite their seemingly ordinary nature, these items were invaluable for securing favors. Merely presenting takeout goods would ensure success. In this time of food scarcity, aside from points, takeout items had become highly coveted currency. Chapter 83. News report. You have a new video. Would you like to play it? Upon selecting yes, a sunflower projection appeared before me. The pleasant voice of the female host resonated. Good morning, esteemed viewers. I am your host, Li Yu. Now, I will report the latest news issued by the government. First point, land division. Recently, new grass has begun to sprout. Through extensive scientific experimentation, it has been confirmed that the land is regaining vitality and can be cultivated for crops. Those with registered land ownership can collect seeds from their local government, while those without land are encouraged to cultivate new plots. Second point, water quality changes. The sun has returned to its normal state and production is rapidly progressing. Water and electricity services have been fully restored. Should any areas still lacking water or electricity be reported, local officials will be dismissed and investigated. Rest assured, the anomalous organisms in the water have been completely eradicated. Third point, our country has launched a new smartwatch. Equipped with a variety of intelligent software, unrestricted by distance, offering a comprehensive range of features available across major platforms, with free distribution of software. Fourth point, national unity. Our great nation has reclaimed all territories, except for the Great Huazhou, with the rest being referred to as Qingzhou. Let us all assist one another in love and unity, working together to build a brighter future. That concludes today's news. Thank you for watching, and see you next time. I murmured to myself, I never imagined the country would recover so swiftly. It truly lives up to its reputation as a grand nation. Perhaps they deem reliance on alien technology untrustworthy, preferring to control their own resources without fear. Host, you have a new mission. After completing the task earlier, there was no sign of a refresh, and now it has suddenly appeared. All right, Xiaodu, I will check it immediately. I open the takeout system. All recharge interfaces have been closed. What, Xiaodu, is that true? No recharges allowed? What about those who have used up their points? Host, please take a look. All right, the latest task has been released. Recycle takeout boxes. Recycle sunflower brooches. Complete the task to receive the shop's SSS prize, a simulated moon. All unclaimed rewards, all collected earthly materials, belong to the shop owner. Wow, how astonishing. In the past, things were so frugal. Now the universe has become so generous. There are 900 billion unclaimed portions, all for me? Host, congratulations. Shiru, you don't sound very happy, do you? Not at all. Host, please don't overthink it. I am very happy. The shop's announcement. The recharge channel for the shop has been closed. Future recharges should be completed through the newly released smartwatch. In gratitude to our loyal customers, we will launch the following activities. Recycling takeout boxes can exchange for points, with 10 points for each box. Recycling sunflower brooches will earn 100 points each. If not submitted, they will be automatically removed from the inventory. The public here has thoroughly accepted that the brooches belong to the nation. And with the new smartwatch being distributed for free, the recycling of sunflowers for 100 points means that after all this time, they can earn points and receive a smartwatch for free. What is not to love? Oh dear, had I known that takeout boxes could be exchanged for points, I wouldn't have thrown them away. Father is quite regretful, having discarded so many takeout boxes to be by the time he rushed to the trash can outside. They had already been picked up by others for points. Many others find it hard to secure a dish. The takeout boxes they managed to get are kept at home. It's a form of display and pride. A psychological statement. I have eaten from the shop owner's takeout. With the recharge channel closed and no recycling for boxes, purchasing goods has become impossible, yet many still painfully part with their takeout boxes to exchange points for dishes. Chapter 84. The moon. After the recycling activity commenced, the brooches began to be returned, and most takeout boxes were recycled as well. The shop still consistently replenished its dishes daily. People started to realize that not only did the shop offer takeout, but various nearby establishments also joined in, as the legendary takeout was not easily obtained, while local takeout shops allowed customers to buy whatever they desired, causing the shop to gradually fade from public view. After all the brooches were collected, the system refreshed the rewards, and as expected, my sister won the SSS simulated moon. The elder leader reappeared in Chuanzhou to participate in the observance of the simulated moon rising. We accompanied Wang Lanlan as usual, and everyone reached out to touch the crystal platform. This time, knowing the risk of aging, another brave soul named Mo Yixing joined us. After Wang Lanlan confirmed the activation of the energy shot into the sky in an instant. and a dragon's roar resonated through the air as a golden dragon burst forth from the clouds, descending upon us, with experience on our side. Everyone remained calm. As it approached, it expelled a glowing white sphere that vanished from sight. The sphere, reminiscent of a luminous pearl, radiated a gentle glow, and the anticipated impact did not come, just as this radiance was soft. Everyone was puzzled, wondering why this time there was no whitening of hair, that I quietly inquired with Xiaodu, who explained that the beauty pills were designed to combat aging. The simulated moon soared into the sky. Soon hanging high above the elder leader departed. I returned the remaining items of fish fry, shrimp, various seafood, and rare animals, including domesticated younglings, to him. Although the elder leader did not ask about the origins of these items. I made it clear that they were a gift from my sister's various young animals and domesticated younglings. The elder leader expressed his gratitude, thanking us for our concern for the nation, believing that his best decision was to foster a good relationship with the Wang family. "Mom, look, it's the moon. There is a moon in the sky again," the little girl joyfully pointed out to her mother. The mother nearby teased her, saying, "Look, but don't point at the moon, or the moon lady might get angry and cut off your ears." The little girl, terrified, burst into tears and ran off to find her father for comfort. Observing that no one had aged or turned gray, I recalled my words. Beauty pills, no matter how many you consume, are ineffective. One can only take one in a lifetime. Everyone had prepared for another bout of whitening hair, only to be met with surprise and delight at the absence of aging. Moreover, with points depleted, recycling brooches and gift boxes would not yield any point rewards, and the points from selling dishes were insufficient to buy even one. Wang Lanlan, too, had not anticipated such ease in this undertaking. She glanced at everyone, secretly relieved that at least she and her companions had not aged. This was the best outcome, that on the way home. Wang Fei secretly told Wang Lanlan, "Second sister, the country has returned to normal. The teacher has asked us to report to school next Monday and start classes." Wang Lanlan did not lift her gaze, replying, "That's good. Our studies must not be neglected. Who knows, we might be starting school soon." Wang Fei, with a worried expression, pressed on, "Don't you want to go to school?" Wang Fei immediately shook his head. "How could I? It's just that our class monitor informed me that we are starting school next Monday, and after such a long apocalypse, we are having a class reunion this Saturday." I interjected, "Oh, then you should go, little brother." Wang Fei grabbed Wang Lanlan's arm, saying, "But everyone else will bring their brothers or sisters. I want second sister to accompany me." Being 18 and 15, Wang Fei naturally felt closer to Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan, without hesitation, replied, "I'm not going." Wang Fei bit his lip, then let the eldest sister go to tea first. They hadn't invited me, but now they wanted me to go? I want to attend. Upon hearing that both his sisters were not going, Wang Fei wore an expression of dismay. There was no choice. It seemed he would have to muster the courage to go alone the day after tomorrow. The class monitor had made it clear. Those who do not come are outcasts. And he could not afford to lose face. Wang Fei encouraged himself, recalling how the monitor had bullied him in the past. Now that his family was so formidable, he wanted to show him just how well he was doing, to infuriate him. Humph. Wang Lanlan and I exchanged knowing glances without further comment. Chapter 85. Class reunion on Saturday morning. Wang Fei prepared himself early. It must be said that Wang Fei took after our father. His genetics were evidently superior, standing at a height of 173 centimeters, unlike Wang Lanlan and me, who took after our mother and are rather petite. Today, Wang Fei paid great attention to his appearance. Donning his best sneakers paired with jeans, and to accentuate his thermal wear, he chose a t-shirt for the day. Wearing a black cap, he looked sunny and handsome. His backpack was bulging with unknown contents. As he hurried to leave, Chu Yi from upstairs called out to him, "Fei, do you need a ride?" He stubbornly replied, "No need. It's not far. I can walk just fine." Yet inwardly he thought, "I don't want you to give me a ride. My sisters aren't going anyway, so what difference does it make if someone drives me or not?" At the entrance of the restaurant for the reunion, the class monitor Li Peng and others had arrived early, eager to see how everyone was faring and blocking the entrance. Spotting Wang Fei walking over, a group of sycophantic classmates surrounding Li Peng laughed heartily. "Look, the vice monitor Wang Fei is walking here. Despite the apocalypse, he looks so disheveled, ha ha ha. He can't compare to our class monitor, who came by car." This was the most arrogant study committee member, Chen Wei Peng, basking in the moment, swelled with pride. Unintentionally raising his gaze, Wang Fei had always been a thorn in his side. Although merely the vice monitor before the apocalypse, Wang Fei had relied on his celebrity sister for a good life and decent grades, garnering affection from many female classmates, which had led to Li Peng feeling overshadowed. Thus, he was displeased with Wang Fei in every regard. Equally anxious was Wang Fei, who was approaching the restaurant entrance, feeling the stares of those who had nothing better to do. Why were they all gazing at him? It was rather socially anxiety-inducing, wasn't it? Just then, Li Tsong, the brother of Li Peng, emerged from inside. Having been boasting with a few classmates that he placed his hand on Li Peng's shoulder, saying, "Are we all here yet? I need to inform the waiter to serve the dishes." Although the reunion was meant to be split equally amongst those who came, now that Li Tsong was a supervisor at the energy group, everyone started flocking around him. The positions of team leader or group leader beneath the supervisor were highly coveted, and even a single slip could be worth years of hard work for these individuals. After all, many were still unemployed, let alone vying for a position in the energy group, which offered excellent benefits and high salaries, making even ordinary employees enviable. However, Li Tsong had grown weary of flattery and looked down upon those of no value. So he stepped outside. I Peng pointed at the approaching Wang Fei and remarked, "Look, the slowest walker. Everyone is waiting for him. What a big shot." Hearing this, Li Tsong frowned. He was coming alone, without any siblings? This person was dressed so poorly. It seemed he couldn't even afford a down jacket. What a bumpkin coming here alone. Did he even have money to pay the bill? He certainly did not wish to be a victim of the situation. Li Tsong's thoughts aligned perfectly with those of the crowd, and as Wang Fei approached, the laughter grew even louder. Seizing the opportunity, the group was unwilling to let it slip away. Deputy class monitor. "Did you walk here? Why didn't your celebrity sister drive you?" Chen Wei chimed in. "Wu Hao. Have you forgotten? This is the apocalypse, and there are no more superstars. Did you not see him walking here?" Laughter erupted. Wang Fei pursed his lips, gripping the straps of his backpack tightly as he regarded the crowd. "It's close to my home, so I walked." The onlookers deemed him overly arrogant, eager to push further. But upon hearing about his celebrity sister, Li Tsong immediately changed his tune. "Everyone, let us go inside. Dinner is about to be served." Faced with Li Peng's imposing presence, the group had no choice but to comply. Making their way to the dining hall, Wang Fei's expression was one of gratitude as Li Tsong came to his aid. Chapter 86. To code, Wang Fei followed his classmates into the dining hall. The establishment was lavishly furnished. No wonder it had managed to reopen so quickly amidst the apocalypse. Its background and resources were extraordinary. Each of them had brought their own older siblings to occupy a private room. Along with their homeroom teacher, meanwhile, the younger students were seated in the main hall, occupying 6 tables. Wang Fei found himself ostracized, seated at a table with only 4 others. The honest and equally marginalized Zhou Bo, the unafraid and justice-seeking class representative Wang Qing, and 2 close female classmates of hers. Wang Qing was not only the class beauty, but also Li Peng's cousin, unable to tolerate her cousin's arrogance. Naturally, Wang Qing's family background before the apocalypse was on par with Li Peng's, hence he dared not offend his outspoken cousin. Wang Qing felt empowered enough to confront the class monitor, which the others did not dare to do, even if it meant squeezing in extra chairs. The food soon arrived, simple home-cooked dishes devoid of meat. However, this did not dampen anyone's appetite. Some households were still managing with just 1 meal a day, and they eagerly dug in. Wang Qing dismissed the reluctance of others to join her table, encouraging her friends and Wang Fei to eat more at that moment. Li Tsong approached Wang Fei with a smile. "Classmate, I heard that Wang Lanlan is your sister." Wang Fei, about to put a piece of potato in his mouth, could only nod, remaining polite towards the person who had just offended him. Li Tsong's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "Wang Fei, what is your sister's watch code? Add me as a friend." Wang Fei immediately grew wary. What do you intend to do? Before the apocalypse, many had sought to ingratiate themselves with him, probing for information about his second sister, their intentions evident. Wang Fei's expression darkened upon realizing Li Tsong's ulterior motive. "So you were trying to help me just to get to my sister? Dream on. My older brothers are far superior to you. Look at you, you reek of sleaziness. It's clear you're no good." Li Tsong adjusted his suit. "Kid, this is the apocalypse. What good is a celebrity now? If your sister were with me, she could live in luxury without a care. I am the energy supervisor, destined for greater heights. That Tio have you provide her code is a favor to her. So don't be ungrateful. Wang Fei could not help but scoff. Thanks, but these dishes on the table can't even compare to half of what my family serves. His words provoked disdain from his peers. Particularly Chen Wei, Li Peng's sycophant, who was the first to retort. What a boast! How many meals do you even have in a day? Li Peng, who had always held a grudge against Wang Fei, fumed at his refusal of his older brother. Stop pretending. Celebrities are useless now. I bet you're lucky to have even one meal a day. The crowd quickly echoed his sentiment. Exactly. Stop showing off. You were just asking for trouble. Unable to afford a bus fare. You probably can't even earn enough points to ride one, which is why you walked here. Right? You can't compare to our class monitor. It is no wonder you're the deputy monitor. What a joke. Their homeroom teacher, you, remained silent, fully aware that in terms of attitude towards studies and character, Wang Fei far surpassed the others. However, given the gifts Li Peng's family had bestowed upon the principal, He had no choice but to comply, granting Wang Fei the position of deputy monitor. Wang Fei was infuriated. The MY family has 3 meals a day. My eldest sister is the energy chairwoman, and my second sister is the executive director. Everyone here is beneath us. Chapter 87. Sister arrives upon hearing Wang Fei's proclamation. Students at all tables, including those in the private room, erupted in laughter. This person must have lost his mind. Chairman Wang Yu is a man. When did he become a woman, let alone his sister? This is hilarious, right? We saw the chairman inspecting the site with a stunning beauty during the hospital construction. He chimed in indeed. That space heater was quite warm. Even the school had one installed. Wang Qing, is your sister Wang Shi? Really, teacher he? That is wonderful. The younger ones won't freeze at school anymore. Amidst the banter, most regarded it as childish teasing and paid no further heed. Wang Qing stood up, admonishing everyone. What are you all doing? We're classmates. Quiet down. Faced with disbelief and Wang Fei's simmering anger, he clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury, unsure of how to respond. Just as a few classmates were about to humiliate Wang Fei, a crowd burst into. I brought Wang Lanlan to the dining hall. A group of handsome boys followed behind, causing the girls at the table to momentarily pause in their actions. The previously confident students began speculating about which 2 celebrities had come to dine, eager to snap pictures with their watches. The group halted in front of Wang Fei, whose furious expression morphed into one of grievance. Eldest sister, second sister, you're here. They are bullying me, saying I'm boasting. They don't believe that we eat 3 meals a day. Before he could finish venting his frustration, Li Tsong had already approached Wang Lanlan, confidently pulling out his watch. You must be Lan Jie, right? Let us at each other. Despite wearing a mask, Wang Lanlan's beauty and grace were undeniable. She removed her mask, leaving Wang Fei as classmates in awe. The star on television was even more stunning in person. Like a celestial being descended to earth that Li Peng, however, grew more arrogant. What good is being pretty now? It's the apocalypse. Hey, did you hear? My brother wanted to add his code. Murong Feng and Murong Bai's expressions turned furious. This little brat was clearly asking for trouble. Wang Lanlan, listening to Wang Fei's grievances, frowned at the interruption. Who are you? Don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone while they're speaking? Humiliated in front of everyone, Li Tsong seethed with anger. Who do you think you are, acting like a big star? Look at you. You must be kept by an old man. Weren't you the one inspecting the site with that old chairman? Acting all high and mighty while being a kept woman. With a sharp slap, Wang Lanlan retorted, I am indeed the chairman. Who are you to speak to me like that? Stunned, Li Tsong covered his face. Incredulous that you're talking nonsense. The chairman is a man. An imposter like you won't survive here. When CI swiftly caught Li Tsong's hand, while Li Peng charged forward, only to be pinned down by Wen CI and Chui. As students witnessed the scuffle, screams erupted, and the siblings in the private room could no longer remain seated, rushing out. Upon seeing that it wasn't their own siblings who were hurt, their hearts settled. And they began to defend Li Peng and Li Kong. Come on, it's just a little kid's squabble. No need to take it so seriously. Exactly, why nitpick? We should unite. School is starting soon, and we'll see each other often. The homeroom teacher interjected. Why are you fighting? Stop it. We are all classmates. Let us take a step back. Though the classmates were supposed to split the bill, as a teacher, he wouldn't be spending points. He dared not offend either side, that Li Tsong was his superior, while Wang Fei was also a student he couldn't afford to alienate. The teacher felt overwhelmed. Chapter 88. Not offending either side upon hearing the teacher's words and considering that his younger brother would be studying under him in the future. He felt compelled to give a nod, signaling when CI and the others to release their hold. Wang Lanlan protested, "Sister, they're bullying my little brother. We can't let them off the hook." Li Tsong, now thoroughly embarrassed, was determined to regain his lost pride. "Oh, you want to call someone? Very well. I'll do the same." He dialed his department manager, who rarely made an appearance but would undoubtedly come since Li Tsong had given him many gifts. "Bring the restaurant manager here." The waiter, sensing the escalating situation, hurriedly made the call. Murong Feng and Murong Bai arranged chairs for Wang Lanlan and themselves, waiting impatiently. "That I hope they hurry up. Didn't they say they'd call someone? It's taking too long. My time is precious." The siblings of those classmates were engaged in hushed whispers, inquiring if anyone recognized this individual. All declared their unawareness, faced with my lack of power and influence. Their confidence surged. "Busy? Are you surely? You are not preoccupied with returning home to tend to your crops?" I raised an eyebrow. There was truth in that remark, and I was astonished by his accurate guess. Observing my silence, he swelled with pride. Before the authority and the common folk, he naturally sided with Li Kong. Indeed, a mere farmer. I thought, just as I suspected, an impostor posing as a chairman, that a barrage of scathing remarks came my way. A troop of jesters, and I could hardly muster the energy to engage. Before long, the female manager of the restaurant arrived, surveying our group, and then glancing at Li Tsong. As she descended the stairs. The server had already briefed her on the situation. "Li brother, what has transpired?" she inquired. "These impostors assaulted me in your establishment. What do you propose we do about it?" The manager hurriedly apologized, offering to cover the day's expenses. She then turned to me, saying, "Miss, you seem unfamiliar. You do not often visit us, do you? Perhaps we could let bygones be bygones regarding today's unpleasantness. I will prepare membership cards for the two of you, allowing for discounts on future visits. What do you think?" Observing the manager's diplomatic approach, Li Tsong was incensed. "Manager, I am a regular patron and the energy supervisor. How can you treat me this way? Surely, you do not wish to alienate me. Add them to the blacklist, denying them access to this establishment, that I held no discontent regarding the manager's handling of the situation. Did you not hear? Some individuals are intent on causing trouble. It is not that we are unwilling to maintain peace." The manager repeatedly assured, "I will handle this. Leave it to me." She turned to Li Tsong. "If you are dissatisfied with my resolution, you are welcome to pay for your own meal. Should you choose to involve the authorities, be aware that your emotional state may be scrutinized, and any malice detected could lead to unfavorable consequences for you." That it was evident that Li Tsong's ire stemmed from being rebuffed by others. Leading to his outburst, he had only himself to blame for the altercation, that he dared not speak out. He too could not afford to offend Li Tsong, nor could he reprimand the sister of his favorite student. Li Tsong's expression shifted as he stubbornly retorted, "You little manager, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Addressing you as sister was merely a courtesy. Summon your superior at once, that I will ensure you are dismissed." Upon receiving a call about the arrival of the young master's son, who had gotten into a dispute, the restaurant manager hastily made his way over to as he entered the hall. He disregarded everyone else and approached Qian. Bowing respectfully, "Young master's son, how may I assist you?" Qian waved his hand. "Is the second brother in charge?" "Quite impressive. This manager is excellent." The manager nodded eagerly, beaming at the compliment. Yes, I shall ensure she receives commendation." Thankfully, Qian was unharmed. Otherwise, the manager's position would have been jeopardized. Chapter 89. The restaurant manager, everyone regarded the manager, swiftly deciding without inquiring about anyone else, whispering among themselves about this individual's identity. Upon witnessing the manager's attitude towards Li Tsong, his rage erupted. "What do you mean? They assaulted me, and you still defend them. Is this how your restaurant operates?" The manager jogged over, relaying the entire sequence of events. Upon understanding, the manager appeared even more composed, stating, "This so-called energy supervisor is unwelcome at our Sunshine restaurant. Campus bullying, and now you dare to cause a ruckus here. Had you not spoken so insultingly, would anyone have laid a hand on you? Do take a moment to consider where you are. Henceforth, you are banned from our Sunshine restaurant. Manager, Please enter their details into the system and blacklist them. Yes. What do we do now? This is the most luxurious establishment nearby. I had hoped to host my wedding banquet here in the future. Indeed, we were looking forward to dining here again. On what grounds are we being blacklisted? We did not engage in any violence. Exactly, customers are kings. Do you not understand this? As I observed the cacophony of voices, Chian approached, tapping the manager's shoulder, who immediately followed suit. This is the chairman of Energy. The executive director. The manager promptly recognized the gravity of the situation, greeting me and Wang Lan Lan, internally relieved that he had not misspoken in front of young Master Sunday, hearing Chian declare me, as the chairman left everyone incredulous. They had previously assumed Wang Lan Lan was merely a namesake for an executive director, not realizing the truth about the sisters of Wang Fei, that a wave of unease washed over them, having uttered so many unflattering remarks. How would they navigate this predicament? Chian approached Wang Fei, instructing, "Point out those who have bullied you. Your sister and brothers will stand by you today." Wang Fei pointed at Li Peng, "This one." And then at Chen Wei, "And this one. They have both tormented me. Moreover, this entire group of classmates has ostracized me." That Li Peng recoiled in shock, while the siblings of the classmates wore expressions of dismay. Li Tsong continued his futile struggle. "You all are talking nonsense. The chairman is male. Do not be deceived by her. These two women are charlatans. Once my manager arrives, I will make you regret this. I do not even wish to return to this pathetic establishment. When my manager comes, I will ensure you are all blacklisted from the energy sector. You will never work again." A group of opportunistic classmates and their siblings grew increasingly agitated. "Li Tsong, I see them as frauds. If we do not return, so be it." "Exactly. It is both overpriced and tasteless. Who would care to return? Indeed, it is utterly vile. I have no desire to return." Wang Qing's sister. Wang Shi found the situation amusing. "That my dear brother. You were just devouring the food with delight. How can you now claim it is unpalatable?" The individual was left speechless, despite the hardships of unemployment due to the apocalypse. Where everyone remained home, desperately in need of work, the art of flattery was a skill Wang Shi had yet to master. Wang Qing reassured Wang Fei, "We share the same surname. We are kin from 8 centuries ago. Fear not. I shall stand by your side and ensure they do not bully you." She was undeterred by her cousin's presence. The department manager was nearing his breaking point with Li Tsong's incessant complaints, yet felt compelled to attend. Had he foreseen this, he would have avoided the supervisor role altogether. Each day brought new troubles, accommodating relatives, enduring harassment, and cleaning up messes that he was at a loss for how this particular situation had escalated. Chapter 90. Assigning work despite his boiling frustration. The department manager arrived. Upon entering, he spotted a group seated with their backs to him. Li Tsong quickly called out, "Manager Liu, over here." Though exasperated, Manager Liu begrudgingly approached. Li Tsong seized the moment. These frauds impersonate the chairman and the executive. Blacklist them, preventing their entry into the energy group. Manager Liu rolled his eyes. He was merely a department manager in Area A. With areas B, C, and D beyond his jurisdiction, as he surveyed the seated individuals, he thought, what a joke. Among them was Chu Yi, the general manager of several areas. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the department manager felt his legs weaken, but quickly regained composure. "Greetings, chairman. Greetings, executive. Greetings, general manager." As he bowed, I responded with a simple. The room erupted in astonishment. "Goodness, this is it. We are doomed. She is genuinely the chairman." Manager Liu wiped his brow. "Chairman, this is not my affair. I will ensure this individual is dismissed. He often creates chaos for me, and I have had to clean up after him more times than I can count. I have long believed he is unfit for responsibility." Li Tsong angrily retorted, "What do you mean, Liu? You wish to distance yourself. Have you forgotten about the potatoes I provided you?" The manager shot back. "Ill return your measly potatoes. How long have I served you? Who is the manager here, you or I? The biggest regret of my career was accepting your potatoes, fearful of losing his job." The manager quickly pleaded, "Chairman, grant me a chance to reform. I promise to be diligent in my hiring practices and will never accept gifts again." I remained unfazed. Those who rely on others are inevitably bound by them. Manager Liu indeed needed to reflect on his actions. I would deduct 500 points from his score next month as a warning. Manager Liu's face brightened. His job was secure. Thank you, Chairman. Knowing Li Tsong had dug such a deep pit for himself, he would not let this opportunity slip by. You will be dismissed and blacklisted, never to be employed again. Li Tsong fell to the ground. The coveted position he had once held was now lost through his own actions. Li Peng and Chen Wei were too frightened to utter a word. Wang Qing, equally astonished, asked Wang Fei, "Is your sister truly the chairman? How remarkable!" Her two closest friends shared in her joy. Those who had bullied my younger brother would no longer dine here. Their siblings would also be excluded from the energy program. I prepared to rise and leave. It was time to return home and tend to the crops. "Older sister," my younger brother called out. "What is it?" Wang Fei introduced Wang Qing. "This is my good friend Wang Qing," along with her two friends, and I understood his intention and glanced at Wang Qing and her two classmates, who looked at me with hopeful eyes. "Wang Qing, who is responsible for your bill?" Wang Shi and her two friends stepped forward. "Are there any job opportunities?" The three shook their heads. "Manager Liu, arrange positions for them in your department." Manager Liu promptly agreed. "Yes. Come by tomorrow to report." "Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Manager Liu." The expressions of the three individuals instantly transformed with excitement. They had not anticipated that their younger sister's kindness would directly reflect upon them, leaving them utterly astonished and profusely grateful. Chapter 91. Growing older, the older siblings of the group wore grim faces. They pondered whether, had they intervened to prevent their younger siblings from mocking others, the outcome might have been different. They cursed their younger brother, contemplating a good beating at home to vent their frustrations. Yet, they conveniently overlooked the fact that they had also been complicit in such behavior. As everyone prepared to redeem their points and settle the bill, Wang Fei candidly remarked, "My sister has already taken care of the bill. She hopes you will refrain from bullying me in the future. Consider this meal a treat from her." Joy illuminated the faces of the crowd. No. I want to be on good terms with your brother. I'll just go home and give him a good thrashing." "Exactly. With your excellent academic performance, it's only right that my sister learns from you." The homeroom teacher breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps he could now appoint Wang Fei as class monitor without objection. Wang Fei opened his backpack, declaring, "Since we are friends and classmates, good friends must share." He revealed an array of peaches and apples, their sweet fragrance wafting through the air. The group's eyes widened. Such fruits were now a luxury, accessible only to the affluent who could afford to queue for orders. Ordinary folks often had points but lacked the means to purchase them in that moment. No one doubted Wang Fei's claim of consuming 3 meals a day, who could casually produce such an abundance of fruit. Wang Fei generously handed 2 pieces to Wang Qing and 1 each to the others, who understood that Wang Qing would always stand by him, thus refraining from any dissent. That as soon as the classmates received their fruits, they were promptly snatched away by their siblings and stuffed into bags or pockets. "What are you eating for? 1 piece of this could trade for 10 pounds of rice. Hurry and exchange it for grain." This maneuver astonished Wang Fei, who mused that his home was indeed better, where no one cared about what he ate and there was an abundance of fruit to spare. After distributing the fruit, a line of cars awaited outside that I called out to Wang Fei. "Come on, let us go. Why are you dawdling?" Wang Qing's family was doing well. She and her sister split an apple, with plans to take the other home for their parents. "Hey, Fei, why are you just standing there? Your sister is calling you home. Goodbye." Wang Fei waved as he got into the car and drove away. Li Peng and Li Tsong, who had mocked him for walking, now wore expressions as grim as if they had swallowed a fly. Having been unceremoniously expelled from the hotel, and no one lingered around them anymore. The message was clear. Those who received no fruit were now avoided, and everyone hurriedly departed. Chen Wei, deprived of fruit, was dragged away by his sister, who scolded him, "You little rascal. I'll tell Mom what a useless second child you are, unable to even secure some fruit, while you bully your classmates to home." The younger brother was particularly excited. Clinging to his second sister, "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" Wang Lanlan shot him an exasperated glance. "You called me, not the eldest sister. Mom is gone now, and since your sister dotes on us." "What do you mean by that?" Wang Fei felt a pang of guilt. His instinct had been to summon her. The eldest sister was too stern. "Is it my fault? I was born first, 8 years older than you." "Am I old at 23? Wang Lanlan, observing her brother's increasingly awkward demeanor, pulled him away. "Just shut up. Do you want to drive someone to madness with your ineptitude?" I turned to capture the fleeting forms of the two who had already vanished. deciding not to engage with the younger ones, that I then caught hold of Gu Jingyun. Am I old? Huh. What are you talking about? Who said that? Let me go teach them a lesson. Indeed, they deserve a good thrashing. Chapter 92. Preparing for the new year. Time flew by, and once everyone's store points were exhausted, I found myself with ample leisure that in just a week, the new year would arrive, and my father was organizing the family to prepare for the festivities. Stating, "Let us buy some things you all love to eat." Upon hearing their father had a task for them, everyone clamored to volunteer. The Jiu Jinyan smiled. "Uncle Wang, what does the family lack? Let me handle it." I promised to complete the task beautifully. Uncle Wang had previously commended him for being the most obedient and sensible. When CI was equally eager, "Uncle, let me go. I grew up here, so I know the roads best." Qian pushed past when CI, "Uncle Wang, I'll go. I know which shops are good and where they are located." Mu Feng and Mu Bai, perplexed by their peers' fervor for the task, wondered why they didn't simply act without fuss. Henti they heard that they were to buy what they liked. With their baskets slung over their shoulders, the locals set off without waiting for Uncle Wang's instructions. Dragging Wang Fei and Wang Lanlan along, Mo Yixing and Chu exchanged glances, silently agreeing to follow suit. Watching the group exit the courtyard, the three of us were momentarily stunned. They were departing already? No longer vying for the task, we grasped each other's hands and prepared to leave. Unbeknownst to us, nearly a year had passed since the apocalypse had returned to normalcy. The sun now rose reliably in the east and set in the west each day. The golden hues were but a vast expanse of simulated stars, all drawn by my sister and released into the sky, gazing at the bustling streets adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. It felt as if the apocalypse had never occurred. "Sister Yu, this one looks splendid. Should we buy it?" Gu Jingyun held up a character for fortune adorned with automatic colored lights that would shine as long as it basked in sunlight until it faded. "Buy it." When CI picked up a couplets that flowed like water, "Should we get this one?" "Buy it." Nearby, an array of similar decorative New Year paintings, couplets, lanterns, and fireworks caught our eyes. The various solar-powered New Year goods invented by the country were nothing short of breathtaking. Just as our excitement peaked, a voice interrupted. "Host, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" I felt an ominous premonition and chose to ignore it. Host, I'm calling you." "Are you deaf? I know you can hear me." "Xiaodu, I'm shopping. Can you wait until I'm done? If I wait, I fear you'll ask why I didn't tell you sooner." "Fine, then go ahead. Which would you like to hear first?" "Let us hear the bad news first." Listening to the bad news first, followed by the good, might lessen the blow, don't you think? Host, the task to save the local Earth from the apocalypse was remarkably successful and has officially concluded. I will be heading to another planet to undertake new missions that if you choose not to accompany me, I will have to go alone. Safe travels. No need for farewells. Wait, did you get that backwards? Shouldn't that be good news? No, it's bad news because once I leave, you will lose my resurrection function and will simply kick the bucket. Yikes, don't say such ominous things, especially with the new year approaching. Of course, I will remain by your side. Our bond is as strong as gold. Xiaodu, what is the good news then? If you wish, I can certainly take you along. You could live on. Xiaodu, how is that good news? It means I'll be stuck with you for life. By the way, where are we going for this mission? Host, you're rather fickle. Just a moment ago, you swore eternal friendship. You have a week to prepare before heading to another planet. What planet? What should I prepare? Anything you wish to prepare is fine. The planets are unknown and randomly selected for rescue missions. Given the remaining quota from the previous draw, you likely won't need to prepare much. Besides, you have me. Reflecting on the lengthy task of preparing 30 bowls of porridge since the inception of the apocalypse, I recalled the countless self-heating hot pots I had consumed. The idea of not needing to prepare anything felt suspect. Chapter 93. Taking handsome boys along. Xiaodu, I can't bear to leave my family and my friends. This mission was executed flawlessly. With my energy transfer, your family and handsome boys can be taken along. Really? I feel both excited and anxious if I take them with me. It means I must reveal everything. But I'm unsure who would be willing to come along. Host, just ask directly. Why indulge in self-torment? That made sense. Observing the bustling crowd preparing for the new year, I raised my voice to Wang Lanlan. Sister, if I were to move to another place, would you come with me? Wang Lanlan, holding a box of candies, paused before responding without hesitation. Wherever you go, of course, I will follow. My father, sipping tea, took notice of my pensive demeanor. What is wrong, you? Are you worried? You've been sitting here lost in thought. Is it uncomfortable here? Where do you want to move? Dad, if I were to leave, would you stay here or come with me? My father, perplexed, replied, Of course. Wherever my daughter goes, I will follow. Did I have just you 3 children? If I'm not with you, where else would I go? Did someone bully you? You can tell your father. Dad, who do you wish your future son-in-law to be? My father surveyed the busy crowd, glancing at Gu Jingyun. He is good, sweet-talking and diligent. He'll certainly take good care of you. Did he then looked at Qian. He is also good, strong social skills. Comes from a good background, and can earn a living. When CI approached to refill my father's tea, this one is not bad either. He is a soldier capable and commanding. Protecting my you is no problem. Though engaged in work, several individuals were straining their ears to listen to my conversation with my father. Even the one who came to refill the tea was nervously trembling. That my father, lost in his own world, remained oblivious to the unusual atmosphere. That my dear daughter, you are placing your father in a difficult position that I truly do not know which option to select. It must be one that you favor. Indeed, personal preference is of utmost importance. Yet at 23 years of age, I have never experienced love. What, then, is love? It seems I have a fondness for many things. Good heavens, could I be a heartbreaker? Xiao Du sensed my turmoil. Host, perhaps on another planet, the system may operate differently. Why be so entangled? Just take everything. Xiao Du, they're not mere objects. They are living, breathing individuals. Even if the systems differ, I must at least inquire about their own opinions. Then ask, but how can I broach the subject? My distress overwhelmed me, prompting me to leave the sofa and ascend the stairs alone. The 3 individuals breathed a sigh of relief, feigning normalcy as they continued their tasks. The anticipation of an answer felt akin to awaiting a verdict, and the sensation was far from pleasant. Among those who overheard the dialogue were Mu Feng and his companions. That Mu Bai exchanged a bitter smile with Mu Feng, pondering whether he would feel pain if the junior sister chose his brother, or if she selected him instead. That it seemed the only course was to persuade the junior sister, yet he was troubled by the prospect of defying societal norms. Would she accept a relationship with him? Mo Yisheng fiddled with the feather duster, aware that despite his betrothal, his brief time spent with Wang Lanlan had not fostered a deep emotional bond. That if she were to move away, he could not ascertain whether she would take him along. He was the one lacking confidence. Chu Yi observed the varied expressions on everyone's faces, hastening his efforts to adorn the room. He was unafraid. The destination was irrelevant. He would pursue her to the ends of the earth, just as he had chased her to her hometown. His goddess must be protected by him alone. Chapter 94. The meeting with 6 days remaining until the spring festival. The departure time also loomed 6 days away. After a night of contemplation, I felt compelled to lay everything bare before them to expedite the arrangement of personnel and supplies. Xiao Du, before I seek them out, I have some questions for you. Will there be any life-threatening risks for those randomly selected to join me on the planet? Host, upon departure, all benefits accrued on Earth will reset. Yet the benefits you take with you shall remain yours and will not be confiscated. IT is akin to you remaining here while I leave. Your revived state would be seized. However, the randomly chosen planet may pose unforeseen dangers. And personal safety cannot be guaranteed, including your OWN. Is this a task you wish for me to undertake? Are you asking me to walk into a death trap and to lead a group to their doom? Host, once all benefits are reset, you will begin anew on the new planet, and upon your initial arrival, an energy shield will protect you, so there is no need for concern. Once lifted, however, you must rely on your own capabilities. In later stages, upgrades will trigger the opening of a shop, with the exclusive shopkeeper customizing weapons suitable for you based on the planet you inhabit, so there is no need for excessive worry. Xiao Du, can I take the rewards from the World Collection System with me? Yes, as I am currently in a full energy state, you may take anything you desire, including everyone in this room. Xiao Du, did you foresee this day long before, since you began closing the recharge channel, reclaiming the lapel pins and takeaway boxes? Why did you not inform me sooner? Host, the final directive from the cosmic system was to assist you in completing your tasks and to promptly continue transporting to other planets for rescue efforts. Until your task is at 100% completion, I cannot divulge the next mission. This also indicates that the systems and personnel arranged for the planet you are heading to have perished. What if I die there? Can I return? If you die there, you will truly vanish into the cosmos and will never return. Shall do. Can I choose not to go? You may, but I will depart and bind myself to a new host. If you leave, must I perish as well? That is because you are already dead. Had you been alive when bound, you would have a choice. Regardless, should you succeed in your mission, think of it as a gamble. You have succeeded once before. It is not insurmountable. For you, it should be a simple task to do not attempt to deceive me. Had I been alive, you would have bound yourself to the neighboring when CI. Moreover, when others invaded my home, where were you? As a result, Zhang Shuai also perished. That was an accident, host. Trust me. Very well, if death is inevitable, I shall take the plunge. I will ask them if they wish to accompany me. Good luck, host. I summoned everyone. Wang Xing, father. Wang Lanlan, sister. Wang Fei, younger brother. Wen Ci, Qian, Gu Jingyun, Mu Feng, Mu Bai, Chu Yi, and Mo Sheng to the conference room. Whoever wished to accompany me would be taken along. Upon seeing my troubled expression from the previous day, my father, neglecting his breakfast, hurried to the second-floor conference room. Everyone exhibited concern over my unusual behavior from the previous day, eagerly cooperating upon hearing that a meeting was called. When Ci, Qian, and Gu Jingyun seemed to anticipate my words, fearing they might not be chosen. Chapter 95. The meeting too when Ci attempted to preempt my statement. Speaking first, the three of us have discussed it. Shall you, wherever you go, we shall follow, that if you truly intend to take only one of us, how shall the remaining two endure the rest of their lives? That would be unbearably cruel. Indeed, sister Yu. I have longed to reunite with you before the apocalypse, and even as I neared starvation, this wish remained firmly in my mind. Thankfully, after the end of days, I finally found you. I do not wish to part ways. Gu Jingyun's voice was soft, yet his tone conveyed unwavering determination. Qian sat on the sofa, seemingly unfazed. The villa I designed may have some issues, making it uncomfortable for you that I wish to move. Grant me another chance, and I shall achieve the desired effect. All right. The carefree and spontaneous Qian now spoke with sincerity and earnestness that I was deeply moved by their sudden declarations of affection and goodwill. Host, after you ascended the stairs yesterday, they could not ascertain whether they would be the chosen one, given the 1 in 3 chance. No one wishes to be eliminated. Thus, they conspired to unite in their approach towards you. For if they are not taken, separation would seem bleak. Understanding their sentiments, I gathered my scattered hair and said, First, please allow me to speak. Your understanding of moving may differ from mine. My notion of moving entails relocating to a far-off place, possibly beyond Earth. Should you choose to depart with me, it may be for an eternity, as this Earth will erase all traces of our existence, including your friends, relatives, and family. All memories will be rewritten, and you shall no longer exist. Though it sounded implausible, they did not harbor even a shred of doubt regarding these extraordinary events that my father exhaled. I thought some scoundrel had upset you, prompting a move. It is not a great matter. You are the eldest in the family. Wherever you go, your father will follow. Wang Lanlan quickly voiced her agreement, sister. Wherever you go, I and our younger brother will follow. We are family and shall not be separated. Wang Fei playfully nudged Wang Lanlan. Second sister, you have not even consulted me before making such claims. Wang Lanlan frowned, pinching his ear. What opinion could you possibly have? We must go together. There is no reason to part from our elder sister. Wang Fei promptly conceded, I have no objections. I merely wish for elder sister to ask for my thoughts. Moreover, here we have food and drink. Why must we leave? Can we not stay? The new year is almost upon us. Frankly, he was reluctant to part with the delicious food that I finally spoke. There are 6 days left if you do not come with me. I must leave. Should I remain, I will be erased that my darker skin was a result of my death. The takeaway system bound me and revived me that I have been completing tasks, and now the mission to save this Earth has concluded. The system intends to move to other planets, and if I do not leave, its departure will mean my revival attribute will be confiscated, which equates to my erasure. The group, upon hearing this, rose in excitement. Wang Lanlan embraced me, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sister, you have died once. Why did you not share such a significant matter with us? I am alive. Am I not? I feared you would worry. Thus I cannot remain. My father's eyes shimmered with tears. Rain girl, I reiterate, family should always be together. Your father and siblings will always be by your side. With that, he rose and exited, fearing that as an elder, shedding tears in front of everyone would be a loss of face. Thankfully, Rain girl is unharmed. Otherwise, how could he face Wee Roo in the afterlife? Chapter 96. The Meeting Three Sister, so the legendary aliens. The shopkeepers of light, are you? Yes. Since upon departure, the system will obliterate all memories of the takeaway system and its benefits, I felt no apprehension in laying everything bare before them. The three exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. When CI spoke again, wherever you go, we will follow. Did I caution them? The new planet holds unknown dangers. Death may be a possibility, and all benefits accrued here will be reclaimed. Everything will start from scratch. Are you truly willing to proceed? This is no jest. When CI's resolve was unwavering, there is no need for further persuasion. We have deliberated throughout the night that we fear not, even if faced with mountains of knives and seas of flames. Reflecting on my father, younger sister, and little brother, who are all meant to accompany me, I turned my gaze towards Mu Feng and the others. Upon receiving our looks, Mu Feng spoke up, Sister, you. Both Mu Bai and I were raised in an orphanage. Apart from our little junior sister, we have no family ties left. Allow us to join you. We are not afraid of hardship. Now that life has returned to a semblance of normalcy, Mu Bai and I have no desire to return to the limelight of fame. The joy of being with our little junior sister far outweighs any wealth or glory that we do not wish to part ways with her. That Mu Bai eagerly nodded, Sister, please do not separate us from our little junior sister. Take us along, will you? I looked at Wang Lan Lan, asking Sister, what do you think? Before she could respond, Mu Bai chimed in, little junior sister, come on, take me with you. My sister nodded in agreement. All right, sister, please take my two senior brothers along. Upon hearing this, Chu-Yi interjected, but this isn't Earth. It's another planet, and no matter how hard I try, I cannot pursue anyone on a different world. Seeing the two of them succeed, I quickly stepped forward, saying, Sister, look, everyone else is going too. Please bring me along. You mentioned there would be unknown dangers, right? I can fight and am not afraid of death. As long as you take me, I will protect Lana with my life. My sister glanced at him seriously. Chu-Yi, you may accompany me, but if in the future you were to meet an untimely end in a foreign land, you must not blame my sister for taking you along. Chu-Yi resolutely replied. I will go to the ends of the earth without regret in this life. That is for Mo Yixing. He sat there, visibly anxious, his expression shifting as he grappled with his thoughts. Being the only child, he knew that if he left, his parents would be without someone to care for them in their old age. Yet, the thought of leaving Wang Lan Lan caused him immense heartache. That it appeared he had a choice. But it was the most significant and challenging decision of his life. Noticing his struggle, I was about to speak up to dissuade him when he declared, No, sister, I want to go. That if I miss Lan Lan, I will regret it for a lifetime. That my mother has spoken of her since childhood. Although I have never met her, she has become a spiritual pillar in my life, an essential part of my existence. Wang Lan Lan was taken aback, realizing how important she was to him. Faced with such a sincere and heartfelt confession, she responded, Sister, please take him along. Very well. Since no one wishes to withdraw, let us prepare thoroughly in the days to come. The group gathered around the conference table as Wang Lan Lan raised her hand. Sister, please share your thoughts. Sister, I wish to know if the teleportation can carry people. Can it also transport items? Can my spatial ring be taken along? Good question. When the system evacuates, all system benefits and rewards acquired on Earth will be confiscated or transformed. However, those who follow the system will not have their rewards taken. Anything you can carry, you can take with you. The younger brother's eyes lit up. Second sister, I never expected you to possess a spatial ring worthy of novels. Can it hold the villa? It can, but if you store the villa, there will be no room for anything else. Considering this was Chi-En's brainchild, which everyone adored, I formed a plan in my mind. That in that case, let us take the villa with us. Agreed. Just let me know when. Sister, Chapter 97. Preparing supplies after the meeting. Wang Fei remained exuberant. Second sister, I heard that spatial rings are extraordinary. They can contain spiritual springs, land for planting, and houses to live in. Can I take a look inside yours? What are you thinking? It's merely a space slightly larger than the villa. It's empty, save for the bottled water and takeout boxes I had stored that no one can enter. I can't even go in myself. Only animals can. His face fell in disappointment. Oh, I see. Well, I'm going to play Honor of Kings then. Wait, go to the bookstore and buy the necessary study materials. Even as we relocate, we must continue our studies. Upon hearing that we would need to study on another planet, he dashed off. Second sister, I'm heading out. Did I just remember my classmate invited me to something? Watching him run off, Wang Lanlan shook her head helplessly. I'll tidy up when you return. The group began gathering supplies without pause. Although the space could only accommodate the villa, items packed inside it could still be taken along. Having previously skimmed through numerous apocalyptic stockpiling narratives, I witnessed everyone quickly and decisively finalize their collections within the tight 6-day time frame. Wang Lanlan and her senior brothers took charge of personal hygiene items and medications. My sister devised a packing method. With each bag containing a toothbrush, toothpaste, a towel, a bar of soap, shampoo, conditioner, and body wash, they placed an order for 10,000 sets, telling the supermarket staff it was for a promotional event. The supermarket was delighted and promised to deliver everything to our doorstep. High-end skincare products, cosmetics, sunscreen, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, clothing, and bedding were prepared, with each member receiving a complete wardrobe for the year, featuring 16 outfits for all seasons. Various medications, emergency anti-inflammatory drugs, hemostatic agents, gauze, and alcohol were procured. Father and Gu Jingyun handled kitchen supplies, including various spices, rice, flour, sugar, and salt. Knowing that Wang Lanlan's ring could halt time, Gu Jingyun purchased ample baby formula, coffee, honey, and canned goods, all non-perishable, along with Rain Sister's favorite hot pot and durian. However, upon realizing I could carry away 900 billion worth of supplies, they decided to stop after filling 2 warehouses, allowing others to store their items. Wang Fei was responsible for collecting books on various subjects and films, when CI secured a multitude of equipment from the former leader, 1 bulletproof vest per person, 50 handguns, 20 assault rifles, 1 Gatling gun, 2 sniper rifles, and a surplus of grenades and ammunition. Chui, dismissing Wen Xi's nonchalant acquisition of achievements, waved his hand as boxes of weapons were brought into the villa. Although he was no longer the boss, his reputation ensured respect from others, and they were generous with points. The soldiers swiftly moved these items into concealed compartments that Mo Yixing procured various domesticated young animals. Vegetable seeds, grain seeds, and fruit tree seeds, even introducing fish fry into the courtyard. The villa was already equipped with automatic water filtration and solar power electricity, so we prepared a room filled with batteries and various repair parts. As I strolled through the food street, I ordered a variety of delicacies: sour and spicy noodles, river snail rice noodles, scholar rice noodles, stinky tofu, pizza, skewers, fried chicken, cakes, and milk tea. The hotel food paled in comparison to the tastiness of takeout, so I skipped ordering from there. These culinary delights would be delivered to the house, allowing my sister to store them away for perfect preservation, knowing that my points would reset upon leaving. Qian gathered everyone's points and generously purchased 4 RVs, 2 extended supersized RVs, 1 compact and the other spacious. They were the finest survival vehicles available, equipped with bulletproof glass and explosion-proof tires, along with some off-road vehicles. 2 large buses filled the villa's garage. Various household appliances were crammed into a room, and the house overflowed with supplies. The cinema room was filled with toilet paper, clothing, bedding, and even the backyard swimming pool was stocked with crabs and crayfish. Aside from the space we could physically occupy, every corner of the house was packed, watching vehicles pass by our front door. The residents nearby looked on with envy, muttering to themselves about how wealthy people truly lacked humanity, remarking on how extravagant this year's shopping was, nearing the scale of a supermarket. Chapter 98. Teleportation to another planet. Everyone gazed at the mountain of supplies, pondering whether this would suffice for our sustenance for a prolonged period. Among the soldiers who had been disbanded, Chuyi's group of younger brothers officially joined the battalion, now enjoying the benefits of national policies. "Boss, where are you all headed? Are you not bringing the brothers along?" Kongzi asked Chuyi, a pitiful look in his eyes that he had followed his leader for many years, forming a deep bond. Chuyi turned away, refusing to meet his gaze, and followed the troops as they evacuated. "You take the fruit trees and the temperature-regulating clothes that I asked for the villa allocated to you and your brothers. You can decide whether to sell it or continue living there." "Boss, we can't bear to part with you. Go." Clutching the golden fruit tree and the temperature-regulating clothes, Kongzi could only glance back every few steps as he departed. Chewie watched his brothers, who had once braved storms with him, walk away. He took a deep drag from his cigarette, crushing the butt beneath his foot at the villa's entrance, waiting for Wang Lanlan, who greeted him with a smile. "Let us go." Wang Lanlan looked up at Chewie. "Are those for Kongzi?" But she remembered what her sister had said about the possibility of reclamation. "It's fine. He envies these items. Fulfilling his wish is enough. Even if he ends up with nothing, they still have a house." The house was not from the system. It was genuinely constructed. Wang Lanlan gifted her family home and all the houses in Sunshine Community to Aunt Li and Wang Li, allowing them to collect rent for their livelihood. At this moment, Wang Fei sprinted back, having just bid farewell to Wang Qing, handing her a large bag of fruit. But he smiled, telling her to write about him in today's diary, fearing she might forget him one day. Wang Qing's face flushed as she replied, "What are you talking about? We're classmates and good friends. How could I possibly forget you?" Mo Yixing also stepped out of the vehicle and entered the villa. Seemingly in poor spirits, he had just said goodbye to his parents, who were in tears, but still supported and blessed him. As I observed everyone settling their personal matters, father emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 large bags of steamed buns. The gathered crowd prepared their backpacks, stuffing them with steamed buns. They all took their bags, which contained compressed biscuits, but these were no match for the softness of the buns. Wang Fei wore a reluctant expression. "Dad, do we really need to? Big sister has hoarded so much takeout that this villa can barely contain it. That I certainly do not wish to eat any buns." His father admonished, "What do you understand? Your big sister has stated that when we teleport, we may not necessarily be together. What if we get separated, with your big sister and second sister absent? What will you do with that takeout? For the past few days, we have been coerced by Wen Ci and Chu E into training with handguns, each of us strapped with a pistol, donning bulletproof vests and with daggers tucked into our boots, that we were fully equipped with hats, gloves, and protective goggles. Our backpacks contain compasses, water bottles, compressed biscuits, fire starters, climbing ropes, flashlights, sleeping bags, and small medical supplies. That we even wore the government-issued smartwatches. And each of us had an additional walkie-talkie and a locator. Finally, our father arrived, and we all assembled at the villa's entrance. "Sister, let's go," she said, raising her hand, causing the villa to vanish in an instant. A large pit appeared where the villa once stood. Everyone was taken aback by this miraculous scene, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Noticing their heightened tension, I reiterated, "Does everyone remember what I said? I shall repeat it. The random teleportation to an unknown planetary destination may result in us being scattered. However, the system has assured us that we will definitely land on the same planet. If we do get separated, do not panic. Simply wait for me to find you. Upon our initial landing, there is a protective energy membrane, so you will be safe." The crowd responded in unison, acknowledging their understanding. I tugged at the ropes to ensure they were securely tied, preventing any chance of separation. Everyone was firmly bound together. "Xiaodu, I am ready. Let's set off." As the teleportation portal prepared, I counted down. 3, 2, 1, teleport. My vision turned black, and I lost all sense of awareness. Chapter 99. Did I remember incorrectly? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, just days ago, I had envied the middle-aged women in the Villa District who shop for New Year's goods as if they were stocking a supermarket. Today, my family visited relatives and passed by that large pit, which resembled the ground being prepared for construction. She leaned against her husband and said, "Old man, wasn't there a villa here before?" In Chuan Province, it is customary to speak auspiciously on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and one must avoid nonsensical talk. Her husband frowned and scolded. "It's the first day of the Lunar New Year. What nonsense are you spouting? Be mindful of your words. No one has ever lived here. Where would a grand villa come from?" The woman dared not speak further, questioning her own memory. Did I end the Sunshine Community? Wang Li accompanied Aunt Li as they distributed New Year's red envelopes to all the newly moved-in tenants who had not yet returned home. "Landlord, how old is your Lily? Does she have a boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Li spoke of her daughter with warmth in her eyes. "Not yet. Her father passed away early, and I want to keep her with me for a few more years." Beside her, Wang Li clung to her mother's arm, blushing that in her memory, she was indeed her mother's biological child. That on the first day of the Lunar New Year, many guests visited the old leader's home. Secretary Li was the first to arrive, chiding him while his eyes were filled with concern. "Leader, even though you have a natural constitution that is immune to cold and heat, it is winter, and you are getting older. You should take care of your health and at least wear a coat. The deputy manager, however, looked on with envy. You worry too much. The leader has always had this miraculous constitution. And you know that didn't old Master Chi have the same? However, to my knowledge, there are only about 80 people worldwide who are impervious to cold and heat. The old leader glanced at his smartwatch. It was getting late, time to eat. This innate, unconventional constitution was not viewed with skepticism, but rather with envy by many. As the leader of Earth, from the perspective of a single nation, regarding the apocalyptic posts. Videos, forums, and social media discussions that emerged on various platforms, all were promptly dealt with by the authorities. No spreading rumors, no believing in them, and no causing panic among the populace. Those who engaged in deceitful practices to gain traction and mislead audiences would be reported and punished accordingly. All golden faucets transformed into automatic springs. Warm water did not freeze in winter, and cool water did not run dry in summer. All golden fruit trees became towering giants, ceasing to bear fruit. Kongzi gazed at the large tree in his yard, filled with self-doubt. Do we really have such a large tree? Captain, what are you spacing out for? Kongzi turned to the newcomer. Do we have this big tree? Captain, have you lost your mind? That tree has been here for hundreds of years. It is a nationally protected species, so do not entertain any other thoughts. Upon hearing this, Kongzi exclaimed, How could I think of anything else? I was just asking done on the way to pay New Year's greetings. A 3-year-old child tugged at a woman. Mommy, are we going to Uncle S' house? The sun is so nice today. I hope it shines every day. So we never have to live without sunlight again. Silly child, the sun is always up in the sky. What are you talking about? If you keep speaking ill-omened words, Mommy won't give you any candy. Mommy, Grandma said if you bully me, she will have me call you in the bedroom. Wang Qing stared at her diary, wondering if a person named Wang Fei existed or if she had merely written a dream. As she could not recall that a childless middle-aged couple was having lunch. Zhang Dongmei, you've been with me for 21 years, without children. Do you regret marrying me? Old man, why are you suddenly calling my name so seriously? Mo Guiqiang nervously rubbed his hands. Well, you see, every year on the first day of the Lunar New Year, we don't dare visit relatives for fear of what others might say about your inability to bear children. It is actually me who wants to be child-free. How about we adopt a child from a nursing home? Zhang Dongmei excitedly grasped Mo Guiqiang's hand. Old man, have you finally come around? At my age, I indeed cannot bear children. Then let us go ahead and adopt. All right, we'll go tomorrow. Old man, I want a boy. Okay, then we'll adopt a boy. Old man, let us give him a name. How about Mo Yixing? All right. You've already thought of a name before we've even chosen a child that I've dreamed of having a son. When he arrives at our home, we'll send him to the best school in the capital. And then, all memories concerning the takeout system and the vanished individuals triggered a shift in everyone's recollections. Chapter 100. The moment the news spread, everyone lost their senses. When I regained consciousness, I wondered, who am I? Where am I? Looking at the ropes binding me, I realized only the loop around my waist remained intact. That my heart sank into despair. Xiaodu, come out. Xiaodu, where are my family? I knew that Xiaodu was untrustworthy. What answered me was the endless yellow sand and the howling wind outside the energy membrane. Fortunately, Xiaodu had informed me that although it could not predict unknown dangers, there was initial protection. That I checked the contents of my backpack. Everything was intact. Observing the transparent energy membrane, which enveloped me in a 360-degree sphere, I noticed my delivery machine, flower pots, and various breeding boxes floating within it. Beside me stood the strawberry packing robot. I recalled that these items had been stored in Wang Lanlin's ring. Why were all the items bound to me floating nearby? I needed to find them quickly. But I dared not touch the floating objects, fearing they might fall in this vast expanse of sand, which I could not move. The energy membrane did not obstruct my vision or sound, which was a relief. That I took a few steps, and it followed my movements, almost as if I were walking within a transparent sphere. The strawberry robot silently lifted its short legs and followed me for 2 steps. I looked down at the knee-high strawberry robot. Ditto. Xiaodu has run out of energy. Yet you can still move. Master, after you purchased me, I became an independent entity. That I felt a surge of joy. Finally, I had a companion. And no wonder the last time Xiaodu was absent. It could still manage packing and shipping. Given the current situation, I needed to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, how would they survive within this sphere? I glanced at my smartwatch, which indicated I was out of service range. The walkie-talkie was likely useless at this distance that I took out the locator, but it could not detect their positions that I plopped down on the ground. Overwhelmed, shouting, "Xiaodu, this is not salvation. You're leading me to my doom. In this vast desert, how am I supposed to find anyone? Master," before Xiaodu teleported over, fearing I would run out of energy and be unable to assist you. I upgraded myself. Now I can sense the location of the energy membrane. Hearing this, I raise my hands in excitement. "Really? Is that true? Then quickly locate it." The strawberry robot, which I held up, pointed to the left. "Master, over here." "Good, good, good." I was about to rise when it pointed to the right, and "over here" that I was taken aback. "Strawberry, are you sensing incorrectly, or are they separated?" "Not together." Indeed, both sides have energy membranes, but they are not together. I can sense that besides us there are 3 energy membranes. Can you sense who is within those energy membranes? "I'm sorry, Master, I cannot discern who they are. I can only sense the presence of the energy membranes." "Then which direction should I go?" Initially, I thought that with my sister possessing a ring and having no worries about sustenance, I should first rescue others. However, I was uncertain if their backpacks still remained. "Which strawberry is closer?" "Master, the one on the right is nearer." "Very well. Then we shall set off to the right. One person, one strawberry." We trudged step by step through the sandy expanse of the sphere. After approximately 2 hours, I paused to rest and took out my water cup from the backpack to sip some water. Gazing at the endless yellow sands devoid of any vegetation, Xiaodu informed me that the apocalypse had commenced simultaneously across all planets. Observing the blazing sun overhead, it was evident that the protective membrane of this planet had long since vanished. After all, the previous savior had perished, and it was impossible for the sun to be simulated. Judging by the circumstances, it was likely that the temperature on the surface exceeded 70 outside the energy membrane. Chapter 101. Searching for people if the collapse of the galaxy and its separation occurred simultaneously. Then the energy shield of this planet had undoubtedly been breached by meteorites. Prolonged exposure to the sun's rays and the intense sunlight had gradually transformed the planet's surface into a desert. With Xiaodu absent, the strawberry robot could not provide me with answers, leaving me to speculate aimlessly that I wondered how the last savior had met their demise. The environment clearly indicated that the protective membrane had been absent for a considerable time. After walking for so long, I found myself still surrounded by an unending desert. It seemed improbable that such a transformation of the land could have occurred in a brief span. Had he succumbed to thirst? With no one around, was there truly anyone left to save? In this desolate setting, if they were abandoned here, would they not be filled with fear? With this thought in mind, I quickly rose, resuming my journey. This New Year's Day was indeed unlike any other, spent on a different planet. After walking for another 4 hours, I stopped to rest, utterly exhausted. "Strawberry, how much farther do we have to go?" "At our current pace." "It will take 3 days," that I gasped. "What? 3 days? Will we run out of oxygen and perish before then?" "Fear not, Master. The energy membrane contains oxygen, and we shall not perish. Everyone can discard their belongings, and external attacks cannot penetrate, thus ensuring safety." "That is reassuring," that I took a sip of water, pondering over this liter of water. Surrounded by the desert, I resolved to conserve it. After a day of travel, dusk fell that my legs felt like lead, and I could move no further. Collapsing in a sprawled position, I drifted into a deep slumber that a multitude of ants crawled around the energy sphere. The strawberry robot sat calmly, watching the illuminated ants under the moonlight. Counting them, 1, 2, 3. Wang Fei gazed at the rope around his waist, feeling utterly despondent. "Eldest sister, second sister, where are you?" "I wish to go home." "What are you shouting about?" "I am right here." "But father, you lack a delivery system and have no spatial ring." "Boo-hoo, I can only nibble on steamed buns." They dared not move, surrounded by a vast expanse of cacti. "Why is it a vast expanse?" "Because these are colossal cacti." Father remembered that to the right of you was Lanhua. To the left were himself and Fei Hua, forming a circle. Now, only he and Fei Hua remained, suggesting that everyone else had scattered. He did not dare to move, not only because the environment forbade it, but also out of fear of falling and breaking the protective membrane. They were still some distance from the ground, but he awaited his daughter Yua to find him amidst the dense cacti, uncertain if she would succeed. Yet trusting in his daughter, he remained relatively calm, munching on his bun and sipping water, beginning to analyze their surroundings. These cacti were significantly larger than those on Earth, comparable to great trees. Were they not simply oversized cacti? Wang Lanlan sighed, realizing that her sister was right. They had indeed been scattered. The individuals beside her were Mu Feng, Mu Bai, Mo Yixing, and Chui. These four were on her right, while her sister, father, and younger brother occupied her left. She wondered if they were together. Upon awakening, she found her head resting on Mu Feng's abdomen, having drooled slightly, which made her feel a tad embarrassed. Her eyes downcast, her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, everyone was engaged in discussing their environment. Unaware of her embarrassment, Mu Feng and the others dared not move recklessly. If they distanced themselves too far, the sphere would indicate whether the energy membrane had been lifted. Thus they sat patiently, waiting for Yu Jie to arrive. Chapter 102. Searching for people. Mu Feng handed over a durian pancake. Little junior sister, we don't know how long it will take for Yu Jie to find us. So eat something. Wang Lanlan smiled as she accepted it. All right, you all should eat too. Mu Bai smirked. Brother, you're quite something, secretly preparing the little junior sister's favorite. Why didn't I think of that? Wang Lanlan and her sister were both durian enthusiasts, relishing anything with a durian flavor. As they munched on the bland steamed buns from their backpacks, she decided to retrieve a takeout container from the spatial ring. A large red prohibition sign appeared. Current environment does not comply. She was taken aback. Was it not usable within the sphere? However, she sensed that her ring space had expanded slightly, as if it had upgraded. What was once a tightly packed ring now had extra room. Clutching half of her durian pancake in one hand and her water bottle in the other, she swiftly stowed the pancake. Fearing she might not be able to retrieve it later, she dared not put the water bottle away. After a few minutes, her brow furrowed. As she had anticipated, she could not retrieve the half durian pancake. The display indicated, current environment does not comply. Wang Lanlan shared this disappointing news with everyone, who reassured her that it was fine. They would wait for Yu Jie to arrive, and perhaps the energy membrane would be lifted and restored. However, as they waited, everyone suggested they should be frugal with their food and drink, facing the boundless desert, uncertain of when Yu Jie would come. Yet for hours later, a more pressing issue arose. Wang Lanlan tugged at Mu Feng. Senior brother, I need to use the restroom. In truth, Mu Feng also needed to go. Everyone was holding it in, but there was still a girl in the sphere, and she was the one he liked. The four of them couldn't think of a solution, so they continued to restrain themselves. Looking at the little junior sister's pleading expression, Mu Feng steeled his resolve. You go ahead. We'll turn our backs. Wang Lanlan was exasperated. Where could she go within this sphere? How would they lie down at night? With so many people present, how could she manage? She anxiously rummaged through her ring's items, attempting to summon a villa. But the display showed, current environment does not comply. The restroom, toilet, basin, none complied. Finally, she lowered her request to a plastic bag, yet it still displayed non-compliance. Frustrated, she almost hurled the ring away, wondering what use all these items were if she couldn't retrieve anything. Eldest sister, come save me. Lanlan, this is something I specially prepared for you. Hurry and use it, Mo Yixing gently urged her. Wang Lanlan looked and was astonished. He had thoughtfully crafted a makeshift toilet for her. A small iron rod shaped like a 7 that upon opening the curtain, behind it was a simple toilet, thoughtfully lined with numerous plastic bags and cat litter beneath. She cared not for modesty and hurried to use it. If she held it in any longer, she would surely burst. Fortunately, the ring could still accept items. She disposed of the plastic bag in her own trash bin. This man was truly too considerate. Mu Bai was stunned. This big guy had a makeshift toilet in his backpack. Unbelievable, was it not? The three of them watched as Mo Yixing pulled out a folding steel pipe, carefully adjusting the curtain, assembling a folding frame, and finally putting on a plastic bag, sprinkling cat litter on top. After Wang Lanlan finished, they began to address their own urgent matters. With a long sigh of relief, Mu Bai remarked, Good job. Otherwise we would have had to sleep on the floor tonight. Mu Bai was 18, Mu Feng 19, and Mo Yixing was 20 this year. Calling a brother was certainly not inappropriate. Chapter 103. Searching for People 3 when CI. Gu Jingyuan and Qian wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a pot. Surrounding them were a throng of individuals clad in various animal skins, circling their sphere, seemingly searching for any cracks in the energy membrane. While the outside could not see within, those inside could observe the exterior. Faces of a waxy yellow hue, deeply sunken with bulging eyes, gazed longingly at the energy membrane, their parched lips parting to reveal large, yellowed teeth, resembling those who hadn't tea brushed in a decade. Observing the bare ground beneath their feet and their sunburnt skin, it was clear they were suffering from the oppressive heat outside. Qian was unconcerned about these individuals. His primary worry was whether Yu would encounter any danger upon her arrival. However, as the energy membrane indicated whether it would be lifted, he dared not make any unilateral decisions. If Yu came, with so many unidentified individuals around, she could be in peril. Should we not lift the energy membrane and rush out? Gu Jingyun, with a serious expression, replied, "Sister said we must not move recklessly. We must wait for her. Moreover, even if we go out, where would we search for her?" When CI concurred, going out would be tantamount to courting death. We possess 3 handguns with a total of 18 bullets. Look at how many people are outside. It's likely we would be dismembered before we could fire a single shot. We are unfamiliar with the terrain and have no knowledge of the enemy's strength. Acting rashly would only create trouble for Xiao Yu. Listening to their analyses, Qian quickly abandoned his idea. I was too concerned and lost my composure. Thus, we shall wait. The outsider seemed to recognize the energy membrane. Their eyes glistened with a knowing hunger, as if they were aware that food resided within. If it were not for their dire need of water, they would likely be drooling. That Jiyu Jingyun felt anxious. Would there be a danger when sister arrived? When CI closed her eyes to nurture her spirit, urging herself not to panic. After all, she had the system to rely on, so the situation should not be dire. Gu Jingyun appeared resolute on the surface, yet internally, she was crumbling. "Sister Yu, where are you?" "I am so frightened," she thought, her scalp tingling as she gazed at the countless faces pressed against the membrane. He too imitated when CI, tightly shutting his eyes to avoid the sight. After 3 hours of sleep, I set off once again. "The strawberry robot ever considerate?" inquired Master. "You have only scheduled a 3-hour rest. Would you not like to sleep a while longer?" I replied while walking, "Now is not the time for slumber. We must hasten to find them. Here, I am their sole reliance." "Yes, Master. Let's keep going." The strawberry encouraged that I in the dead of night, a white sphere rolled through the desert. Without the sun's light, the desert was a daunting place. Had it not been for Strawberry's guidance, this sphere might have been swept into a sandstorm, a tornado, or a deep pit. The nighttime desert was bustling with activity. The more I observed, the more alarmed I became. This planet had to contend not only with water scarcity, but also with various mutated creatures and plants that if I were not so anxious to find people, I would have liked to pause and inspect these peculiar luminescent orbs that resembled night pearls scattered across the sand. Were they fruit or a type of plant? Watching the ants, larger than a bull, and scorpions, larger than crocodiles, with jaws like the latter and tails armed with giant stingers, I could scarcely fathom the terror my father and the others must be feeling at this moment. The wind carried a copious amount of dust, rendering the air thick and murky. The aridity of the desert was unimaginable that I felt a sense of dread facing what lay ahead, as I was about to deactivate the energy membrane and confront the challenges that awaited. After a long journey, dawn broke that I took a moment to rest, plopping down onto the ground. "Strawberry, how much longer until we arrive?" "Master, you have just completed half the journey," came the reply, leaving me astonished. "What, didn't you say it would take 3 days? Shouldn't I be making better time with this day and night travel?" "Indeed, based on your pace, it is 3 days that if you do not proceed, it does not count." Is there a faster method? "There is drain my energy to accelerate the energy membrane. It can then run and leap autonomously. This task could have been accomplished with Xiao Du's assistance. But if you exhaust yourself, how will I find them?" "Do not worry, I will set the navigation. You merely need to follow the route." "Strawberry, thank you. How will you recover afterward?" "Once the energy membrane is deactivated, I can return." "Splendid." In Chapter 104, Diverting Attention, a flash of light signaled Strawberry's transformation into an inanimate object. Floating above the energy membrane, the sphere revealed 3 bright points, indicating a straight line was approaching one of them. "Energy sphere, accelerate." The sphere shot forward with a whoosh, darting ahead at 10 meters per second. The speed was difficult to control, and I nearly stumbled into a pit several times. I even collided with the rear of a colossal creature, reminiscent of a dinosaur. When it turned to look, I had already raced far ahead, and it angrily pursued the mysterious sphere until it finally abandoned the chase. Thankfully, I was swift. Otherwise, I would have been trampled into the sand. The bright point emitted a red light, beeping insistently before vanishing. Where is Strawberry? I can't see anyone. The stark yellow sandcastle revealed nothing that I thought. Surely Strawberry wouldn't be as unreliable as Xiaodu, and flew over for a closer look. A throng of individuals resembling beggars or derelicts surrounded a sphere, their frenzied demeanor suggesting it contained something immensely enticing that I could not discern who was inside, and the sphere was lodged within the many depressions of the sandcastle. Explaining why it had been hidden from view, Xiaodu had mentioned that once the energy membrane was lifted, my safety would solely depend on myself. As another sphere soared past, the crowd around when CI waved frantically at the airborne object, their fervor surpassing that of fans encountering their idol. Through the sphere's transparent top, when CI and the others caught sight of the approaching sphere, though it appeared as a mere white haze. The only person capable of reaching them was undoubtedly Wang Yu. De Jiu Jingyan stood up in delight, waving at the sky. Qian, uncertain, remarked, "Brother Yun, do you think she can see us? We can't see her inside." Sensing the validity in his words, he halted his waving. "Brothers, and shall we go? Sister has come to rescue us." When CI drew her pistol, cautioning, "Wait, don't rush. If the energy sphere is released, what will happen to these people? They don't seem friendly." Qian strapped on his prepared backpack, suggesting, "Let us wait a moment. Once Yu's sphere bursts, we will charge out," agreed. The three of them fastened their backpacks, gripping their pistols tightly, their eyes fixed on the sphere above, biding their time to break free. Observing the multitude of frenzied individuals surrounding the sphere below, I prepared to divert their attention, that I flew lower, inciting further frenzy as they leaped toward the sphere, only to slide off the curved energy surface. Gradually, I led them backward, as anticipated. Most of the crowd, without a second thought, pursued me as I ascended, their eyes betraying unrestrained desire and madness, sending chills down my spine. I led them in a circle, ultimately returning to my starting point. Just as when CI was contemplating deactivating the energy membrane with fewer people around, she halted. "Brother CI, sister has returned." De Jiu Jingyan was puzzled. "Aren't we supposed to be leading them away?" When CI and she exchanged confused glances, watching me in the sky as I bounced twice on the sphere and spun around once more, drawing another group of people to chase after me. "Brother Sia and his sister signaling us to run in the 2 o'clock direction?" "Yes, prepare yourselves." The three of them gripped their pistols tightly, ready to spring into action the moment the energy membrane was lifted, landing atop the fortress. At that moment, the individuals on top had all rushed to pursue the flying sphere, and they quickly descended. As their feet hit the ground, they disregarded the scorching wind and the oppressive air laden with dust that struck their faces, hastening toward the 2 o'clock direction. Minutes later, they arrived at a sparsely populated area of the fortress, spotting the large gate not far away. In Chapter 105, Ambush, the trio, believing the gate was within reach, had their hopes dashed as a crowd appeared, obstructing their passage. Emerging from the sparse fortress, a horde surrounded them. When CI thought to herself, "This is bad. They are more cunning than we anticipated. That I wonder how Xiaoyu is faring." Back to back, Qian and the others readied their weapons. "What are you afraid of? Whoever dares to come forward will pay the price. One death is a loss, two is a gain," Gu Jingyan thought. Though fear gripped him, the moment he chose to follow his sister, he silently vowed that if he perished, he would regard it as repaying her for saving his life, now desperately hoping she wouldn't turn back. Watching the dwindling number of pursuers, I felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. Something was off. Several robust individuals had not followed, leaving only a few frail ones trailing behind. That I soared higher, hastening toward when CI's direction. The crowd encircled them, their eyes brimming with a ravenous hunger for sustenance, some even salivating profusely. What is this? Are they so captivated by the handsome figure that they cannot move? But they are all men. I pondered. Could there be some peculiar preference? In the midst of the throng stood a rotund man with long hair, weighing an estimated 300 pounds. Given the harsh conditions, how had he managed to grow so large? As he advanced step by step toward when CI and her companions, I was increasingly anxious. In desperation, I tossed a bun from the energy membrane. The crowd immediately surged toward the sky, scrambling for it. Yet, no one dared to hoard it. One individual picked up the dust-covered bun and reverently offered it to the hefty man. That he accepted it and promptly devoured it, chewing with exaggerated gusto. His hair was unruly, and his features were squished together. It seemed he was aware of someone inside the sphere. He pointed at it and then at the ground. What? Is he signaling me to come down? As I hesitated to respond, he bellowed in a hoarse voice. Come down. Come down. I refuse. I thought. Within the sphere, I can still devise a plan. If I descend, everyone meets their doom. The impatient man below shouted, if you don't come down, I'll spill the blood of you lot to nourish the divine tree. I had no doubt regarding his threats. Beneath a desiccated tree, despite the soil being parched, dried blood stained the sand, casting a dark red hue. Life is finite. If I do not descend, they will perish. Descending could at least allow for negotiation to discern his true intentions. I deactivated the energy membrane, ensuring that I did not touch any of the bound items. Still floating in the air, the motionless strawberry robot, however, landed on the ground. Once the energy returned, it activated its two iron-like arms, flexing its gloved hands. Its large strawberry body was supported by two small iron legs, adorned with white boots that I paid little attention to its arrival, focusing intently on the hefty man. What do you wish to do? What do I wish? With your energy membrane gone, it is I who decides what to do. Ha ha ha, come, seize her. The crowd surged forward. The trio, unable to comprehend the foreign language, asked Sister, how do you understand their words? I gripped my pistol, recalling the formidable recoil that made me slightly apprehensive about misfiring. With both hands steady on the weapon, I maintained my gaze on the approaching individuals, not forgetting to warn them of their intent to kill us. When CI fired a shot, hitting one of the assailants nearing me. Hurry, don't worry about us. The man's forehead suddenly bore a gaping wound. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground, stirring up the dust around him. The others were equally startled by the unexpected gunfire and the sight of the fallen figure. Halting in their tracks and glaring menacingly at a few individuals, the portly man, observing us with keen interest, was momentarily taken aback. He soon burst into laughter. Surely you don't have many bullets left? There are so many of us here. Let us not act impulsively. Allow us to leave, that if you let us go, who will water my trees? I gestured towards the body on the ground. IS&T there one ready-made. With a wave of his hand, the portly man commanded his followers to remove the corpse and bring it to the grand tree. Chapter 106. The divine tree, the lifeless body, was swiftly hoisted and hung by the neck from the tree. Fresh blood, not yet congealed, trickled from the corpse, saturating the parched, barren earth and erasing its presence in an instant. Nearby, a robust man approached the ancient tree, beginning an earnest prayer. This tree was unlike any other. Though its state was yellowing and withered, a closer inspection revealed several red fruits nestled beneath its leaves. As the man prayed, one of the fruits swelled from the size of a marble to that of a fleshy orb. Its skin thinned to near transparency, revealing a wriggling infant within. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, descended into madness, chanting, "Immortal fruit! Immortal fruit!" The portly man, unfazed by the dying souls around him, eagerly awaited the arrival of the fruit containing the fetus. Upon receiving it, he bit down with ravenous intent, severing the child's head. The squirming infant within the fruit ceased all movement, but he tossed the headless fruit to the crowd, igniting a frenzy of greedy hands. This horrific scene sent us gripping our firearms even tighter. Qian swallowed hard. What on earth is this? Are they consuming people? Gu Jingyan remarked, indeed, they are devouring humans, feeding on the dead. I could hardly process this revelation before nausea overwhelmed me, forcing me to retch violently. When C's gaze remained fixed on the portly man's actions, though he did not comprehend the words spoken, he too felt the intensity of this gruesome banquet. Strawberry, you must leave at once. You are a singular entity. Without me, you can still survive. Master, Strawberry is leveled up that I can assist you in dealing with them. Could this be the custom-made weapon that Xiaodu mentioned? Observing its tiny arms and legs, I felt doubtful. Very well, the situation is dire. You should flee. The portly man, licking his lips, seemed to crave more. Everyone, stay and water my divine tree. Wait if you wish to water it. I possess water. I produce my water bottle. But he scoffed, your water cannot yield the immortal fruit. With the immortal fruit, I can live forever. Seeing the madness and bloodlust in his eyes, I pressed further. We can only allow your divine tree to bear fruit once. What then? This harsh environment will not sustain it. Why words struck a nerve regarding his precious tree, and his calm demeanor shattered. Bring them all to me. Kill them and water the tree. A horde of ravenous individuals surged forward, their mouths stained with vivid crimson. Oh my God! We've stirred a hornet's nest in an instant. When C.I. and the others opened fire, breaking through the encirclement towards me, a madman was about to pounce onto my face, the stench from his mouth nearly suffocating me. Gritting my teeth to suppress a gag, I fired a shot into his head, blood splattering across my face. Ignoring the mess, I fired again at an approaching figure that I noticed some wielding clubs, interspersed with rusted longswords, and a few donned makeshift armor. This motley crew of lunatics was utterly inscrutable to me. Strawberry had already engaged in the fray, its flexible arms seizing two individuals and lifting them skyward before slamming them to the ground, resulting in instant fatalities. It then grasped two more, spinning them at a dizzying speed before discarding them like ragdolls. When C.I., along with Qian and Gu Jingyun, drew closer, observing that fewer than half of the original 100 remained standing, Qian expressed relief. Today is the second day of the new year. It seems we might just survive. When C.I. had emptied two clips, and with no bullets left, he drew a dagger from his leg. Ready for close combat. Protect Xiaoyu. Without waiting for a response from Qian and Gu Jingyun, he charged into the fray. Chapter 107. Who are these people? The strawberry robot stood protectively in front of me, watching when C.I. fight alone amidst the chaos. Strawberry, go. With that, I too rushed forward. As my ammunition ran dry, I picked up a discarded sword and thrust it into a combatant's abdomen, impaling him. Struggling to extract the weapon, I was suddenly attacked by another, swinging a club towards me that if it connected, I feared my skull would shatter, that I couldn't waste time. I turned my head to avoid the blow. But the speed of the attacker was too great, and the club struck my shoulder with a dull thud. A groan escaped my lips. It hurt. Strawberry swiftly lifted the assailant and hurled him away with great force. Qian, hailing from a military family, displayed undeniable prowess, joining when C.I. in the battle, without losing ground. The Gu Jingyun, though lacking in brute strength and combat experience, evaded attacks with ease. When C.I. dispatched the last of the lunatics, we slowly advanced towards the portly man, who glared at us with defiance, still gripping his sword. Unwilling to concede, I shouted, "Don't move! Put down your weapon!" He hesitated, facing the dark muzzle of my gun, and had no choice but to comply. The sword clattered to the ground, and he fell to his knees. "Please, don't kill me. Spare me." I had no choice. Without water, we would all perish. I only wished to tend to the tree. "Please, don't take my life. The divine tree still needs my care." His pleas echoed, eyes darting to the corpses, filled with a desperate and yearning gaze that did not escape our notice. I held my gun firmly, showing no inclination to lower it. "Where did you acquire that sword?" I kicked the weapon aside. "Answer me." "I found it." "Where did you find it? Speak the truth, or I will shoot you, please." "It's just an energy membrane that fell off." "Fell off? Released? Energy membrane? Who are you really? Where are the others with the energy membranes?" "They're dead. They're all dead." I ceased to engage in idle chatter. "Strawberry, eliminate him." The portly man cried out, "No, don't kill me." "My divine tree." Strawberry lifted him high into the air, and his plump form resembled a watermelon tossed beside the great tree. In an instant, he burst open, red juice splattering everywhere, soaking the roots of the ancient tree, which eagerly absorbed the offering. I grimaced. "Strawberry, why must you always throw them so far and high when you kill?" Strawberry replied with a hint of indignation, "Master, as a delivery packager, I must maintain cleanliness." I glanced at my blood-soaked attire, a mixture of blood and dust, then at Strawberry's pristine white gloves and shoes, feeling a surge of frustration. "That you're so particular about killing," with a serious expression. Strawberry insisted, "One must always uphold hygiene standards." "Rain sister, come look." I hurried over to find when C.I. and Qian uncovering numerous treasures, jade artifacts, ceramics, gold and silver, and even two luminous pearls within one of the sand fortresses, which was evidently larger than the others and likely belonged to the portly man. "There's a discovery here," when C.I. called out. Upon seeing it, I couldn't help but scoff. "What kind of discovery is this?" "A belly band." Qian quickly realized. "Rain, haven't you noticed? There are no women or children among these people. They are all men." When C.I. dashed outside again, and before I could comprehend, he returned to inform Qian. My suspicions were correct. There indeed was a woman. Chapter 108. Xiao Du awakens. I was utterly bewildered by their conversation. What woman? Who is this woman? The portly individual is a woman, that I remained perplexed. So what? What does that mean? Gu Jingyan patiently explained, Sister, there are no children or other women here. This hefty woman likely does not belong to the original inhabitants of this planet. Do you comprehend? I nodded, piecing together the analysis. I understand now, but if she was transmitted here, she must have had a system, right? But that doesn't add up. Xiao Du mentioned that when we arrive on a new planet, the systems would deactivate and perish along with the people, that if she were still alive, we wouldn't have been transported here. This presents a significant puzzle, aside from the room filled with stark white bones. This sand fortress was the wealthiest of all. Qian lifted the belly band with his sword, noting its size. This must fit someone between 90 and 105. Any more would be uncovered. I held the jade artifacts, my face flushing in embarrassment. The Gu Jingyan remarked slyly, Brethren, you truly are well versed in such matters. Qian retorted, What are you insinuating, Brother Yun? Rain, don't listen to his nonsense. I am not like that. Brethren, perhaps you're trying to hide something? Enough. I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to punch you. The two individuals hurriedly dashed outside, while Wen Ci remained occupied with inspecting the chest. As I caressed the treasures of gold and silver, I felt the pain in my shoulders diminish somewhat. With such an abundance of jade artifacts and a cabinet brimming with jewels, surely it would suffice for Xiao Du to awaken. Wouldn't it? Before I could contemplate how to facilitate the system's absorption of these items, darkness enveloped me, and I fainted. Wen Ci rushed toward me, calling out, Xiao Yu, ignoring the empty chest beside me. He hurriedly cradled me in his arms and shouted toward the outside, Stop the commotion and come back. The two had long ceased their ruckus, their bodies weary from the intense tension and fierce struggle, now resting on the ground. Hearing the commotion, they quickly scrambled to their feet and rushed into the room. Wen Ci gazed at the person in his arms, momentarily at a loss. He was adept in combat. Yet this situation was beyond his expertise. Gu Jingyan promptly checked for my breath and leaned in to listen to my heartbeat, tilting my head to the side. Observing his seasoned demeanor, Wen Ci intended to hand me over to him. But he was hastily stopped. Don't move her. Wait until she awakens. That as night fell, the three of us kindled a fire. Qian broke the silence. Well, Yun, I never expected you had such skills. Noting that Sister Yu had yet to regain consciousness, Gu Jingyun lost his playful spirit, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of basic care and first aid, that it's hardly a skill. Host, you are awake. Xiao Du, you have awakened? Sensing each other's presence and consciousness, we spoke in unison. Yes, host, I am grateful for your discovery of such numerous items capable of converting energy. Otherwise, my awakening may have taken much longer. Xiao Du, it is I who should express my gratitude. You expended all your energy to transport my family and friends. Host, since you have chosen to embark on this journey with me, we are bound for life. It is only natural for us to make sacrifices for one another. After our mental exchange, I opened my eyes to behold Wen Ci, who lay with his own eyes tightly shut, his hair dusted with sand and his face marred with dirt, yet his chiseled features exuded a cold handsomeness. Beneath his thick brows, his eyes remained closed. Even seated, I could sense his back was straight, and his broad, sturdy embrace provided an overwhelming sense of security. Chapter 109. The long-life fruit. I stirred slightly, prompting Wen Ci to open his eyes. Concern evident within their depths. Xiao Yu, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Sister, you scared me half to death. Let me take a look. With that, Gu Jingyun pressed his forehead against mine, then touched his face to mine. Qian swiftly pulled him away, exclaiming, Hey, it's all fine now. Why are you using your face when you can just look? Gu Jingyan replied in a low tone, I was merely worried she might have a fever or feel unwell. Rising from Wen Ci's embrace, I reassured them. I'm fine now, my small face breaking into a smile as I thought of Xiao Du's return. The three of them, relieved by my well-being, shared in the joy that I conveyed my perplexities regarding the events that had transpired here to Xiao Du, who provided clarity that MY system had awakened after I absorbed those items. Have you not been curious about how this woman arrived here? Xiao Du had informed me that she was indeed not from this planet. She hailed from an ancient world, and her arrival here was due to her sister, who, after undertaking tasks with the palace intrigue system, was summoned by the cosmic system for rescue. That in her haste, her sister collected numerous treasures, weapons, and armor, which were then transported here. This rather portly figure, as the sister of a woman endowed with a system, was also brought along. The rules here dictated that when a woman cohabits with a man, he may pray beneath the divine tree for a wish, which will bear fruit, signifying the culmination of their love. A single fruit requires several years to mature into a child. The divine tree is the lifeblood of the entire tribe's continuation. However, therein lies the dilemma. The divine tree had not borne a girl in a long time. After a meteorite breached the protective layer of the planet, the temperature soared under the sun's rays, causing the divine tree to wither rapidly due to the lack of water. The elder tasked with caring for the divine tree understood that without it, there would be no future for them. Thus, he resorted to offering his blood to nourish the tree, unaware that what typically required a year to bear fruit would instead mature instantaneously under the stimulus of fresh blood. This miraculous scene was fortuitously witnessed by the sister encapsulated within the energy membrane. The elder deemed the fruit ominous, considering it a monstrosity, and upon its dropping, he prepared to discreetly dispose of it. However, the sister, concealed in the shadows, eliminated him and examined the crimson fruit, even as the elder, in his final moments, implored her to relinquish it. Unfamiliar with the language, she misinterpreted the fruit as a long-life fruit and, disregarding its resemblance to a child, consumed it. Miraculously, the fruit possessed hallucinogenic properties, leading her to believe she remained a beauty even as she reached 300 pounds, utterly enamored with this sensation. Watering would not hasten the fruit's growth. Yet blood could. She murdered her sister, who had come to find her, inadvertently acquiring the local language. After over 20 years of no young and beautiful women appearing, the sudden emergence of one, coupled with the spectacle of instant maturation of the fruit, led many to trust her words, joining her in consuming the fruit. She swiftly ascended to leadership in this place. She incited these individuals to slay the elderly and frail, monopolizing all young males for herself and bearing fruit with them. Moreover, she eliminated a significant number of energy membranes sent to rescue this planet. The group listened in astonishment. When CI deduced, this woman hails from an ancient world. No wonder she harbors notions of immortality and transcendence. Qian lamented. It's evident that he was aware of our limited ammunition. It seems there are many undertaking tasks. Sister, what should we do about the tree now? The tree that has been fed blood can no longer bear normal fruit. It must be burned. That we watched as the roaring flames swiftly consumed almost the entirety of the withered tree. As for the heavy armor and rusted swords, we, equipped with bulletproof vests, naturally looked down upon them. Strawberry, lead the way. Let us depart. Understood, master. Proceeding left. When CI assessed our gear, questioning whether venturing out at night would be overly perilous, that I too had only one magazine remaining. Strawberry will automatically steer clear of all hazardous areas. I have experienced this firsthand during my flight here. Of course, colliding with an animal's rear does not count. I would never speak of it. As we readied ourselves, we set off. Chapter 110. Seeking water sources after 4 hours of travel. We paused for a brief respite. When CI reminded us, when we come upon a location with vegetation, everyone should search for water sources. Our supply is running low. Fortunately, the effects of our thermal clothing persisted. It was not excessively hot. This marked the 3rd day of our stay, and we only drank when parched. Xiaodu, could you allocate a portion of the 900 billion resources as a reward for me? Host, you have not activated the takeout store nor unlocked the warehouse, so you cannot retrieve any. Gu Jingyun exclaimed with delight. Sister, look. There are green plants. There might be a water source nearby. We began to scatter in search of it. The enormous spiny branches, robust in stature, yielded a transparent liquid when I sliced them with my dagger. The liquid dripped onto the ground, coalescing into a transparent droplet on the sandy soil. Could this be an oversized aloe vera? A voice called from a distance, instructing us to regroup at our original position. A water source had been discovered. As I stepped back, the aloe vera's remarkable healing ability caused the cut to mend swiftly. I felt a surge of excitement. Where is the water source? Follow me, or you can decide on your own. When CI led us to a muddy pool, murky and nearly dried up, the sludge, close to vanishing, emitted a complex odor, and numerous animal tracks were visible alongside various sizes of feces that I had yet to finish my 5-liter supply. I had no intention of drawing from this water. Once we locate Wang Lan Lan, drinking water shouldn't be a pressing issue, right? I frowned, suggesting, how about we wait until later to replenish? Gu Jingyan swallowed hard. Sister, I haven't finished mine either. When CI surveyed the surroundings, even during his years of executing missions in desolate wilderness, he could not bring himself to drink this water. Let us move to another location and refill. We've been conserving our food and drink these past few days, so we still have some left. Let us go, let us go. Qian also declined to drink. Strawberry, how much longer until we reach our destination? Master, 23 days. What? Are you certain it's 23 days? Master, I cannot possibly be mistaken. Upon hearing this, the group wore expressions of despair. Even if Wang Lan Lan possessed space, the other energy membrane did not. 23 days would mean our meager supply of compressed biscuits would suffice, but 5 liters of water would be utterly insufficient. A guaranteed death. Xiao Du, can you use the energy membrane to transport us? It is possible, but it would deplete energy once more. After I disappear, you wouldn't be able to complete the task, nor unlock the takeout store or warehouse. Indeed, where would I find treasures to awaken it? Listening to this, I relinquished the idea. Strawberry, how long would it take to reach the farthest energy membrane? If I avoid crashing into anything, it should take just over an hour. Upon hearing this, I felt elated, recording a message on Strawberry's device, and then it vanished in an instant. Xiao Yu, what shall we do next? Xiao Du, lead the way. We shall head to the nearer energy membrane. Noticing my momentary distraction, I seemed lost in thought. The others felt a twinge of concern. Perhaps she believed the apocalypse was increasingly unbearable, her future bleak, and salvation hopeless. When CI called out once more. Xiao Yu, yes? Would you like some biscuits? I'm not hungry. Thank you. Qian also spoke up. Does you want some water? I still have more than half here. Don't be shy. I'm not thirsty. Thank you, Gu Jingyan replied. I understand, sister. How about I sing for you? I teased him with a smile. No way. In this environment, be careful not to get sand in your mouth. Speak less and conserve water. They looked at me with smiles. Relieved, perhaps they had overthought things. Chapter 111. The colossal creature Wang Fei was somewhat flustered. Dad, I'm running out of water. His father handed over the water bottle. Did I still have some left? Just pace yourself. I truly don't understand why you're carrying spicy strips and cola in your backpack. The bottle was pushed away by Wang Fei. Did I still have a little water? I don't need yours. And I have an apple too. You don't understand. We can't play games and have to keep staring at the scenery. I'm about to die of boredom. Luckily, I brought some snacks. His father shot him a glance. You don't understand? I've eaten more salt than you've had rice. How can you not be thirsty with your heavy-flavored snacks? Others brought useful items, while you brought a pile of junk. If your sister doesn't find us soon, let's see what you'll do. Just as Wang Fei was about to argue further, he exclaimed, Dad, look behind you. Startled, his father turned around to see a massive mouth biting into the yellow flower atop a cactus. It seemed the cactus's thorns had not harmed it. As he looked up, he saw a large zebra-like head with unusually sharp teeth. The sound of chewing left his father completely stunned. This colossal creature, resembling a zebra, was nearly the size of a dinosaur. It must be the invincible presence in this area. Was you delivering takeout to a zebra? Before he could analyze further, the large zebra was suddenly thrown far away by an unseen force, landing with a tremendous crash that flattened a wide area of cacti. Whether it was pricked by thorns or frightened, the zebra, which had not been killed by the fall, let out a cry, got up, and vanished without a trace. Wang Fei was astonished by the scene. Wow, Dad, how did it just fly away like that? Dad, look. His father appeared dazed. Wang Fei, too, was stunned. They were at least 15 meters off the ground. Yet he saw his sister's toy strawberry robot, but he remembered clearly that this toy robot was in his sister's bedroom in Sunshine Community. It looked identical. Dad, that's my sister's toy. The strawberry couldn't see inside, but it knew it could hear. It played a recording. Hello, hello, I am Wang Yu. Whoever is in the ball must follow my instructions. Currently, I am 23 days away from you, and the items in your backpack surely cannot sustain you for that long. Follow the strawberry robot to meet up. Now, please deactivate the energy shield and listen to the strawberry's commands to set off. His father hesitated. Fei Hua, could this be a scam? Dad, this robot belongs to my sister. I'm sure of it as to why it had come instead of his sister. He was not entirely clear. Hearing Wang Fei's certainty, his father finally deactivated the energy shield. However, his hand resting on his waist showed that he remained on high alert. Wang Fei was beaming with excitement. Finally, they could go find his sister. He felt like he was suffocating in this energy shield. The infinitely extending strawberry lowered him down, and Wang Fei noticed the liquid bottle and the plastic bag he had tossed under the cactus tree. He awkwardly stepped aside. The strawberry then lowered his father down as well. The three of them, along with the robot, set off. Seeing the cup on the strawberry's neck, Wang Fei curiously asked, "Strawberry robot, do you need to drink water too?" "No, this is prepared for you, that if you're out of water. Just let me know, and I'll refill it." "All right, great." Looking at this adorable robot, although it lacked the flashy mecha transformations, its action of tossing the colossal creature was quite impressive, and Wang Fei was deeply intrigued. Incessantly asking questions. "Strawberry robot, you can fly and stretch. Why don't you take us with you?" "I'm sorry. Without the energy shield, I can only fly by myself." Chapter 112. The frustrated Mu Bai inside the tent. Wang Lanlan was asleep. Chu Yi, Mu Feng, Mu Bai, and Mo Yixing sat at the entrance, keeping watch over her. Observing the three sitting there, Mu Bai felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, unable to express it in front of the junior sister. They had agreed to compete fairly together, yet they insisted on gaining an advantage from the start. It was utterly against the spirit of martial arts. "Why did you prepare things secretly without me?" It was already absurd that Mo Yixing had a portable toilet in his backpack. Everyone else had sleeping bags, yet Chu Yi had pulled out a single-person tent, leaving the junior sister with nothing. Looking at the snacks Mu Feng had brought, gum, sunflower seeds, durian cakes, bread, oranges, and apples, Mu Bai was fuming. Noticing his agitation, Mu Feng offered him some sunflower seeds. "Want some?" The space was limited, and after waiting for days, the group was somewhat bored. Mu Bai pushed them away and whispered, "Brother, you prepared food for the junior sister. Why didn't you include me? I have nothing ready." Mu Feng shrugged, explaining that he had just randomly bought a few snacks while getting toiletries at the supermarket, not knowing that others had prepared as well. "Next time, let me know when you're doing something." All right, want some seeds?" Mo Yixing and Chu Yi exchanged glances, contemplating whether they should form a team as well. "Shall do. How long until we arrive?" "Host, you handed the cup to the strawberry, and now the warehouse is locked. What will you do?" "The energy shield will arrive in 7 days." That I frowned. Everyone's water supply was nearly depleted. "Shall do. Are there any water sources nearby?" "Yes, but my perception is hazy. I can only scan up to 500 meters. So is there or isn't there?" "Host, beyond that range, I cannot determine." "Fine, I'll check it out myself." The three followed closely behind. After walking 1,000 meters, when CI pointed ahead. "Xiao Yu, there are plants up ahead. Let's take a look." "Okay." They quickened their pace, and a dense forest came into view. The tree trunks were dry and yellowed but tall, with tightly packed branches, indicating how lush it must have once been. The bare branches left not a single leaf behind, and as they ventured deeper, they spotted a hint of green, and the group was filled with excitement as they hurried forward. A small puddle lay at the bottom, with the soil cracked and only 2 trees nearby displaying resilient vitality. Looking at the still moist, cracked ground, it was evident that these 2 trees could not hold out for long. Gu Jingyun noticed my expression and reassured me. "It's all right, sister. We'll keep looking." That I forced a smile. Yes, we continued towards the energy shield's location. Although the group wasn't overly warm, the heat waves and the sand carried by the wind were uncomfortable. "Sister, have some water." I moistened my parched lips and took the water bottle offered by Gu Jingyun, wetting the corner of my mouth before handing it back. Initially pleased to have taken his cup, I noticed something amiss when Gu Jingyun said, "Sister, drink more. Why haven't you touched it?" I glanced at him and the other 2, whose lips were also dried, and "I'm fine. I'm not very thirsty. You all are suffering with me." When CI chuckled, "Don't worry about me. During previous missions without water or food, I even ate snakes raw. This is no hardship." Qian shrugged that I chose to come with you, so I am not afraid of these problems. Gu Jingyan took my hand. "Let's go, sister. Don't overthink it. We're all willing to be here, though we might find water at the next stop. All right." Chapter 113. Gathering, Wang Fei and his father followed the robot and finally reached Wang Lanlan's side. Mu Feng and the others were playing poker, while Wang Lanlan watched them with great delight. Whoever won the most sunflower seeds, she would squat beside to eat, thoroughly enjoying herself. when his father saw the energy shield. He mistook it for his brainchild, as the strawberry robot belonged to her, so he assumed she was inside. He shouted inside, "You hurry out. Dad is here, Dado. I'm exhausted. Finally found you." He plopped down on the ground to rest. "Sister, we're here, sister. Seriously, you said we'd gather together. Yet you stayed put and made us come all this way. Dad, I'm exhausted." He lay sprawled on the ground, panting. Hearing the commotion, the others quickly tidied up and explained. "We'll all be out soon. I'm the second sister, not the eldest." The two fathers outside couldn't hear, breathing heavily as they caught their breath. Once everyone was prepared, they finished packing everything. As the energy shield was lifted. Seeing the group emerge, Wang Fei realized the misunderstanding. "Sister, it's you and the brothers." His father inquired about Lon Lon. "Are you all doing all right?" Mu Feng nodded yes. "Uncle Wang, we're all fine." However, Uncle Wang looked rather worn from travel, while he himself appeared neat and tidy. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wang Fei licked his lips and spat out the sand in his mouth. "Sister, I'm dying of thirst. Is there any water left?" The group looked at the fatigued duo, feeling a pang of guilt as they were lively playing cards. That Mu Feng quickly handed over a pack of snacks. "These are all for the junior sister." Luckily, he had prepared plenty, and now it was coming in handy. He also handed an orange to Uncle Wang. "Uncle Wang, have an orange." Father waved his hand, urging everyone to conserve their food, as Yua was unaware of how long it would take to reunite. "Let me rest for a moment before we continue our journey," he said. Wang Lanlan inquired, "Dad, where is the eldest sister? Why are you not together? How did you manage to find your way here?" Wang Fei, having downed a bottle of Waha, smacked his lips in satisfaction and exclaimed, "We came here following the robot. Let me tell you, Urgi, it's quite impressive. It lifted that big monster and tossed it far away." On the road, they encountered a peculiar group of creatures resembling both scorpions and crocodiles, their massive forms initially prompting them to steer clear. However, a few of the creatures, having lost their way, chased after them, and the robot effortlessly dispatched them one by one. The robot, standing silently nearby, observed their discussion about itself. Chu-Yi scrutinized the strawberry robot, which sported a head the size of an apple, complete with eyes, a mouth, and a nose. Its ample strawberry body was complemented by slender arms and legs, adorned with white gloves and shoes. When motionless, it resembled a lifelike doll. A single punch from him might send it into pieces. Mu Feng and the others also gathered around, inspecting it. Father attempted to snatch the Waha from Wang Fei's hands, saying, "Just drink one and be done with it. I've told you to conserve." Wang Fei dodged, emboldened by the presence of Urgi. "Urgi, quickly bring out the fruits from home and fetch me a drumstick. I want some meat." Father added, "Let us take out the off-road vehicle. Walking could take ages." At this moment, Wang Lanlan was in a state of panic, drenched in sweat after several attempts, and no matter how she gestured or attempted to command with her mind, everything was marked with a red prohibition sign. Frustrated, she could hardly speak. That if the energy membrane could not be accessed, then it surely meant that everything stored would be inaccessible. Oh no, she thought, furrowing her brow. "Everyone, conserve your food and drink. The ring is useless." Wang Fei's jaw dropped in shock. What am I supposed to do? My drumstick." Father had not anticipated this predicament but quickly composed himself, gently reassuring Wang Lanlan. "It's all right, Lanwa. Don't fret, that we'll find your elder sister soon." He then turned to Wang Fei and scolded, "I told you to save some. We haven't even found your sister yet." Without waiting for Wang Fei to respond, he snatched the Waha from Wang Fei and placed it into his backpack. With the ring unusable, Wang Lanlan had no choice but to relent. The group then set off, following the robot towards the direction of the sister. Chapter 114. Smoke from cooking. As we journeyed onward, our water bottles ran dry, and everyone jostled for the last drops in their cups. Even with cracked, bleeding lips, no one was willing to relinquish their last glimmer of hope. "Xiaodu, are you sending me to save people or to torment me? I am about to die. Where is the water? Can you be more reliable?" "Host, I can only scan within a 500-meter radius. Beyond that I cannot perceive," came the response. "However, I have detected water ahead." That moment, the wind and sand were fierce, reducing visibility to about 100 meters. Thankfully, I had donned glasses before setting out. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible to proceed. Fearing the grid of sand, we silently followed closely behind. A wisp of smoke curled upward, Were it not for our proximity, it would have been difficult to believe that someone was cooking in the desert. I gestured, and everyone instinctively drew their guns or daggers. As we approached, a trapezoidal sand fortress came into view. The village was surrounded by wooden structures, with a large piece of red animal hide tied to a stick atop the highest point. Xiaodu, is this the place you mentioned that has water? Are we supposed to go into their house? Host, I think you should try asking them for a little to share, given the weather and surroundings. They would have to be fools to part with their water. Despite my lack of hope, seeing my companions in dire need of water, I decided to make my way into the village. Dragging my weary body, Ji Jinyan caught my arm. Sister, let me go. I refused. You can't communicate with them. What would you do? When CI, wary of encountering another group of lunatics, pulled out his gun, saying, I'll go. If there's danger, I can run. What are you all arguing about? Stop wasting your breath. Let us go. Your Qian tugged at me, leading us into the village, with Gu Jingyun and Wen Ci closely following. Outside one of the houses, a long queue had formed, but a crowd of people draped in animal hides or grass skirts held oddly shaped bowls, waiting to be served food. Remembering the previous incident with the longevity fruit, I tightened my grip on my dagger. Someone shouted, Village Chief, there are outsiders. An elderly man emerged from within, his yellowed white hair dusty and secured with a twig. Perhaps due to the heat, everyone sported bun hairstyles. Bearing their arms and clad in grass skirts or animal hides, the elder gazed at the four of us, astonished by our unusual attire, seemingly more surprised by our presence than by the heat. He approached us, observing our dusty, parched lips, that I am the chief of the Jeluo tribe. May I ask who you are? You've come here seeking water. Haven to you? Chief, we hail from a great distance and apologize for the intrusion. We indeed seek water, I replied. The villagers behind him exchanged reluctant glances upon hearing this. The elder's expression shifted to excitement. You are women. Where do you come from? From which tribe's sacred tree do you bear fruit? Though my voice was hoarse from dehydration, the elder was certain he had not misheard. I removed my sunglasses and mask. Chief, I am indeed a woman, but I come from a far-off land and do not belong to any tribe. Seeing my face, the villagers gasped softly, and hearing that we were not affiliated with any tribe, their initial reluctance to share water transformed into warm invitations for us to enter their home. I instructed Xiaodu to scan for any dangers before stepping inside. When Ci grabbed my arm, Xiaoyu, stay close to me, that if there's danger, we will retreat immediately, that I understood his concern. All right, don't worry. The system is here. Chapter 115. Stay and bear fruit. The three seated within the house were visibly tense, while I calmly surveyed the interior. The mud bed, if one could call it that, lacked any grass for comfort. Perhaps due to the heat, there was nothing on the bed. The only decoration was a pair of unknown animal horns mounted on the wall. The table and stools were crudely fashioned from wood, and a few woven baskets made of twigs were perched on the wooden beams. What kind of planet is this? Why do these people live in such hardship? If we were to calculate from the timeline of Earth's apocalypse, it has only been a little over a year. Could they have always lived in such difficulty? The elder returned with food, saying, Here, guests, please enjoy. His demeanor exuded utmost respect and eagerness that I was taken aback but accepted the offering. However, upon glancing into the bowl, disbelief washed over me. Our stone bowls were filled with murky soup, reminiscent of diluted herbal medicine. There was a dry, unrecognizable piece of meat, accompanied by several leaves. I couldn't be mistaken. It truly was leaves. Since it coincided with their mealtime, the elder partook in his meal, and the villagers began to eat as well, though the elder's bowl contained no meat, only leaves and tree bark. He warmly encouraged us, yet we hesitated, cautious about what lay before us. Xiaodu, this isn't human flesh, is it? I asked. Host, have you seen too many movies? This is dinosaur horse meat, only brought out for esteemed guests. Do eat. Do not let their kindness go to waste, for this is their most precious lifeline. With that, I ceased my hesitation, lifted the bowl, and prepared to drink. The Jiu Jinyan seized my hand. Sister, be careful. It's hot. Let me cool it for you. I smiled and nodded. All right, but he took my bowl, blew on it a few times symbolically, then drank a couple of mouthfuls himself. After waiting a few minutes with no adverse effects, he handed it back to me. Here, it's no longer hot. This silly boy, was he worried about poison? How adorable! We began to eat. That a bowl of warm soup rejuvenated our spirits. The meat was a bit tough, and the leaves scratched at our throats. while the soup had a bitter taste reminiscent of tree bark. However, knowing Xiao Du had labeled it as life-saving sustenance, I no longer complained and consumed every last drop. I could hardly fathom how difficult it must be for them to swallow the tree bark in their bowls. The elder inquired about our purpose for visiting. "This esteemed lady, are you also in search of water?" "Many tribes are seeking water. Ever since the dark days began several days ago, everything here has changed. Winds and sands have swept away plants and water. The remaining water sources have been relentlessly scorched by the sun for an entire year, vanishing into nothingness. Our sacred tree has long ceased to bear fruit. Would you be willing to stay with us? We still have water sources, as long as you bear fruit with any man from our tribe. I would gladly share the water with you and your companions." Before I could respond, the elder beckoned, and a dozen robust, handsome men entered the dwelling. The elder continued, "These are the finest men of our tribe, skilled in labor and hunting. The fruits they bear are sure to be exceptional. Choose a few. It doesn't matter how many partners you have, as long as both parties are willing. It is permissible here. If that doesn't work, you can select just one. Once the fruits mature, the men will raise them. So you needn't worry. If a daughter is born, she will enjoy the same status and treatment as you." Adored by all the villagers, my eyebrows twitched in disbelief at this proposition. It is no wonder that the ancient woman of ample proportions bore such an unseemly visage, yet the members of her tribe remained unwaveringly obedient to her. In Chapter 116, The Dragon Fruit Host, he implied that I should select several men to unite with them, allowing those men to bear fruit beneath the divine tree, akin to giving birth to children. Little do, when adults converse, you mustn't interrupt. You are but a child and should not be privy to such discussions. Hasten to silence your system. Humph. I've leveled up, and do not think to keep secrets from me. I understand everything. Although when CI and the others were unable to comprehend the dialogue, they observed 12 robust young men standing in the hall, smiling at Wang Yu with an expression of infatuation that a sense of foreboding washed over them. And their faces darkened. "What is the meaning of this?" Gu Jingyun whispered, "Sister, we no longer require the water. Let us depart." Gu Jingyun was decidedly displeased, questioning the intentions of these individuals, as he would not permit anyone else to join their group. I returned a reassuring smile to him and addressed the old village chief. "Chief, I appreciate your good intentions, but at present, I have other matters to attend to." You see, the old chief, upon perceiving my intent to decline, grew anxious, as the tribe's finest men could not compare to the exceptional companions surrounding me, but he hastily invited me to inspect the water source before making a decision. To persuade us to stay. He led us to the waterhole, which was modest in size, approximately 20 square meters, and seemingly shallow. It was covered with a grass hut of their own, making to shield it from the sun's rays. The water appeared murky, which explained their need to boil it for consumption. At least boiling it would prevent illness. The village's elderly women could no longer bear fruit, and the new harvest of fruit had long been absent of women. For the sake of the tribe's continuation, he promised that as long as I was willing to remain, the village's water would be shared among us, and I could assume the role of village chief. Hoping that with the addition of new women, the divine tree would quickly bear female fruit. Faced with the chief's heartfelt invitation, I politely declined, informing him that my family awaited me. The old chief, clutching the compressed biscuits we had given him, reluctantly escorted us to the village's entrance, stating that if we completed our business, we would always be welcome to return. The Jiyu Jingyun, curious, inquired, "Sister, what did the elder say?" "Oh, nothing of consequence. He simply extended an invitation for us to visit again, that as for remaining to bear fruit with the other men, I found it utterly absurd and did not mention it. Really, I never anticipated that the old gentleman would be so hospitable that I previously suspected him of being ill-natured. How I misjudged him. It is nothing. I understand your concerns. The food from strangers is indeed meant for my benefit. However, dear sister, I possess a system, so there is no need for excessive worry." When CI interjected, "How can one not worry? You have mentioned that even with a system, we must confront the specter of death. It is prudent for us to proceed with caution." I nodded fervently. "Indeed, you are right. You are. What do those red animal skins hanging above signify?" Qian appeared somewhat bewildered. Jiu Jinyan promptly answered, "Clearly, they are markers to prevent getting lost in the desert." "Right, sister. Am I correct?" Yes, let us set forth. This time, The water bottles were filled to the brim, and we eagerly sought to reunite with Wang and At that moment. Wang Lan and her group were also making their way toward us, guided by the robot. Although their body temperatures were not elevated, the winds were strong and laden with sand. The ground beneath our feet was sandy, instilling a sense of instability with every step. As we passed through a vast expanse of vegetation, Wang Fei exclaimed with excitement, "Second sister, look! Is that not dragon fruit?" Father followed his gaze, observing a sprawling collection of tall plants adorned with clusters of vibrant red dragon fruits. Hanging in abundance, the green branches, coupled with the deep crimson fruit, created a striking scene in the desert. In Chapter 117. A cat. The dense tangle of plants obscured the view within. Chu-Yi brandished his handgun and beckoned. "Let us approach and investigate," but he believed himself to be the most capable among us, though the strawberry robot did not share his enthusiasm. Wang Lanlan gazed at the fruit resembling dragon fruit, hesitant to touch it, questioning whether it had mutated, as its size was akin to that of a watermelon. Mo Yixing, wearing gloves, unsheathed a dagger from his boot and struck one of the fruits. The cut revealed an incredibly sweet interior, with the red flesh oozing purple juice that dripped onto the ground. "Second sister, this is definitely dragon fruit. It looks delectable. Shall we pick one to taste?" Wang Fei suggested, reaching out his hand. Just then, a rustling noise emerged from the foliage, startling Wang Fei, who gasped, "What in the world?" In a swift motion, he leaped onto his father, who stood at 1.8 meters tall, nearly straining his back from the sudden weight. Frowning, he set his son down, exclaiming, "How old are you now? Why are you behaving so childishly?" Wang Fei sheepishly rubbed his nose, feeling embarrassed that Mu Feng and Mu Bai swiftly positioned themselves to shield Wang Lan and the others. Chu-Yi, emboldened, cautiously approached the source of the sound, taking a few steps forward. That a scruffy cat, its fur matted and its specific color indiscernible, emerged from the foliage, its eyes filled with wariness yet compelled to step forward. Chu-Yi let out a sigh of relief. "Lanner, it is merely a cat. However, it appears to be injured." Wang Lanlan noticed the cat and, upon hearing of its injury, hurried to follow. She slowly crouched in front of the little feline, attempting to persuade it to allow her to tend to its wounds. Observing Wang Lanlan extend her hands, the cat disregarded her and limped toward a puddle of liquid, while everyone assumed it was thirsty and in need of water. The little cat turned and began to bury the liquid in sand with its front paw. One of its front legs was injured, raised high, with blood clotted around the wound, mingled with a considerable amount of sand and dark, unknown matter. After covering the liquid, it attempted to return to the plants. However, hindered by its injury, it moved slowly, limping as it walked. At Mo Yixing calmly assessed the situation. "Is it warning us that this fruit is inedible?" Wang Lanlan gently called out, "Little cat, thank you. Are you thirsty? Come here, I will bandage your wound." Wang Lanlan swiftly caught up to the cat, trying to stroke its head, and the reluctant feline squinted its eyes, relishing the moment. "This human is not so bad. My sacrifice was not in vain." Mu Bai crouched down, pouring water from a cap and offering it. "Here, little junior sister." Wang Lanlan presented the water to the cat, which eagerly extended its pink tongue, lapping up every drop. After receiving the bandages and alcohol from Mu Bai, she proceeded to treat the cat's injuries. Once cleaned, she used the alcohol to disinfect the wound. The cat let out a yowl as the alcohol made contact, yet it did not struggle, relieved that its bones remained unbroken. That it was uncertain what had bitten its leg, but during its escape, its fur had been scraped off on both sides. Once bandaged, the cat wriggled free from Wang Lanlan's embrace and darted into the thicket, gazing at the dragon fruit trees, resembling massive trees with their intertwining branches. It was clear that retrieving the cat would be impossible. The allure of such a fluffy creature was irresistible to Wang Lanlan, who found herself deeply enamored. Watching the cat disappear into the distance, she concealed her regret and reluctance, only to hear her father chastising Wang Fei. In Chapter 118. "Let us follow." Father scolded, "Did you not hear what your brother Yixing said? Such large fruits cannot be ripe. There are not even any marks from animal bites. How can you ascertain they are edible? You only think of eating, and if you poison yourself, there are no hospitals here. Just wait for me to become a white-haired man mourning a black-haired one." Wang Fei protested. I understand. I haven't eaten yet." The rebellious spirit of youth was not so easily extinguished, and Wang Fei, Unwilling to relent, edged closer to Wang Lan Lan, second sister. Why not pick one and let the eldest sister see if it is edible? If it is safe, we can taste it. If not, we shall discard it. What do you think? Wang Lan Lan hesitated. It is quite heavy. It would be difficult to carry. One must weigh at least 10 jin. If not more. Wang Fei leaned closer to her ear. Do you not have a ring? Just take a few. It won't matter. Wang Lan Lan firmly rejected. I cannot retrieve them, even if I place them inside. I cannot take them out. Did I not mention this? Wang Fei frowned. Are you implying you can store things? Wang Lan Lan nodded. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Wang Fei became animated. If you can store them, why can you not retrieve them? Is there a hint? Any explanation? As long as you can store it, it means your ring is functional. Wang Lan Lan was distressed. It is marked with a red prohibition sign, indicating the current environment is incompatible. Nearby, Mu Bai, who had thought he had lost thoroughly this time, was particularly attentive to his junior sister's every move. Not only passing water and medicine, but also eavesdropping on their conversation. Junior sister. Fei Di is correct. If you can store it, that indicates your ring is operational. I recall Wei Jim mentioning that the benefits obtained while following along will not be confiscated. Just as with the temperature-regulating clothing. Although we are exposed to the sun, our body temperature remains unaffected. The environmental incompatibility implies that items from our home planet cannot be retrieved, yet it does not mean that the native products of this planet are unfit for use. Wang Lamlin's eyes brightened. Older brother, senior brother, you are brilliant. How did I not think of that? I shall test it now. With that, she turned back toward the dragon fruit, startling the cat that had been observing her from its hiding place, causing it to peek out cautiously, unbeknownst to Wang Lan Lan. With a mere wave of her hand towards a colossal dragon fruit tree, a circle of over 10 magnificent fruits vanished in an instant. In a flurry, she gestured again towards the ground, and indeed, large fruits akin to watermelons appeared in neat rows before her. Instantly, her expression relaxed, and she smiled at the others, relieved that her ring remained intact and functional. Thank you, little senior brother, she said gratefully. Her father, equally pleased, nodded. That's good. That's good. However, these fruits are inedible. What purpose do they serve? Weren't you already stuffed to the brim with goods before you left? His brow furrowed as he observed the dragon fruits continuing to disappear into thin air. Wang Lan Lan waved her hands repeatedly, collecting a vast array. Her younger brother chimed in. Let us show big sister. If we can eat them, we would have an abundance of food, especially since we can't access the supplies we hoarded earlier. We mustn't miss this opportunity for some reason. My ring has upgraded. It now has twice the capacity it did before. The others nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning sound. Once Wang Lan Lan had finished gathering, the group set off. Meanwhile, a cat hidden among the plants seethed with indignation, feeling its good intentions had been met with ingratitude. They can't eat it, yet they still wish to take it away. I shall wait and see when this poison claims their lives. It huffed. The cat lifted its carefully wrapped paw and decided to follow them. It would intervene again when they attempted to eat. Silently, the cat trailed behind the group, and Chu Yi soon alerted Wang Lan Lan. There's an adorable little creature following us. The strawberry robot, walking ahead, had the keenest ears. Adorable. Am I not the cutest? It scoffed, glancing back to see the cat. What an eyesore. Clearly, I am the most charming. Wang Lan Lan remained composed, glancing back only to find the little creature pretending to be indifferent, scanning the surroundings without looking at her. Once the group began their journey, it closely followed the spot where they had rested earlier. The cat waited until the others had moved far away before it finally drank the water prepared for it. Observing the cat's persistent following, Wang Lan Lan felt immense joy. Having a cat accompany her in this desolate place was a delightful addition to her otherwise bleak surroundings. The area was devoid of signals and scenery, engulfed in endless yellow sand. Yet with this little companion, her spirits were lifted. At that moment, the wind howled fiercely, causing the sand to strike against her glasses with a soft hiss. Wuxia? Wang Fei, disregarding the swirling sand, shouted, Dad, the robot has run off. The group halted, momentarily unsure of how to respond. The strawberry robot suddenly zipped back, carrying a barely conscious kitten in its grasp. The wind and sand were so intense that it had nearly been engulfed, its injured feet unable to carry it any further. The vigilant strawberry robot, noticing the kitten lagging behind, had no choice but to return and rescue it. With a disgusted look, it pinched the filthy creature with 2 fingers, fighting the impulse to cast it away. Wang Lanlan quickly took the kitten into her arms, thanking the strawberry robot profusely that no need for thanks. It replied politely, "After all, I am the cutest." The group set off once more, their small figures appearing as mere specks in the vast desert, akin to a few tiny ants on the move. Host, a robot has been detected nearby. That's splendid. I couldn't help but quicken my pace, informing when CI and the others that we were about to meet Wang Lanlan. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. We all hailed from the same place, naturally reluctant to lose anyone. Tears welled up as I gazed at my younger brother, who was clinging to my leg, crying out, "Big sister, let us go home. This place isn't fun. I want to live in a big villa, eat meat, and play Honor of Kings. Without honor, I'll settle for chicken legs," he wailed. Looking around at the desolate, barren landscape, I sighed. "Xiaodu, can a villa be placed here?" Host, a villa does not meet the environmental conditions of the current planet and cannot be utilized. Are you joking? Not feasible. What am I supposed to do? Sleep under the sky? Use the ground as my bed? Then bring me some supplies. Get the tin out, some pots, a piece of meat, and a few packs of instant noodles. And some bottled water. I'm sorry, host, that does not comply with the current planetary conditions. Then why did you have me gather supplies? The bread is also not compliant. That MY expression darkened ominously. Wang Fei, sensing his sister's displeasure, ceased his cries and quickly hid behind Wang Ellen as a group sat resting. They regarded my delicate features, yet my face shifted from pale to flush, and they sensed a foreboding atmosphere. "Xiaodu, just tell me what to do. You can't expect me to starve to death in this endless desert with so many people following me, right? Are you sending me on a death march?" Ding dong. A new planetary mission has been issued. Would you like to accept it? Without hesitation, I chose to accept. Your new mission. Due to the increase in personnel, the difficulty has been upgraded. You have received an initial gift package. Complete the task of establishing a shop and gather materials. Collect 50 units of leather, current completion, 050. 500 pieces of wood, current completion, 0500. And 5,000 units of straw, current completion, 0500. Oh, so you encourage me to take them along while you wait for me here. What do you mean difficulty increases with personnel? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Did you think the challenge was too great for me to handle? Hence encouraging me to bring others for assistance? Host, cosmic settings, not my concern. ISNT this better? Everyone has something to do. Better, a bunch of people following me to endure hardship, and they want to get paid for their labor? If my boss treated me like this, I would quit long ago. Don't be angry, host. Successful shop opening will yield rewards. Chapter 120. Division of Labor. Seeing everyone's expectant gazes, I opened the initial gift package. The package fell to the ground. 1 large multi-person tent, 5 pounds of rice, 20 liters of bottled water, 1 multi-use iron pot, and 12 sets of bowls and chopsticks. Wait, Xiaodu. That's it. Host, all rewards have been distributed. Xiaodu, you're still as miserly as ever. Wait a moment, 11 people, and you give me 12 bowls? Does strawberry need to eat? Host, rewards are allocated based on your personnel. Robots do not require sustenance. Based on our personnel? My gaze swept around and landed on the small creature cradled in my sister's arms. Understood. The small creature was now considered part of our family. Everyone had prepared for the worst. Yet upon seeing the supplies that appeared, they quietly sighed in relief. Life must go on, I smiled and declared. Didn't we say we'd eat? Let us get to work. When CI immediately took charge, instructing Gu Jingyun and Qian to set up the tent, while our father, wanting to help, was politely declined and was left to rest. Chu Yi, seeing that there was no more work for him, took Mu Feng and others to search for firewood, while the reluctant Wang Fei was called by his father to collect sticks. Wang Lanlan remained behind, pouring half a flask of water for each person. The water was limited, and we still needed to cook. Sister, my ring can't be used anymore. Well, it's not that it can't be used, it's just that none of the items I had previously can be retrieved. I sighed, fully aware of this limitation. She looked puzzled, glancing at the items. Then what are these? As I handed her a water flask, I explained, this is the initial gift package that it's alright, sister, will tackle this mission together. Things will improve. Seeing her hair dusted with sand and her little face covered in grime, I felt a pang of sorrow for her, so concerned with her appearance, yet still smiling gently to comfort me. All right, Once the group had set up the tent, Chu-yi and the others returned, carrying a withered tree trunk and a bundle of dry branches. When C.I. swiftly produced a rope from his backpack, suspending the pot and securing it with the branches, thus setting up the cooking station. Chien admired when C.I.'s handiwork, giving him a thumbs up. When C.I. Looks like I ought to call you big brother. You re-skilled at everything. I too was starry-eyed yes. When C.I. How are you so remarkable? When C.I. settled down, holding the water flask with his long fingers, just basic survival skills. You'll learn next time. Gu Jingyan arranged the tent, placing everyone's backpacks inside. Now everyone understood that items incompatible with this planet's conditions couldn't be retrieved from Wang Lanlan's ring. As he sat down, Wang Lanlan chimed in. You don't need to know how. I will learn. Next time, let me handle it. When Xiai nodded, all right. The pot began to bubble with a delightful sound, and Wang Fei craned his neck. Dad, is the porridge ready? It's taking too long. Almost there. Almost there. My father was also very pleased. The living conditions may have been poor, but being together as a family was the greatest blessing. As night fell, and we finished our rice porridge. I relayed the materials needed for the mission. Everyone unanimously decided that they would first gather wood, and once that was done, Wang Lanlan would collect the fruits. My younger brother and I would gather straw, completing our tasks simultaneously. The leather would require hunting animals, which we agreed to save for last. As we settled in for the night, Wang Lanlan nestled in the innermost part of the tent beside me, with my younger brother and father arranged in a line. When C.I. discussed the night watch schedule with Qian, Gu Jingyun, and Chu-yi, assigning one person to the first half of the night and another for the second half, fearing that some might not rest well, while the remaining members would rotate through the night. Lying in the tent, I sighed in relief that everyone had finally gathered together. Xiao Du, can't you activate the forgetfulness attribute, so they don't have to keep watch? Host, your delivery system has not been activated, so I cannot initiate it. Chapter 121. A Midnight Peril. Sitting at the entrance of the tent, Strawberry idly played with her hands. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, prompting Strawberry to spring up and alert the master of impending danger. Everyone was taken aback, quickly emerging from their sleeping bags to draw their firearms. Chu-yi and Mu Feng, among others, always kept their magazines handy. And at this moment, they had replenished their ammunition. The father kicked his son, who was sleeping like a piglet, but Wang Fei merely turned over, ignoring him. Knowing Strawberry's nature, had it been just one or two threats, she would have already discarded them. It seemed they were facing a rather formidable issue this time, that a horde of crocodile scorpions encircled them, their armored exoskeletons glistening in the firelight, clearly indicating their tough hide. The drought had forced the crocodile scorpions to relocate to areas with water sources, and unexpectedly, they found a late-night feast along the way, their excitement palpable. Had it not been for the campfire's deterrent, they would have rushed in by now. Observing the dozens of them, Chu-yi spoke up. This number is quite considerable. Uncle Wang, take Lana and Sister Yu to retreat. We shall devise a plan here. Wang Lanlan, with her petite frame, stood resolutely before Chu-yi. Brother Yi, I won't leave that you've always protected me. Now it's my turn to safeguard you. Chu-yi, feeling helpless, urged Lana, be obedient. That I glanced at the encroaching crocodile scorpions. There was no escaping now. It was a fight to the finish over there. The father, with two swift slaps, awakened his younger son, who had initially appeared pitiful. However, upon seeing the dense swarm of crocodile scorpions, he felt his scalp prickle, forgetting to grab his gun. Frozen in fear, what are you dazed about? Gu Jingyun yanked Wang Fei into the heart of their group. When C.I. and Chu-yi quickly conferred on a strategy, aiming to breach the line of Strawberry the robot. As Strawberry tossed aside two crocodile scorpions, they landed and scurried back up. Indeed, their hide was remarkably tough, and the soft, sandy soil failed to inflict any real damage. I gripped my firearm tightly as a crocodile scorpion, with its mouth agape, charged toward me. I fired a shot at its head, the flash resembling a strike against steel. The crocodile scorpion was startled by the deafening gunfire, but sustained no injury, pausing for a moment before charging directly at me again. Qian fired a shot directly into its mouth, and the seemingly invulnerable crocodile scorpion instantly fell still. Its weakness lies in its mouth. Wait for the right moment, Qian shouted. Understood. Mu Feng and the others fired simultaneously, their aim slightly off, igniting sparks against the scorpion's hide. There were too many crocodile scorpions, initially hesitant to charge due to fear of fire. They soon disregarded their caution, all advancing toward the group. One crocodile scorpion aimed its tail at the still sleeping Wang Fei, who, upon realizing the monstrous creature intended to skewer him, was thoroughly jolted awake. Strawberry robot, save me! Strawberry reached out, seizing the crocodile scorpion and tossing it far away. Yet the group of crocodile scorpions was not so easily deterred. After being thrown, they burrowed into the ground, preparing to launch a lethal strike. Gazing at the seemingly endless swarm of crocodile scorpions, dread filled my heart. At such a close distance, even grenades were impractical, and it seemed this night would be my last. Meanwhile, Mu Feng and Mu Bai fiercely protected Wang Lanlan, whose gun had long run out of bullets as she turned to search for her sister. Suddenly, a crocodile scorpion emerged from the sand, its sharp tail aimed directly at Mo Yixing's back. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lanlan pushed Mo Yixing aside, instinctively raising her hands in defense. The others realized too late as the crocodile scorpion lunged toward Wang Lanlan. Junior sister, Lana, the crocodile scorpion that had pounced, vanished into thin air. Everyone rejoiced, relieved that all was well. Just as Wang Lanlan, who had been frightened, noticed in astonishment that the crocodile scorpion had entered her ring, entering a suspended state. Chapter 122. Materials delivered to our door. Wang Lanlan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Let me handle them." She quickly rose and waved her hand at a crocodile scorpion poised to devour her senior brother, commanding, "Collect." 2 crocodile scorpions instantly vanished, and Mu Bai, relieved of pressure, looked at her with gratitude. Without pausing, Wang Lanlan continued to command, "Collect, collect." Observing their inexplicably dwindling companions, the crocodile scorpions began to falter. Confused as to why their comrades had fled, they too felt compelled to retreat. I hurriedly shouted, "Strawberry, quickly retrieve them. Do not let them escape." "Understood, master." The robot, responding to the command, extracted 2 crocodile scorpions from the sand, while Wang Lanlan collected them. The pair worked in perfect harmony. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. What is this? Can one cheat during a fight? Not a single one remained. Even those previously slain were collected, and everyone sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground to rest. Gazing at the battlefield, now a chaotic mess, Wang Fei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Sister, your ring is truly impressive. Have all these monsters been slain?" Wang Lanlan shook her head. "No, they are merely suspended within my ring, alive but in a paused state. The ring does not kill them." When CI, who had encountered numerous plants and creatures in the wild, mused, "But I have never seen anything like this. It has the mouth and body of a crocodile, yet a scorpion's tail. What kind of creature is this? We have nothing like it on Earth." That I picked up the backpack that had fallen to the ground. "This is a crocodile scorpion, a product of this planet." Everyone began to tidy up, the rice scattered on the ground having long since disappeared. But fortunately, the water bucket remained. The large tent was now riddled with holes and could no longer be used. It seemed we needed to complete the store opening task swiftly. Hearing Wang Lanlan mention the crocodile scorpions were not dead, an idea formed in my mind. Since we could not sleep, let's gather our belongings first. "And then we shall get to work, all right," everyone responded, taking action. Wang Fei, now fully alert, quickly picked up the cooking utensils that had been knocked to the ground. "Sister, look. This pot is still usable, just not sure what we will eat tomorrow." The father glared at Wang Fei. "Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Get to work." Clearly, he had yet to recover from the earlier scare, his frustration boiling over at his son, who had been unresponsive for so long. Mo Yixing, filled with trepidation, said, "Lanlan, do not act impulsively and shield me next time. If anything happened to you, what would we do? How did you think to use the space?" Wang Lanlan appeared equally puzzled. "I didn't have time to think. I just wanted to save you." In my panic, I thought about making it disappear, and to my surprise, it actually worked. I clapped my hands, calling everyone over. "Sister, you wait a moment. All right, understood." Everyone took out sticks and daggers. Forming a circle, my signal, they began. Wang Lanlan released a crocodile scorpion from her ring, and before it could react, the robot swiftly captured it, spinning it in the air. Strawberry restrained the impulse to throw it away and gently placed it on the ground. Dazed and disoriented, the crocodile scorpion had no chance to react before being overwhelmed by the group. Daggers plunged into its eyes, and a stick struck its head, rendering it lifeless with everyone's cooperation. A pile of crocodile scorpion corpses surrounded us. Exerted from the fight, We could no longer maintain our composure, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Master, the current task submission is available. Skin materials. Would you like to submit? Yes. Collection task completed. Collected skin materials. 50-50. Obtained edible meat. 2,000 portions. Looking at the 7 remaining, with the skin materials sufficiently gathered, I instructed my sister to collect them into the ring once more. Observing the vanishing crocodile scorpions, everyone wore expressions of joy, knowing we had completed the skin collection task. Chapter 123. Task accomplished. Ji Jinyan approached with urgency in her eyes. Sister, are you injured? I noticed your arm was moving awkwardly. Where are you hurt? Let me see. The father was startled as well. Rain girl, are you hurt? Everyone crowded around, no longer resting. That I no need to worry, it's nothing serious, just a bruise from earlier. The bulletproof vest mitigated most of the impact. It is not severe. That I recounted the encounter with a tribe that consumed longevity fruits, which gave everyone a better understanding of this planet. That MY's sister looked concerned. Sister, let me take a look. All right, that we moved to the tattered tent, which could no longer serve as a sleeping place, but could still shield us from sight. Wang Lan Lan, upon seeing the large bruise on my shoulder, a remnant of an injury from several days prior, was filled with sorrow. Tears streaming down her face. Sister, why didn't you say you were hurt? How painful must that be? It's fine. As long as I avoid large movements, it's manageable, though wielding a dagger was somewhat challenging. The bulletproof vest absorbed most of the force. Otherwise, my bones might have cracked. The sun had risen, and the ground was beginning to warm. After a brief rest, we munched on compressed biscuits washed down with water. Everyone began to clearly delineate tasks for gathering wood and grass, to avoid getting lost. Wang Lan Lan led Strawberry and others to collect wood, utilizing the space to bring it back. My father, Wang Fei, and I gathered grass with Strawberry and the system providing mutual guidance to prevent disorientation. We parted ways. Wang Lan Lan reminded me, Sister, gather as much as you can. Do not overexert yourself, especially since you are injured. Younger brother, take good care of your sister. Okay. As I watched them fade into the distance, I set off alongside my father and younger brother. Xiaodu, skin the nearby locations of the withered grass. I instructed. Host, proceed in the 9 o'clock direction to your left, before a vast expanse of dry grass. Wang Fei, while pulling at the hay, turned back and said, Elder sister, if you're feeling unwell, just sit and rest. I shall take care of it. That I lowered my head and continued to pull at the grass, assuring him, no worries, I'm perfectly fine. My father could not help but chime in. Inghua, your shoulder is hurting. Dante, strain yourself. Observing the collection of forage nearing completion, 28,795,000, I found it hard to cease my efforts. Fortunately, the dry grass was remarkably easy to uproot, its roots devoid of life, and with the arid sandy soil and the sun still shining, I effortlessly accomplished the forage task before darkness fell. With the compressed biscuits depleted, Wang Fei patted his rumbling stomach, hesitant to call out to his elder sister for fear that our father would admonish him for simply thinking of food. Exhausted, he retrieved his water bottle and gulped down several mouthfuls. Younger brother, let us go find your second sister while there's still light. All right. Xiaodu, may I retrieve the 2,000 pieces of meat I've collected? Host has yet to open a shop. Items can only be stored, not withdrawn. Xiaodu, I believe you should exhibit a touch of leniency. Being so rigid is rather unkind. That I apologize, host. The main system is set and cannot be altered. Upon locating Wang Lan Lan, she produced the collected deadwood from her ring. Curiously, the wood was not like fruit. Only fallen trees could be stored in the ring. Thankfully, with many hands assisting, we managed to push over the dead wood. And each fallen piece was swiftly claimed by Wang Lan Lan. That a variety of wooden logs were arranged. Host, detected wood ready for submission. Shall it be submitted? Submit. The task of constructing the shop is now complete. Material collection for skins, 5,050 completed. Material collection for wood, 500,500 completed. Material collection for forage, 5,500,000 completed. Scanning for the optimal construction site. Scanning successful. The current distance to the best location is 1,537 kilometers. Awaiting transfer load. Progress at 1. 2. Chapter 124. The place to rest. The crowd observed as I collected the wood, awaiting my commands. That I exhaled deeply. Everyone has worked hard. Please organize your belongings. We will soon be transported to the shop location. Famished and fatigued, Wang Fei exclaimed, Elder sister, I can no longer bear to be apart from you all. My backpack is devoid of food. I gently patted his head in consolation, noting how rapidly he was growing. Fear not, the previous issue stemmed from traversing planets, which was too far to control. Now that we are close, such problems should not arise. Everyone sighed in relief, no longer feeling the anxiety that accompanied the earlier mention of transportation. With packs secured and cats cradled, along with strawberries in hand, the group stood ready as the transfer loaded to 100, and in an instant, we vanished from our location. In a flash, we were transported to our destination. In the desert, a spacious flat area lay before us, backed by a massive rock that glimmered with a golden radiance in the sunset. Observing that all were present, we collectively breathed a sigh of relief. We have arrived at the optimal construction site. Shall we proceed to build the shop? Yes, that a 2-story wooden building with a wooden fence rose before us. I was instantly drawn into the enclosure. And upon seeing me inside, Wang Fei, eager to join, discovered that an invisible barrier prevented him from entering through the door. Frustrated, he attempted to climb over the fence, only to find even the 1-meter-high mud barrier was impenetrable. In desperation, he called out, "Elder sister, please open the door and let us in. Night is approaching." Yet, despite his cries, I remained immobile within the courtyard. Qian placed a hand on Wang Fei's shoulder. "Is it possible that your elder sister cannot hear you?" Our father reassured Wang Fei, "Calm down. Your sister may still be busy. Let's wait a moment." Wang Fei pouted, glancing longingly toward his elder sister. "All right, I hope she has made some chicken legs," having gone without a proper meal since New Year's. This festive season had been particularly unkind to him. Shop construction successful. Rewards granted. A complete set of kitchen utensils. 1 employee dormitory. 2 single bedrooms. Please name the shop and create a sign. Please design the shape of the large rock behind the shop. Please design uniforms for the employees. Thinking of the others still waiting outside, I wasted no time and named the shop. Light. The large rock behind the shop would serve as a flag, aiding in locating the shop, so I chose a sunflower pattern to harmonize beautifully with the golden stone. For the employee uniforms, I designed 2 sets for each person. For the boys, a white t-shirt adorned with sunflowers paired with jeans, and another set consisting of a white shirt, a black suit jacket, and black trousers. For myself and Wang Lanlan, 1 set comprised a t-shirt and overalls, while the other was a dressy little gown. Designs completed. Items are being automatically generated. Outside, a sign materialized displaying. Like, the large stone transformed into the shape of a sunflower in an instant. Having completed these tasks, I walked to the door and opened the half-height entrance. Although puzzled as to why they had not entered, I called out, "Thank you for your patience. Please come in." Wang Fei, visibly vexed, replied, "Elder sister, there was something blocking the door earlier, preventing my entry." "Ah, I see," I chuckled. "I was just designing the shop's name." Our father, burdened with his pack and a pot in hand, urged, "You were calling out so energetically. Come inside." Wang Fei, disregarding his grievances, hurried inside. I'm here. Everyone joyfully entered, finally finding a place to settle. Chapter 125. Settlement. The small courtyard was not particularly spacious, measuring about 10 meters, enclosed by a wooden fence about 1 meter high. The wood was riddled with cracks of varying sizes, giving the impression that a mere kick could shatter it. The yard was empty, devoid of any furnishings. The small wooden building appeared dilapidated, as if it might collapse at any moment. Facing the shop's entrance, the main hall was stark and seemed lacking in essentials. To the left stood a wooden cashier counter, with a few shelves affixed to the wall behind it. The entrance of the cashier area was a door leading into a surprisingly spacious kitchen. A long rectangular countertop occupied a significant portion of the space, capable of accommodating around 30 individuals. The cooking stove varied in size, all equipped with similar pots. Even the walls were adorned with an entire set of diverse kitchen utensils, pots, bowls, and a variety of spices, all readily available. Fully equipped. To my delight, beside the washing sink was a water tank, already filled to the brim. The water flow extended into the backyard, and my father nodded in satisfaction. We can grow some vegetables here without the need for watering. The backyard contained nothing but a wooden cat house. All kitchen utensils bore sunflower motifs, remarkably beautiful and cohesive. To the right of the hall was a dark storage room. Wang Fei attempted to enter, but was met with another barrier. He had to reroute through the stairs beside the storage room, arriving at a restroom on the right side of the second floor. which also contained a water tank filled to the brim. To the left were single rooms, each featuring a single bed equipped with bedding, a wardrobe, and a window facing the front yard, providing decent lighting. The large living room on the second floor featured a set of wooden chairs and a wooden coffee table. To the right was the employee dormitory, containing 4 bunk beds with rough bedding and pillows. At the far end was another single bedroom. When CI, how about you and Wang Lan Lan take the innermost room? I suggested that I had no objections to his arrangement, as it was clear that the 7 of them, along with Wang Fei, would fit comfortably in the employee dormitory, leaving the single room for my father, which was quite reasonable. Everyone gleefully organized their belongings and moved into their rooms, while a few playfully engaged with Wang Fei. Drawing sticks to determine who would occupy the upper or lower bunk, that I retrieved the employee uniforms from the storage room. One set casual and the other professional, since they had followed me to this planet. The system had automatically recorded their information. Each box bore their names and contained 2 sets of clothing, as well as undergarments and matching shoes, tailored to their sizes to ensure a perfect fit. As none had yet bathed, they hesitated to change for fear of soiling their new clothes and shoes. Placing the boxes in their respective cabinets, then my father cautiously sat down in the second-floor living room. Wary of breaking the chair with his weight, I found it amusing and reminded him, "Father, though it may appear worn, the quality is quite good. Feel free to sit comfortably." Elder sister, when will we eat? Wang Fei, having settled his sleeping arrangements, looked at me with eager anticipation. I nodded. "Once you all freshen up, we can eat. I'll start preparing now." As I descended, I conversed with the system. "Shall do. Now that we have a storage room, may I access the 9 trillion resources awarded to me from Earth?" Host, unfortunately, the environment does not permit retrieval. I had entirely given up hope on those 9 trillion resources. Instead, I took out pieces of meat from the alligator scorpion. The thought of such a fearsome creature made me a bit apprehensive. "Shall do. Is this safe to eat?" Host, the meat has been processed and is indeed suitable for direct cooking. I retrieved the barbecue rack from the kitchen and prepared the charcoal. With the presence of Xiao Du, I am intimately familiar with the whereabouts of everything in the room. The automatic rolling barbecue, after a brief while and under a variety of seasonings, produces succulent, sizzling meat that emanates an irresistible aroma. Chapter 126. The fox cat having finished washing up, Wang Fei descended the stairs in clean attire. "Sister, it smells amazing. What kind of meat is this?" I was nervously holding cumin powder. "It's the meat of the crocodile scorpion." Wang Fei was taken aback. "Sister, can we eat this? Is it poisonous?" He gulped, tempted yet wary of death. I offered him a piece. "It's edible. Don't worry. Just try a bite, will you?" "What about them?" Wang Fei quickly accepted, devouring it greedily. "Sister, this meat is exquisite. The texture is delicate, reminiscent of steak." The brothers were still busy washing up. Having graciously ceded the first serving to me, the water tank in the bathroom was rather miraculous. No matter how much was used, it never seemed to diminish. Wang Lan Lan, freshly washed and dressed in a dungaree outfit with twin ponytails, came downstairs cradling a little kitten that resembled a fox. Its fur was spotless white, and its water-blue eyes were strikingly beautiful. Approaching me, she exclaimed, "Sister, finally some water to freshen up. You can't imagine how uncomfortable I've been these past few days." The only drawback is that the bathroom lacks toiletries. Even the toilet is a wooden bucket, which I find quite hard to accept. By the way, what animal is it? "Xiaodu, what kind of animal is this?" "A fox. I believe that a fox, indeed," the system confirmed. She gazed at the fox and remarked, "It looks quite similar to the cat I used to have. From now on, your name shall be Cat, all right?" Wang Lan Lan set down the fox and waved her hand. "Sister, let the system check if this is edible." On the table lay a gigantic dragon fruit, weighing around 20 pounds, and I was taken aback. "Xiaodu, can we eat this?" "Yes, I can help you detoxify it." The little fox, upon seeing the dragon fruit, became excited, tugging at Wang Lanlan's sleeve and shaking its head vigorously. Clearly not wanting this woman to perish, I nodded in agreement, confirming the presence of toxins that needed the system's assistance for removal. Wang Lan Lan, noticing her concerned little fox, felt her heart melt. She scooped it up and showered it with kisses, then waved her hand to produce hundreds of dragon fruits. "I'll let the system store these, and it will automatically filter the toxins." The little fox seemed to understand. No longer anxious, I retrieved a processed dragon fruit and juiced it. Wang Lan Lan set down the fox. "Sister, go wash up. I'll take care of the rest." "All right." Chien, observing the wooden bucket upstairs, rushed downstairs to check the makeshift toilet behind the kitchen. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Upon opening the wooden door, he found two planks resting over a pit, the bottom filled with sand. After a moment of internal debate, he steeled himself and stepped onto the rickety boards, relieved to find them sturdy enough. Everyone washed away the dust and donned clean clothes. If it weren't for the rumbling of our stomachs, we would have appeared quite presentable. In the hall, devoid of a table, everyone gathered around the kitchen counter, relishing the barbecue paired with dragon fruit juice. Celebrating our first dinner in our new abode, I placed the delivery machine and flower pot in the bedroom, gazing at the dark, empty glass cabinet that housed a non-functional delivery machine, feeling somewhat perplexed. Xiao, is the delivery machine broken? Not broken, but the current conditions do not meet the requirements to activate it. What conditions? Complete the store's official opening, attract 1,000 customers, and elevate the shop's reputation. I'll sleep now till we can discuss this tomorrow. Xiao as I lay in bed. Wang Lanlan hugged me, sister. We've finally settled down, reflecting on the events of the past few days. I patted her gently. Yes, as long as everyone is safe, that's what matters, that you've all suffered alongside me. Sister, I don't care. Wherever you are, I will be too for my sake. You've led the whole family on this journey. I shifted beneath the coarse quilt which irritated my chin. Xiao, this environment is abysmal. Complete the task to achieve an upgrade that I drifted into slumber. Chapter 127. Opening the store at 6 in the morning. Host, wake up! Ding dong, a new task is released. Open the store. Collect 1,000 dragon fruits, current completion. 2861000. Xiao, it's still early. Host, get up and start working. You are too stingy, not even giving me the reward for taking them along. Exploiting your employees, a heartless and unscrupulous boss. I am no longer motivated to work. Complete the store opening task, and I will reward you. I quickly rolled out of bed and slipped on my shoes. Besides gathering, what else needed to be done? To officially open the store, there will be a ranking of shop reputation based on achievements, requiring new customer interactions to start obtaining the newcomer achievement. All achievements are categorized as follows. Newcomer, slightly famous, renowned, extraordinary, well-known, awe-inspiring in the desert, revered by thousands, supreme store. Each tier unlocks new recipes and rewards, facilitating store upgrades. Xiao, I'm heading out now. The first night of relaxation after the tension had released. Everyone slept in late. Wang Lanlan awoke to find her sister missing. She descended to discover the cat lounging leisurely at the door, while the kitchen was filled with fresh dragon fruit juice and pan-fried crocodile scorpion meat. After washing up with clean water, she began to prepare breakfast. At this moment, the strawberry robot returned, informing her that her sister and father had gone to gather dragon fruits and that she should join the others after waking up. As Wang Lanlan enjoyed her breakfast, she asked the cat, "Do you know where dragon fruits are plentiful?" The cat perked up, stood, and nodded. Wang Lanlan was overjoyed. Great. Once I finish eating, we'll set off. Wang Fei awoke to an empty dormitory. Everyone was exhausted lately. Even his father had kindly not called him to join them. Looking around the upstairs rooms and finding no one, he felt a pang of anxiety. Where did they go? They wouldn't leave me behind, would they? Noticing the food on the kitchen counter, he decided to eat first before worrying further. The strawberry robot looked up at its master gathering resources and then glanced at its own white gloves. Showing no intention of helping, I watched the strawberry play with its hands and instructed it to check if Wang Fei was awake, telling him to prepare lunch at home, with the ingredients covered in a bowl. It nodded and zoomed off. The hefty dragon fruits were quite a sight, but thankfully there was no need to carry them back. Just stack them up and let Xiao collect them. By noon, under the blazing sun, Wang Lanlan returned with Mu Feng and the others. Wang Lanlan tugged at me as I arrived home. Sister, look at all these. With a wave of her hand, the yard was filled with dragon fruits. Dragon fruit detected. Have you completed the collection? Yes. Dragon fruit collection complete. 1,000.100%. Reward. Dragon fruit juice recipe. Effect. 1 cup keeps you cool all day. The store opening task has been completed. And rewards are being distributed. Xiao, where's my reward? Host, it's being distributed. Don't fret. At the entrance of the yard, a shiny sign appeared, written in the language of this planet. Today's store special. Dragon fruit juice. The previously empty hall now boasted 2 wooden tables and chairs, seating up to 8 people. That a beautiful picture of a dragon fruit adorned the wall. That I received an everlasting candle, a small wax candle. which was placed on the cashier counter. Reward: Hostess lottery wheel. Free daily draws 3 times upon opening the store. I waited impatiently. Shall do. Where are my supplies? They're in the lottery wheel. Once drawn, anything you obtain will be yours. That I felt a surge of frustration. Shall do. Those items originally belonged to me. Why must I draw for them? Host, your items don't conform to this planet as standards. This is the maximum authority I can grant you. Resigned, I walked to the door and hung the open for business sign. Everyone was still marveling at the changes in the store. Those who had previously been resting on the ground now settled into the chairs. Chewie sat down to test it out, and to his surprise, it was quite sturdy despite its humble appearance. Wang Fei poked his head out. Sister, you're back? Wow, there are tables in the hall now. Is dinner ready? Chapter 128. The black face after hanging the sign. The lottery wheel lit up. Standing before it, I hesitated, and when CI, seeing my reluctance, wanted to help but found the wheel unmoving. Confused, he asked, "Does the wheel recognize people?" I explained, "The supplies inside are bound to me. They are already mine, and others cannot draw." "Then what are you waiting for? Go ahead and draw." Gu Jingyan also approached, upon hearing about the lottery. Curiosity piqued and many gathered around. Thinking of my unfortunate luck, I asked Xiao Du, "Can Wang Lanlan help me draw?" "No. It must be used by the host personally. The system optimizes any drawn items that I in the previous world. I was barred from participating alone in the lottery. In this world, I am again the sole participant, that I felt utterly subdued by the system.